You clearly possess the ability to slay gods with a single sword, yet you don't challenge numerous epic-level bosses. Instead, you dig up ant nests in the beginner village like a dog. Everyone mocks you for being brainless. Even if you have obtained an eternal-level talent, you are still considered useless. But they don't know. Every time you kill an ant, you can drop a piece of divine equipment. It's all because you were the strongest human in your past life. But at the critical moment of becoming a god, you were secretly attacked by other races. At the moment of death, the rune you engraved on your body in advance reverses the rules. Reverse time. But it allowed you to be reborn, returning to 2.5 hours before the arrival of the Red Moon game. Now you not only seek revenge, but also seize a great opportunity missed in your past life. So you quickly drive to the depths of Kunlun Mountain, arriving exactly at midnight. A vast and incomparable aura suddenly envelopes the entire blue star world. Visible mist falls continuously from the red moon. You suddenly see, underneath that huge rock in your line of sight, an ancient-looking treasure chest suddenly appears. You quickly run to the front of the treasure chest, and with both hands, you forcefully open it. An illusionary character appears before your eyes. You obtain Sequence 0, the Heart of Fantasia. You couldn't help but be stunned. The treasure chest found by that lucky person in the previous life on Kunlun Mountain was clearly from a myth collection, but the one you opened is of eternal level. In the Red Moon world, the levels range from low to high, starting from ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king, mysterious, monarch, emperor, immortal legends. Based on the information you know, not to mention humans, even in the entire realm of the gods, no living being has ever obtained powers surpassing that of the divine. And now, you have unexpectedly gained a fantasy that surpasses the divine. Right now, you are somewhat impatient, eager to see what power this fantasy will bestow. What kind of power will it bestow upon you in the end? You immediately, as if familiar with the process, sense the power of the red moon in your hands the next moment. Your body disappears as if evaporating in place. Space switches, and your body appears in an endless sky temple. Welcome to the Red Moon world. Please name your identity in the Red Moon world. You immediately raise your hand and carve down the two characters Shifang. Please choose one of the following professions as your initial profession in the Red Moon world. Around you, four vivid giant statues immediately materialize: warrior, mage, archer, assassin. The initial professions in the Red Moon world are not too fancy. Only these basic 4 categories. However, the branches of these 4 professions are extremely diverse. The reason there are so many branches is because in the Red Moon game, there are many players who practice both magic and martial arts. In your previous life, you have seen many dual-class professions like melee mages, gunners, necromancer archers, and elemental warriors. Their strength can be considered extremely high. You directly chose the warrior class. In your past life, you were a sword immortal who reached the realm of the gods with just a sword, so you are very familiar with the abilities of this class. Most importantly, you know that in the Crimson Moon world, there is a huge opportunity that only belongs to warriors, and other professions are not qualified to obtain it. Your choice of profession is successful. The heart of the zero sequence ideal creation empowers you, awakening your talent with an eternal level of infinite magnetic stripes. You feel a refreshing sensation, take a deep breath, then immediately look at your talent panel. The eternal effect of infinite magnetic stripes can be added to all your items. The effects are random, and the number of stripes that can be added depends on the original quality of the item. The higher the quality, the more slots available. Effect 2, unlimited additions, no consumption, no cooldown. Effect 3, once added, the stripes cannot be dispelled by any means. As for Effect 4, each upgrade automatically gains a level of 1. Select the perfect stripe point to enhance the quality of the stripes added using it. Starting at the perfect level, the initial perfect stripe point is 10 times the best level. The quality of the stripes progresses from common to rare, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. After reading the information on the talent panel, you can't help but raise your eyebrows. The eternal talent effect is truly astonishing, surpassing all the myths and talents of the gods you encountered in your past life, with the ability to add infinite stripes without any cost. As long as your talent advances, you can edit a chicken into a singing and dancing performer, a cat into a JK Beast girl, granting them the ability to transform. You can also edit a pure and refined person into a seductive demon, adding terms like restrictions and liberation, giving them an absolute contrast. You can even edit your own attributes to infinity, edit skill effects to be instant, and even directly edit a term for yourself as a creator god. You will be randomly transported to the human camp in the Fanji star system, a place of random seals. You suddenly feel dizzy, with scenes rapidly changing around you. You have arrived at Seal Site 4396, a warrior by profession. The newbie chest has restored your vision. You open your eyes and look around, an ancient town coming into view. Ignoring the noise of other players, you adjust your appearance and quickly move to a slightly secluded spot. It's only then that you take out the newbie reward chest from your backpack. Upon opening, you will receive a newbie warrior set X1, red deer holy grail X2, blue deer holy grail X2, and the ability to add one term. Let's first test the talent effect with this chest. Look at this perfect term point. What level of advanced terms can be added? A dazzling light completely covers the newbie chest, term addition successful. The newbie chest gains a myth grade term, soul. Upon opening the chest, you will 100% receive a myth grade soul type item, and 100% an additional skill scroll suitable for your level. Equip your heart with a sense of relief. Without hesitation, you immediately open the treasure chest in your hands. You obtained the new novice warrior outfit, along with 2 holy grails of the road and 2 barrier holy grails. You have acquired divine level empowerment. Soul region. You additionally obtained the bronze death lotus. Just as you took out the newly acquired items from your backpack, a notice suddenly resounded throughout the entire Red Moon world. All players of the galactic human race in the 10th district became the first players in the Red Moon world to obtain divine level items, gaining 5,000 reputation and 2,000 Red Moon achievements. At this moment, with less than an hour until the Red Moon descends, players were confused for a while before they began to accept and familiarize themselves with everything in the Red Moon world. Then, they heard the notification of players obtaining divine level items. What's going on? I've been playing virtual online games for so long and have never seen anyone start with divine level items. Must be using a hidden identity. Your attention at this moment is entirely focused on opening the treasure chest. The empowerment you obtained essentially has mythological effects, which, when used, can grant you a myth level talent in the soul region. The special talent item, Red Moon Boundary, has not been breached, so it cannot bestow attributes. It is no exaggeration to say that each empowerment stone is priceless. The myth-level empowerment stone is worth countless times more than a regular empowerment stone. You then crush the crystal in your hand, and you obtain a myth-level talent in the soul region. Before the system notification even finishes, you immediately look at the newly acquired talent, the soul realm. After killing the target with the mythical tear effect, you can control its soul within a certain period of time, having absolute control over it. Currently in the first stage, after upgrading, you can freely read the memories of the living spirit, modify its soul will, and permanently control its soul. You can also turn the killed target into an undead follower permanently. When a soul entity is near you, it will bear 30% of the damage on your behalf. If the damage leads to death, it will be fully borne by the golden and above soul entities. The soul entity can be freely stored in a special space within the soul realm. The duration and quantity of soul entities currently depend on the target's level of tranquility and the progress of talent liberation. After fully advancing the talent, you can control the soul entities indefinitely, freely deciding their existence time. Looking at the information on the talent panel, a determined expression appears on your face. It is no exaggeration to say that with this talent, you have the ability to transform into a calamity. One talent is enough to make up for your lack in numbers. More importantly, the soul entities controlled by the soul realm can offset damage for you, making you akin to being immortal. Following that, you take out the system reward, the bronze equipment Death Lotus. It adds 60 physical attack power and has the effect of entwining the target with the power of death when attacking. Each attack reduces the target's armor and magic resistance by a percentage, stackable up to 5 layers, and can add a second attribute. You immediately unleash your innate power, adding attributes to the death link. This time, you did not use a perfect attribute point. After all, a level 1 bronze weapon will soon be obsolete. The death link gains the rare grade magnetic strip frost power of the Grim Reaper. When the magnetic strip attacks a target with frost power, it covers the target with frost power, reducing the target by 5% with each attack. It affects attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed, stackable up to 10 layers, each lasting 2 seconds. With 2 magnetic strips, the Grim Reaper's harvest has a 1% chance to summon the Grim Reaper with each attack. The projection of the scythe harvests the target, ignoring any defense, and slays 40% of the target's current health. See the effect of the magnetic strip obtained after viewing the death scythe. You exclaim in amazement, quickly scanning your empty space backpack and then adding a perfect magnetic strip. The capacity of your personal space expands to 2000% of its original size. Quite an effect. If you were to expand at a store in the Red Moon continent, it would cost at least tens of thousands of Red Moon cakes. Before leaving the beginner's village, you no longer need to worry about your backpack overflowing. Quite satisfied, you close your personal space. You immediately rush towards the central area of the sealed land, starting with missions and monster hunting. This is the fastest way to level up in the Red Moon game. Just as you took a few steps forward, your body suddenly stopped. Can even attributes be added to innate talents and skills in your personal space? You then look at the infinite attributes and the talent panel of the soul area, but the outcome is not as you expected. Innate power cannot be used for talents, nor can attributes be added in a nesting doll manner. This is probably one of the reasons why attributes cannot be added when empowering was not possible before. However, at the bottom of the skill panel, there is the same option as seen before, allowing for the addition of attributes. Phantom Exhibition can add attribute 2. Ghost Cloth can add attribute 2. You did not randomly add like before with the portable space, but directly chose to use the perfect attribute point in the Red Moon game. Before the human players unlock the restrictions of their race, the skill bar has a strict limit. Coupled with the extreme rarity of skill books, they are hard to come by. Therefore, the frequency of skill changes is much lower than that of equipment changes. At the moment when the magnetic force is successfully endowed, you can clearly feel a deeper understanding of these two skills. Ghost Cloth obtains a perfect magnetic strip. The first magnetic strip is agile like the wind, with an agility effect increase of 100%. Magnetic Strip 2 flashes, instantly leaping to any area within 100 meters, and can release a phantom every 90 seconds. The acquired Magnetic Strip 1, when split, releases an additional weapon Phantom Magnetic Strip 2 during Phantom Exhibition, increasing the length of the phantom by 10 times. The added magnetic strip effect of Ghost Cloth directly doubles your agility effect and gives you a spatial flash skill. The magnetic strip effect added to Phantom Exhibition is even more incredible. Just imagine, with one continuous strike, sweeping a range of 20 meters. Is this reasonable for a newly transferred level 1 warrior? Other professionals would be envious of this effect. Feeling the power within you, you can't help but be amazed. With your current overall comprehensive combat power, apart from the slightly low panel, you are basically equivalent to having developed for nearly half a month, or even a month in the past. The perfect magnetic strip point was indeed not used in vain. After muttering to yourself, you shifted your focus to the tree of charcoal. You added magnetic strip 2, and then, with ease, bestowed the magnetic strip upon the tree, obtaining a copper of void from it. The charcoal tree automatically transformed into void copper. Significantly increased the range of vision. You can clearly see all hidden information and disguises of all targets within your line of sight. Invisible Magnetic Strip 2 greatly enhances perception, allowing you to predict the next move of the target. After leveling up, you can observe brief glimpses of the future. This wave of additions. To actually directly obtain 2 legendary magnetic strips, it's simply a huge gain. You glanced at your own attribute panel. At the very bottom of it, there was actually the option to add magnetic strips, 3 full slots. Without hesitation, you added them. In just a moment, you felt within yourself 3 powerful sources of energy. You obtained the legendary entry Sacred Power of World Mist. You acquired the mythical entry Death Curse and then looked towards the newly acquired Power of World Mist. You are enveloped by chaotic mist. All external investigations, observations, and deductions about you will fail. Many attempts have been made to deduce about you. The observed target will face a certain degree of divine punishment. Magnetic Strip 2, the power of the divine, makes all your attacks ignore the opponent's armor and magic resistance, inflicting absolute true damage on the target. Magnetic Strip 3, the Curse of Death, plants a death curse on a single target with the power of death. The target can survive during the curse for 7 days, and after that, the target will die in a reasonable manner. Every 10 days, you can curse once, with a cost of 10 years of your own lifespan each time. The cost of cursing weakens as your strength advances. What surprises you the most is the Death Curse. This ability is essentially a simplified version of the Book of Life and Death, if not for the cost of 10 years of lifespan. With just this one skill, you are already invincible in the Red Moon world. At this moment, you have never felt so carefree. In this life, my growth rate should surpass the speed of the calamity that arrived on the first day. Muttering to yourself, you immediately head towards the central area of the town. All the entries have been added. The current priority is to level up quickly, enhance panel attributes. In the early stages of the Red Moon game, blindly grinding monsters is not advisable. Taking quests before grinding monsters is a win-win situation, significantly speeding up the leveling process. Although you were not in this newbie village in your past life, you can still distinguish which creatures in the Red Moon game can offer quests. Before long, you avoid the crowded teeming players and arrive next to a huge withered tree, under which stands a tree over 2 meters tall. You directly ask the old man if there is anything you can help with. The old man turns his head to glance at you. In the southeastern flame valley of the Sealed Land, there roams a group of fiery birds. Can you help me collect some fire rain from them? You accept the task without hesitation. With the agility of the wind effect, you quickly leave the town and arrive at the southeastern Flame Valley. The monsters wandering on the outskirts of Flame Valley are mostly level 1 flame chickens, so many players have ventured out as soon as they arrive here. You looked at the map of Flame Valley. To hunt down the flame bird inside, you must pass through the territory of these chickens. You swung the massive death scythe directly, silently recited a sentence in your heart, then released a shadow slash directly. The 2-meter death scythe suddenly surged in your hand, increasing tenfold in length, instantly transforming into a giant scythe about 20 meters long. The consecutive slashes of the phantom death scythe shattered bodies and bones. The sound of being cut rang out, followed by a dense flurry of damage numbers floating above the heads of the chickens, -187, -187. Even before they could scream in pain, those jumping chickens fell to the ground like cut straw, lying there in unison. The next moment, black souls separated from the bodies of the flame chickens, orderly walking behind you, looking like small black figures in a row. This is the effect of soul departure. Although it only lasts for 5 minutes, it can at least help you absorb some damage and gain the experience of dozens of level 1 monsters. Instantly raised your level to level 2. Such a rapid leveling speed and monster spawning method directly stunned the players who were teaming up to kill chickens. They were left dumbfounded, thinking, am I seeing things? A scythe sweeping nearly 20 meters, is this really a warrior? Ignoring the shocked players in the distance, you followed the map's guidance and entered the Flame Valley. Allocating 10 points of free attributes in a ratio of 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 for Constitution, Strength, Agility, and Spirit, you quickly found the nest of the flame bird. Suddenly, a gust of wind and thunder, along with a magical chant, sounded in your ears. Releasing wind and thunder magic simultaneously, have you awakened the talent for magic fusion? Curiously, you followed the sound to its source and looked over. In the distant valley, a lightning bolt driven by swirling wind flashed by, causing 4 to 5 flame birds with half health bars to die instantly. Brother Wang Tang, you're so awesome. After playing virtual online games for so many years, I've never seen moving lightning. I'll go lure some more birds for you. Your reaction truly befits someone who has awakened monarch-level talent. In your line of sight, a young man dressed in a novice robe and holding an elemental staff was enjoying the praise from teammates. You were already accustomed to such scenes. However, Wang Tang's talent is indeed remarkable. After revering him in your past life, you never heard of this name among the strong in the human race. This guy probably died prematurely. The Red Moon world is a digitized real world. With each player death, the crescent mark on their hand shrinks inward. When the crescent becomes a crescent moon after 9 deaths, the player will truly die. However, if the player's strength surges and advances in their profession, the crescent on their hand will expand outward. When the crescent becomes a full moon, the player can contribute their immense strength to the real world. In the past, due to many people not initially believing the information in the Red Moon Chronicles, it led to wasting many chances for resurrection in the early stages. Glancing at the proud crowd, you immediately take the wild chicken and undead into the exclusive space of the soul area. While a few lackeys are still licking Wang Tang, a sudden anxious chirping sound echoes in the sky above Flame Valley. Wang Tang immediately looks up, but what he sees makes him tremble in fear. In the sky above, dozens of flame birds, in perfect formation, circle behind a deep red giant bird, glaring fiercely at Wang Tang and his group. Damn, that's the black iron leopard. It seems like we are surrounded. The flame birds in the sky immediately flap their wings, shooting down feathers burning with flames. Hold the shield position, archers and mages, aim for me, focus on the boss, watch my health bar. With a series of commands from Wang Tang, Flame Valley immediately becomes restless again. You coldly observe without immediately taking action. With super senses, even if far apart, you can perceive the situation of Wang Tang and the others fighting the boss. At that moment, a flock of fiery red birds comes rushing from the depths of the valley, heading straight towards Wang Tang and the others for an attack. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang, who was calmly commanding the battle just now, suddenly turned pale. The overwhelming rain of fire kept coming down, and Wang Tang and his companions, who had exhausted the Holy Grail, had no ability to continue resisting, only able to watch helplessly as their health bars kept decreasing. With a tragic scream, the support with low health directly died, while Wang Tang and his other teammates didn't fare any better. Just lasting a few seconds longer, the rain blade deleted by the Firebird boss emptied the last of their health points, and the Firebird that killed the intruders was particularly excited. Descending, they gathered around the bodies of Wang Tang and the others who had not yet revived, their sharp mouths emitting continuous sharp cries, seemingly celebrating the recent victory. Right now, as your flash is released, the moment you summon the undead, you immediately rush towards the flock of firebirds. Bird creatures react quickly, so you must maximize your output distance in the shortest time. When the flock is about 20 meters away, you swiftly swing the scythe, projecting a phantom. The ordinary firebirds are instantly killed, while the flame bird hit by the scythe dies, a black light suddenly appearing on its head. Following that, an extraordinary black scythe, shining with a gleaming sharp blade like a corpse painting, was placed directly on its throat. -560, the Grim Reaper reaps, the frost slows down to 3. Suddenly ambushed, the firebird boss let out an extremely sharp scream. Just as he flapped his wings and took off, you activated Ghost Step and quickly moved ahead of him. The attack in the blink of an eye made the flame bird boss realize the terror of the human in front of him. Unable to counterattack, he flew directly into the sky with all his might. The death scythe in your hand struck him, -165 -165, adding 5 layers of frost deceleration in a mere instant. With double agility and increased speed after activating Ghost Step, even with the flame bird's aerial advantage, you outmatched it. Before you, it's as if it had drunk fake alcohol, moving slowly. Not to mention, you could anticipate its next move, predict the flight trajectory, and place the blade at the flame bird boss's throat, instantly depleting his final 50 health points. With a thud, the flame bird boss heavily crashed to the ground, devoid of any breath. You have slain the flame bird Iron Cavalier. You gain 200 experience, Fire Feather X3, obtain 1 feather skill scroll, Red Deer Holy Grail X5, Blue Deer Holy Grail X3, Red Moon BX 100. Just as the kill notification appeared, a regional message rang in the ears of all players in the 4396 seal area. Player Sherfan killed the flame bird Iron Cavalier in 4.78 seconds, becoming the first player to defeat an iron boss in the 4396 seal area. This event has been permanently recorded in the sealed area, rewarding 100 red moon coins, and increasing the body aspiration attribute by 54. As the regional announcement sounded, players in the entire sealed area of 4396 instantly became excited. Setting aside that boss for now, I read in the Red Moon Chronicles that dying 9 times will lead to true demise. Is that true? It seems like the mark on my hand has actually shrunk a bit. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel incredulous. In front of that boss, with his monarch-level talent, even with a few teammates, they were almost powerless. Yet, that Sherfang single-handedly defeated him. Subconsciously glancing at the red moon mark that had shrunk on his wrist, Wang Tang nonchalantly said, "It's not that mystical. If you think like that, you're also consuming your lifespan when playing PUBG. Come with me, let's go somewhere else and hunt some boars." After picking up the red and blue holy grail dropped by Wang Tang's group and putting it in your backpack, you hurried back to the town center. "Old man, this is the task you wanted about the flame bird. Thank you for completing today's commission. Here are your rewards: Stone Experience, Red Dew Holy Grail Attire, Red Moon Azure Attire." Hearing the prompt sound in your ear, you couldn't help but furrow your brow. "Adventurer, thank you for your help. These herbs are very useful to me. You completed my commission in such a short time. It's clear that you are very brave and have great potential. Would you be willing to help me again and collect 100 flame bird feathers?" The old man turned to look at you, his tone may be requesting, but his eyes were extremely empty and indifferent. Accepting the request from this withered old man, who then made a second request, actually put your mind at ease. Clearly, this is a chain task, and in such tasks, the final reward is often astonishing. But if this is a multi-stage chain task, will the next one involve collecting 200 points and 500 fire feathers? You squinted with the void pupil, looking at the old man leaning against the tree. The withered old man conceals information about his level, being an outcast from the God clan, his body on the verge of dispersal under the rules of the sealed land. As you looked at the hidden information of the withered old man, who is from the God clan, you couldn't help but be stunned. In this sealed land meant for transitioning newcomers, there is actually a member of the God clan. You immediately returned to Flame Valley to continue hunting firebirds. As expected, after each task submission, the required fire feathers doubled. By the 4th time, it unexpectedly required 10,000 fire feathers. Even if you swiftly kill firebirds with a single strike while searching everywhere, it would still take at least a day and a half, and that's without eating or drinking, just focusing on grinding. If it weren't for the space expanded tenfold and the hidden information seen with the void pupil, you wouldn't have wasted time on this monotonous and unprofitable task, and on tasks with no cost effectiveness. After accepting the task, you turned and left, heading back to Flame Valley. You resumed the tedious hunting process, with your current attributes allowing you to sweep through without even needing to use skills. After a day and a night passed, with a phantom slash, you swiftly killed the last dozens of firebirds in Flame Valley, and your level rose to 5. A sudden alert sounded in his ear, Player 10's level has risen to level 5, the ranking list of the 4396 Seal Land has been opened, and your level has topped the 4396 Seal Land ranking list. By killing monsters in the 4396 Seal Land, the experience, red moon coins, and reputation you gain are all increased by 20%. If your ranking drops or you leave the 4396 Seal Land, this effect will disappear. On the level ranking list, the top 10 players are mostly at level 2, with only 3 players reaching level 3. After closing the ranking list, you glanced at the empty Flame Valley and then exited the Red Moon game. It will take at least half a day to collect everything. After fighting continuously for over 30 hours, your tense spirit is somewhat fatigued. Log off first, drive the car back, and take a rest. Just return to the real world, you feel something is amiss. When you were waiting for the treasure chest to respawn in Kunlun Mountain before, a pile of fire ignited. And this pile of fire is still burning now. With more than half of the food in your backpack missing, you cautiously scan the surroundings. The car is undamaged, but there is now a row of footprints around it. Who goes there? Come out. After years of battles, Jiang Chen had developed a strong combat intuition. Brother, don't be impulsive. As the voice came from behind a rock, a figure emerged slowly. Fair-skinned, slender, dressed in a black coat, and wearing a sun hat, carrying 2 large bags on hands and back, giving the appearance of a traveler. Seeing the woman, Jiang Chen's vigilance did not diminish just because she was a woman. The world is unpredictable, and people's hearts are inscrutable. Jiang Chen could not easily trust others. I was traveling in Kunlun Mountain the day before yesterday and encountered the Red Moon event. When I came out after reaching level 2 inside, I found that the taxi apps were not working. Brother, is this your car? Can you give me a ride to the nearest city area? I'll pay you triple the fare, how about that? Or I can take you to level up in the Red Moon. You must have entered the Red Moon, right? I'm skilled. When the sealed land is connected, no one will dare to bully you. Just tell me, and I'll shield bash them to death. Such a bold woman was truly rare. However, Jiang Chen did not relax his guard. Picking up a military shovel to open the car door, Jiang Chen said in a low voice, "Sorry, it's not convenient." "Hey, brother, don't be like that. Don't be afraid, I'm a decent person. How will I get back if you leave me here?" After the Red Moon event, there are many aggressive wild wolves and snow leopards around here. I almost didn't make it out yesterday. I had to hide in the Red Moon last night, couldn't bear it anymore. If it were usual, I would have gone down the mountain long ago. If it's not possible, I'll give you a manifestation item from the Red Moon. Give me a ride, and drop me off in a more crowded city area. Hearing this, Jiang Chen hesitated slightly. A manifestation item? That was something that could directly manifest into the real world, far more valuable than ordinary equipment. How lucky must one be to obtain it? Could it be the lucky one who obtained the manifestation treasure chest on Kunlun Mountain in a past life, posted a video, and then disappeared? Without a word, Jiang Chen glanced at the woman, thinking that perhaps there was indeed such a possibility. This area was rarely visited, and if he didn't come, she might just take the treasure chest. Seeing Jiang Chen take a step forward, the hardy woman took out a simple light blue ring from her shoulder bag. This is an invisibility ring I found in a wilderness area. My profession is a heavy armored warrior, so it's not quite suitable for me. I was planning to exchange it for some powerful warrior equipment in the future, but if you're willing to give me a ride and help me out, this equipment will be yours. Manifestation items were extremely rare, especially an invisibility-type manifestation item, making its value even higher. And if he used his talent to add attributes to it, the actual effect would probably be enhanced by several levels. Anyway, with sealed glass windows in the car and being cautious, safety was not an issue. This trade was worth it. Get in the car. With Jiang Chen's agreement, the woman standing at the back of the car became excited, tossing the ring to Jiang Chen before putting her bags in the trunk. Brother, thank you so much. Vroom vroom. Jiang Chen drove the old range-extended car swiftly on the mountain road in Kunlun Mountain. Returning to the city area, there was enough gasoline in the car. Brother, I'm almost level 3 in the Red Moon. When the newbie town is connected, you can find me at 777 town. I'm Zhao Yanan, here's my contact information. How about we have a small barbecue together when we get to the city area? Watching Zhao Yanan chatter all the way, Jiang Chen, a grown man, seemed somewhat out of place. After a brief conversation, Jiang Chen got to know some basic information about Zhao Yanan. Zhao Yanan was the only daughter in her family, raised by her father who had high expectations of her as if she were a son. Therefore, her personality was completely at odds with her gender. After chatting incessantly for a while, Zhao Yanan ate some food and drank some water in the car, then closed her eyes to rest and gradually fell asleep. Time passed quickly along the way. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the red moon hung in the sky. Hey, something's not right. Why haven't we arrived yet? The road sign still shows over 200 kilometers to go. Zhao Yanan, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and frowned as she looked at the road sign under the moonlight. When she rolled down the car window to look outside, her expression changed drastically. What's going on? Why is there a lake here? And that mountain, I've been here so many times, how come I've never seen it before? Zhao Yanan was astonished. As a travel enthusiast, she had visited Kunlun Mountain many times but had never seen this lake and the distant mountain before. Stepping on the gas pedal, Zhang Chen calmly said, with the red moon descending, mountains and lakes suddenly appear. This is the earth expanding and changing under the influence of the red moon. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's explanation, Zhao Yanan picked up her phone and searched online. Soon, she found many posts on various apps. After the red moon descended, the whole world underwent changes. Not only did the terrain of Kunlun Mountain change abruptly, but many places around the world did as well. I shouldn't have gone far from home. God, please let us return safely. Zhao Yanan regretted a bit, unable to help but pray. In fact, Zhang Chen knew that after the red moon descended, not only did mountains and lakes undergo huge changes, but many creatures and plants also mutated. Beneath those abruptly rising mountains and lakes, many ferocious birds and beasts were still dormant. Zhang Chen was not surprised by the external changes. The extra gasoline in his car was prepared to deal with the expanding terrain. Quietly stepping on the gas pedal to accelerate, Zhang Chen no longer paid attention to Zhao Yanan's constant nagging in the back seat. It wasn't until late at night, with the car's fuel level only half full, that Zhang Chen finally drove into a familiar city. Finally, we've arrived. Zhao Yanan was overjoyed, her tense heart finally at ease. Bro, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might still be stuck on the mountain. Let's exchange WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal when we have time, and consider us friends from now on. Although it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, Zhao Yanan had already gone this far with her words. Naturally, Zhang Chen couldn't refuse. After exchanging WeChat, Zhang Chen bid farewell to Zhao Yanan. After driving for several tens of kilometers and parking the car in an underground garage, Zhang Chen returned home alone. After taking a shower and eating something, Zhang Chen took out the manifestation item Zhao Yanan had given him. The pale blue ring emitted a gentle light, and just holding it in his hand gave off an extraordinary aura. Shadow Ring contains the power of shadows, can enter stealth mode for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. A good effect, just a bit short on time. 5 seconds of invisibility seemed insufficient in the real world, but in the Red Moon game, it was a great asset. Putting on the ring, Zhang Chen immediately sensed the power within it. Suddenly, his body disappeared in an instant. 5 seconds later, as he looked at his body that suddenly reappeared in the mirror, Zhang Chen smiled with satisfaction. If only the invisibility lasted a bit longer, otherwise, I can't do anything in the real world. After casually browsing information from around the world on his phone, Zhang Chen calmed his mind and went to sleep directly. The next day, Zhang Chen woke up a little after 8 in the morning. After eating something hastily, Zhang Chen entered the Red Moon game directly. Space switched. Zhang Chen's body appeared in the Flame Valley where he had logged off before. Glancing at some players and firebirds in the distance, Zhang Chen then looked at the manifestation ring on his hand. Shadow Ring contains the power of shadows, can enter stealth mode for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute, can add attributes, 3. Glancing at his remaining perfect attribute points, Zhang Chen immediately released his talent power to add attributes to it. Rings, as special accessory equipment, have an extremely low frequency of replacement. Sometimes, they might not be changed for years. Therefore, adding attributes also needs to be done carefully. Perfect attribute points must be used. With the release of talent power, the pale blue ring's surface suddenly shone with 3 clusters of red, white, and black light of different colors. Attribute added successfully. Shadow Ring obtained perfect grade attributes, Tenacity, Spirit Wind. Shadow Ring obtained legendary grade attribute, Phantom. Attribute 1, Tenacity, restores 10% of maximum health per second while in stealth. Attribute 2, Spirit Wind, movement speed plus 100% while in stealth. Attribute 3, Phantom, consumes 50 mana per second during stealth, becomes visible automatically when mana is depleted or actively attacking, removes the stealth time and cooldown restrictions of the Shadow Ring. What's this? Infinite stealth with unlimited mana consumption? Seeing the attribute information added to the stealth ring, Zhang Chen's scalp tingled. He immediately glanced at his current mana value, 320 points. Consuming 50 mana per second while in stealth, he could currently stay invisible for a total of 6 seconds. And this was only the effect at level 5. As his level increased and his mana limit increased, the stealth time would further enhance. What's even more outrageous is that Jiang Chen could continuously drink the Blue Dew Holy Grail during stealth, continuously regenerating mana, and staying invisible. As long as the speed of drinking the potion kept up with the consumption rate of stealth, Jiang Chen could achieve a bug-like infinite stealth. TSK. A warrior who can stealth infinitely, how can assassin players survive? After chuckling contentedly, Jiang Chen then continued hunting firebirds. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. 9,980. 9,990. 10,000. Finally enough. Counting the densely packed fire feathers in his personal space, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After enduring torture for dozens of hours, he finally collected the remaining fire feathers. In the Red Moon game, players receive a certain bonus to experience when killing monsters above their level. However, when a player's level suppresses the level of the monsters, the experience gained will also decrease relatively. Although Jiang Chen's level suppressed the firebirds by a full 3 levels, the experience gain was extremely low. But with the accumulation of quantity, Jiang Chen still reached level 6. Looking at the ground littered with firebird corpses, Jiang Chen felt nauseous. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen activated the ghost step and dashed out of the flame valley, arriving at the withered tree in the center of the town at the fastest speed. "Old man, I have collected the 10,000 fire feathers you wanted." This time, Jiang Chen noticed that the almost skin and bones old man seemed to have something shaking deep in his eyes. As all 10,000 fire feathers were piled in front of the withered old man by Jiang Chen, a very annoying notification sounded in his ear. "You have completed the quest Lost Fire Feathers 4, rewarded with 10,000 experience, 30 Red Dew Holy Grails, 30 Blue Dew Holy Grails, 3,000 Red Moon Coins. Congratulations on completing all the tasks in the quest chain Lost Fire Feathers. Additional rewards, 10,000 experience, 5,000 Red Moon Coins, 5,000 reputation. Your level has increased to level 7, with a +5 increase in all 4 attributes and +5 in free attributes. You have gained the human race bonus, normal +5 in free attributes. You have obtained perfect attribute points +7. Just as a series of prompt sounds had just ended, an extremely hot aura instantly dispersed from the withered old man's body. The fire feathers piled on the ground, like seeds, ignited in an instant. The air was dyed crimson. The fire feathers moved without wind, slowly floating up and continuously swirling around the withered old man. Amidst the blazing fire, the withered old man leaning against the dry tree floated up from the ground. "Eternal fire, reignite the divine wings." With a low chant from the withered old man, those floating fire feathers in the air instantly transformed into a pair of radiant wings, merging directly into his body. In an instant, a majestic power scattered, causing the entire space to tremble faintly. The sudden change surprised Jiang Chen. Gazing through the flames, Jiang Chen could clearly see the withered old man's sparse white hair transforming into glistening black strands. Even his withered body was gradually becoming fuller and reshaped within the burning flames. Even the tattered clothes barely covering his body were replaced by a fiery robe. Amid Jiang Chen's astonishment, the figure enveloped in flames opened his eyes, locking his gaze firmly on Jiang Chen. "I never expected to be able to control this power again in my lifetime. Adventurer, thank you for helping me break free from the seal." Descending, the figure slowly approached Jiang Chen, sounding quite surprised. "I never held any hope for you to collect such a vast amount of fire feathers. In the sealed land, even if adventurers like you have the patience and perseverance, with your limited storage space, it would be impossible to contain them. Collecting 10,000 fire feathers is a task that adventurers at your stage would hardly be willing or able to complete. But I never expected that you would actually fulfill this task, and in such a short time. You have amazed me and left me unsure of how to thank you." Suddenly, the being covered in flames raised his right hand, and a blood-red crystal instantly flew out from his chest, floating directly in front of Jiang Chen. As he reached out to receive it, a warm and familiar sensation rushed into Jiang Chen's soul. Red Moon Shard contains the original power of the Red Moon. Merging all shards will grant immortal power. Introduction: once a part of the supreme power. Special original item: cannot add attributes until the Red Moon boundary is broken. Looking at the shard in his hand, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated. This is one of the sources of power in the Red Moon world. In his past life, Jiang Chen spent 2.5 years searching in the realm of the gods to find one. Unexpectedly, he obtained it here in this life. This shard was obtained by me while traveling the world in place of the gods. Although it contains extraordinary divine power, it holds no value for me now. My intuition tells me that your future is destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps you can uncover its secrets. Even the Red Moon Shard, sought after by deities, could be casually given to himself, which seemed a bit too generous. Looking at the figure before him, Jiang Chen then focused his gaze to gather information. Luo Jia, level? Race, human race, introduction, a strange being from the sealed land, seemingly possessing some divine power. Hidden information, once a wandering star god who roamed the world in place of the gods, his power was contaminated by an unknown entity, causing his divinity to dissipate. He was expelled from the divine race by the gods and exiled to the sealed land after his imprisoned power was corrupted. A wandering star god? That's a mid-level deity of the divine race. Even creatures like this can be polluted to the point of losing their divinity. How terrifying must that ominous thing be? Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, a rather gentle and indifferent voice quietly sounded in his ear. As you can see, I was indeed one of the gods. During my travels in the world, all living beings I encountered aspired to ascend to godhood, but at this moment, I would rather wash away all divinity forgotten by sentient beings, drifting half a lifetime as a member of the divine clan, yet deemed a heretic due to the curse beyond the red moon, labeled as a contaminator. Such divinity, I would rather rid myself of it. Well, adventurer, thank you for helping me break the seal. My power is still weak at the moment, and besides that fragment of the red moon, I am temporarily unable to repay you for your assistance. Although these powers and scrolls are insignificant, they are the last things I can offer you at the moment. Just as Luo Jia's voice fell, a series of system prompts kept ringing in Jiang Chen's ear. You have perfectly completed the quest chain Lost Firefeather, triggering the legendary unique event Fallen God. You have gained experience * 5000, reputation * 1000, red moon coins * 2000. You have received the blessing of the star god Luo Jia, movement speed plus 50%, magic attack plus 50, magic resistance plus 50, spirit plus 30, health plus 500, magic plus 500. You have received the gift from the star god Luo Jia, skill advancement scroll * 1. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel content. These attributes would need to be raised by at least 3 to 5 levels. In the world of the Red Moon, attribute enhancement is far more practical and difficult than leveling up. And at this moment, he obtained it so easily. This wave, a big win. Adventurer, a natural disaster is about to strike. If we meet again, I will surely give you a huge gift. Before the words could even fall, the figure in front of him disappeared in a twist of space. To encounter a star god here is truly incredible. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen put away the fragment in his hand. After standing still for a moment to regain his composure, Jiang Chen took out the scroll gifted by the star god and looked at its attributes. Skill advancement scroll after use, any skill below the gold tier can be advanced by 1 rank, and the scroll disappears after use. Can add attributes, 1 without any hesitation. Jiang Chen immediately used the perfect attribute point on the scroll in his hand to release the innate power. Attribute added successfully. Skill advancement scroll has obtained a perfect grade attribute, freeze. Attribute 1, freeze, advanced skill effect gains the freeze effect. Glancing casually at the scroll's attribute information, Jiang Chen selected the skill Phantom Slash and crushed the scroll directly. The next moment, the shattered scroll turned into a pure energy that surged straight into Jiang Chen's body. Your skill Phantom Slash, silver, has been advanced to a gold tier skill. As the prompt sound fell, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the advanced skill. Phantom Slash tier, gold effect, unleash a weapon phantom, striking a 3-meter area in front, dealing 320, plus 220% physical attack, physical damage. After the strike hits, the target will be inflicted with a cripple effect for 5 seconds and a freeze effect for 1 second. Cooldown, 8 seconds, magic cost, 80. Can add attributes, for after advancing to a gold tier skill, the initial range of Phantom Slash has increased 5-fold. And under the previous enlargement attribute, its length will reach up to 30 meters, a full 30 meters of distance. Now, Jiang Chen could sweep a large area with just 1 slash. But what Jiang Chen was most concerned about was that the skill advanced with the scroll had an additional 4 attribute slots. After adding the original 2 attributes, this new novice skill now has a total of 6 attributes. Just the initial 2 attributes alone have significantly boosted Jiang Chen's combat power. Adding 4 more attributes will make it even more formidable. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately selected Phantom Slash and used a perfect attribute point on it. Attribute addition successful. Phantom Slash obtains perfect grade attributes, Domineering, Subjugation, Swiftness, Bloodthirst. Attribute 1, Domineering, grants self 1. 5 seconds of invincibility during skill release. Attribute 2, Subjugation. Targets hit by the skill have a 50% chance to kneel in submission for 3 seconds. Attribute 3, Swiftness, self gains plus 35% movement speed after hitting a target with the skill. Attribute 4, Bloodthirst, 20% of the total damage dealt by the skill will be converted into self-healing. Looking at the new attributes gained by Phantom Slash, A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Chen's face involuntarily. With this advanced skill, he could be considered a perfect killing machine. 230-meter phantom attacks, coupled with freezing and slowing effects. Such effects were already terrifying enough. Now, with the added attributes of invincibility, speed boost, lifesteal, and a chance to make the opponent kneel in submission, who could withstand it? Sneak past, then sweep through directly. It's no exaggeration to say that with the 6 attributes bestowed upon Phantom Slash, its effects far surpass those of a king-rank skill. After the second job advancement, I wonder how many more attributes Phantom Slash can still acquire. After murmuring with great anticipation, Jiang Chen finally collected his thoughts. Just as he was about to head to the wilderness to level up, a notification suddenly rang throughout the entire 4396 Seal of the Land. Player Blackhead of the Turtle in the 999 Seal of the Land has reached level 5, allowing players to freely travel to and from this Seal of the Land via teleportation anchor points. With the sound of this notification, the players in the 4396 Seal of the Land were immediately stirred. Damn, the teleport anchor point is open, I need to activate it quickly. My brother is already level 3 in the neighboring village, now I can finally catch up. Even with this teleport point open, I still can't play. If I can't beat them, I can't beat them. Is there anyone to help me out? I'll repay the favor. How did these big shots level up? Why can't I still defeat the monsters? Except for Chicken Brother and Wild Rabbits, the monsters in the Seal of the Land are particularly strong. There's almost no chance of winning one-on-one at the same level. If you don't have any talent and want to level up alone, you better go find Chicken Brother. After the town notification fell, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little distracted. The 999 Seal of the Land was the novice town where Jiang Chen was in his previous life. Jiang Chen remembered that in that town, there was a hidden secret area that, besides hidden bosses, also contained items that could increase attributes. In his previous life, Jiang Chen only discovered it when he was about to leave the Seal of the Land at level 10. According to the player's current levels, no one should have been able to explore that area yet. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately activated his invisibility and headed towards the teleport anchor point. On the square to the east of the town, a huge statue stood tall. Jiang Chen remained invisible and walked up directly, reaching out to touch it. The next moment, a beam of light instantly emanated from the statue, enveloping Jiang Chen directly. You have activated the teleport anchor point of the 4396 Seal of the Land. You have gained 10 experience points. You can freely teleport to the connected Seal of the Land. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately opened the map of the teleport anchor points and selected the 999 Seal of the Land. Suddenly, in a flash of white light, Jiang Chen's body disappeared from its original position. Blurred vision, spatial transition. Jiang Chen slowly appeared in a picturesque town surrounded by mountains in clear waters. You have arrived at the 999 Seal of the Land. In the game of Red Moon, the environment of each newbie town is different. Some are desolate, some are magnificent, some are full of technology, and some are magical. Although the environmental styles and mission contents vary, the strength of the monsters and the difficulty of leveling up are more or less the same. Newbie Town 999, Jiang Chen was too familiar with it. Ignoring the crowd around him, Jiang Chen drank a bottle of Blue Dew Holy Grail and stealthily headed towards a corner of the town. After receiving the power gift from the Star God, Jiang Chen's magic points had soared to 1250. He could maintain invisibility for a full 25 seconds. Although continuous invisibility would consume magic, Jiang Chen had collected so many Firebirds, coupled with the rewards from missions, he now had over 200 bottles of Blue Dew Holy Grail on him. With the addition of attributes, one bottle was equivalent to 3. These resources that would be eliminated once leaving the newbie village were not to be wasted. Avoiding the players in the town, Jiang Chen swiftly passed by 2 drunkards and strode into the wooden house behind them. Upon entering the room, a somewhat pungent smell hit him. Jiang Chen covered his nose, waved away the smell, and then looked up at the ceiling beam. On the beam over 3 meters high, a very inconspicuous wooden corner of a chest was exposed. That was a corner of the silver chest. It hasn't been taken yet. This chest was different from the adventures in the wilderness. Players couldn't just walk in through the front door and take it. If they alerted the drunk brothers at the door, the player would definitely be beaten up. In the world of Red Moon, these indigenous people were mostly protected by the power of the Red Moon, their health bars hidden and invisible. In other words, players could only be beaten up and couldn't fight back. Of course, with the restrictions of the Red Moon, as long as players didn't provoke them, they wouldn't randomly beat up players. In his past life, Jiang Chen had helped those 2 drunkards by buying them a lot of alcohol and meat, cleaning their room, and finally giving them a lot of Red Moon coins to obtain this chest through extremely high favorability. This time, it wouldn't be so cumbersome. With an agility attribute of 53 points, Jiang Chen leaped directly onto the beam without hesitation. Without hesitation, he directly stashed the dusty chest into his backpack. Got it! Retreat! After drinking a bottle of Blue Dew Holy Grail, Jiang Chen simply teleported out of the cabin. Quickly reaching a corner with no one around, Jiang Chen took out the chest he had just stolen. Silver chest effect: upon opening, you will randomly receive one silver grade item. Introduction: a private chest hidden by the town resident Li Lu. Can add attributes. 3. Looking at the attribute slots on the chest, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. As a limited resource, the silver chest was definitely worth consuming perfect attribute points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately and skillfully added attributes to it. The next moment, 3 different colored lights completely covered the wooden chest. Attribute addition successful. Silver chest obtained perfect grade attributes: Thunder, Thunder, Skill Scroll. Attribute 1, Thunder. Items obtained after opening the chest are guaranteed to contain thunder elements. Attribute 2. Attribute 3, Skill Scroll. Items obtained after opening the chest are guaranteed to be silver grade skill scrolls. At the moment of successful attribute addition, Jiang Chen directly lifted the lid of the chest. Instantly, amidst a purple light flicker, a notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's ears. You have opened the silver chest, Thunder. You obtained Skill Scroll, Electric Blade. As the notification sound faded, Jiang Chen hurriedly looked at the purple scroll in his hand. Skill Scroll, Electric Blade. Usage: master the skill Electric Blade after use, without any job restrictions. Looking at the skill scroll shimmering with purple lightning in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a pleased expression. Skill scrolls in the Red Moon world are extremely rare, with drop rates so low that it makes one doubt life itself. It can be said without exaggeration. The skill scroll in Jiang Chen's hand, usable by any profession, is valued enough to rival top-tier golden equipment, even King Xian's equipment. By the late game in the virtual world, it would be worth at least millions, and once the attributes are added, its value increases even more. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen proceeded to add perfect attributes to the skill scroll in his hand. Attribute addition successful. Skill Scroll, Electric Blade, obtained perfect attributes: Heal, Heal, Heal. Attribute 1, Heal. Electric Blade possesses healing effects. Attribute 2. Attribute 3. Under the pseudo-random attribute addition mechanism, these 3 rare attributes added all had the exact same healing effect. Feeling the remarkable aura emanating from the scroll, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly crushed it. In the next moment, the shattered scroll transformed into a surge of purple energy that flowed straight into Jiang Chen's body. You have used Skill Scroll, Electric Blade. You have mastered the Silver Tier skill, Electric Blade. Electric Blade Tier, Silver Effect. Movement and attacks will automatically charge, and the first attack after charging will deal 150, plus 110% magic attack, magic damage to 6 targets, converting 30% of the damage into self-health. Passive effect, cannot be turned off. Attribute addition successful. Electric Blade obtained perfect level attributes: Thunderfield, Devour Magic, Devour Magic. Attribute 1, Thunderfield, Electric Blade effect targets 4 additional targets. Attribute 2, Devour Magic, extracts 50 magic points from the target after electric shock. Attribute 3. The addition of 3 attributes increased the Electric Blade's attack targets to a total of 10. Most importantly, adding 2 mana recovery attributes. With 2 identical attributes stacked, Electric Blade can extract 100 magic points from a single target when hit. With 10 targets, it can extract a whopping 1000 points. In other words, with one strike, Jiang Chen can almost instantly replenish his mana. Most importantly, the skill has no restrictions. In other words, as long as Jiang Chen moves or attacks fast enough, he can directly drain all of the opponent's magic. Such an effect would probably drive mages crazy. Once manifested in the real world, few can withstand the effects of this Electric Blade. After murmuring with anticipation, Jiang Chen finally left the small town and headed towards the location of the secret realm in his memory. It was located at the end of the Death Forest, at the southernmost part of Newbie Town 999. Maintaining his stealth status, Jiang Chen continued to shuttle through the forest. 20 minutes later, just as Jiang Chen had entered the central area of the Death Forest, snowflakes suddenly fell on his nose. Ha! Is it snowing? Stopping in his tracks, Jiang Chen suddenly looked up. Crystal clear snowflakes fluttered down and landed on his body. Somehow, snow had started falling from the sky. Crack! Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, a crisp sound of spatial rupture echoed from afar. At the same time, a massive frost barrier descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire area. You have entered the frost barrier activated by Ice Pattern General. The barrier can only be lifted by the General of Frost Patterns voluntarily or by defeating the General. Is this the boss's skill barrier? Jiang Chen was astonished. Jiang Chen focused his mind, carefully sensing his surroundings. With the release of his heightened senses, Jiang Chen distinctly felt a large creature engaged in battle to his left. Stealthily approaching, a creature with a human body and a pig's head, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, and sporting huge tusks came into Jiang Chen's view. General of Frost Patterns level, for rank, Bronze Life, 9500, Physical Attack, 280, Magic Attack, 140, Armor, 240, Magic Resistance, 180. Skills, Frost Barrier, Blizzard, Ice Piercing, Frost Patterns Triple Slash. Introduction, a wild boar man exiled to the sealed land by the orc tribe, carrying a pure strain of orc blood. The information from the void pupil shook Jiang Chen's spirit. A bronze boss, and a bronze boss of ice elements. Not only did it have extremely high health and resistances, but its skills also covered a large area without AoE effects. With such attributes, given the current strength of players, soloing it was basically impossible. Even in a team, without a large number of players or strong talents and coordinated teamwork, the difficulty remained extremely high. Maintaining his stealth status, Jiang Chen scanned the vicinity with his eyes. Not far away, a team was struggling hard against the boss. And in the bushes 200 to 300 meters away from Jiang Chen, several players were gathered in a circle. A female assassin with delicate features and a graceful figure was quietly discussing tactics. Judging from the situation, they seemed to be preparing to sneak in and take over the boss. Glancing at the boss whose health was barely decreasing, Jiang Chen decided to hide in a bush not covered by ice and snow. Since he couldn't leave this barrier for the time being, he might as well wait for an opportunity to reap some benefits. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly saw the female assassin leading the group in the bushes walking towards him. As she walked, she held her abdomen and her face turned crimson. "You found me? That's not possible." No. This is. Don't come any closer." As the female assassin approached with heavy steps and a pained expression, Jiang Chen immediately sensed that something was amiss. Although Red Moon game was digitized, the players entering it did not use any devices or equipment. Their bodies directly entered this world. Therefore, even in the Red Moon game, people still had bodily needs. However, Jiang Chen did not move. Being invisible didn't mean being absent. Any movement would make a sound, and within this ice-covered barrier, making noise would practically mean exposure. Apart from these two teams of players, there were quite a few hidden players lurking in the shadows within this barrier. Recklessly revealing himself would likely have a significant impact on his harvesting plans. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a while, the female assassin left with a relaxed expression and returned to the bushes. Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He also discovered a little secret. Boom! After the first team of players fought the General of Frost Patterns for 4 minutes, a dull shattering sound suddenly rang out. The next moment, the fine snow in the air instantly turned into a freezing blizzard. And those players who were still struggling to deal with the General of Frost Patterns were instantly killed under this blizzard. Charge! Seeing this scene, the female assassin hiding in the bushes immediately shouted. Hearing this, the other players in the grass rushed towards the General of Frost Patterns whose skills were still on cooldown. This team consisted of 5 people, including the assassin leader, a shield bearer, an archer, an elemental mage, and a priest standing in the back row. The shield bearer stepped forward to hold the line. Switch when you have control. Priest, watch your mana, be ready to drink mana potion at any time. Mages and archers, increase your output speed, watch out for the boss's skill bombardment. This average level 3 team, under the orderly command of the female assassin, they steadily withstood the attacks of General Frostweave, steadily wearing down its health. -98. Holy damage, -98. Holy damage. What surprised Jiang Chen was that every stealth attack by the female assassin came with a golden damage. And after a long bombardment by the 5 players, General Frostweave, wielding a giant axe, finally dropped the axe and knelt straight to the ground. Feifei, your talent is amazing. Holy damage, hitting the boss above your level so accurately. The female archer patted the mud on her chest, admiringly said to the female assassin with the game nickname Yushua Feifei. It's all thanks to everyone's good cooperation. Yushua Feifei sheathed her dagger and immediately began to check the boss's status. Hey, something's not right. Why hasn't the boss dropped any equipment yet? With Feifei's surprise, the whole ground suddenly began to tremble. The surrounding barrier not only did not disappear but instead, in the blink of an eye, was covered with a layer of sparkling black ice. And the blue runes entwined around General Frostweave's body, as if stimulated, instantly burst into ice crystals. In a dazzling flash of light, the emptied health bar of General Frostweave began to rapidly regenerate at an astonishing speed, filling up completely in the blink of an eye. It even exceeded the original limit. Not only that, its already huge body size continued to increase within the enveloping light. In less than half a minute, it grew to nearly 10 meters in height. A true giant. Under such a huge body size, the players' bodies seemed as small as ants. Seeing this scene, the players who were planning to divide the loot couldn't help but raise their heads in disbelief to look up at the boss. At this moment, a single thought flashed through all of their minds: the boss has evolved. On the other side of the frost barrier, a slender archer player was staring intently at the mutated General Frostweave. Big Brother Turtle. A mage player stepped out from behind him, coldly glanced at the players near General Frostweave, and said, "The boss belongs to our Lytion. These people are too troublesome, should we drive them away?" Lytion Guild. Established by the capital of Kyoto and the Red Moon nicknamed Blackhead of the Turtle. After the Red Moon descended, the capitalists also sensed the business opportunities within, quickly gathering skilled players to enter the Red Moon and expand their influence. What's the rush? Although the boss is in a weakened state after evolving and unable to move for a while, its health is too thick. Without understanding the boss's bottom line, our Lytion will suffer considerable casualties if we rush in like this. Let these people grind down the boss's health first, and see if the boss has any special hidden skills. Blackhead of the Turtle held his crimson longbow in his hand, a smile of control appearing on his lips. Upon hearing their leader's plan, the players burst into laughter. Excellent, these solo players trying to steal the boss from us, they really don't know the meaning of death. With their ragtag group, they dare to compete with our Lytion? Being able to take the lead for us is already their honor. Ignoring the flattery of his subordinates, Blackhead of the Turtle gazed at General Frostweave in the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of fanaticism. After reaching level 5, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult. I hope this boss can drop me an exquisite scroll. If that happens, maybe I can surpass the Tenfang guy and be the first to reach level 10. In the central area of the barrier. Upon seeing the boss's mutation, Yukshu was first surprised, then showed a pleased expression. Monsters activate their bloodline power at critical moments of life and death, evolving to a stronger level. This is almost an impossible encounter. The loot dropped by the evolved boss is absolutely luxurious. This wave is a gift from nature. After glancing at the boss's information, Yukshu didn't waste time and summoned a black dagger directly towards the boss. Everyone attack except the healer. The boss has a weakness period of nearly 5 minutes. Seize this opportunity and defeat it. Encouraged by Yukshu, the 3 players other than the healer immediately attacked the boss fervently. In the Red Moon world, like in some real-life games, whoever lands the fatal blow on a wild monster can gain the monster's buff and loot. The difference is that in a team, regardless of who lands the final blow, all teammates share the experience points. 4 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the boss's health dropped by half, within the barrier, a loud voice rang out. The boss with greatly reduced resistances is standing still for you to attack. It's been so long, and not even half of its health is gone. You have the chance, but you're useless. Step aside and let us, Liang, finish this. The voice echoed. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. It's your boss? Does it answer to you when you call it? With those words, Wugue de Haida drew his bow and shot. Crack! -102. -102. -204. Critical hit. 3 consecutive shots suddenly hit the healer standing in the back row, instantly depleting her already incomplete health bar. In team battles, take out the healer first. Once the priest is eliminated, these players cannot recover health and can only face defeat. Yukshu didn't expect the sudden attack from the other side. After a brief thought, she quickly drank a few bottles of red and blue potions, then activated invisibility, holding her dagger and charging towards the Lion Guild group. Don't let these guys have the boss. They are not many in number. Let's take out the archer first, don't mind the others. The players from both sides, who were ready to fight, were stunned by the almost fully evolved boss. It was somewhat puzzled. How come these enemies started fighting each other? In the bushes. Watching the boss about to exit its weakness period, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. These guys, he originally wanted them to deplete the boss's health a bit more, scout ahead to see if the boss had any special abilities, and then deliver a fatal blow when the time was right. He didn't expect each one of them to be so impatient, starting to fight for the loot that wasn't even in their hands yet when the boss still had a lot of health left. If they wait for the boss to fully evolve, won't they all be defeated? Forget it, I'll do it myself. This evolving boss, Jiang Chen was determined to get it. Encountering an evolving boss while it's in a weak state is a rare opportunity. If he gives up now, who knows how long he'll have to wait for the next time to encounter a weak and mutated boss. Opportunity knocks but once. Zhang Chun understood this principle well. The heavens have given you a chance, but if you're not up to it, then your luck in this lifetime is pretty much used up. Even if you have exceptional talent, it's probably hard to make any waves. Summon the Scythe of Death. Zhang Chenji glanced at the boss's information. General Ice Pattern, Level 4, Rank, Silver, Life, 15520/26000, Physical Attack, 490, Magic Attack, 320, Armor, 30, Magic Resistance, 10. Skills, Frost Barrier, Blizzard, Ice Piercing, Frost Triple Slash. Introduction, a wild boar with activated orc bloodline, possessing remarkable ice powers. Hidden information, evolution is not complete at the moment, currently in a weakened state, unable to move during weakness, armor and magic resistance greatly reduced. Looking at the weakening time ticking on the boss's head, Zhang Chen no longer hesitated. He flashed forward and directly released a phantom slash. -1134. Disabled, Frozen, Frost Slow, -617. Electric Blade, -1134. Disabled, Frozen, Frost Slow. Since the boss has ice powers, the slow and freeze effects didn't have much impact. However, fortunately, the boss still had nearly 10 seconds of weakness. The swift attack caught the attention of two groups of players in an instant. Zhang Chen had been in stealth mode before, so no player had noticed his trace. But now, the skillful movement and the terrifying damage numbers floating above the boss's head caused everyone to gasp in amazement. The players in the midst of battle involuntarily backed away, halting their actions. That person. This is the territory of my Fiery Sun Guild, back off immediately. After a brief moment of distraction, a player not too far from Zhang Chen leaped to his left, boldly and coldly ordering him. Standing in front of General Ice Pattern, Zhang Chen didn't even glance at that player. With a backhand attack, a huge scythe directly cut into the player's throat. Electric Blade triggered. The chain lightning struck 10 players, instantly depleting their remaining health points. -617. Electric Blade, -617. Electric Blade. With just a backhand strike, he directly electrocuted 10 players. And in Zhang Chen's ears, a series of system notifications rang out. You killed player Fiery Sun Leg Brother. You killed player Awesome Slippy. You killed player Milky Snow. You killed player Rainy Snow. Ignoring the remaining few lucky players, after briefly pausing his gaze on General Ice Pattern, Zhang Chen immediately activated Ghost Step and rushed at the weakened General Ice Pattern at full speed. Running up to the boss's leg, Zhang Chen swung his scythe in a frenzy. -370, -370, -370, -370, -617. Electric Blade, empowered by the divine power, each of Zhang Chen's strikes dealt absolute real damage. 4 consecutive strikes, combined with the passive effect of Electric Blade, directly inflicted over 2,000 points of damage. Crack! Just as Zhang Chen swung his 5th strike, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A huge shadow of the Grim Reaper's scythe suddenly appeared, exuding a chilling death aura that spread in all directions. Hiss! The scythe of the Grim Reaper descended, directly cutting into the neck of General Ice Pattern. -4,215. Reaping of the Grim Reaper. Under the terrifying blow of 40% of the current life points, General Ice Pattern was slashed as if its major artery was cut, and its health bar instantly dropped below half. Glancing at the countdown on General Ice Pattern's head, Zhang Chen once again wielded his scythe at the fastest speed. -370, -370. After continuous 4 to 5 seconds of slashing, Zhang Chen leaped down directly from the Ice Pattern General. He turned around. A phantom slash was released. 2 huge scythe phantoms swept across the Ice Pattern General. -1134. Crippled, Frozen, Frost Slowed, -617. Electric Blade, -1134. Crippled, Frozen, Frost Slowed. 3 terrifying damage numbers floated above the head of the Ice Pattern General. In an instant, it cleared its remaining health points. Boom! The 10-meter-tall boss fell to the ground with a thud, creating a large pit in the ground. You have slain the Ice Pattern General, Silver. You have gained 3,200 experience points. You have gained Frost Barrier *1, Blizzard *1. You have gained Red Moon Coins *290, Red Dew Chalice *12, Blue Dew Chalice *15. You have gained Frost Armor, Silver. You have gained Lineage *4. As the Ice Pattern General fell completely, the entire Frost Barrier dissipated instantly. The players standing around the Ice Pattern General all had their mouths wide open, eyes widened in horror. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. In the deathly silence, gasps could be heard clearly. As the remaining frosty air filled their chests, those players who were not selected by the Electric Blade even heard the trembling of their own hearts. Among them, the player with the strongest attack power, Big Brother Turtle, only managed to deal barely 300 to 400 damage after activating the triple shot skill. And this person, with just one skill, dealt 2,000 to 3,000. Moreover, there was even a strike that dealt over 4,000 damage. In less than 10 seconds, the damage exceeded 10,000. This scene made them unable to believe their eyes at all. Just as several players were dumbfounded, a prompt suddenly sounded throughout the battlefield. Player 10 Directions has slain the Ice Pattern General, Silver, in 9.6 seconds, becoming the first player in the Sealed Land to kill a Silver boss. This event has been permanently recorded in the Sealed Land, and Player 10 Directions receives the Silver boss first kill reward, Red Moon Coins *200, Prestige *100, for attribute points *2. In the Red Moon world, the first kill of Black Iron and Bronze bosses would only be announced in the player's town or main city. For bosses from Silver to Gold level, the announcement would echo throughout the entire battlefield. As for bosses from King Profound to Sovereign level, it would resonate across the racial camps. And for bosses from Emperor to Mythical level, there were no restrictions on the first kill. As long as they were killed, not only would it be recorded in the Red Moon Chronicles, but it would also spread throughout the entire galaxy. After 3 consecutive battlefield announcements, the players in Huaxia instantly boiled with excitement. And the last 5 players lucky enough to be near the Icefang General's corpse stood there as if they had lost their souls. Damn! Is he 10 Directions? The guy ranked first on the Sealed Land level ranking board is number 4396? No wonder it's so outrageous, dealing over 4,000 damage with one strike. Is that the power bestowed upon him by that divine grade item? The 5 players looked at each other in shock, their faces filled with horror. Even Blackhead of the Turtle, who had been confident before, had a look of astonishment. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The Red Moon had only been open for a few days, and even he, a player who had activated the level ranking board, could only deal 400 damage with his strongest triple shot. And this 10 Directions, with a casual strike, dealt a whopping 370 points of damage. He couldn't believe it. How could anyone have such terrifying attack power? What shocked him even more was that 10 Directions' casual strike directly dealt over 4,000 damage. Is this still a human? As General Frostmark fell completely, 2 scrolls and a silver-white armor scattered from its body, floating straight beside Jiang Chen. Silver-grade skill scrolls. Silver-grade armor. At this stage, even bronze equipment is hard to come by. Silver equipment is something not even the big shots necessarily possess. Each of them witnessed silver equipment for the first time, still reeling from the shocking scene earlier, but now their eyes were filled with deep desire and greed. Brother Turtle, silver equipment. Silver equipment dropped. And 2 whole skill scrolls. A player from the Radiant Sun Guild trembled as he spoke. Shut up, I'm not blind. Turtle's black head gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he stared fixedly at the 2 frosty scrolls, a glint of greed unconsciously shining in his gaze. A player nicknamed Radiant Sunway Brother, or Rogue, swallowed hard and turned to Turtle, saying, Brother Turtle, this guy killed 5 of our brothers, we can't let him just walk away like this. Exactly, this guy doesn't even respect our Radiant Sun Guild. Ignoring the clamor of his comrades, Turtle's black head coldly said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Seeing this, several players who were just strategizing a moment ago trembled in fear, sweat pouring down their bodies, not daring to speak. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the greedy and fearful gazes of these players, completely ignoring their existence as he calmly collected the floating items around him into his personal space. At that moment, Turtle's black head slowly approached Jiang Chen. 10 Directions, why did you attack members of our Radiant Sun Guild? Although Turtle's black head deeply feared the damage Jiang Chen inflicted, as the guild leader, he couldn't stay silent after one of his men was killed. Jiang Chen took a step forward, his expression unchanged. Those who deserve to die will find their end. If you kill, you will be killed. As his words fell, the air grew tense. As a young master of the real world, a figure on the level ranking board of the Red Moon, Turtle's black head had never been so disregarded. You stole my boss, killed people, and now act so self-righteous. Do you really think the Radiant Sun Guild is easy to mess with? Turtle's black head scowled, speaking sternly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused his steps. He turned around and casually said, The boss is yours? Then I'll give it back to you, no need for all this fuss. Ha! Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Turtle's black head was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen backed down so easily, even before he revealed the mastermind behind the Radiant Sun Guild. But it made sense. No matter how strong an ordinary person was, they were just a nobody. In a real fight, how could one person be a match for generations? Despite losing a few henchmen in this wave, gaining the boss's loot was still a win. 10 directions, you've caused quite a stir in a short time. I actually admire you. If you join us at Radiant Sun, I'll prepare a seat for you. Glancing at the figure in front of him, Jiang Chen said coldly, your words are not convincing as a surrender, and as a recruitment offer, it's a mess. No need for a seat, boss, you take it. As his words fell, a huge black light enveloped the fallen General Frostmark on the ground. In the next moment, a massive soul body stood up from General Frostmark's body, causing the entire area to tremble instantly. Suddenly, a vast mountain-like pressure bore down on Turtle. The fully evolved General Frostmark was a genuine silver-grade entity. Although only a soul body, its power remained undiminished. With such attributes combined with its massive size, it was enough to crush a newcomer team of nearly 100 people. Looking at the general with ice patterns all over his body, Black Head of the Turtle was instantly shaken to the core. With a flash, Jiang Chen leaped to the top of the general with ice patterns, looking down at the turtle below and slowly said, boss is giving you to me, take it. As the words fell, the general with ice patterns directly lifted his huge foot and stepped on the still unresponsive Black Head of the Turtle. Unable to dodge, an extremely tragic scream rang out, and Black Head of the Turtle and 3 other players were instantly crushed to death by the souls extracted by the soul driving. Seeing this scene, the only player left in the field, nicknamed Mighty Brother Sun, was so frightened that he ran to the left rear without his life. Bang! An ice spike protruding from the ground blocked his path, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Looking at the massive boar-like soul in front of him, Mighty Brother Sun was instantly scared stiff. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, trembling, and wailing, brother, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I've died 7 times, please don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have on me. Brother, please, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Looking at this ruthless person who had died 7 times, Jiang Chen calmly said, it's okay, I forgive you, be more careful in your next life. A huge ice crystal pierced into Mighty Brother Sun's body, eliciting a pig-like scream. After collecting the items dropped by the players, Jiang Chen took out a map, glanced at it, and then collected the general with ice patterns and the players' souls into the realm of the undead. Although these guys' souls only existed for 5 minutes and were of low level, they could at least take some damage at critical moments. Make the most of every talent and resource. Available resources should not be wasted. After walking a distance in the opposite direction, Jiang Chen directly activated invisibility and dashed towards the secret realm in his memory. Respawn point of Newbie Town 999. Over a dozen players were lying flat inside the respawn array. Strangely, even though the light of the respawn array had completely repaired their shattered bodies and empty health bars, they remained motionless with their eyes closed. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? It's not the time for a nap here. You guys lying here might be comfortable, but how can I get back in the game? The efficiency of the Red-Blue Holy Grail is low and hard to drop. I finally managed to kill enough monsters to return to the village to complete the task, and just as I was about to come back to replenish my status, you guys just blocked me here. Get up quickly, find another place to sleep, don't occupy the space here. Lying flat here won't take you back to the real world. What are you doing in the Red Moon? Are you all pretending not to hear me? If you don't move away, don't blame me for hitting you with a shield. In front of the respawn array, a female player holding a bronze shield, with the game nickname Autumn Wind Nan, kept talking to the turtle and others lying in the respawn array. This player was Zhao Yanan, a heavy armored warrior who had opened the level leaderboard of Town 777. With her special talent, she entered Town 999 after opening the level leaderboard. Just back from the wilderness to replenish her status, she unexpectedly witnessed this scene. She talked endlessly, but the players in the respawn array remained indifferent. She couldn't understand it at all. In such a wide area of the newbie town, how could someone be sleeping in the teleportation array? Clearly, their health bars were full, but they insisted on lying in the respawn array without moving, not even budging. Wasn't this disgusting? And as she continued her reprimand, the surrounding players slowly approached. What kind of person treats the resurrection array as their own private property? Planning to charge for revival now? Hurry up and move, if you don't leave, I'll step on you. Damn, isn't that the turtle from our small town's leaderboard? Yesterday they were trying to recruit me into their Fiery Sun Guild. Something doesn't seem right. Normally, with such a commotion, they wouldn't just sit idly by. Could they be dead? Doesn't the information from the Crimson Moon state that after dying 9 times, one will be permanently gone? What could be wrong? Their status bars are full, and they are inside the resurrection array. Even if they were dead, they should have revived by now. These people are definitely up to something. After dying 9 times, players' bodies should directly exit the Crimson Moon in the state of death. I've seen Eagle Sauce's real-life experiment on Tet. it's nothing like what these guys are doing. Players chattered incessantly. However, Turtle's black head and the others showed no reaction at all. In everyone's understanding, even the extremely rare necromancers mentioned in the Crimson Moon's public information only control the resurrected bodies. There is no concept of bodies and souls being separated. Moreover, the resurrection array involves the highest level of power in the Crimson Moon. Even if a necromancer could control dead players, they couldn't control the living beings inside the resurrection array. Therefore, in the eyes of the onlookers, the person lying in the resurrection array couldn't possibly be dead. Seeing that no one was reacting, Zhao Yanan walked up directly. I don't care if you're a turtle or not, you can't block the way here. If you don't move, I'll help you move. With those words, Zhao Yanan directly pulled Turtle's black head and a few other players out of the resurrection array. After once again looking down on these players lying flat, Zhao Yanan strode into the resurrection array, fully replenished his status, and then headed satisfactorily towards the wilderness. 5 minutes later, the time controlled by the souls of the undead ended. The souls of several players from the Fiery Sun Guild also returned to the resurrection array. Recalling the moment of death, Turtle's black head still felt lingering fear. Just as he was about to leave the resurrection array to retrieve the dropped experience in the forest, a series of alert sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Resurrection anomaly, your body and soul cannot synchronize. Your body has been forcibly erased. Your level has decreased by 1. Within 3 minutes, you can return to the death point to retrieve the dropped experience. Your body has been transported to the resurrection array. Body data restoration complete. You have been resurrected. The alert sounds in his ears made Turtle's black head shudder. Damn! Can one still die in the resurrection array? Losing the experience from the first death point after dying twice. In other words, this death caused a level drop. How can one continue like this? Death Forest, South. After nearly 10 minutes of galloping, Zhangchen finally arrived at the end of the forest. The 999th newbie town was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Only this forest at the end exuded a sense of death, desolation prevailing. Glancing around with the void pupil, Zhangchen could clearly see that the vegetation here had been tainted with an abnormal dark gray color. The animals moving through the forest emitted an extremely gloomy and violent aura. Gathering his focus, Zhangchen walked forward. The secret realm discovered in his previous life was most likely at the end of this area. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding light dimmed instantly. Without the void pupil, Zhangchen probably wouldn't be able to see his surroundings clearly. Although he could see many animals and monsters moving around the forest before, now it was eerily silent all around. A forest that stretches as far as the eye can see, yet devoid of any insect chirps or bird calls. Not even a whisper of wind. The eerie silence was unsettling. However, with heightened senses, Zhangchen could faintly smell a hint of blood in the air. Suddenly, a strange and alluring moan came from up ahead. Following the sound, Zhangchen's gaze locked onto a giant tree to the right. Though far away, he could still make out a woman in a white dress stuck in the tree hollow. At this moment, her upper body was wedged in the hollow, legs dangling behind, lifeless or alive, it was hard to tell. Watching this scene, Zhangchen felt a sense of déjà vu, yet couldn't pinpoint where he had seen it before. Summoning the Scythe of Death, Zhangchen remained unfazed and continued towards the end of the forest. Within 100 meters, a stronger scent of blood filled the air. Suddenly, the giant trees on both sides began to shake. In the next moment, trees towering over 20 meters seemed to come to life, uprooting themselves and wielding branches to lash out at Zhangchen. With a slight movement of his wrist, Zhangchen casually glanced at the information of these monsters. Treefolk, level 7, rank, common, life, 2200, physical attack, 180, magic attack, 90, armor, 200, magic resistance, 260. Skills, Rampage, Thornstrike, Introduction, Treefolk mutated by the influence of death. Seeing the approaching thorns, Zhangchen couldn't help but smile. For other players at this stage, facing such a number of level 7 treefolk would be a near-fatal disaster. But for Zhangchen, they were experience points waiting to be claimed. Disdainfully eyeing the treefolk's positions, Zhangchen leaped forward, sweeping his scythe in a wide arc. Instantly, 2 30-meter scythe phantoms erupted. The massive blades struck the treefolk, horrifying damage numbers floating above their heads. Minus 1156. Crippling, freezing, frost slow, minus 1156. Crippling, freezing, frost slow asterisk 2. With Zhangchen's current attributes, a phantom strike like this would overwhelm almost any ordinary monster. You have slain a treefolk, common. You have slain a treefolk, common. You gained 70 experience. You gained 70 experience. You gained 9 blue dew chalices. Just as Jiang Chen stored the floating blue dew chalices in his backpack, a fierce gust of wind suddenly howled through the forest. Raising his eyes to survey the surroundings, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In his sight, countless giant trees, flowers, and bushes were sprouting up. The dense branches and trunks intertwined and merged. No wonder the end of the Death Forest was so eerie. It turned out, there were no forests here at all. All these plants and trees were monstrous beasts. Hiss! The constantly animating plants didn't immediately rush towards Jiang Chen. Instead, they quickly entwined together. After a few breaths, these densely packed plants and trees fused into a 20-meter-tall giant treefolk. Unlike the previous common treefolk, this one was even larger. Its branches were neatly arranged, forming sturdy limbs. On its textured head, two huge eyes emitted a green light, firmly fixed on Jiang Chen's body. Lord of the Trance level, 7 rank, bronze life, 18,000, physical attack, 320, magic attack, 780, armor, 965, magic resistance, 1125. Skills, Thorn Barrage, Venomous Wooden Hammer, Traiant Summoning, Ironwood Prison Introduction, the leader of the Traiant tribe. The information from the Void Pupil made Jiang Chen's expression slightly tense. This creature, even larger than the Icemark General, turned out to be a level 7 bronze boss. Its attributes were nearly 10 times higher than those of the ordinary Traiants encountered before. Facing the Traiant boss glaring ferociously at him, Jiang Chen directly summoned the still lingering Icemark General from the undead space. Since you've come to me, I'll gladly take your experience. After a cold chuckle, Jiang Chen leaped onto the Icemark General's head and then activated Ghost Step, directing the Icemark General to attack the Traiant boss. Although the Icemark General was smaller and 3 levels lower than the Traiant boss, it was a solid silver boss. Its attributes were slightly higher than the bronze-level Traiant boss. As the ice skills were unleashed, the Icemark General immediately swung the giant axe made of ice power towards the Trent's body. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen teleported to the Trent's head and delivered a fierce blow. Minus 1,156. Cripple, Freeze, Frost Slow, minus 1,156. Cripple, Freeze, Frost Slow asterisk 2, minus 216. Icemark General, minus 179. Icemark General, minus 390. Icemark General. Under the dual attack, the Traiant boss was overwhelmed. Its size advantage was now non-existent. With the stacking Frost Slows, the already slow-moving Traiant boss was constantly under the control of the Icemark General, enduring a barrage of slow and freeze states. Since its majestic appearance, the Traiant boss had barely moved a few times. It's over. Just a bronze boss, nothing more. With a Phantom Slash released, the remaining health of the Traiant boss was instantly depleted. Boom! The massive body of the Traiant boss collapsed to the ground, raising dust and scattering stones. You have defeated the Lord of the Traiants, Bronze. You gained 1420 experience. You gained Red Moon Coins asterisk 64, Red Dew Chalice asterisk 7, Blue Dew Chalice asterisk 11. You gained Ironwood Armor, Bronze. In a place where players were mostly around level 3 due to the seal, a level 7 bronze boss represented invincibility. However, once defeated, the experience gained was incomparable to defeating ordinary level 7 monsters. As Jiang Chen collected the spoils around him, a regional announcement suddenly echoed in the ears of all players in the 999th sealed area. Player 10 Directions has slain the Lord of the Traiants, Bronze, in 12.9 seconds, becoming the first player in the 999th sealed area to defeat a bronze boss. This event has been permanently recorded in the sealed area, and player 10 Directions receives the first kill reward for the bronze boss, Red Moon Coins asterisk 150, Prestige asterisk 80, for attributes asterisk 1. With the announcement, the players in the entire 999th sealed area erupted in excitement. Another solo boss kill, and time to the second. 10 Directions is really pushing it. Look at the monster manual. This boss has 18,000 health, 1,000 dual resistance. These stats just standing there are giving me chills. I wouldn't even be able to scratch a hair on it. Geez, I struggle with 300 health wild wolves, and here 10 Directions just one-shots a 20,000 health bronze boss? Going into the game, no problem, right? Basically, all players were discussing Jiang Chen during their leisure time, but Jiang Chen was indifferent to it. After collecting the undead of the Traiant boss, Jiang Chen then checked the loot dropped by the Ice Pattern General and the Traiant boss. Frost Barrier and Blizzard are elemental skills that only Mage class can learn. After adding attributes to them, Jiang Chen put them into his backpack. Silver-level skill scrolls, especially those with added attributes, are so valuable that probably no player can afford them at this stage. Although the Ironwood armor has a higher level, its bronze-level attributes and added attributes are somewhat lacking. Taking out the frost armor dropped by the Ice Pattern General, Jiang Chen immediately checked its attributes. Frost armor, category, armor, tier, silver, equipment requirement, level 4. Attributes, plus 500 health, plus 30 armor, plus 50 magic resistance. Effect, plus 3% frost elemental resistance. Introduction, light armor imbued with some frost power, possessing decent defensive capabilities. Can add attributes. 3. The attributes of the frost armor are quite good. With the silver tier, the frequency of upgrades is not very fast, so it's necessary to use perfect attribute points for this round of additions. Converting resources into combat power quickly is the key. Unleashing his talent power, Jiang Chen immediately bestowed attributes on the frost armor. Attribute addition successful. Frost armor obtained perfect level attributes: Fountain of Life, Fountain of Life, Fountain of Life. Attribute 1, upon leaving combat, restores 5% of maximum health per second. Attribute 2. Attribute 3. This round of pseudo-randomness added 3 identical attributes again. However, their effects are extremely practical. With the attributes stacked, he can restore 15% of his maximum health per second. In less than 7 seconds, he can directly restore his health to full. And with the effect of Jiang Chen's stealth healing attribute, the recovery speed is even faster, comparable to a moving blood spring. Taking off the novice armor and tossing it aside, Jiang Chen then put on this ice blue light armor. Instantly, his health surged to 2,120 points. His armor and magic resistance were close to 200 points. With his current attributes, most ordinary players can only inflict single-digit damage on him. Even the experts on the level ranking list, unless they have talents or skills similar to real damage, their attacks on Jiang Chen would feel like scratching. Closing the attribute panel, Jiang Chen kicked away the withered tree blocking his path and continued walking forward. Just as Jiang Chen had reached the end and was about to look for the entrance to the secret realm, a sudden low hum made him immediately halt his steps. Following the sound, he saw in the 2 bushes a giant tree that was not completely withered, covered in a dark hue, and slightly below the center of the trunk, there was a small tree hole. At this moment, inside the tree hole, a young woman in a white mage robe was stuck. "Save me!" The woman trapped in the tree hole turned her head with difficulty. Her helpless and pitiful eyes caught Jiang Chen's gaze. At the same time, a fragrant scent of a woman entered Jiang Chen's nostrils, continuously stimulating his nerves. "Little brother, sister has just changed to a water mage. I got stuck in this tree hole while picking magic elemental fruits. Can you come and get me out, please? I will repay you well." Her sweet voice accompanied by charming glances. For an ordinary person, it might have caused a great disturbance, but this scene did not stir any ripples in Jiang Chen's heart. He focused his mind. Jiang Chen tightly grasped the scythe of death as he slowly approached the woman in the long skirt who was stuck. Looking at her upper body, a faint black fruit was indeed growing on the not yet withered tree hole above. As he got closer, the woman's figure wrapped in the mage's long skirt, with its distinct curves, became clearer in Jiang Chen's sight. Beneath the pale mage's long skirt were a pair of fair and beautifully curved slender legs. Perhaps due to the woman's struggle, a pair of new mage cloth shoes had already fallen to the ground. Delicate and elegant jade feet were exposed, with graceful arches and slender toes. The slightly taut skin on the soles of her feet was soft and elastic. The woman's downturned eyes were filled with fear, helplessness, and vulnerability. Her exquisite and elegant appearance contrasted with her fragile and pitiful demeanor. In such a scene in action, it could bring an extremely powerful visual impact to anyone's soul. However, under the gaze of the void eyes that could see through all disguises, Jiang Chen suddenly discovered some furry things hidden in the woman's long skirt that could not be seen with ordinary detection techniques, trembling faintly. Although the real world had no shortage of people with diverse interests, this thing couldn't manifest in the Red Moon game. This was not a player seeking excitement by picking spirit fruits in the wild. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly swept his scythe towards the woman's stuck body. Boom! The sharp blade struck the woman solidly. The not yet withered giant tree instantly split into 5. However, the woman stuck in the tree hole disappeared under a silver-white light. Interesting. I didn't expect someone to remain clear-headed and see through my disguise in such a situation. Your eyes are a bit different from those I swallowed into my belly. I'm starting to look forward to your taste. He. The gentle and sweet voice of a young girl instantly turned into a terrifying laughter, as if she had devoured countless evil elders alive. In this dimly lit forest at the end of the light, it was as horrifying and terrifying as a demon. Although the disguise charm didn't work, this area is filled with giant trees and poisonous grass that I can control at will. Human, you cannot escape. Let me enjoy your body. Feudal resistance will only excite me more. Before the gloomy and terrifying voice dissipated, the woman in the white skirt emerged from the ground in front. The next moment, a huge snow-white tail suddenly flicked out from under the pale long skirt. Then, a layer of sparkling white fur completely covered her body. Her originally tight long skirt was instantly spread out. This was a fox, snow-white all over, emitting a captivating scent from head to toe. Focusing on the void eyes, Jiang Chen immediately looked at her attributes. Sacrificial Spirit Demon Fox, level 8, tier, bronze, life, 19,000, physical attack, 220, magic attack, 1200, armor, 365, magic resistance, 625. Skills, Transformation, Charm, Shadow Fox Fire, Spatial Jump, Sacrificial Evil Power, Introduction, a Spirit Fox with impressive magical attack power, extremely strong charm, controls a strand of spatial power, and can disguise itself as a human. Human, surrender obediently. After the arrogant laughter, the Sacrificial Spirit Demon Fox pounced directly towards Jiang Chen. With just these attributes, it's really not enough to impress me. With a thought, the two boss undead in the undead space instantly appeared on Jiang Chen's left and right. Although the time left for the Ice Pattern General to survive was not much, with the Tree Lord's help, dealing with this level 8 bronze boss was more than enough. Following Jiang Chen's command, the two huge undead creatures instantly attacked the demon fox. The undead all possess combat experience and skills from their past lives, not just mindlessly charging into battle when fighting alone. Under the dual control of ice and tree entanglement, the Spirit Fox Demon was instantly immobilized in place. -245. Ice General, -370. Tree Lord, -650. Tree Lord. Ignoring the undead's battle, Jiang Chen leaped directly to the withered tree that had been split open earlier. At this moment, hanging on the fractured withered tree was a faint black fruit. After a quick scan with Void Eye, Jiang Chen swiftly plucked it. The moment he touched it, a cool sensation entered Jiang Chen's soul. Magic Element Fruit permanently increases agility by 15 points and spirit by 10 points when consumed. Introduction, a fruit containing magical elements, with a slightly bitter taste. Additional entries, 2 Gazing at the faint black fruit in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a pleased expression. In the Red Moon game, items that directly and permanently increase attributes are extremely rare even in the late game. This fruit, if taken for trading, would be worth at least tens of thousands. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of selling it. At this stage, enhancing his own strength was the most important. Thinking this, Jiang Chen immediately added perfect entries to it. As 2 colorful lights flashed, Jiang Chen felt the fruit in his hand becoming significantly lighter. Entry added successfully. Magic Element Fruit gains an epic entry, Shadow of Demon Annihilation. Magic Element Fruit gains a mythical entry, Catching a Blade Barehanded 100%. Entry 1, Shadow of Demon Annihilation. The magic element fruit possesses the additional power of demon annihilation. After consuming the fruit, each attack will drain 5% of the target's maximum mana. Entry 2, Catching a Blade Barehanded 100%. The magic element fruit possesses the power of causality. After consuming the fruit, any attack made with any weapon will force a single target to kneel down and catch the blade with both hands. If unable to kneel or catch with both hands, the target will immediately trigger instant death, and this effect can grow. Looking at the entries added to the magic element fruit, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Draining 5% of the target's maximum mana with each attack. This meant that after 20 strikes, the opponent would be completely out of mana. Such a terrifying effect could be considered a mage's bane. The other mythical entry made Jiang Chen involuntarily gasp at the moment he saw it. After locking onto the target and swinging a weapon, the target would catch the weapon 100% of the time. If unable to kneel or lacking both hands, they wouldn't even have the qualification to fight back, directly triggering instant death. This kind of ability had transcended the power of the gods in the Red Moon world, completely distorting the rules. It could be said without exaggeration that this power was the strongest attack ability Jiang Chen could currently comprehend. With a single thought, all beings would kneel and submit. Those who didn't kneel would perish instantly. Such an effect was enough to make shapeless monsters and all players flee in fear. However, this ability could currently only target one individual. It might be challenging in the face of large-scale warfare. But with this ability, Jiang Chen's combat power had multiplied exponentially and visibly. Holding the fruit in his hand, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly consumed it in a few big bites. Instantly, a warm current surged into his body, continuously converging towards his limbs and bones. You have consumed magic element fruit. You gained agility plus 15, spirit plus 10. You gained Shadow of Demon Annihilation. You gained Catching a Blade Barehanded 100%. Once again, his strength surged. Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief throughout his body. After taking a comfortable breath, Jiang Chen looked towards the battle not far away. Controlled by the frost and tree entrapment, the spirit fox demon had been constantly on the receiving end of attacks. Its massive 19,000 health points had been worn down to around 3,000 under the joint bombardment of the Frost General and Tree Lord. However, with a spatial power similar to a flash, it skillfully dodged several waves of attacks, depleting the Frost General's health bar by half. Seeing the spirit fox demon already at a disadvantage, Jiang Chen wasted no time and immediately activated invisibility to charge towards it. Just as it had used spatial power to evade the Frost General's control effect, the spirit fox demon had not even caught its breath before seeing the human wielding a scythe suddenly attacking it like a ghost. Summoning undead to bully the weak was one thing, but now sneaking up with invisibility for a surprise attack? The terrified spirit fox demon was too late to be shocked at how this human could both summon undead and use invisibility. Gathering all its strength, it took advantage of the cooldown gap of the two undead skills and swiftly glided towards the ground not far away. As intelligent as a human, it understood that if it didn't run back to the bottom of the altar soon, its career as a bronze boss would come to an end here. Watching the spirit fox demon flee with determination, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Running? Don't you like disguising yourself as prey? Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen immediately predicted the spirit fox demon's movement path. The hunting game is over. Locking his gaze, he swung his right hand, releasing Phantom Slash. Instantly, two massive scythe phantom strikes hit the spirit fox demon directly. Minus 1156. Phantom Slash, minus 711. Electric Blade, minus 1156. Phantom Slash, 3 consecutive attacks swiftly depleted the spirit fox demon's remaining health bar. Boom! The sound of the spirit fox demon falling to the ground echoed in his ears. The entire area returned to its previous calm. You have slain the spirit fox demon, bronze. You gained 1,620 experience points. You gained 43 red moon coins, 5 blue dew chalices. You gained spirit fox staff, bronze. Just as the series of notifications appeared, Jiang Chen heard another level up prompt in his ear. Your level has increased to level 8, for attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You gained human race bonus, normal free attributes plus 5. You gained perfect attribute points plus 8. The energy from leveling up instantly swept away Jiang Chen's fatigue. After adding attributes to the spirit fox staff, Jiang Chen stored it in his personal space. A mage's bronze tool should be in high demand at this stage. I need to find time to digest the equipment on me. After muttering to himself, Jiang Chen leaped to the side of the spirit fox demon's corpse. Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen carefully scanned the surroundings. Since entering the Death Forest, Jiang Chen had not seen any place along the way where energy fruits like magic element fruits could grow. But since this eerie forest's end could produce rare treasures like magic element fruits, there might be other fruits here as well. And if he could find them, his strength would once again receive a boost. Thinking this, Jiang Chen expanded his scanning range, continuously exploring in all directions. Unfortunately, after a full 5 minutes, Jiang Chen had not found any other energy fruits nearby. Just as Jiang Chen was about to shift his gaze to inspect the spirit fox demon's body, an extremely unusual sound entered his ears. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Chen immediately flashed away from the spirit fox demon's corpse and retreated to the area where the Frost General had just dissipated. And at that moment, a deep roar emanated from the depths of the earth. 16 black stone pillars over 2 meters high shot up from the ground. A huge runestone burning with black flames broke through the ground, continuously rising until it was embedded in the middle of the pillars. The sacrificial spirit fox lying on the runestone was instantly incinerated by the burning black flames. You have slain the sacrificial spirit fox, triggering the opening conditions of the sacred altar. Hearing the voice coming from ahead, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. Sacred altar? Why is it emitting black smoke? Even the pillars exude an aura of evil. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, a colorless halo suddenly flickered above the altar. The next moment, the halo expanded, and a crimson figure stepped out from it. This figure, composed entirely of flames, bore a striking resemblance to a human. Apart from a pair of eyes, no other features could be discerned on its face. Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen immediately scanned the information. Altar Guardian. Introduction. The Guardian of the Sacred Altar, tasked with finding the Chosen One, possesses powerful bestowal abilities. Once a fortunate being opens the Sacred Altar, the Guardian will consume the altar's source power to bestow blessings upon the one who opened it. Hidden information. Crimson Lingering Soul, level 10, tier, silver, life, 36,000, physical attack, 520, magic attack, 990, armor, 455, magic resistance, 625. Skills, Corruption, Crimson Lingering Avatar, Disguise, Sacrificial Power, Crimson Lingering Fire, Introduction, a fire-lingering soul with strong disguise abilities, usually residing in the Lingering Soul altar, manipulating surrounding creatures to hunt sacrifices, growing stronger by sacrificing their flesh and blood. Just as Jiang Chen had just read the information of the being on the altar, an ancient sigh entered Jiang Chen's ears. Alas! Guarding the altar for who knows how many years, never expected to encounter the chosen one called forth by the altar today. Young man, although your power is still weak, your destiny is so strong that even I cannot see through it. To slay the demon fox with such meager strength and control the souls of the undead, I approve of you. The crimson lingering soul floated towards Jiang Chen, its eyes revealing depth and mystery. You are the first being I have approved of, and the chosen one called forth by the altar. In that case, my destiny should come to an end. There are 2 blessing vortexes above the altar, containing the sacred power of the altar. One is the Sacred King's Shen artifact with no usage restrictions, and the other is the eternal sacred pill that enhances attributes. Go, whichever you choose, you will receive a reward 100%. However, as the guardian, I suggest you enter the left sacred vortex, where you will find unexpected additional rewards. The crimson lingering soul floated in front of Jiang Chen, full of admiration in its words. Go, child, the sacred vortex is about to close. Watching the devious old ghost blabbering on seriously, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This malicious old schemer was still pretending here. Sacred vortex? Since when does a sacred vortex emit black smoke all the time? 2 rewards beneath the vortex? It's clearly a sacrificial altar that seals magic values and professional skills. Once you step into it, you will be in a magic banned state. By then, you can only become a flesh and blood sacrifice on the altar. If it weren't for the void eye that can see through all information, he might have really been deceived by this old trickster. After all, the basic information of a perfect disguise, coupled with the convincingly narrated encounter rewards, is hard not to entice anyone. This old schemer, quite kindly, allowed himself to jump into the vortex on the left. What a damn warm-hearted fellow. Young man, start your choice as soon as possible. Don't regret not being able to get all the rewards. Believe me, beneath the sacred vortex on the left, there are unexpected additional rewards that are enough to make you invincible in this area. If you believe in your choice, you can also choose the sacred vortex on the right, where the rewards are also quite generous. Seeing the human in front of him unmoved, the evil spirit Chilean couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Sensing that the Treant Lord and the sacrificial spirit fox he controlled at the bottom of the altar had been killed, Chilean's evil spirit couldn't come up with a way to confront this human head-on. Even unmoved by beauty, this guy is simply flawless. Concealing his identity, altering information, issuing prompts, disguising himself as a guardian of the altar, luring this damn human into the bottom of the altar with resources and power, this is the safest method. But this human seems to be able to refuse even the power given for free. Could this guy have already seen through his disguise? Impossible. His power of disguise is so strong that even information can be altered. How could a human possibly see through it? It must be that this greedy human wants to get all the rewards and is torn between which vortex to choose. It must be so. Thinking this, Chilean's evil spirit reverted to its original wise appearance. It turned around, pretending to be calm, and said, "Young man, there's no need to hesitate. The rewards of either vortex in the sacred altar are extremely generous. After you choose a vortex, if you can get guidance from the altar, you can also enter the other vortex. The power of the sacred is about to disappear, start your choice, if." Before the words could finish, Chilean's evil spirit saw the human in front of him suddenly disappear from the spot. "Did I choose you?" Jiang Chen, who had moved behind Chilean's evil spirit, directly swung a sickle down. Instantly, 2 phantom sickles smashed directly into Chilean's evil spirit. -1211. Freeze, Frost Slowdown, Disable, -739. Electric Blade, -1211. Freeze, Frost Slowdown *2, Disable, 3 consecutive attacks. Chilean's evil spirit, who hadn't reacted yet, was instantly frozen in place. Under the stacking effect of the freeze from the 2 phantom sickles, Chilean's evil spirit would be frozen for a full 2 seconds. With Jiang Chen's current agility attribute, this 2-second control was enough for him to unleash 4 attacks. The sharp blades kept swinging, and damage numbers floated above Chilean's evil spirit's head. -405. Frost Slowdown *3, -405. Frost Slowdown *4, -405. Frost Slowdown *5, -405. Frost Slowdown *6, -739. Electric Blade, -237. Treant Lord, the freeze ended. Chilliang's evil spirit also regained its freedom. Before Chilliang's evil spirit could speak, a ironwood prison released by the Treant boss instantly controlled it again. After another round of hacking, the frost slowdown was completely stacked. With a debuff of 50% movement and casting speed, Chilliang's evil spirit's movements visibly slowed down. Boom! After being continuously attacked, Chilliang's evil spirit erupted with corrupting power, breaking through the prison and releasing a corrupt attack towards Jiang Chen. Human, you damn! Die! Die! Flashing to dodge the incoming flame attack, Jiang Chen raised his right hand and casually swung the sickle in his hand. Instantly, Chilliang's evil spirit, who was chanting dark magic, suddenly stopped. It suddenly felt something was wrong. It was as if its soul had been forcibly altered in that moment. The exclamation in the mouth had not yet fallen. Suddenly, the entire body of the evil spirit of Chilliang uncontrollably flew towards Jiang Chen. Bang! The bewildered evil spirit of Chilliang knelt down on the ground. Directly, he clasped the sickle blade in Jiang Chen's hand with both hands. At that moment, the attacks of the Tree Lord kept pounding on it. -237, -379, -445. Although the attacks of the Tree Lord were formidable, they seemed insufficient against the heavily defended evil spirit of Chilliang. Sir, spare my life. I am willing to become your servant and find sacrifices for you. The trembling evil spirit of Chilliang, unable to free itself from kneeling inexplicably, raised its head shakily, fear filling its transformed eyes. Ignoring Chilliang's plea, Jiang Chen glanced at his skill status and immediately withdrew the sickle in his hand. Before Chilliang could react, two huge sickle shadows instantly struck it. After being frozen again, Jiang Chen immediately wielded the sickle of death. -405. Frost deceleration *10, -405. Frost deceleration *10. After the 2-second control ended, the terrified evil spirit of Chilliang was about to unleash its corrupting power and flee. The thought of kneeling down and catching the blade with both hands once again occupied its entire will. Suddenly, it knelt before Jiang Chen again, shakily catching the blade of the sickle of death. Boom! Another hammer blow from the Tree Lord. You can take a beating. With those words, Jiang Chen retrieved the sickle of death. Regaining freedom, the cold-faced evil spirit of Chilliang prepared to tear the human in front of it to pieces. Rather than being humiliated, it chose to fight back desperately. However, before it could leap up, that strange thought once again took hold of its soul. Snap! Kneeling down again, the evil spirit of Chilliang raised its hands to catch the blade of the sickle of death. Instantly, the Tree Lord delivered another hammer blow on it. Before a cry could escape its mouth, Jiang Chen sheathed the sickle and swiftly unleashed a phantom slash. -739. Electric blade, -1211. Freeze, frost deceleration *10, disable. After dozens of cycles, the kneeling evil spirit of Chilliang completely collapsed. Sir, spare me, my knees are almost broken. If not, please give me a quick death. Seeing the pitiful state of the evil spirit of Chilliang, Jiang Chen remained unmoved, repeating the previous actions. 2 minutes later, the constantly beaten down evil spirit of Chilliang finally fell to the ground. You have slain the evil spirit of Chilliang, silver. You gained 9,112 experience points. You gained 350 red moon coins, 20 blue dew holy grails. You gained spirit wind boots, silver. You gained the emblem of the altar of evil spirits. A level 10 silver boss represents invincibility, but if killed, a magnificent explosion follows. Ordinary level 10 monsters only provide 100 experience points. With each rank increase, the experience provided by bosses increases by about 4 to 5 times. Although killing monsters in Town 999 cannot trigger the experience buff of Town 4390's XS level leaderboard, the experience gained from this wave instantly boosted Jiang Chen's experience bar to around 90%. Such a huge amount of experience is almost equivalent to hunting down nearly 100 ordinary monsters. This is why countless players fight fiercely for bosses. Glancing casually at the boots dropped by the boss, Jiang Chen stowed them away in his backpack. A level 10 silver equipment with decent attributes, just enough to replace the novice cloth shoes on his feet. However, Jiang Chen was only level 8 at the moment, so he couldn't wear it yet. Once I update my equipment to level 10, my strength will instantly skyrocket, Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he took out another item obtained from the Redling Evil Soul's explosion. Beacon of the Evil Soul Altar item. To access the bottom of the Evil Soul Altar, required level 10. Can add attributes. 1. Looking at the crimson beacon in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This item could actually allow entry to the bottom of the altar. Although the lair of the level 10 silver boss might not necessarily have the rewards as promised by the old schemer Red Ling Evil Soul, there should still be some items of varying value. It seems I need to quickly reach level 10. This way, not only can I explore the bottom of this altar, but I can also teleport to the Red Moon continent, marking the true beginning of the Red Moon game, Jiang Chen calculated in his mind. Just then, the massive undead Treyant began to slowly dissipate. Watching the vanishing undead minion, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention. He then put away the beacon after summoning the Red Ling Evil Soul. Unable to enter the Evil Soul altar for now, his priority was to quickly find the secret realm discovered in his past life. After allocating all stored attribute points, Jiang Chen leaped to a cliff on the left to start exploring the surrounding area. The entrance to the secret realm from his past life should be nearby without any surprises. Focusing the void pupil, Jiang Chen carefully scanned every inch of the area. Half a minute later, under the concentrated gaze of the void pupil, Jiang Chen discovered a special energy fluctuation on the cliff. Found it! With a turn of his eyes, a barely perceptible energy fluctuation emanated from the ground near the cliff. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly slashed down with a phantom image. Boom! As the massive scythe phantom fell, the already somewhat damaged ground cracked open. Within the gap, a faintly glowing white ring passage appeared. Activating the void pupil, Jiang Chen then looked at its information. Realm, Lair of the Dream Succubus levels, 1 to 10. Participants, 1. In the Red Moon world, only high-level realms were independent miniature worlds. These low-level realms with limited participants were special spaces where different players would not encounter each other. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately stepped into it. In an instant, his body completely disappeared, thoroughly entering the white passage. As he entered, the energy fluctuations emitting from the halo also vanished completely. At the end of the Death Forest, Zhao Yanin walked slowly, holding a shield in her left hand and dragging a heavy sword in her right. Seeing the battle traces around her and the motionless boss lying on the ground, she couldn't help but be stunned. Who's so outrageous to slay even a level 10 silver boss? It doesn't make sense. According to the player's levels now, no one dares to enter this forest. I have the talent of prophecy, allowing me to avoid monsters and traps to get here safely. Who's so fierce to cut through the entire forest? Could it be that Tenfang mentioned in the announcement just now? The two bosses mentioned in the announcement seem to be in this forest. Apart from the unbelievably strong Tenfang mentioned in the announcement, Zhao Yanin couldn't think of anyone at this stage who could kill a level 10 silver boss. Oh no, if even the hidden boss from the prophecy is killed, could that fruit be gone? A sense of unease quickly grew within her, prompting Zhao Yanin to run towards the left front. After searching for a while with no results, Zhao Yanin placed her shield on the ground. This guy actually intercepted what I predicted. Let me see what you're capable of. As her words fell, Zhao Yanin immediately activated the subsidiary ability of her talent, Divine Prophecy. Prophecy, extract all information from the creatures who took the Demon Yuan fruit. In the next moment, Zhao Yanin's black hair moved without wind, emitting waves of colorful light around her. The dazzling halo kept swaying, and a row of text gradually condensed in front of her. Target information cannot be predicted. Ha! Looking at the result displayed by the Divine Prophecy, Zhao Yanin couldn't help but feel astonished. Even the Emperor-level prophecy that can evolve cannot be observed? Is that guy's power level prioritized as immortal or even mythical? I ran for nothing, wasted 2 prophecy attempts. Why do I always feel like someone is taking away my resources? Muttering discontentedly, Zhao Yanin once again activated her talent. Prophecy, location of resource type items in Newbie Town 999, Death Forest. In the next moment, beams of light appeared in front of her, quickly forming into words. Prophecy 1, there is an ownerless secret realm 620 meters to the left. Striking the ground will reveal the entrance to the realm. Upon first clearance, you will receive resource rewards. Prophecy 2, there is an evil soul altar 60 meters to the right, containing ownerless resources. A level 10 player can enter by using the evil soul beacon, kill the crimson spirit, and obtain its beacon. Ownerless secret realm? Seeing the information from the prophecy, Zhao Yanin was overjoyed. Compared to the evil soul altar in the second prophecy, the entrance to the ownerless secret realm seemed much simpler. She had wanted to predict again to see if 10 directions had killed the boss here and obtained the evil soul beacon. However, the uneasiness from the talent feedback made her a little frightened. She felt that if she continued to predict, something terrible might happen. After much hesitation, Zhao Yanin gave up on the idea of observing the person who obtained the evil soul beacon. Picking up the shield from the ground, Zhao Yanin immediately headed towards the location predicted. The night is long, and she must quickly conquer the secret realm. At this moment, Just as his body emerged from the spatial channel, a prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. You have entered the secret realm, lair of the dream succubus. As the first player to enter the secret realm, you receive reputation *10. Death in the secret realm will not allow teleportation to the resurrection point. After clearing the secret realm, you will gain permission to leave. As the prompt fell, a rather dark and cold breath instantly swept over Jiang Chen's body. Summoning the spirit of the Crimson Spirit, Jiang Chen then used the Void Eye to scan the nearby area. This was a dimly lit cave. Apart from the occasional skeletal remains visible on the ground, the entire space showed no signs of any scenery. However, under the scan of the Void Eye, those creatures lurking on the ground and hiding in the darkness were exposed in Jiang Chen's eyes without a doubt. Glancing at a dark cave wall to the right front, Jiang Chen directly flashed over. Crack! Just as Jiang Chen's body steadied, a series of cracking sounds erupted from the wall. Following that, creatures with wings on their backs and long tails swaying in the air rushed towards Jiang Chen. Each of these creatures was very beautiful, dressed provocatively. They had pointed animal ears on their heads, resembling a beast-eared maiden. However, these creatures were quite small in size. Standing at 2 to 3 feet tall, they only reached Jiang Chen's waist when on the ground. Using the Void Eye, Jiang Chen glanced at their information. Succubus level, 3 rank, common health, 520, physical attack, 40, magic attack, 70, armor, 20, magic resistance, 35. Skills, charm, whip description, seductive and charming, with a growing intelligence, but low defense. Hidden information, skills have a chance to deal 50% additional damage to male beings. Just finished browsing through the information on these little succubi. One by one, the whip slashed towards Jiang Chen. Looking at the spikes on the whip, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. After living for so many years, what hasn't he experienced? Gripping the scythe of death tightly, he swept it forward directly. -430. Deceleration, -766. Electric blade, -766. Electric blade. You have slain a succubus, common. You gained 30 experience points. You gained whip *2. The electric blades instantly triggered, electrocuting all the little succubi surrounding Jiang Chen. The succubus whose health bars were instantly emptied fell straight down, emitting a series of painful moans. The alluring voices filled with temptation, if heard by players with unstable minds, might even make them salute. But what hasn't Jiang Chen seen? Just this sound held no allure for him. His void pupil rotated, and Jiang Chen immediately rushed towards the path on the right. The clearance condition of this secret realm is to either defeat 60 little succubi or survive for 1 hour inside the secret realm. However, Jiang Chen's thoughts were not just about clearance. The levels of the little succubi in this secret realm are relatively low, mostly between levels 2 and 5. The experience they provide doesn't offer much help in leveling up for Jiang Chen at the moment. Wasting time in such a place is not cost-effective. What Jiang Chen cares about is the hidden boss deep in the secret realm. Just a few dozen meters ahead, another tempting moan reached his ears. Without paying much attention, Jiang Chen directly swung a phantom slash without even looking back. Boom! 2 massive scythe phantom slashes passed through, instantly killing all the succubi who failed to tempt him. You have slain a succubus, common. You gained 50 experience points. You gained whip *1. Although there are a large number of little succubi. But, with Jiang Chen's current attributes, the combat power of these succubi is simply negligible to Jiang Chen. Although these succubi look alluring and enchanting, Jiang Chen's heart is as tough as iron, completely unaffected. After killing dozens of little succubi along the way, Jiang Chen directly activated the ghost step and rushed towards the depths of the secret realm. In a parallel secret realm, facing the temptation of 6 or 7 succubi, Zhao Yanan, although not afraid, was still blushing from those seductive calls. After blocking a wave of attacks with her shield in her left hand, Zhao Yanan wielded her heavy sword with a sweep, taking out the group of succubi in front of her directly. Why do I keep getting leather whips and succubus armor? The equipment effects are not bad, but they don't look very decent. I better hurry up and clear this secret realm, and use divination to find other resources. With divination, clearing this secret realm with my attributes shouldn't be a big problem. Confident in clearing the secret realm alone, Zhao Yanan. Although this emperor-level talent has no attack or defense power, but with this insight-like divination ability, she almost emptied resources from Newbie Town 777 and Newbie Town 999. With such ability, clearing this secret realm is not difficult. After nearly half an hour of fast travel, 4 or 5 forks appeared at the intersection. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked directly towards the entrance on the far right. Stepping inside, the intertwining pathways resembled a maze. Drawing on past experiences and the far-reaching observations of the void eye, Jiang Chen's figure flickered continuously. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen entered a vast underground space. This was the end of the secret realm. Unlike the initial environment upon entering the secret realm, this place was filled with lush vegetation, brimming with vitality. Near the front end of the mountain wall, there was a moderately sized altar. Carved with numerous patterns on the stones, it exuded a mysterious aura akin to a magic circle. Despite the distance, Jiang Chen could still see a faint red light shimmering on the altar. Without hesitation, activating the ghost step once again, Jiang Chen's figure swiftly moved to the front of the altar. On the altar engraved with demon patterns, a large egg about half a meter in size caught Jiang Chen's eye. The patterns on its surface bore some resemblance to those on the altar, but this egg shimmered with a faint red light. Could this be the egg of a demon? Jiang Chen was curious and found it to be chilling to the touch. Jiang Chen then activated the Void Eye to examine its information. Demon King's Egg, Level 1, Life, 900. This egg is actually the Demon King's Egg? After reading the information on this black egg, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In his past life, he had never come across such a valuable item. Perhaps it's because it had already hatched when I came in my past life, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Looking at the Demon King's Egg on the altar, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Having royal bloodline was truly different. Even before birth, it possessed 900 life points. If it were to grow after hatching, wouldn't it become a golden level boss? It's like finding something valuable without even looking for it, a pleasant surprise indeed. Unhatched beast eggs were the easiest to train. Once hatched, it would be like having a good helper. However, before that, a master-servant contract had to be established. Otherwise, there was a high probability that this wild demon would betray and escape after hatching. Opportunity seldom knocks twice, and misfortune never comes alone. A trainable demon that came to him must be accepted. Immediately, Jiang Chen swiftly stored the Demon King's Egg in his personal space. You obtained Demon King's Egg. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy brought by the Demon King's Egg, a series of earth-shattering tremors kept coming from under his feet. The tremors grew stronger, making it difficult for him to even stand steadily. Activating the ghost step, Jiang Chen's agility surged, and he leaped out of the altar, standing on a distant open space. Crack! Crack! With the sound of cracking ground, the altar holding the Demon King's Egg rose up amidst the shaking. At the same time, an extremely cold chill spread throughout Jiang Chen's body. A creature of the human race? Such a humble power dares to point at this king's treasure. Unforgivable. Just as the angry and hoarse voice sounded, the floating altar began to shimmer with a red light. The next moment, a pair of blood-red pupils blinked above the altar, staring firmly at Jiang Chen's body. The peculiar sensation from the soul made Jiang Chen furrow his brows slightly. In the Red Moon game, monsters that could speak were generally powerful and talented, or had exceptional bloodlines. Activating the Void Eye, Jiang Chen looked at the massive altar that had come to life before him. Altar Ancestor Stone Level 10 rank, Gold Life, 126,000, Physical Attack, 1120, Magic Attack, 2990, Armor, 1455, Magic Resistance, 2010. Skills, Mana Burn, Rune Essence, Magic Fusion, Armor Enhancement Introduction, an ancient altar that fell into the lair of succubi, possessing a sinister power. It can hatch the essence of living beings into new life forms after refining them, entering a state of inactivation for a period of time after each hatching. Hidden information can refine the flesh and blood of different living beings, possessing some of their characteristics. The information from the void pupil made Jiang Chen's gaze slightly shift. No wonder in his past life, he encountered the succubus queen instead of this altar ancestor stone. Jiang Chen never expected that. The hidden boss he encountered in his past life turned out to be the egg of the succubus queen hatched by this altar. At the end of this succubus realm, the true boss was actually this altar. Although the disparity between level 8 and level 10 seems small, but under the blessing of the gold rank, the attributes of the altar ancestor stone far exceed Jiang Chen's current stats. I exhausted countless sources of power to refine the essence of the succubus into a queen egg. I never expected it to be stolen by you. Hand over the queen egg, or I will turn you into essence. The hoarse voice in his ear made Jiang Chen's eardrums tremble. Looking at the furious altar ancestor stone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Refine me? Who do you think you are? A waste without even lifting a finger, dares to speak in front of me? Watching the altar ancestor stone setting up the formation, Jiang Chen lightly waved the death scythe in his hand. Such a creature without limbs, no matter how strong, regardless of its rank. In Jiang Chen's eyes, full health means a kill. Just as the altar ancestor stone was about to refine the ignorant human in front of it, it suddenly realized that its soul was forcibly altered. the gathered power instantly dispersed. The intention to attack vanished without a trace. At this moment, a ridiculous thought arose in its consciousness. Kneeling at the feet of that human, hands catching the curved blade, feeling the strangeness in its body, the altar ancestor stone couldn't help but be shocked. How could a human whose attributes were not even a tenth of its own modify its will? How is this possible? What's going on? In less than a few breaths, the altar ancestor stone's tone changed from disdain to deep fear. It felt like its body was about to split open. Its body seemed to kneel uncontrollably. Its consciousness compelled it to catch the blade. But it didn't have limbs at all. How the hell could it kneel down to catch the blade? Under the ultimate oppression of the soul, the altar ancestor stone's aura became increasingly faint. The immense vitality that only a gold boss could possess disappeared almost without a trace in an instant. After a few breaths, with the increasing pressure in its will, a black death number suddenly floated above the altar ancestor stone's eyes. -126,000. Instant death, boom. In a deafening explosion, the altar ancestor stone instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. Until the moment of death, all the altar ancestor stone thought was the strange idea of why don't I have legs and feet? You have slain the altar ancestor stone, gold. You gained 41,000 experience. You gained red moon coins *1050, blue dew chalice *30, red dew chalice *30. You gained red cloud robe, gold, sacrificial staff, gold. You have cleared the secret realm dream succubus lair. The teleportation array is now open. As the first player to conquer the dream succubus lair, you gain 4-dimensional attributes plus 10, free attributes plus 10. You become the master of the secret realm of the dream succubus lair, and you gain secret realm token upgrade authorization. Your level has increased to level 9. Your level has increased to level 10, 4-dimensional attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You gain human race bonus, normal free attributes plus 5. You gain perfect attribute points plus 10. Although the effect of 100% being caught empty-handed by a blade was already quite clear to him, but when he saw the level 10 golden boss instantly perish like that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. This wave of slaughter directly earned him over 40,000 points of massive experience. Although the experience required for leveling up will continue to increase with each level, but the total experience gained from a single kill instantly allowed Jiang Chen to level up twice in a row. Just as Jiang Chen picked up the loot around him, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the entire human race area. Player 10 Directions successfully conquered the secret realm dream succubus lair for the first time, becoming the master of the secret realm, and gaining all permissions associated with it. Player 10 Directions killed the altar ancestor stone, golden, in 1.6 seconds, becoming the first player in the human race camp to kill a golden boss. This event has been permanently recorded in the Human Race Chronicles. Player 10 Directions receives the first kill reward for the golden boss, 1,000 red moon coins, 1,000 prestige, 4-dimensional attributes *10. After the announcement that echoed throughout the entire human race area, all players were left in a state of astonishment and shock. After nearly half a minute of complete silence, the red moon world was instantly stirred up. Just as players were discussing fervently, 2 more notification sounds rang out. Player 10 Directions has reached level 10, and the level ranking lists for each battle zone have been opened. The level ranking list is updated in real time, and the top 10 players in the level ranking will receive different rewards based on their ranking. The seal of all races Forbidden Lands has been closed, and the Red Moon continent now offers more opportunities and challenges. There, power and eternal life are within reach. Players who complete the novice trial can be transported to the Red Moon continent with the trial certificate. After the consecutive notification sounds subsided, both the Red Moon world and the real world erupted in a great commotion. Damn! 10 Directions is causing trouble again? Conquering the secret realm, how long has it been? Damn, look at the monster guide, killing a boss with 120,000 health in 1.6 seconds, I couldn't even do it that fast with a single shot. I haven't even encountered a black iron boss yet, and 10 Directions is already one-shotting a golden boss? This is ridiculous. Killing bosses and raiding secret realms, just relying on this secret realm alone could guarantee a worry-free life forever. I heard that a lot of resources in the newbie towns have been wiped out. I suspect it's 10 Directions doing. No wonder he's so strong. Turns out he's the one who took resources from several towns. Once this speculation started, it just couldn't stop. After all, mythical great items, high-level bosses, secret realm caves, having any one of these is like a pie in the sky, a stroke of luck. Having 2, you could say luck is overflowing. But just a few days after the game opened, having all 3, if there isn't something fishy going on, it's a bit hard to believe. As all players descended upon the sealed land when the game's server opened, the only difference lay in their talents. Therefore, after this speculation arose, articles and posts flooded both the Red Moon game and the real world like a tide. Rational analysis of the mythical treasure hunting talent of Shifeng, the first person in Red Moon. Brother Chicken's sole hook. Besides the treasure hunting talent, Shifeng is highly likely to possess undead talents above the Emperor level. Starting with all the luck, it is speculated that Shifeng is one of the top 10 criteria for time travelers. Several novice town mission chests and resource items were swept clean, partially condemning Shifeng's treasure hunting behavior. With various articles' analytical arguments, it was basically confirmed that Shifeng possessed treasure hunting talents above the Emperor level. Real world. Kyoto. Over a dozen official personnel gathered together. Although some of them also played the Red Moon game, the real world could not afford to be chaotic. Therefore, the vast majority of people were shuttling between the Red Moon and the real world. The Red Moon game has basically been confirmed to possess extraordinary powers in a special space, and the real world has undergone tremendous changes due to the arrival of the Red Moon. According to the information released by the Red Moon, the awakened powers and increased lifespan in the Red Moon can manifest in the real world. However, the time and manner of manifestation are temporarily unknown. But if that time comes, I'm afraid the world will plunge into unprecedented chaos. Our top priority, besides maintaining social stability, is to explore the Red Moon as much as possible. Major General Xiaofeng, how is your exploration progress going? What are your thoughts on the widely acclaimed Shifeng? Upon hearing the inquiry, a resolute-faced Major General pondered for a moment before speaking. Apart from a few individuals with slightly stronger talents and skills, most of our warriors find leveling up quite challenging. The weak monsters are not enough to distribute, and the powerful ones are too difficult to defeat. As for that Shifeng, based on general theories, the talent he awakened is probably related to treasure hunting. As for the folk discussions about time travelers, objectively speaking, I cannot evaluate. However, if it's just a treasure hunting talent, his strength shouldn't be so exaggerated. I suggest trying to establish a cooperative relationship with him in the Red Moon world. If we can quickly purchase the secret realm he occupies, our leveling progress will increase significantly. Upon hearing Major General Xiaofeng's report, the officials nodded in agreement. The matter of the secret realm, cost is not an issue. Major General Xiaofeng, you are in charge of this matter. At this moment, almost all players were discussing Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen, who had not browsed the major forums, was not very aware of these situations. Just as he picked up the equipment dropped by the boss, he suddenly found that his friend request panel was already full. Brother Chicken requests to add you as a friend. Brother, add me, I'm still a beginner. Wolf God requests to add you as a friend. Big brother, I'm a mage with a monarch level talent, let's team up and kill together. God of War 123 requests to add you as a friend. Dad, I'm your long-lost son, can you give me a secret realm teleportation token? After casually glancing at these messages, Jiang Chen simply activated the reject friend requests function. Taking out the golden equipment dropped by the altar's ancestral stone, Jiang Chen then looked at its information. Red Cloud Black Robe, Category, Armor, Tier, Gold, Equipment Requirement, Level 10. Attributes, Life plus 1200, Armor plus 90, Magic Resistance plus 60. Effect, after being attacked, Life Recovery effect increases by 150%, duration, 5 seconds. Introduction, the black robe containing a hint of sacrificial power possesses extremely strong vitality. Additional entry, for 2 golden artifacts burst out by the ancestral stone of sacrifice, only this armor can be used by Jiang Chen. Activating his innate power, Jiang Chen directly bestowed it with additional entries. Entry successfully added. Crimson Cloud Robe obtains perfect grade entries, Vitality, Vitality. Crimson Cloud Robe obtains epic grade entries, Scorn, Thorns. Entry 1, Vitality, increases life by 100%. Entry 2. Entry 3, Scorn, reduces target's movement speed by 50% when attacked. Entry 4, Thorns, automatically reflects 30% of damage back to the attacker when attacked. With the addition of 4 entries, the Crimson Cloud Robe's added vitality reaches a whopping 3,600 points. With the blessing of this equipment, Jiang Chen is truly a blood tank now. And this wave of entries has also enhanced Jiang Chen's ability to counterattack. With these 2 effects, those sneaky assassins and archers lurking in the shadows are in for a tough time. Removing the frost armor, Jiang Chen immediately puts on the Crimson Cloud Robe. Instantly, his vitality directly surpasses 6,000 points. Clad in the Crimson Cloud Robe, he exudes a mysterious and cold aura. Satisfied, Jiang Chen closes the attribute panel and steps into the secret realm teleportation array, leaving the demon's enchantment behind. Taking out the strange emblem burst out by the crimson lingering evil soul, Jiang Chen swiftly cloaks himself and speeds towards the previous altar of the evil soul. In the parallel space of the dream demon's lair, after a fierce battle, Zhao Yanin successfully kills 60 small dream demons, meeting the clearance conditions. Just as she joyfully prepares to receive the rewards for clearing the first secret realm, a series of prompts continuously sound in her ears. This guy always beats me to it. After muttering softly, Zhao Yanin seems to have realized something. In theory, this secret realm shouldn't be so easily discovered. Could this guy also possess talents like my divination and treasure hunting? My vow of the apocalypse is an emperor-grade talent that can grow, but I can't see through his information, indicating his priority and power is higher. Perhaps this guy controls a mythical grade talent. Thinking of the significance behind the term mythical grade, although feeling a bit disappointed, Zhao Yanin slowly accepts this fact. After all, a mythical grade talent is almost impossible to awaken, as mentioned in the Red Moon information. I should search for treasures elsewhere. This guy is already level 10, he can't possibly still be in the newbie village. At the end of the Death Forest, after the crimson lingering evil soul's death, the altar on the ground sinks into the earth. However, with the void pupil, Jiang Chen quickly finds this hidden altar. Picking up the evil soul emblem, Jiang Chen immediately adds entries to it. Although it's just a token to enter a different space, Jiang Chen still uses a perfect grade entry point on it. After all, this extremely special and rare item is, to some extent, more valuable than ordinary equipment. Moreover, the level cap in the Red Moon world is extremely high, and after reaching the godly realm, there can be another wave of level cap breakthroughs. In other words, even in the later stages, Jiang Chen's perfect grade entry points will never be lacking. Therefore, as long as it's not a too common equipment item, it's necessary to use perfect grade entry points. With a flash of red light, Jiang Chen distinctly feels the evil soul emblem in his hand suddenly possessing a majestic energy. Entry successfully added. Evil soul emblem obtains mythical grade entry, Fate's retaliation. Entry 1, Fate's counterattack. While in a state of counterattack in Fate within the evil soul altar, immune to all damage and reflects 100% of any damage received back to the attacker. Looking at the mythical entry obtained from the evil soul beacon, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Absolute invincibility and 100% counter damage, this infinite entry's talent is indeed outrageously strong. It's a pity that these two effects cannot be permanently bestowed upon me, otherwise, I would be invincible directly. After muttering somewhat regretfully, Jiang Chen then grasped the beacon and stepped onto the open space where the altar was located. Just then, the empty ground suddenly floated a red magic array. Subsequently, enveloped in light, Jiang Chen's body disappeared from the spot. You have entered the evil soul altar. You have gained the effect of Fate's counterattack. With the prompt sound, Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look around the scene. The altar summoned by the Crimson Soul was not large, but the space at the bottom of the altar was surprisingly vast. All around were broken walls and ruins, resembling an ancient ruined palace. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of this palace. Although the light here was extremely dim, under the gaze of the void eye, Jiang Chen could still clearly see the intact statues standing at the forefront of the Great Hall. Warriors holding staffs and swords, assassins with bows and arrows, mages with one hand gathering elements and the other dragging a large sword. Rows of densely packed and varied statues occupied most of the palace. These statues lined both sides of the hall, with a statue emitting red light and an indiscernible face standing directly in front of the hall. Behind the statue, two vortexes continuously emitted eerie light. Using the void eye, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that these were the two magic arrays previously summoned by the Crimson Soul. Taking a step forward, Jiang Chen walked towards the front. The premonition from the void eye told Jiang Chen that there was a strong life force within this ruined palace. Just as Jiang Chen stepped into the hall, a cryptic and penetrating voice filled the entire hall, entering Jiang Chen's ears from all directions. To think that a mere mortal body could enter here, human, you have the qualifications to become a follower of this god. Approach, spill your blood onto the statue of this god, make an unbreakable covenant with your life and soul, and provide the power of faith for this god. This god will bestow upon you supreme divine power, guiding you to become the emperor of the human race. Listening to this almost will-disrupting voice, Jiang Chen sneered and directly stepped on the statue emitting the red light. A broken statue dares to ask for my sacrifice of soul and flesh, ridiculous. As soon as the words fell, the statue under Jiang Chen's feet was suddenly enveloped in an even more dazzling blood-red light. In an instant, the dilapidated hall was bathed in a blood-red glow, looking extremely eerie. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the light surrounding the statue under Jiang Chen's feet dissipated instantly. The next moment, a projection covered in red runes appeared in front of Jiang Chen. This projection had no facial features, with even its head covered in dense and cryptic runes. Using the void eye, Jiang Chen then looked at the information. God of Evils will statue level 10 tier, gold life, 152,000, physical attack, 3,520, magic attack, 6,990, armor, 3,455, magic resistance, 5,625. Skills, Whisper of the Evil God, Evil Soul Array, Evil Power Shaping, Faithful Strike. Introduction. Originally an ordinary statue of a professional in a movable dimensional space, it absorbed a large amount of life force and soul power through a sacrificial array after being tainted with a hint of evil, gaining self-awareness. Hidden information. A contaminator statue discarded by the realm of the gods, projected by the will of the evil god to the sealed place and granted a strand of power of faith. Looking at the blood-red figure in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. A statue tainted with some evil power dared to call itself a god. It even wanted to have flesh and soul sacrificed to it. Ridiculous. Ignorant ants. Even the power of a mere insect dares to challenge the heavens. After the majestic voice fell, the statue of the evil god immediately raised its right hand. Suddenly, red thunderbolts descended from the sky, illuminating the entire space with a bright red light. The majestic thunder radiated supreme power, as if the god of thunder had descended and struck directly towards Jiang Chen's body. Watching the statue of the evil god, who could deliver the strongest blow with just one move, Jiang Chen not only did not dodge but instead directly flashed towards the crackling thunder. The statue of the evil god, seeing this scene before it, was stunned and stopped the formation of the second magic in its hand. Well, flashing into a big move? Is this some kind of joke? Boom! After a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the space, Jiang Chen's body was completely engulfed by the red lightning. Lightning flashed, deafening. Just as the statue of the evil god was about to dissipate the thunder field, it suddenly found that the human in the red lightning field had not been harmed at all. How is this possible? This blow contained the power of faith of the evil god's will, enough to instantly kill even a silver-level creature. How could a human with such weak attributes withstand it unscathed? At this moment, the consciousness of the statue of the evil god was horrified beyond measure. The effect of Fate's counterattack is triggered. You are immune to all damage. The effect of Fate's counterattack is triggered, forcing 100% of the damage back to the attacker. The effect of Red Cloud Black Robe Thorn is triggered, forcing 30% of the damage back to the attacker. Under the effect of counterattack, two red lights, one after the other, instantly struck the body of the statue of the evil god like flowing light. Minus 72,510. Deceleration, minus 21,753. Deceleration, the blow imbued with the power of faith was terrifyingly strong. In an instant, the statue of the evil god had lost more than half of its health from its own attack. Looking at the statue of the evil god dumbfounded in the air, Jiang Chen directly summoned the Scythe of Death. Your attack just now was like scratching an itch for me. But unfortunately, it seems you don't have the courage to release a second one. Faced with such provocation, although the statue of the evil god was extremely angry, it was somewhat helpless. The human in front of it not only possessed a terrifying invincible appearance but also had a counterattack effect that defied the heavens. Such abilities had already surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures. With the meager power of faith on its body, it was simply unable to contend with it. Humans, do not insult the gods. This god carries the power of the great evil god, and all actions represent the great evil god. Are you bullying the fact that the true body of the evil god cannot descend here? Hearing this, Jiang Chen impatiently waved the scythe in his hand. What nonsense, evil god, let it come and try if it dares. If you're already scared out of your wits, then get lost. Immediately, the floating statue of the evil god flew uncontrollably straight towards Jiang Chen. You! Before the incredulous exclamation could be uttered, the statue of the evil god knelt down, raising its hands to catch the blade in Jiang Chen's hand. Glancing at the kneeling statue of the evil god in front of him, Jiang Chen leisurely withdrew the Scythe of Death. Throughout the whole process, there was no worry or guard at all. The out-of-control statue of the evil god stood still like a brain malfunction. Invincible, counterattack, altering will. It truly didn't know how to deal with this situation. Unable to fight back, unable to escape. What else could it do? Looking at the motionless statue of the evil god, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Not even a sneak attack? You're useless even when given the chance. As the words fell, a phantom slash was released. Minus 1,541. Freeze, slow, minus 904. Electric blade, minus 1,541. Freeze, slow. Glancing at the remaining tens of thousands of health points of the evil god statue, Jiang Chen then wielded the Scythe of Death, continuously releasing attacks. minus 555. Slow, minus 555. Slow, minus 904. Electric blade. Allowing countless attacks to land on himself, the evil god statue still dared not retaliate. A moment later, as if foreseeing its own fate, the evil god statue couldn't help but sigh. Enough. It's fate. Let it end. As the words fell, a crimson light gathered on the hand of the evil god statue, directly striking Jiang Chen's chest. Fate reversal effect triggered. You are immune to all damage. Fate reversal effect triggered. 100% of the damage is forced back to the attacker. Red cloud black robe thorn effect triggered. 30% of the damage is forced back to the attacker. Minus 72,510. Slow. Boom. A deafening roar, as if a meteor had fallen, exploded in the entire ruined space. The majestic power of destruction instantly cleared the remaining health points of the evil god statue. You have killed the level 10 golden boss evil god will statue. You gained 42,600 experience points. You gained red moon coins asterisk 2900, blue dew holy grail asterisk 20, red dew holy grail asterisk 45. You gained crimson thunder dagger, golden. You gained mark of the evil soul. Your level has increased to level 11, 4-dimensional attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You gained human race bonus, normal free attributes plus 5. You gained perfect attribute point plus 11. Glancing at the projection of the evil god statue, now reduced to dots of red light, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The few size of the broken statue clearly indicated that it was disappointed in its low attack, not hurting enough. Looks like I need to find a way to enhance my attack methods, or else I'll struggle against high health bosses. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen glanced at his experience bar. With the tens of thousands of experience points provided by the golden boss, Jiang Chen directly leveled up to level 11. He was only halfway to level 12. In addition to providing a large amount of experience points, the evil god statue not only dropped a crimson dagger but also exploded with a red mark. A golden level dagger, if traded at this stage, would surely cause quite a stir. After casually checking its attributes, Jiang Chen stored it in his personal space. Taking out another item dropped by the evil god statue, Jiang Chen then looked at its information. Mark of the evil soul, attributes, physique plus 100%, spirit plus 100%, charm plus 5, luck plus 1. A special mark containing a faint power of the evil god, effects unknown. Red moon boundary not breached, unable to add attributes temporarily. Looking at the crimson mark in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Besides boosting physique and spirit, this mark unexpectedly increased charm by 5 points and luck by 1 point. In the Red Moon game, charm, like luck, is an extremely difficult hidden attribute to enhance. It can be said without exaggeration that the value of this mark is high enough to rival a high-grade King Xian artifact. What surprised Jiang Chen was that this mark could not have any additional attributes added to it, just like the Empowerment Stone. This probably indicates that the true rank of this mark is at least mythical. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately embedded the evil soul mark into the ornament on his chest. Instantly, his physical and mental attributes soared past 200 points. His magical attack power reached an astonishing 1355 points. Looking at his attribute panel, Jiang Chen believed that such magical attack power would take even a mage player a considerable amount of time to catch up to. After allocating the remaining free attribute points to strength and agility, Jiang Chen took a step forward towards the statue in front of him. The projection of vitality was slain, and the two vortexes near the statue of the evil god lost all their vitality. On the ground where the vortexes were, lay a bottle of crimson potion and a crimson scroll. Despite the distance, Jiang Chen could still sense the immense power emanating from the potion and the scroll. Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen immediately looked at their information. Faith potion, replication scroll. In a flash, Jiang Chen grabbed the potion and scroll from the ground. You obtained Faith potion *1. You obtained replication scroll *1. As the notification sound faded, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the potion in his hand. Faith potion, upon consumption, plus 500 HP, plus 100 armor, plus 100 magic resistance, plus 10 to all attributes, slight increase in soul strength. Hidden information, a special potion refined by the will of the evil god, containing the law of devouring. Upon consumption, the life force will be subject to a certain degree of devouring. Additional attributes, 3. Looking at the red potion in his hand, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but move. The attributes added by this potion exceeded the sum of leveling up by 1 level. Most importantly, it could enhance soul strength. As for the side effect of life force being devoured, it was of no consequence to Jiang Chen. With the absolute invincibility of Fate Reversal Stab, no damage could affect him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately concentrated his innate power to perfectly add attributes to the potion in his hand. Attribute addition successful. Faith Potion gains perfect grade attribute, Vitality. Faith Potion gains epic grade attribute, Soul Power, Charm. Attribute 1, Vitality, increases life effects of the potion by 100%. Attribute 2, Soul Power, slightly enhances soul strength. Attribute 3, Charm, small chance to trigger absolute charm on the opposite sex. Seeing the new effects of the potion, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Not only did his soul strength increase, but he also gained additional charm effects. Once triggered, he would transform into a human bulldozer. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen uncorked the bottle and immediately drank the red potion in his hand. You have consumed Faith Potion. You gained, plus 1000 HP, plus 100 armor, plus 100 magic resistance, plus 10 to all attributes, slight increase in soul strength, significant increase in charm effect. Just as the notification sound rang out, a red vortex exuding terrifying devouring power rose under Jiang Chen's feet. A strange blood-red light enveloped Jiang Chen's body in an instant. The next moment, a hand reached out from the vortex, carrying a terrifying momentum, and directly aimed for Jiang Chen's heart. Fate Reversal Stab effect triggered. You are immune to all damage effects. The effective counterattack of the Fate is triggered, forcing 100% of the damage to be counterattacked to the attacker. The effective Red Cloud Black Robe Thorns is triggered, forcing 30% of the damage to be rebounded to the attacker. The devouring rule contained in the Faith Potion did not have any effect on Jiang Chen. Instead, at the moment that hand touched Jiang Chen, a red light suddenly flashed on him. In the blink of an eye, this light condensed into a blood-red hand that tore through the void. In a distant unknown space, an indescribable entity covered in blood aura floated above a massive altar. Before it, blood-red star maps were displayed. Within those maps, the wool projected by this being into various spaces was observed. Suddenly, one of the star maps shattered. After a few seconds of silence in the entire space, a cryptic sound distorting space echoed from an unknown source. Oh, has the statue of the Fanway Galaxy been destroyed? The cryptic voice drifted down. The entire space continued to collapse. At that moment, a vortex emerged beneath the feet of this being. As soon as it appeared, it completely enveloped its body. Simultaneously, a red hand, origin unknown, plunged directly into the chest of this indescribable entity. In an instant, a blood-red light was pulled out from the creature's body by this hand. The next moment, the entire hand vanished instantly. At that moment, countless blood-red patterns on the surface of this entity dimmed quietly. Sensing its life force being inexplicably devoured, the entity was slightly surprised, because it clearly perceived that the hand devouring its life was the devouring rule it had absorbed from sentient beings. Interesting, a flesh and blood creature from the Fanway Galaxy can actually devour my life force. This power truly makes me somewhat yearn for it. At this moment, at the bottom of the altar of evil souls, when Jiang Chen just took out the replicating scroll from his backpack, his whole body suddenly paused, because he felt a tremendous life force madly surging into his body. Your special abilities Thorns and Counterattack of the Fate are triggered, causing the opponent to suffer equivalent damage rebound. Under the special rules of the Devouring Law, you gain a trace of the opponent's life source power. You gain, plus 10 years of lifespan. 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 After a series of prompt sounds, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Did he seemingly do nothing and just gained 130 years of lifespan by standing still? This is too cool. The anti-damage buff added by the infinite entries, the rules are indeed insane. However, 130 years of lifespan, just a trace of the opponent's life force. Doesn't this mean that the so-called will of the evil god has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years or even longer? After pondering in place for a while, Jiang Chen temporarily set aside the answer to this unattainable question. After gaining 130 years of lifespan, Jiang Chen's soul, body, and cognition were undergoing changes. With over 100 years of life force as capital, this meant that the alternate version of the Book of Life and Death, controlled by Jiang Chen, could also come in handy in the future. After taking a comfortable breath, Jiang Chen took out the red scroll from his backpack. Replicating scroll after use can replicate the effect of any equipment onto another piece of equipment. Scroll disappears after use. Can add entries. 3. Watching the effect of this replicating scroll, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. With this scroll, when I find a new weapon in the future, I can replicate the reaping effect of the Death Scythe onto the new equipment. After all, the Death Scythe is only a level 1 equipment, and its stats can no longer keep up with Jiang Chen's current pace. If the new weapon can also have the reaping effect of the God of Death, then Jiang Chen's combat power will receive a significant boost. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately released his talent power to add perfect attributes to the scroll in his hand. Attribute addition successful. Replication scroll gains perfect grade attribute, assimilation. Replication scroll gains legendary grade attribute, perfect replication. Replication scroll gains mythical grade attribute, talent replication. Attribute 1, assimilation, can replicate the effect onto oneself. Attribute 2, perfect replication, the replicated effect will automatically advance to a perfect form. Attribute 3, talent replication, can replicate one of the target's initial talents. When replicating, the target must be within sight. If the mental attributes and soul strength are lower than the target's, there is a high probability of being discovered. Looking at the new effects gained from the replication scroll, Jiang Chen's breath couldn't help but become slightly heavier. Replicating the talents of other targets onto oneself and automatically advancing the talent effects to a perfect form. Such a miraculous ability is incredibly powerful. It's a pity I can't replicate my own abilities. Otherwise, if I could re-replicate the effect of Fate Backstab, I would be invincible. After murmuring with great anticipation, Jiang Chen then stored the replication scroll in his personal space. After adding attributes, the potential of this scroll is extremely vast. Only when encountering truly suitable talents can its maximum effect be realized. After carefully scanning the surroundings again to ensure there were no overlooked items, Jiang Chen then took out the spirit wind boots that were dropped by the redling evil spirit earlier. On the black and red boot body, faint white cloud patterns continuously emitted a weak light. Spirit wind boots, category, shoes, grade, silver, equipment requirement, level 10. Attributes, agility plus 35, magic resistance plus 25. Movement speed plus 30%. Effect, movement speed increases by 100% after leaving combat. Introduction, made of flowing cloud yarn and wind-scented black silk, possessing a bit of wind elemental power and magic resistance. Can add attributes, the attributes of the spirit wind boots are quite good, adding a full 35 points of agility. After leaving combat, the movement speed can explosively increase by double. With such effects, it can be considered a small treasure among the same grade. Activating his talent power, Jiang Chen immediately added attributes to it. Suddenly, under the power of infinite attributes, the originally black and red boots were visibly covered with 3 stripes of different colors at a rapid pace. Attribute addition successful. Spirit Wind Boots gains perfect grade attribute, Wind Spirit. Spirit Wind Boots gains epic grade attributes, Water Treading, Air Riding. Attribute 1, Wind Spirit, movement speed plus 55%. Attribute 2, Water Treading, can freely walk on any water surface as if on flat ground. Attribute 3, Air Riding, can fly at low altitudes below 50 meters, with a flight speed equal to the movement speed. Seeing the new effects gained by the Spirit Wind Boots, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This wave of attribute additions not only increased the additional movement speed but also gained the abilities of Water Treading and Air Riding. It can be said without exaggeration that with these two abilities, there are hardly any scenarios that can restrict Jiang Chen's movements. Throwing the newbie cloth shoes aside, Jiang Chen immediately put on the black and red Spirit Wind Boots. Instantly, Jiang Chen's agility attribute soared a bit, and his movement speed increased by about double. With his current speed, after activating the Ghost Step, other players couldn't even touch his shadow. Satisfied, Jiang Chen closed the attribute panel and directly exited the bottom space of the altar of the evil soul. The statues of the evil god's will and the ancestral stones of the altar were lifeforms without souls. Therefore, soul manipulation couldn't extract their souls. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. With his current strength, the undead of the Golden Boss could only survive for an hour and a half. There wasn't much time to do anything. Moreover, the undead didn't have the real damage buff, so the damage they inflicted when summoned to fight the boss was extremely limited. At this stage, they could only help Jiang Chen endure damage and provide some control. Their effect was not particularly significant. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen quickly left the Death Forest and returned to the Sealed Land. Upon reaching level 10, he would be able to enter the Novice Assessment's Secret Realm. Players who completed the trial in the Secret Realm would qualify to go to the Red Moon Continent. In the Red Moon Continent, there was not only the human civilization. The universe where the Red Moon descended was extremely diverse, and humans were just one of the many races. After leaving the Sealed Land, humans would face various races in the universe and even the multiverse. There were many races weaker than humans, and many races whose strength surpassed humans, such as the Dragon Clan, the Elven Clan, the Undead Clan, the Titan Clan. Countless races inhabited the Red Moon Continent, constantly exploring and seeking opportunities to become gods. Therefore, although the resources in the Red Moon Continent were abundant, it was also full of dangers. Therefore, before heading to the Red Moon continent, some preparations had to be made. Jiang Chen remembered that there were many mysterious merchants in the Red Moon continent. The goods they held were high-quality equipment, props, blueprints, and scarce resources like empowerment stones. To obtain these resources from them, Red Moon coins were essential. At this stage, the fastest way to obtain Red Moon coins was basically through trading. Glancing at the items in his backpack, Jiang Chen immediately returned to the newbie town of 4,396. There shouldn't be many players in the first batch heading to the Red Moon continent. It's better to liquidate the unused resources here first, so it will be more convenient when we get to the Red Moon continent. For Jiang Chen, those silver-grade staffs and skill books were useless. But for players at this stage, these were good items that could instantly boost their combat power. For example, the Frost Barrier and Blizzard obtained from General Bingwen were excellent skills. Learning these two skills would directly result in wide-range freezing control and frost damage, a perfect tool for grinding monsters. And the Secret Realm token that could teleport to the Succubus Cave was a sought-after monster hunting ground for players at this stage. Any of these items, when taken out casually, would cause quite a stir. 4396 Sealed Land. Many players wandering in the town had worried expressions. Since the sealed land had been continuously connected, most areas had been monopolized by guilds. The monsters that ordinary players could grind were becoming fewer, and leveling up was getting slower. Life was extremely tough. When Jiang Chen strode towards the most densely populated player respawn point, his equipment instantly caught the attention of the surrounding players. Wow, this outfit, these shoes, the torment set? Huh, what's going on? I just glanced at it and felt a bit painful? Sorry, bro, I accidentally stepped on your foot just now. This scythe looks familiar. Isn't this the top player in our village, the Great Master of the 10 Directions? Oh my, it seems like it's really the Great Master of the 10 Directions. Great Master, can you help me level up? I run an ancient-style foot massage parlor. I'll give you a free lifetime membership if you help me reach level 5. For a moment, countless players surrounded Jiang Chen, talking non-stop. Some female players even spoke in vague terms in public, mentioning things like going to caves to fight monsters or lower fire resistance. Jiang Chen chose to ignore them directly. Solo players basically couldn't afford the items in Jiang Chen's backpack. At this stage, apart from those players who could gather funds quickly, there were probably not many players with as many Red Moon coins as Jiang Chen. Walking to the front of the resurrection array, Jiang Chen directly displayed the items from his backpack and posted a message in the public chat. Equipment, skill scrolls, Charmed Demon Realm teleportation scrolls on sale, hurry to buy. Trading requires showing own talent information. High-level talent holders can get priority purchasing rights. After Jiang Chen sent out this message, almost all players in the sealed land were stunned. Then, the entire public chat erupted. What? Am I seeing things right? The top player is personally selling Charmed Demon Realm tokens? Why do we need to show talent information for trading? Isn't this like having our pants pulled down? What are you worried about with a black iron talent? The top player probably wants to attract some high talent players through this trade. It has nothing to do with us scrubs. Hurry up, it might be gone if you're late. Get a few Charmed Demon Realm tokens. I haven't fought Charmed Demons yet. My talent is decent, but I don't know the price. If it's cheap, I also want some teleportation tokens. My current state is really suitable for fighting Charmed Demons. Is this fight you're talking about serious? With the message top player selling equipment and items spreading, a large number of players flooded into the sealed land of 4,396. And around Jiang Chen, countless people gathered. Damn, so many good things, even silver-level scrolls and golden artifacts are being sold. Did the top player really awaken a talent for treasure hunting? This is amazing. These things are enough to raise an elite team. Radiant Sun Guild is buying Red Moon coins at high prices. Come for immediate trades. Damn, something's not right. These equipment seems to be enchanted. The effects are simply incredible. Any high-talent brothers willing to help me buy some stuff, I'll pay. I have a bold idea, wondering if any good brothers want to hear it? Do you want to measure yourself? Do you think your health bar is higher than a gold boss with over 10,000 health? If you really want to die, just go ahead, hand over your stuff to me before you go. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the area near the resurrection point of 4,396 was packed with people. After posting the information, Jiang Chen lazily stood aside, waiting for someone to bring money. Half a minute later, a figure in tight assassin gear slowly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The moment the invisibility was completely lifted, this player's gaze was fixed on the Crimson Thunder dagger in front of Jiang Chen. This dagger. How much? As the words fell, the assassin player immediately shared her talent information with Jiang Chen. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice in his ear, Jiang Chen raised his eyes and casually glanced at the information of this assassin in front of him. Drizzle, assassin, level 6, talent, divine piercing force, Wang Xian. Well, wasn't this the player he discovered a little secret from in General Ice Pattern's barrier last time? Remembering the previous scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tactically clear his throat twice. 50,000 red moon coins. Upon hearing this calm voice, Drizzle immediately shifted her gaze away from the Crimson Thunder dagger, frowned as she glanced at the backpack, and said, 50,000? That's too expensive. At this stage, I'm afraid no one can come up with so many red moon coins. Where can I find the golden artifact now? You think it's expensive, but I find it cheap, Jiang Chen replied coldly before losing interest in the player in front of him. With the added attributes, the price of the golden artifact of 50,000 red moon coins was almost out of reach for anyone. Even at such a low price, some couldn't afford it, only blaming their lack of effort. I don't have that many red moon coins at the moment. How about you give me your card number, and I'll pay you double in cash? Jiang Chen shook his head. I only want red moon coins. With the arrival of the red moon, the world changed drastically. Although the economic order had not collapsed yet, it wouldn't be long before the real-world currency inflated and devalued. Soon, money would be no different from waste paper. It was too early to exchange for red moon coins, so accepting real-world currency was out of the question. Most importantly, Jiang Chen needed red moon coins to purchase powerful equipment from the mysterious merchant. Real-world currency was practically useless to him. Seeing Jiang Chen unmoved, Yaksha Fifai paused before asking, "Can you hold on to the item for me? I'll gather the red moon coins from the guild immediately." Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, Yaksha Fifai moved to the side, activated the red moon's communication, and then disappeared into the crowd. 2 minutes later, Yaksha Fifai reappeared in front of Jiang Chen. "Here are 50,000 red moon coins, let's make the trade. Can you also give me some secret realm tokens?" If it weren't for the irresistible effects of the golden artifact, Yaksha Fifai would never have emptied the entire guild before leaving the newbie village. However, if he could obtain the Crimson Thunder dagger, everything would be worth it. Getting a few tokens on top would be even better. Opening the instant trade and exchanging the Crimson Thunder dagger, Jiang Chen shook his head. "I can't give them for free, you'll have to pay extra." You traded Crimson Thunder dagger, golden, with Yaksha Fifai. You received red moon coins *50W. With the golden artifact in hand, Yaksha Fifai didn't care about the few tokens and disappeared on the spot. At that moment, several players rudely pushed through the crowd and approached Jiang Chen. Leading them was Blackhead of the Turtle, the one Jiang Chen had previously controlled and crushed with the Ice General. "Tenfang, I won't hold a grudge about last time," Blackhead of the Turtle said, looking at Jiang Chen with confidence and composure. "Sell me these equipment and secret realm tokens in a bundle, and I'll give you 1 million red moon coins immediately. After returning to reality, I'll give you an additional 30 million. If you find it insufficient, we can negotiate. I have plenty of money." This statement caused a stir among the surrounding players. 1 million red moon coins plus 30 million real-world currency just for some equipment and items was beyond anyone's imagination. 30 million? If that's true, it's too good to be true. Are you sure it's not 30 million happy beans? He's from the Wu family, a second-generation rich kid. Others spend billions on playing retro online games. He's a real big shot who can afford to maintain a server on his own. 30 million is nothing to him. He could easily spend $1 billion. Poverty really limits my imagination. I haven't even spent $6 on a first top-up. While all the players were envious and jealous, Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. This guy came in acting like a capitalist, saying "I forgive you and money can buy anything." Who gave you the right? Gripping the scythe of death, Jiang Chen calmly said, "I accept trades from anyone, but I don't like your tone. Leave, and I'll spare your life." Jiang Chen's attitude left Blackhead of the Turtle and all the players stunned in place. He seemed to have not expected that the other party not only ignored his conditions once again but also spoke such words in public. From childhood to adulthood, from playing landlord to sabak, when has Blackhead of the Turtle been treated like this by anyone? "Sure Fong, although you are strong, you need to understand that this is a game. I'll give you one more chance." Before the other party could finish speaking, Jiang Chen swung his right hand directly. Instantly, the blade of the scythe of death cut directly into the neck of Blackhead of the Turtle. -1613. Electric blade, -555. -1613. Electric blade, you have killed the player Blackhead of the Turtle, you gain 10 points of infamy. You have killed the player Brother Sunleg, you gain 10 points of infamy. Ignoring the infamy notifications ringing in his ears and not extracting the souls of these players, Jiang Chen directly grasped the scythe of death and walked to the resurrection array. "I told you to leave," but you didn't listen, disrupting my business. Now you can't leave. Glancing sideways at the crowd below the resurrection array, Jiang Chen said from a high vantage point, equipment items are temporarily not for sale, but there is a live person here. The Moonlight Organization of the Sun Guild, pay attention, let's see how many red moon coins can be offered, let's negotiate properly. If no one bids in half a minute, then I will take action. Standing in the center of the resurrection array, Jiang Chen looked around calmly. Around the resurrection point, numerous players were already shocked by Jiang Chen's decisive actions. At this moment, after hearing his words, they all looked puzzled. What the hell is going on? Is he selling people? Countless players were amazed. Many were dumbfounded. Auctioning off live people at the resurrection array, such a ridiculous thing was happening right before their eyes. This Feng is too ruthless. Turtle, who had just been resurrected, hadn't even reacted when he saw a huge scythe placed at his neck. Witnessing this scene, at the same time, 9 players who had just been resurrected were instantly shocked and angry. A player named Brother Sunleg directly aimed his weapon at Jiang Chen. Feng, let go of Turtle brother. Always leave yourself a way out. Don't you know who you are offending right now? Slightly moving his wrist, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, who he is has nothing to do with me. I only know that if no one offers red moon coins in 10 seconds, then this person who disrupted my business will once again become a corpse waiting to be resurrected. It seems you are determined to be enemies with our Sun Guild. Don't regret your decision. Brother Sunleg frowned, trying hard to control his emotions. As the top lackey of Turtle, Brother Sunleg was in a position above 10,000. Usually, no matter which game he played, he would act arrogantly and be called Leg Brother wherever he went. When did he ever act so submissive and fearful like now? Click. Just as he was about to speak, Brother Sunleg suddenly saw Turtle, who had just been resurrected, being instantly killed in the resurrection array. Be enemies with the Sun Guild? Do you have the strength for that? Although you have wasted quite a bit of my time, I always persuade with reason and act as I say. If no one trades in another 10 seconds, I will continue to take action. Upon hearing this, Black Head of the Turtle, who had just been resurrected, wanted to curse directly. Is this fair? Is there any justice? Holding a knife to his own neck and saying he persuades with reason? In less than a minute, he died twice in a row. Adding the 3 previous deaths, Black Head of the Turtle had died a total of 5 times. Although it had not spread completely, the vast majority of people already knew the fact that after dying 9 times in the Red Moon game, one would die permanently. No matter which world it is, death is always a topic that people try to avoid. As the heir of a major conglomerate, Turtle's Black Head is more afraid of death than anyone else. Looking at the shiny blade on his neck, Turtle's Black Head could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. Tenfang, I admit defeat. I'll give you the red moon coins, I'll remember this transaction. The Red Moon game has just begun, there will be plenty of trading opportunities in the future. As the words fell, Turtle's Black Head immediately brought up the trading interface and conducted an instant trade with Jiang Chen. Turtle's Black Head has traded Red Moon coins with you. You received Red Moon coins *1.02 million. With $1 million in funds deposited, Jiang Chen promptly put away the death scythe in his hand. He paid no attention to Turtle's unwillingness and hidden resentment. If you want to trade in the future, feel free to come back. In business, it's all about winning people over with virtue. Just as Turtle's Black Head picked up the second dropped experience, his face darkened upon hearing this. Suppressing his anger, he led his men into the crowd and disappeared. Glancing at the curious gazes directed at him, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. With an infinite number of attributes, selling equipment in the future would be a common occurrence. Without establishing authority, everyone and anyone would come to challenge him. Having authority could subtly reduce many troubles. Taking out the previous items, Jiang Chen continued to sell equipment. To him, the earlier incident was just a minor episode. Through this auction, Jiang Chen noticed that the players around him looked somewhat fearful and nervous. However, Jiang Chen paid no mind. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen had basically sold out all his items. A golden tier staff, 2 silver tier skill scrolls, a silver armor, a bronze armor, and a bronze staff. 5 equipment items were sold directly for 2.8 million red moon coins. Compared to equipment and skill books, the dungeon tokens, as consumables, were relatively cheaper. Selling a token with additional effects for only 100 red moon coins, Jiang Chen could refine 3,000 dungeon tokens every month as the master of the dungeon, as long as he didn't destructively exploit it. In this wave alone, Jiang Chen earned 300,000 red moon coins from the dungeon tokens. After all the items were sold, Jiang Chen now had around 4.7 million red moon coins. Not a bad harvest. After entering the Red Moon continent, I should be able to buy a lot of good things. It's a pity I didn't find any good talents, and it's almost impossible for anyone to come up with so many red moon coins in a short time. The next trade will probably have to wait a while. Closing the information panel of his personal space, Jiang Chen directly activated his invisibility and hurried towards the teleport anchor point of the sealed land. The sealed land was just an area isolated from the Red Moon continent, with extremely limited resources in all aspects. With Jiang Chen's current strength, staying here would only be a waste of time. Only by completing the novice assessment and entering the Red Moon continent could Jiang Chen maximize his strength. On the square to the east of the nearby town, a huge statue stood tall. Jiang Chen remained invisible as he approached and reached out to touch it. Opening the map of the teleport anchor points, Jiang Chen directly chose the trial dungeon. Suddenly, a transparent teleportation array slowly rose from under Jiang Chen's feet amidst a flash of white light. At that moment, a player carrying a shield walked to the front of the statue, looked around, and began muttering incessantly. "Why is this village so poor? I searched everywhere and couldn't even find a treasure chest. Destiny, light of prophecy. Prophecy, methods to increase lifespan. Prophecy, the fastest way to reach level 10. Prophecy, the sealed land containing resource chests." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his eyes. Well, is he hiding here to use his perspective ability? Just as he was about to carefully investigate the talent information and skill panel of this player, the spatial light of the teleportation array completely enveloped Jiang Chen. His vision blurred, space shifted. Jiang Chen slowly appeared in an extremely empty scene. Thinking of the talent displayed by that player just now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The talent of the Fate sequence, growing up to be mythical. Although this talent had no attack capabilities, it was unbelievably strong. It could be said that with this talent, one could become powerful even while lying down. If I replicate this talent and perfect it through evolution, my strength could increase several times faster. Putting away his thoughts, Jiang Chen temporarily did not dwell too much on this issue. It was at this moment that a prompt sounded quietly in his ear. "You have entered the trial's secret realm." The moment the prompt fell, 5 illusory light gates appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The gates were of different colors, each displaying different information. Normal trial, normal number of monsters, boss at Black Iron tier, upon completion, obtain the Red Moon Continent teleportation voucher, participants, 1 to 10. Heroic trial, normal number of monsters, boss at Bronze tier, upon completion, obtain all rewards from normal trial, additionally gain 10 points in all 4 attributes, participants, 1 to 10. King's trial, abundant number of monsters, boss at Silver tier, upon completion, obtain all rewards from normal trial, additionally gain 25 points in all 4 attributes, participants, 1 to 7. Monarch's trial, number of monsters unspecified, boss at Silver and Gold tier, upon completion, obtain all rewards from normal trial, additionally gain 50 points in all 4 attributes and a random silver artifact, participants, 1 to 5. Emperor's trial, content unspecified, upon completion, obtain all rewards from Monarch's trial, additionally gain 10,000 prestige points, 1 unknown reward, participants, 1. Looking at the information on the 5 light gates, Jiang Chen did not hesitate much. Taking a step forward, Jiang Chen decisively entered the Emperor's Gate. With dozens of attributes added and the effect of absolute real damage, Jiang Chen had no reason to choose a different difficulty. As a golden light shimmered, Jiang Chen's body appeared in an extremely dark area. "You have entered the Emperor's Trial, the secret realm assessment has begun, you cannot leave this space until the trial is completed. Hint 1, if you die more than 5 times within 24 hours or fail to complete the final trial task, this assessment will fail. Hint 2, if the Emperor's Trial assessment fails, your prestige will decrease by 500 points. The rewards of the Emperor level trial were extremely generous. However, the trial's difficulty was also at its maximum. Not only could only one person enter, there were no task instructions either. Inside the secret realm, everything had to be figured out by oneself. Summoning the Scythe of Death, Jiang Chen walked calmly while examining the surrounding environment. The surroundings were dark and eerie. When Jiang Chen first appeared here, the cold and rotten smell that came rushing towards him furrowed his brow. Looking up, the sky was pitch black. Jiang Chen instantly understood that he was in a huge tomb, located beneath the ground. This meant that there would be no light entering here, it was a truly dark space. For ordinary players, just overcoming such an environment would be a headache. But for Jiang Chen with the void pupil, this was not a problem at all. Several dozen steps forward, Jiang Chen realized he seemed to be on the outskirts of a tomb. Before him, damaged stone tablets stood on the somewhat loose ground. The oppressive atmosphere, combined with the pungent smell, exuded nothing but an endless sense of death. Here, the silence was so profound that not even a whisper could be heard, making it eerily unsettling. Walking along the passage ahead, in the enclosed and absolutely quiet environment, the sound of his footsteps on the damp ground seemed to amplify several times over. Jiang Chen could even feel his own footsteps echoing in his soul. The environment here was even more chilling than the deathly forest he had entered before. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chen emerged from this narrow passage. A spacious hall came into view. Scanning around, Jiang Chen could clearly see uneven ground with black coffins faintly visible. On top of those coffins, severed limbs looked terrifyingly grotesque. About 10 coffins were pitch black, except for the one in the center, which was not only slightly larger but also a striking golden color. Gripping the scythe of death, Jiang Chen walked towards the coffin ahead. As he proceeded, the putrid smell in the air grew stronger. Just as Jiang Chen reached the central area of the hall, a bone-chilling sound suddenly rang out. Ah! Along with this terrifying howl, the golden coffin was slowly pushed open, and 2 pale hands emerged from within. Boom! At that moment, 10 coffins were violently pushed open simultaneously, and figures began crawling out. These towering figures exuded a majestic aura, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen gleaming with a blood-red cold light. Clad in black short boots, draped in black armor, adorned with a crimson-black coronet, and wielding a silver longsword, they resembled ancient swordsmen. Focusing his gaze, Jiang Chen then looked at their information. Sword slave hidden, level 10, tier, black iron, life 6400, physical attack 460, magic attack 160, armor 290, magic resistance 90. Skills, sword spirit, moon sever, concealment, introduction, a sword slave guarding the ancient king, possessing extraordinary sword skills and formidable close combat abilities. Even in death, there will remains, carrying a fraction of their former power in their incomplete bodies. Hidden information, once known as sword hidden among the 10 sword slaves, possessing the ability to conceal oneself. Sword slave, sovereign, sword slave, piercer. Watching the 11 undead swordsmen brandishing their blades before him, Jiang Chen finally understood why the rewards for the Emperor-level trial were so generous. Typically, bosses appear as the final monsters in a trial. However, in this Emperor-level trial, there were already 11 black iron bosses from the start. Moreover, the most powerful one, Sword Executioner, was almost reaching the level of a bronze boss. Concealment, defense, assassination, recovery, perception, manipulation. This luxurious lineup of 11 sword slaves with different abilities made it impossible for even a team of 10 players to see any hope of victory. However, for Jiang Chen, these undead swordsmen with black iron level strength seemed just like that. Those who enter this place shall die. With a cryptic murmur from Sword Executioner, the other 10 sword slaves immediately and skillfully attacked Jiang Chen from different angles. Focusing his gaze, Jiang Chen unleashed a phantom slash directly at the sword slave hiding in the back. -1651. Freeze, slow, -1640. Electric blade, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freeze, slow. Under the nearly 1,400 points of magic attack, Jiang Chen's electric blade directly exploded with damage comparable to phantom slash. 2 phantom attacks combined with the chain damage of the electric blade instantly cleared 2/3 of the sword slave's health bars. Activating Ghost Step, Jiang Chen's speed suddenly surged, leaping directly behind the 2 frozen sword slaves. The death scythe swiftly swung, directly taking out 2 sword slaves with healing abilities. Crack! The time of the ice control ended. The remaining 9 sword slaves instantly regained their mobility. They dispersed their forms, releasing their respective skills directly towards Jiang Chen. As undead bosses, they not only possessed formidable strength but also mature combat awareness. Watching the approaching sword energy, Jiang Chen directly flashed and released an ability. Activating stealth mode, Jiang Chen waited for the cooldown of Phantom Slash. Meanwhile, the 9 sword slaves continued to wield sword energy, unleashing sword techniques around them. Although these skills had a limited range, hitting Jiang Chen would pose a significant problem. Fortunately, under stealth mode, Jiang Chen's movement speed was greatly enhanced. 5 seconds later, the sword slaves who couldn't find a target gathered together, with a few high-defense sword slaves surrounding them. Suddenly, 2 30-meter scythe phantoms directly hit their bodies. -1651. Frozen, slowed, -1640. Electric blade, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Frozen, slowed. With Jiang Chen's current attributes, coupled with skill amplification, a single phantom slash could deal over 4,000 points of damage. These black iron bosses with only 6 to 7,000 health points were instantly wiped out by just 2 skills. You have slain sword slave, black iron. You gained 500 experience. You gained 500 experience. You gained You gained Red Moon Coin asterisk 365, Red Do Holy Bottle asterisk 7, Blue Do Holy Bottle asterisk 5. You gained Death Spirit Sword asterisk 10, Black Iron. You gained Death Spirit Greatsword, Bronze. Soul Subjugation has taken effect, granting you full control over Sword Slave. Just as Jiang Chen defeated the Sword Slaves. The Ownerless Ruins of Seal No. 999. Nearly 100 players gathered, all wearing cautious expressions. Boss, good news. Fiery Leg Brother pushed through the crowd, joy written all over his face as he walked to the end of the ruins and spoke to Black-Headed Turtle. Speak. After the information was released, one of our guild brothers contacted me. He possesses a golden tier observation talent capable of probing into all players' information. Fiery Leg Brother quickly relayed. Hearing this, Black-Headed Turtle's expression darkened. Hurry and bring him here. The broken door of the ruins opened, and a mage player dressed in black, small in stature, and panic-stricken, walked in. Can you detect information from all directions? Turtle's voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Thinking of the repeated extreme annoyance caused by Tenfang, Turtle couldn't help but feel enraged. After playing the game for so many years, regardless of which virtual online game it was, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Only this Tenfang had subjected him to the two greatest humiliations in history and caused him to lose a large amount of Red Moon coins. During this time, he had been trying to access Tenfang's information to find a way to deal with him, but he had been unsuccessful. Impatient, he began to search for players with special observation talents at a high cost. Brother. Boss. Oh no, guild leader, I awakened the stargazing talent capable of observing beings 10 levels lower than me. This player was just an ordinary person, joining the branch of the Fiery Sun Guild to earn some extra money. Despite trying hard to restrain himself, he remained calm. But when he first encountered such a big shot as the turtle, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The black head of the turtle had seen this scene before and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Let's get started. If you can detect useful information, there will be benefits for you." With the promise of this big shot, the player with the talent for stargazing suddenly beamed with joy. I heard that the guild leader and that guy from the 10 directions have some beef. If I can observe useful information, maybe I'll skyrocket directly. I must use the strongest observation. This wave must expose everything about that guy from the 10 directions. After some calculations in his mind, the player unleashed his talent power. Stargazing detection is different from ordinary divination. It is also a talent of the fate sequence, just of a lower rank. Stellar momentum, disaster detection, divine inquiry, manifest. The stargazer began to summon the destinies of the 10 directions. Under his control, just as two stars were about to appear and connect, they shattered in a twist. Oops. The player's face was instantly filled with horror. Because his talent power unexpectedly became chaotic after the stars shattered, and he almost fainted. What's going on? The guy from the 10 directions isn't even above level 10, and he's still in a sealed place. What I'm detecting isn't future information, so I shouldn't be suffering backlash. Have I been cursed by the heavens? The player was shocked, muttering to himself. Unwilling to give up, he tried again. This time, it was even worse. The stars appeared and turned to dust in an instant. His maximum life limit decreased by 30%, and his talent origin dropped directly to the silver level. Seeing the observer's furrowed brow and panicked expression, the black head of the turtle thought the other party was nervous. Striding over to the player, the black head of the turtle impatiently said, "Does it take this long to detect information? You're not writing a report." Under the pressure from the turtle, the observer gritted his teeth and tried again. Before the stars could even be summoned, he fell backward in fear. Minus 99,999. The black head of the turtle and the players from the Luminous Sun Guild widened their eyes at this bizarre scene. Many players were sweating profusely, their faces filled with disbelief. Did he observe information and end up observing his own death? Is this for real? Does Red Moon Game have this kind of ability? The 10 directions are too extraordinary, risking their lives just to observe information. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. This is beyond unreasonable. When I used divination to observe the 10 directions before, I felt a bit uneasy. I thought it was the Sakura girl who took over my body, but it turns out the 10 directions have an incredible ability. Listening to the chatter of his comrades, the black head of the turtle impatiently shouted, "Shut up! Which virtual online game doesn't have items to block information? If you can't use the golden tier divination, then find a higher level observation talent. No matter what method you use, you must find information on this 10 directions for me." Although this request was extremely challenging, the comrades nodded obediently. As for all this, Jiang Chen naturally had no idea. At this moment, he was examining the rough information of 11 sword slaves undead. As black iron bosses, these sword slaves' attributes were not outstanding, but in terms of combat skills and experience, these sword slaves far surpassed ordinary players. Although the black iron undead had a short lifespan, within this tomb secret realm, they were an absolute powerful force. Controlling the sword slaves around him, Jiang Chen was about to activate the Eye of the Void to check the nearby passages when a sinister aura suddenly rushed towards him. Creak! The crisp sound of giant stones rubbing suddenly resounded. Following that, a slightly ancient tomb gate slowly opened behind the golden coffin lid. With a gaze into the void, after sending the sword slave with high life value and defense to scout ahead, Jiang Chen followed slowly behind. Stepping through the tomb gate, the sight ahead was a vast expanse of endless white bones. These bones were lying in all directions, some intact, some shattered beyond recognition. They were scattered in a disorderly and crisscrossed manner on the ground. At a glance, there was no end in sight. Every corner here was a white and eerie sight. Although much brighter than the previous sword slave's tomb chamber, it still sent shivers down one's spine. The enclosed space occasionally blew a chilling cold wind, mixed with a stench, making every moment here extremely uncomfortable. Activating stealth mode, Jiang Chen immediately paused in place, letting the sword slave step forward. It was at this moment that a chilling cold wind suddenly blew, and the creaking sound abruptly echoed. Then, the skulls around started moving without wind, and from their hollow eye sockets, faint green light suddenly emerged. The hand bones on the ground directly grabbed the advancing sword slave. Following that, these skulls all floated up amidst the flickering green light. Along with them, piles of scattered white bones on the ground also floated up. They swiftly mixed together in the air, assembling into complete skeletons in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately gazed into the void for their information. Skeleton Guardian, level 10, rank, common, life, 2900, physical attack, 230, magic attack, 60, armor, 140, magic resistance, 40. Skills, Bone Spike, Bite, Introduction, the personal guard of the Ancient King, possessing strong regenerative abilities, attacks will ignore part of the target's armor and resistance, endlessly attacking all living beings near the king's tomb. Just as Jiang Chen finished reading the information about these skeletons, 60 to 70 skeletons had already assembled. 11 sword slaves were surrounded, cutting off all escape routes. Being surrounded by so many skeletons at once, even a full team would find it extremely difficult to escape from here. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to these level 10 common monsters, even with some real damage effects. Glancing at the skeletons fiercely fighting the sword slaves, Jiang Chen shifted his body and directly swept a phantom slash towards the 20 or so nearest skeleton guards. Boom! Minus 1651. Freeze, slow, minus 1640. Electric blade, minus 1640. Electric blade, minus 1651. Freeze, slow. The scythe phantom strikes on the skeleton guards, sounding like hitting on rocks, creating low explosions. The two phantoms combined with the electric blade's terrifying damage instantly killed the outermost 10 or so skeleton guards. However, Jiang Chen didn't receive any kill notifications in his ears. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the scattered skeletons seemed to regain consciousness and floated up from the ground once again. In the blink of an eye, they reformed into complete skeletons. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately entered stealth mode. The skeleton guards, losing their target, redirected their anger towards the sword slaves. They raised their white skeletal claws and continuously attacked the sword slaves. Although there were many skeleton guards, the sword slaves' combat experience and teamwork clearly had the upper hand. Even when outnumbered, they still held their ground. However, the skeletons' bodies could instantly regenerate after being dispersed, making them unstoppable killing machines. Common ranked monsters cannot possess an undying body. Perhaps there are other monsters nearby. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately concealed himself to carefully observe the bone-buried ground with his void eyes that could see through hidden spaces and disguises. Under the gaze of his void eyes, Jiang Chen's sight landed on the left rear of the bone-buried ground. Among the eerie white bones, a sickle made of bones was emitting subtle energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated his ghostly steps, bypassed the skeleton guard fighting the sword slave, and leaped to the side of the bone sickle, releasing a phantom slash. Boom! A violent collision resounded as countless skeletons scattered under the attack of the sickle phantom. At that moment, an unusual sensation suddenly emanated from beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Without thinking, he swiftly sidestepped as a bone spike over half a meter long shot out from below. Chatter, chatter, chatter. A sinister laughter suddenly echoed. Above Jiang Chen, a huge skeletal figure floated, draped in a white cloak with only a skull for a head, holding the bone sickle. Using his void eyes, Jiang Chen immediately checked its information. Underworld Guardian, level 10, rank, silver, life, 72,000, physical attack, 2520, magic attack, 990, armor, 985, magic resistance, 625. Skills, Bone Spike, Time Domain, Skeleton Summoning, Death Scythe Ritual, Introduction, a skeleton creature with a bit of undead and time power, capable of summoning skeleton guards freely. Hidden information, Lord of the Skeleton Guards, once the time domain is opened, the skeleton guards will be sealed in an undead state. Chatter, chatter, chatter. A chilling laughter emanated from the Underworld Guardian, swirling menacingly above the bone-buried ground. Its hollow eyes locked onto Jiang Chen's body as it swung down the sickle in its hand. Instantly, dozens of bone spikes materialized around Jiang Chen, aiming at him from different directions. With his void eyes that could foresee the next moment, Jiang Chen easily dodged the attack. Despite the failed strike, the Underworld Guardian did not descend. Aerial combat was its forte. Watching the Underworld Guardian continuously releasing bone spikes towards him, Jiang Chen swung his sickle directly at it. Immediately, as the mocking sounds echoed, the Underworld Guardian's body trembled. Before it could comprehend what was happening, its entire body involuntarily knelt at Jiang Chen's feet. Trembling, it raised its skeletal arm to catch the sickle in Jiang Chen's hand, emitting an incomprehensible howl. Without hesitation, as Jiang Chen leaped back, he released a phantom slash. Instantly, two huge sickle phantoms struck towards the underworld skeleton. -1651. Freeze, slow, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freeze, slow. Just as the underworld skeleton regained freedom, it was instantly afflicted with the freeze control effect. Swinging back, wielding the scythe of death, Jiang Chen unleashed a series of attacks on the Underworld Guardian. -605. Slow, -605. Slow. At the moment of the fourth attack, a massive scythe suddenly appeared behind the Underworld Guardian. Hissing, the death scythe, shimmering with terrifying black light, descended and directly slashed at the Underworld Guardian's neck. -26,400. Reaper's Harvest, the terrifying reaping force, equivalent to 40% of the current life, directly took away over 20,000 health points from the Underworld Guardian. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen once again swung down with his scythe. Instantly, just released from the control of ice, the Shadow Guard once again knelt to the ground, unable to move. The Shadow Guard was greatly puzzled. It thought that flying in the air and swinging bone spikes was already a very sneaky tactic. Never did it expect to encounter a human who could control while attacking. It had intended to summon skeletons to attack, but found that its will was only focused on kneeling and accepting the blade. It couldn't come up with any other thoughts. 5 seconds later, the cooled phantom slash struck the Shadow Guard once again. -1651. Freeze, slow, -1640. Electric blade, -1651. Freeze, slow, submission. The submission effect of the phantom slash triggered, causing the Shadow Guard to immediately prostrate in the ice. Gripping the scythe of death, Jiang Chen once again swung it towards the Shadow Guard. 3 seconds later, Jiang Chen disappeared directly. While it was effective to accept the blade empty-handed, there might be a moment of counterattack once the opponent was prepared. The element of surprise was the key. Waiting invisible for the phantom slash to cool down was a more prudent approach. As Jiang Chen vanished, the Shadow Guard, losing its target, swung its scythe wildly around as if in a frenzy. It continuously released bone spikes, its body swiftly floating upwards. Unfortunately, being slowed down, its movements were no longer fluid. Just as its body reached high in the air, Jiang Chen, still invisible, leaped up. Swinging the scythe in hand, a phantom slash was released. Two huge scythe phantoms struck the Shadow Guard, instantly covering its entire skeletal surface with a layer of glistening frost. Bang! Another swing of the scythe, and the Shadow Guard's health visibly decreased at a rapid pace. 2 minutes later, with Jiang Chen's exceptional agility, the Shadow Guard was pulled to its death. Its skeletal body collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath. The skeleton guards still battling the sword slaves instantly lost all vitality, turning into a pile of white bones. You have slain the Shadow Guard, silver. You gained 10,935 experience points. You gained 410 red moon coins, 3 blue dew holy bottles, 1 time pearl. You gained Shadow Longsword, bronze, Shadow Armor, silver. You gained 5 days of lifespan. Soul subjugation has taken effect, granting you full control over the Shadow Guard. At the moment the notification sound rang out, a long sword, black armor, and a pearl floated slowly in front of Jiang Chen. After casually glancing at the information of the longsword and black armor, Jiang Chen then looked at the silver-white pearl in front of him. Time Pearl Eradicate Time. When crushed, it accelerates the time field around the target, blocking its recovery ability, subjecting it to time erosion. Duration, 30 minutes. Introduction. A pearl condensed with the power of time from the Shadow Guard's body, possessing a faint time force, disappears after use. Can add entries. 3. Grasping the thumb-sized silver-white pearl in his hand, Jiang Chen proceeded to add entries to it. Entry added successfully. Time Pearl Eradicate Time gains legendary entry. Time Acceleration, Time Acceleration, Time Acceleration. Entry 1. Time Acceleration. Time Field Acceleration increased 100-fold. Entry 2. Entry 3. This round of additions once again randomly generated 3 identical entries. Although the effects of the entries were singular, they were extremely terrifying when stacked. Just as Jiang Chen finished reading the entry information, the entire tomb began to tremble violently. Crack! The ground split, bones shattered. A square bronze coffin rose from the crack, suspended vertically in the air. Bang! The coffin lid shook open, and a figure slowly stepped out from the coffin. Clad in an ancient patterned black robe, a formidable ancient sword hung at the left waist. With a demeanor exuding a domineering aura, the figure stood with the right hand behind and the left hand resting on the sword at the waist. As the footsteps moved, even the skeletons in the entire space seemed to tremble faintly. I am the human king. Just these simple 4 words contain unparalleled dominance. Disturbers of my eternal rest shall be punished. Accompanied by this voice mixed with anger, the skeletons in the entire space began to slowly rise. As the ghostly steps were initiated, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, and he quickly glanced at the figure in the air. Ancient Human King, Level 10, Rank, King Xian, Life, 320,000, Physical Attack, 31,020, Magic Attack, 42,090, Armor, 21,985, Magic Resistance, 15,625. Skills, Undead Manipulation, King's Judgment, Elemental Subjugation, 9 Heaven's Sword Chi. Introduction. The Ancient Human King, possessing the power of the undead, integrating 7 elemental forces, turning into undead after death, and opening up the undead plane. Hidden information. A strand of wool left by the Ancient Human King in the burial ground. Looking at the boss in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. In this Imperial Trial secret realm, there was actually a King Xian level boss. All attributes exceeding 10,000, with a blood volume of over 300,000. Such attributes were simply impossible for players to defeat. With such terrifying stats, the kiting strategy was no longer applicable. Because, based on the huge life value, the Ancient Human King recovered hundreds or even thousands of points of health every second. Dealing with such a creature, besides a one-hit kill, no other method would work. Without much consideration, locking onto the target, Jiang Chen directly activated the Book of Life and Death ability of the Death Curse. After entering the Red Moon continent, there was a chance to drop lifespan when killing monsters. After igniting the fire of his lineage, he could increase his lifespan significantly. Moreover, with an additional 100 years of lifespan, 10 years were nothing. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen directly released the innate power of the Death Curse. Immediately, 2 black chains floated out from the void, one locking Jiang Chen and the other locking the Ancient Human King. Death Curse, target Ancient Human King. Death Curse cannot be purified, countered, or removed. Death Curse activated. Ancient Human King's remaining lifespan, 7 days. At the moment the Death Curse took effect, an illusory hourglass floated above the Ancient Human King's head. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen directly crushed the time pearl he had just obtained. Instantly, the time field of the entire tomb accelerated rapidly. The speed of rotation of the hourglass above the Ancient Human King's head increased hundreds of times in an instant, and the cooldown time of the Death Curse also decreased rapidly. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly activated invisibility, then teleported to the farthest place. With the acceleration of the time field, the Ancient Human King's healing ability was completely blocked, and the time field he was in was passing at an incomprehensible speed. Locking time. The death power that even the undead will cannot resist. At this moment, the Ancient Human King was astonished, because, despite controlling the ultimate power of the undead, he could not resist the mysterious Death Curse, and the surrounding accelerated time field was passing at hundreds of times the normal speed every second. Trespassers shall be punished. Buzz. As the words fell, the entire burial ground suddenly exploded. Then, amidst a spatial explosion, a huge meteorite descended from the sky, directly crashing towards the entire burial ground. A terrifying gust of wind blew from above, and the massive meteorite descended in a freefall manner, its momentum resembling a meteorite falling from the sky. Watching the Ancient King's terrifying AoE skill that shows no mercy, Zhang Chen swiftly moved away from the bone-burying ground while maintaining his invisibility. Boom! A violent collision resounded. A terrifying damage number floated above the Ancient King's head. Although Zhang Chen managed to distance himself from the bone-burying ground in time, he was still affected by the explosion's aftermath, but thankfully, the Sword Slave and the Shadow Guard took on most of the damage for him. After a brief scan of his surroundings, the Ancient King immediately raised his hands. Suddenly, the long sword at his waist flew out automatically, shooting straight towards Zhang Chen's direction. The silver-white sword was surrounded by 7 different colored lights as it sped through the air. The bursting sword energy seemed to tear the entire space apart. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chen remained unfazed. He took out the bronze long sword from his backpack and swung it directly towards the Ancient King. Instantly, the Ancient King's body trembled. Then, uncontrollably, he released a spatial skill and appeared in front of Zhang Chen. His body just knelt down to catch the blade. The long sword, infused with the power of 7 elements, pierced directly into his back. Minus 75,000. Caught the blade barehanded. As long as the target is locked, they will inevitably kneel down to catch the sword in the fastest way possible. This move was self-destructive. The Ancient King, forced to kneel down and catch the sword, was now in chaos. After a brief moment of daze, he tried to stand up. However, his will could not generate any other desire than kneeling down to catch the sword. Right now, all he could think of was kneeling down to catch the sword. As for things like death curse, time passing, slaughtering intruders, they were irrelevant to him. Ignoring the Ancient King's astonishment, Zhang Chen glanced at the hourglass above his head and simply held up his sword. The Ancient King's attributes were too powerful, and his skills were too astonishing. If not directly controlled, he would probably release a large-scale AoE skill. Since time was passing quickly in the time field, it was better to keep him under control like this. Time passed quickly. Over 20 minutes later, when there were less than 3 minutes left for the time obliteration effect, the death countdown above the Ancient King's head reached its final moments. Just as the second hand completed its final rotation, a terrifying damage number instantly appeared above the Ancient King's head. Minus 999,999. At that moment, the Ancient King, who was kneeling down to catch the sword, instantly lost all his life points, and his entire body fell lifelessly to the ground. You have killed the level 10 boss Ancient King. You have gained 186,000 experience points. You have gained Red Moon Coins * 5800, Blue Dew Holy Bottle * 49, Red Dew Holy Bottle * 59. You have gained Sword of the Oracle, Ancient King, Black Dragon Crown, Ancient King. Your level has increased to level 12. Your level has increased to level 13. Your level has increased to level 15, for attributes +5, free attributes +5. You have gained human race bonus, normal free attributes +5. You have gained perfect attribute points +15. The continuous prompts just fell into Zhang Chen's ears. A racial prompt suddenly sounded in the ears of all players in the human camp. Player 10 Directions killed the Ancient King, in 26 minutes and 37 seconds, becoming the first player in the human camp to kill the Ancient King boss. This event has been permanently recorded in the Red Moon Human Race Chronicles. Player 10 Directions receives the first kill reward for the Ancient King boss, Red Moon Coins * 3000, Prestige * 5000, for attributes * 15. Upon hearing this prompt, countless players were shocked. They were about to check the records in the Chronicles when a sudden announcement echoed throughout the entire Red Moon game. In the Vanway Galaxy, the human player Shifang passed the novice assessment trial of the Emperor's Trial on the 12th of July in the year 6934 of the Red Moon, achieving an SSS level evaluation. He became the first player in the Red Moon world to pass the Emperor's Trial, activating the Red Moon Illustrated Handbook Emperor of the Ancients, which can be freely viewed by human players. As the first player to pass the Emperor's Trial perfectly, Shifang received rewards: Red Moon Continent Teleportation Voucher * 1, 4-dimensional attributes * 50, Golden Artifact * 1, Prestige * 10,000, and Emperor's Weapon Extreme Shadow * 1. The moment the resounding announcement fell across the universe, the entire Red Moon world erupted in excitement. Jumping from level 11 to 15 directly, this is just outrageous. He even soloed King Xian boss. Shifang is simply extraordinary. Jealous, the attribute rewards alone could boost you by more than 10 levels, and he even got an Emperor's Weapon. Shifang is on another level. I wonder if the big shot likes massages. I run an ancient-style foot massage parlor with a bunch of unemployed celebrities and homeless cherry blossom girls. If the big shot is willing to visit, maybe I can establish a connection with him. Forget it, with his strength, does he even need to go out for a massage? Just mention a star and they'll come running. But then again, where is your massage parlor located? If it's not ancient style, don't blame me for shutting it down. Sealed land no. 999. Black head of the turtle, under the care of the team, finally leveled up to 5. When he heard the announcement and subconsciously glanced at the level rankings, he was stunned. What the heck? Level 15. Following behind Turtle, Brother Sunlight looked incredulous. Could Shifang really be a time traveler? Some online posts make a lot of sense. Even if you start with mythical items, it shouldn't be this intense. Bro, maybe we shouldn't investigate him further. We won't find anything anyway. Shifang is too decisive. If we offend him again. Before he could finish, Turtle turned his head and gave Brother Sunlight a sidelong glance. Since when is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Turtle was quite angry now. Shifang's appearance disrupted his plans and arrangements in the Red Moon. Forget it, let's not stir him up in the Red Moon for now. Find out about his real-world identity. Also, recruit more high-level players from virtual online games. For now, let's not accept talents below silver level. Don't waste money on the hilt. As for how to write the contracts, you should be clear. The human players were shocked. The alien players were equally astonished. The human race had produced a perfect strong player who passed the Emperor's trial in just a few days. This made players of other races extremely uneasy. After all, the principle of different species have different hearts was well understood by every living being. Therefore, the wave of announcements triggered by Jiang Chen instantly caused a huge sensation in the Red Moon world. The mech race. Unknown sealed land. Humanoid machines gathered together, calculating the data of the Emperor's secret realm. It's unbelievable that the flesh and blood race can achieve such a level. I've calculated over 2 million results, and it's impossible for any player to pass the Emperor's secret realm. How did this human manage it? A being covered in black mechanical armor controlled the panel in front of them, their cold voice tinged with disbelief. For the flesh and blood race to produce such a strong individual in such a short time, their growth trend has already exceeded our racial model. This is not very friendly to us. Our mech race's territory in the Red Moon continent is close to the human territory. If this human grows prematurely, based on the data trend, there is a 45.6% chance that we will be enslaved by him and become part of his mech army. I have deduced tens of thousands of times, and with our current strongest combat power, the possibility of defeating that human is 0%. Strange, our unique celestial calculations as intelligent machines cannot observe that human, and every time I deduce, I experience a certain degree of backlash. What is going on? The intelligent machine in black mech armor waved its hand, and the other intelligent machines expressing their opinions fell silent. The development trend of that human far exceeds the scope of celestial calculations. According to the current deduced results, the threat rate of the human race to us upon entering the Red Moon continent is as high as 78%, which is indeed unfavorable for our intelligent machine race. Since there is no possibility of defeating that human, let's first communicate with other human creatures through signals. By obtaining data from human creatures, peeking into the information of that human, and seizing the opportunity to join forces with other races to eliminate that human in advance. Elves. First, they obtained divine level items, and now they are undergoing the Emperor's trial. Have the creatures of the human race become so powerful? Alas, the gap is so great. I wonder if we elves will be enslaved by humans in the future. Dragon race. Creatures who have luckily obtained mythical level items. Which race can match our dragon race in terms of physical strength? It seems that there will be targets to kill after entering the Red Moon continent, as killing other races can bring many racial benefits. The Red Moon brought countless civilizations of different races. Although each race's growth attributes and racial bonuses are completely different, the strength of each boss within the race camp varies according to the race. Races with strong early attributes and growth attributes are relatively high. However, the monsters spawned in their camps also have high attributes. On the other hand, weaker races have lower attributes and growth attributes, even though the monsters they spawn have lower attributes. Therefore, regardless of the race, it is impossible to pass the Emperor's trial alone. Because of this, the commotion caused by Jiang Chen's Emperor's trial is even more intense than the commotion caused by obtaining mythical level items. At this moment, players of all races are discussing Jiang Chen in shock. However, Jiang Chen's attention is entirely focused on the blood red Emperor's weapon he obtained through the Emperor's trial. Dark red all over, with a strange appearance and extraordinary momentum. The moment he reached out to touch it, a blood red light flashed behind Jiang Chen. Then, a blood moon rose above Jiang Chen's head, and 10 divine weapons projected slowly in front of him. Greatsword, meteorite divine iron, longsword, blade of heavenly punishment, Bow, Sunfall Bow, Shield, Skyward, Cannon, Starbreaker, Scythe, Reaper's Scythe, Dagger, Soul Slayer, Staff, Order's Scepter, Crossbow, Golden Crow, Incinerator, Sword, Ancient Meteor Fall. Each of the 10 divine weapon projections exuded an extremely compelling aura. Focusing his void eye, Zhangchen then looked at the information of this Emperor's weapon. Emperor's Weapon, Extreme Shadow, Category, Weapon, Tier, Gold, Awaiting Promotion, Equipment Requirement, Exclusive to 10 Directions, Level, 10. Attributes, Physical Attack plus 460, Strength plus 30, Effect, after merging a weapon with the Emperor's Weapon, you can project eternal divine weapons of the same type, select a divine weapon to materialize it, and can only hold one divine weapon at a time. Switch cooldown, 0. 5 seconds, unlock a divine weapon slot every 10 levels, and the merged weapon can be freely replaced. Introduction, containing supreme source power, capable of changing the heavens and earth, it is one of the highest artifacts for destroying stars, only players who defeat the ancient emperor for the first time can obtain it. Additional entries, for looking at the information of the emperor's weapon Extreme Shadow, Zhangchen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. In the Red Moon game, high-tier equipment with high attributes is indeed of great value, but compared to equipment with growth potential, it still lacks a lot. The emperor's weapon, Extreme Shadow, projects a total of 10 weapons in its initial state. The projected weapons not only increase with level, but the quality of the equipment can also continuously improve. The existence of this weapon perfectly solves the diversity of Jiang Chen's battles. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the true divine weapon that all players seek. After entering the Red Moon continent, most players can awaken new talents through empowerment stones. In the past, the Red Moon game had countless elemental assassins, heavy sword mages, shadow archers. With this Emperor's weapon, players' professions and talents will be perfectly matched. What surprised Zhangchen the most was that this Emperor's weapon could enhance the attributes and effects of the projected divine weapon by incorporating weapons into it. In other words, by integrating the Scythe of Death into the Emperor's weapon, the manifested divine weapon not only possesses the basic attributes of the Emperor's weapon but also gains the additional reaping effect of the Scythe of Death. And if affixes are added to it, the effect of this Emperor's weapon will directly increase by several levels. Without hesitation, Zhangchen immediately activated his talent power to add perfect affixes to the Emperor's weapon in his hand. The next moment, the originally dark red Emperor's weapon suddenly shone with 4 different colored lights. Affix addition successful. Emperor's weapon Extreme Shadow obtains an epic affix, Attack Stance, Defense Stance. Emperor's weapon Extreme Shadow obtains a legendary affix, Elemental Destruction, Demon Dispersion. Affix 1, Attack Stance, Damage plus 20%, Speed plus 20%, Tenacity plus 20%. Affix 2, Defense Stance, Damage received minus 20%, for each damage received, gain 5% resistance of its damage type, lasts 15 seconds, stackable up to 10 layers. Affix 3, Elemental Destruction, unleash a forbidden magic domain within 100 meters of oneself, completely isolating all living beings from the exchange of elements. Within this domain, all living beings cannot release elemental magic and skills. This domain will cause destructive damage to elemental beings, consuming 2000 mana per second upon activation, and the domain's range depends on one's own spiritual attributes. Affix 4, Demon Dispersion, ignores any target's defense, permanently dispels 20% of the target's magic limit and 20% of magic attack power and magic resistance. The effect can be freely disabled, not stackable on a single target, with a cooldown of 3 minutes per use. Looking at the effects of the 4 affixes, Zhangchen instantly found it hard to remain calm. In the Red Moon game, there were numerous races. Not only were there flesh and blood races and mechanical races, but also many elemental races. The existence of elemental destruction and demon dispersion is not only the bane of mage players but also the nightmare of elemental beings. Satisfied, he closed the affix panel. Zhangchen directly unbound the Scythe of Death, equipped the Emperor's weapon Extreme Shadow. Instantly, his physical attack power underwent a qualitative breakthrough. Feeling the surging power, Zhangchen immediately tried to integrate the Scythe of Death into the Emperor's weapon. Just as the Scythe of Death approached the Emperor's weapon, the jet black blade instantly turned into a black stream of light that flowed straight into the Emperor's weapon. At that moment, the divine weapon projection in front of Zhangchen, the scythe, was completely illuminated. He reached out his right hand and grasped the scythe. Then, the scythe projection materialized. Reaper Scythe, Category, Weapon, Quality, Gold, to be promoted, Equipment Requirement, Exclusive 10 Directions, Level, 10. Attributes, Physical Attack plus 490, Strength plus 30, Effects, targets hit by the Reaper's Scythe trigger a bleeding state for 5 seconds, losing 100 health points per second during this period. Each target can trigger this effect once every 30 seconds. Players killed by the Reaper's scythe have their health permanently reduced by 5% and their resurrection time increased by 30 minutes. Power of Death. Power of Frost. Death Reaper's Harvest. Introduction: the projection of the Reaper of Death, possessing the additional power of the Scythe of Death. The moment the divine weapon, the Scythe of Death Reaper, is held in hand, a majestic force of death suddenly rose continuously on Jiang Chen's body. At the same time, an exclusive effect of the Scythe of Death Reaper appeared on Jiang Chen's panel. Death Reaper, 1% chance of triggering instant death when attacking. This, just a projection of the golden rank, already has such power. If it advances to the immortal rank or even the mythical rank, wouldn't it be able to manifest the complete Scythe of Death Reaper? After murmuring with great anticipation, Jiang Chen immediately switched to different weapons. And in the process of switching, Jiang Chen also discovered some hidden effects of the Imperial weapon. Every time a divine weapon is switched, Jiang Chen gains an additional status attached to himself. At the same time, each weapon has unique weapon effects. It is no exaggeration to say, the practicality of this Imperial weapon far surpasses that of ordinary monarch's tools. Putting away the divine weapon, calming his mind. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take out the ancient king's dropped sword to merge it with the Imperial weapon, the bronze coffin that was originally standing on the ground suddenly trembled. Click! A crisp sound of space breaking slowly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Turning his gaze, Jiang Chen was astonished to see that the ancient king, who was originally lying on the ground, began to crack continuously. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into tiny white dust particles. Then, those dust particles rose continuously, finally outlining a human figure. The dust dispersed, the light disappeared. The human figure also completely revealed its true form. Wearing a crown and a black robe, although the body was illusory, it exuded an aura as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. A mortal body, actually able to kill this king's residual body. This power is no less than mine back then. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. In his expression and tone, there was a sense of aloofness. Not only do you control the soul power that can manipulate undead, but you also possess the origin that even I cannot fathom. You are indeed extraordinary. Turning his gaze to the figure on the left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because the person in front of him was none other than the ancient king who had already been killed. Clearly, it had been cold for nearly 7 to 8 minutes. Even the equipped weapons were exploded by himself. Why hadn't it completely disappeared yet? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the floating ancient king in the air slowly spoke. I never expected that a strand of my will left in the burial ground would dissipate in this way. Taking a step forward, the ancient king's expression on his face became slightly solemn. I once ruled over thousands of miles of land in my lifetime, and after death, I opened up the undead plane, controlling everything above and below. Even though only a strand of my will exists in the bronze coffin, it still contains supreme power. Even the Reaper of Death is just my servant. Mere death curses couldn't harm my undead body 2,000 years ago. But the power you control is clearly superior to mine. If not for me being in the undead plane, I'm afraid even my soul's true form would be enslaved by you. Hearing these ethereal words, although Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, he felt a hint of surprise in his heart. Opening up the undead plane, even the Reaper of Death is just his servant. Could it be that this ancient king is the master of a plane superior to the undead emperor? After unifying the chaotic world, I severed my flesh and transformed into undead, just to glimpse the power of origin. I never expected that what I sought all my life would appear before me in this way. Before the words fell, the ancient king stepped into the void and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. You control the power of soul sequence and death sequence, and possess the origin of all things. One day you may become the ruler of the human race, but your potential should not stop there. Merely a mortal body, just a shackle. It would be better to die now. I will help you enter the realm of the undead, command the undead rulers from all directions, and one day succeed me as the master of the realm. Hearing the words of the ancient king, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tremble at the corner of his mouth. Goodness! Crossing dimensions to ask for his death? He hasn't even lived enough yet. How could he go to the realm of the undead to be a lackey now? Sorry, I'm not ready to die yet. As for commanding the undead rulers, let's talk about it when I no longer wish to live. It seemed that the ancient king had already anticipated Jiang Chen's response. The ancient king turned around, and his faint voice once again reached Jiang Chen's ears. It's all right. When the calamity strikes, you will willingly enter the realm of the undead. My body is already fading. Take this bronze coffin and sword slave as a gift. If you ever wish to end your life, you can place your body in this coffin. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the bronze coffin standing on the ground floated in front of Jiang Chen. At the same time, a gray light suddenly flashed on the bodies of the 11 sword slaves. In an instant, Jiang Chen clearly felt a certain soul connection with these sword slaves. You have obtained Ancient Emperor's Bronze Coffin *1. You have obtained permanent control authority over sword slaves. As the notification sound fell, Jiang Chen noticed the ancient king's figure becoming ethereal. Your future is destined to be extraordinary, but I hope to see you next time in the realm of the undead. With those words, the ancient king's figure suddenly disappeared. The entire space returned to its original silence. Standing still, Jiang Chen took a moment to recover and then examined the bronze coffin in front of him. Ancient Emperor's Bronze Coffin effect forms a world within the coffin, allowing free entry and exit. Introduction: the supreme tool refined by the ancient emperors with countless extraordinary materials, indestructible and impenetrable. The limit of the Red Moon Realm has not been breached, so no additional entries can be added for now. Looking at the bronze coffin in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never expected that this bronze coffin would be a world-class spatial tool. In his past life, during the calamity, Jiang Chen had relied on a small world tool from a strong human to escape the disaster. That tool had greatly helped the human race during the calamity. However, compared to this bronze coffin, that small world tool was simply negligible. Apart from the ability to freely enter and exit, just the effect of forming its own world was enough to drive all players crazy. And once manifested in the real world, as long as he entered the world inside the coffin, no one could find him. Folding the bronze coffin, Jiang Chen couldn't contain his joy. In this wave, he not only obtained the ancient emperor's bronze coffin with its self-contained world but also gained permanent control over the sword slaves. With 11 Black Iron boss-level undead minions, their combat power, with perfect coordination of different talents, was no less than that of a bronze boss of the same level. Most importantly, with permanent control authority, these sword slaves could slowly revive in the soul enslavement space even if they were killed. This meant that the damage Jiang Chen received could be permanently reduced by 30%. Moreover, occasionally when low on mana, he could extract some mana from these sword slaves using the effect of the electric knife. Satisfied, Jiang Chen summoned the sword slaves to his side and then took out the divine sword that the ancient king had given him. Divine Sword, Category, Weapon, Tier, King Xian, Equipment Requirement, Level 10. Attributes, Physical Attack plus 1025, Instant Death plus 1%, Damage plus 5%, Effect, each attack deals 200, plus 35% physical attack, physical damage, splashing damage in a surrounding area. Introduction: forged with Red Moon Meteorite Iron, the sword is embedded with a soul gem, containing extremely powerful destructive power. Add entry: 5 Ginger Fan immediately added the perfect entry to the crimson sword in his hand. Instantly. With the infusion of innate power, the sword body of the divine sword was instantly covered with 5 obscure runes. Entry added successfully. Divine Sword gains perfect grade entry, Suppression. Divine Sword gains epic grade entry, Storm Barrier, Thunder. Divine Sword gains legendary grade entry, Soul Destruction, Sword Light Division. Entry 1, Suppression. When equipped with the Divine Sword, all attributes of weapons below King Xian level within 100 meters are reduced by 20%. Entry 2, Storm Barrier. Release the wind element in the Divine Sword to form a wind barrier to resist incoming attacks. The wind barrier lasts for 3 seconds, can be released once every 5 minutes. Entry 3, Thunder. Attacks come with a 0.5-second paralysis effect, can be triggered once every 20 seconds per target. Entry 4, Soul Destruction. Attacks come with soul damage, targets killed cannot be resurrected for 7 days. Entry 5, Sword Light Division. Normal attacks come with a 3-meter sword energy. Sword energy comes with a tearing effect. Incredibly, looking at the added power of the Divine Sword, Ginger Fan's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. This wave of added entries not only increased defense and control but also gained the powerful ability to prevent targets from resurrecting for a short time upon killing them. And the effect of the last entry, Sword Light Division, made Ginger Fan somewhat absent-minded. Normal attacks come with a 3-meter sword energy. This is almost equivalent to the length of a warrior's awakened phantom slash. Unlimited sword energy, with a tearing effect. This means that Ginger Fan's casual attacks are equivalent to the limits of other players. Without hesitation, Ginger Fan quickly summoned the Emperor's Shadow. Gripping the Divine Sword, Ginger Fan directly integrated it into the Emperor's Shadow. In an instant, the Divine Sword projection of the long sword blade of Divine Punishment was completely illuminated. Just as Ginger Fan had it in his hand for a moment, a buzzing sound, clearer and brighter than a dragon's roar, emanated from the blade of Divine Punishment, and the dazzling sword aura reached its peak at that moment. Everything around was dimmed. With a light wave of his right hand, a burst of air-splitting sound instantly came. Blade of Divine Punishment category, weapon, grade, King Xian, awaiting promotion, equipment requirement, exclusive to 10 directions, level, 10. Attributes, physical attack plus 1485, instant death plus 1%, damage plus 5%, strength plus 30 effects. When actively blocking, there is a 20% chance to completely block all damage. For each second of charging, the next attack increases by 5% damage, charging limit, 30 seconds. If attacked or moved during charging, the charge fails, and the damage and charging limit depend on the weapon grade. After hitting a target, cut 5% of the target's intelligence limit, can be effective once every 5 minutes per single target. Power of Divine Inquiry. Introduction. The Divine Sword projection of the Blade of Divine Punishment possesses additional power of the Divine Sword. The moment the Blade of Divine Punishment was held in his hand, Ginger Fan also gained a status of an exclusive weapon. Divine Punishment. Those killed by you will suffer Divine Punishment. Level decreases by 1, all attributes decrease by 10%. Waving the Blade of Divine Punishment in his hand, a smile appeared on Ginger Fan's face. Although it was just a projection of a divine weapon, its effect was still incredibly powerful. With the Blade of Divine Punishment in hand, as long as Ginger Fan wished, he could easily chop the opponent into a fool. And if the target killed him, not only would their level decrease, but their attributes would also be reduced. Such an effect was enough to make all living beings tremble. Putting away the Blade of Divine Punishment, Ginger Fan then looked at the last piece of equipment revealed by the ancient King Bao. Black Dragon Crown, category, helmet, grade, King Xian, equipment requirement, level 10. Attributes, health plus 2980, spirit plus 15, constitution plus 20 effects, automatically regenerate 8% of maximum health per second, inactive when under attack. Introduction, crafted with soft jade and black dragon pearls, agile yet exuding dominance. Can add attributes, 5 gripping the Black Dragon Crown in hand, Jiang Chen immediately activates his talent to add perfect attributes to it. In the next moment, the Black Dragon Crown, originally shimmering with black light, suddenly radiates 5 different colored lights. Attributes added successfully. Black Dragon Crown gains perfect grade attributes, Charm, Dragon Aura. Black Dragon Crown gains epic grade attributes, Bloodlock, Light of Protection. Attribute 1, Charm value plus 10. Attribute 3, Dragon Aura, Armor plus 20%, Magic Resistance plus 20%. Attribute 4, Bloodlock, when your health drops below 10%, instantly restore 50% of maximum health, can be activated once every 24 hours. Attribute 5, Light of Protection, immunity rate to instant death effect plus 50%. These added attributes not only obtain the extremely rare Charm attribute but also gain the bloodlocking effect. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately takes off the novice headgear and replaces it with the majestic Black Dragon Crown. Instantly, Jiang Chen's health and defense receive a huge boost. After allocating the free attributes obtained from leveling up and completing the trial, Jiang Chen then focuses his void eyes to carefully scan the tomb. 5 minutes later, unable to detect any hidden items or loot, Jiang Chen exits the secret space. With the Red Moon Continent teleportation token, one can travel to the Red Moon Continent through teleportation anchors. There, not only can one hatch charmed demons and purchase high-level items from mysterious merchants, but also hunt higher-level monsters to quickly reach level 30 for the second job change. The second job change in the Red Moon world is crucial because after a successful job change, the player's Red Moon mark will undergo its first expansion. At that time, players can manifest a portion of their power in the real world. The reconstruction of order and rules begins from that moment. Leaving the Emperor's secret realm, Jiang Chen's body appears at the teleportation anchor in the sealed land. Just as he stabilizes his figure, Jiang Chen is surprised to see several players approaching the teleportation point. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, the players preparing to use the teleportation anchor become nervous. At that moment, a resolute-faced man strides up to Jiang Chen and straightforwardly says, "Brother Tenfang, I've been waiting for you. You probably don't have much time to spare, so I won't beat around the bush. Do you still have the secret realm token? I can buy it at a high price." Turning around, Jiang Chen sizes up the man in front of him. Tall and composed, his demeanor clearly distinguishes him from ordinary people. Even with the equipment resale from last time, it's unlikely that even a consortium could integrate Red Moon coins in such a short time. Besides the official who can gather a wave of Red Moon coins by actively seeking to purchase the secret realm token at this stage, there probably isn't anyone else. "How many do you want to buy?" Jiang Chen's response brings a smile to the face of the man in mage robes. "I'll buy as many as you have, price is not an issue." Hearing the words of the mage player, Jiang Chen can't help but ponder for a moment. The Lord of the Secret Realm can extract thousands of Secret Realm tokens each month without damaging the realm. If more Secret Realm tokens are forcibly extracted, the Secret Realm instance will inevitably collapse prematurely. With normal extraction, the source of the Secret Realm can sustain the realm's existence for about a year. But if it is extracted to the maximum extent, the Secret Realm will definitely collapse within a month, because this is a completely destructive development of the Secret Realm. However, the Enchantress Secret Realm is no longer useful to Jiang Chen. Instead of spending a year monetizing the resources of the Secret Realm, it's better to harvest the profits at once. Moreover, Jiang Chen is about to leave the Sealed Land, and if he can harvest another wave of Red Moon coins, he will have more initiative when he arrives at the Red Moon continent. I can offer a maximum of 20,000 Secret Realm tokens, can you handle it? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the mage player was extremely shocked. With the arrival of the Red Moon, the official also sent a large number of personnel into the Red Moon game. And this mage player is none other than General Xiaofeng, who is in charge of the official personnel's exploration progress. If 10 directions can really sell 20,000 Secret Realm tokens, then many low-level warriors will be able to quickly level up. With increased strength, the country will also have a stronger ability to respond to future emergencies. Xiaofeng was extremely excited in his heart, but he soon calmed down. 2 million Red Moon coins, gather all the war zones, can we come up with it? However, we still need to keep some in reserve. After all, the time of the Red Moon's arrival is still short. The official purchases Red Moon coins from players, along with all the warriors farming gold. In fact, it's only a few million Red Moon coins. The official also needs some Red Moon coins for emergencies, so it's definitely not possible to come up with 2 million Red Moon coins now. 7 million Red Moon coins, plus a bottle of experience potion and a spatial skill scroll, is that okay? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. In the Red Moon game, there are almost no bosses in the Sealed Land, and the monster drop rate is very low. Therefore, skill scrolls are extremely rare. Even someone as strong as Jiang Chen has only had a skill scroll drop from the mutated ice pattern general after killing so many bosses, and experience potions are even rarer in the early stages. Ordinary players can only obtain these items mainly by opening treasure chests. A spatial scroll worth more than a regular scroll plus a bottle of experience potion would cost around 300,000. Okay, you can directly trade the Red Moon coins and items with me. Hearing the other party's agreement, Xiaofeng's tense expression immediately eased. Player Happy Peak Man requests an instant trade with you. You receive Red Moon coins *1, 7 million, experience potion *1, skill scroll, silver, *1. Glancing at the items and Red Moon coins in his backpack, Jiang Chen said lightly, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen walked to the back of the teleport anchor point and then disappeared directly while invisible. Xiaofeng? What the hell? What kind of operation is this? Taking the money and running? Really daring. Even daring to deceive the officials' money? Despite searching everywhere, Xiaofeng couldn't see anyone, feeling extremely uncomfortable at the moment. Jiang Chen naturally wasn't running away. Refining the Secret Realm tokens wasn't anything to be ashamed of. But the process of adding random attributes to the tokens couldn't be seen by other players. With the continuous release of innate power, Jiang Chen had added random attributes to all the 20,000 Secret Realm tokens he refined. Revealing his figure, he walked over to Xiaofeng, who looked frustrated. Let's trade, these are 20,000 Secret Realm tokens. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appear, Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. Alright, bro. The trade was completed. Both parties were very satisfied. Xiaofeng not only obtained the Secret Realm tokens that could help official players level up quickly but also made acquaintance with the renowned Xiaofeng. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, harvested a large wave of Red Moon coins and additionally received 2 powerful items. Brother Xiaofeng, my name is Xiaofeng, you can find me anytime you need something in the future. Nodding, Jiang Chen wasted no more time and directly opened the map of the teleport anchor point. With the teleportation voucher to the Red Moon continent, the map for teleportation was now fully lit up with the Red Moon continent section. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen proceeded with the teleportation to the Red Moon continent. Instantly, an illusory light rose beneath Jiang Chen's feet. Under the gaze of Xiaofeng and other players, Jiang Chen's body vanished into thin air. Blurred vision, spatial shift. Jiang Chen appeared on a vast continent. Welcome to the Red Moon continent. At the same time Jiang Chen left the sealing place of No. 4396, several young men and women gathered around Xiaofeng. Although their equipment was no different from ordinary players, the aura they exuded was completely distinct. Seeing them, the surrounding players tactfully avoided them. After the red moon descended, within just a few days, hospitals in China were instantly overcrowded. The reason was that players died too many times in the red moon, leading to organ failure and a significant decline in physical functions. With such a widespread occurrence, the authorities naturally could not turn a blind eye. However, at this stage, even the authorities could only invest more medical resources and urge people to reduce their death count. If entering the game through a device, the authorities could outright prohibit it. But since the Red Moon game was accessed through imprints and the blood moon hanging high in the sky at night, the authorities had no way to intervene. Apart from organizing personnel to expedite the exploration of the Red Moon, the authorities had no other means. Xiao Feng and his group were the most elite team of the authorities. Each one of them was an official elite who had been on the battlefield. Not only were their skills extraordinary, but their talents were also remarkable. Xiao Chang, did you just gather information about Shifeng? Xiao Feng looked at a female mage beside him. No, it seems he has an item that blocks information. I couldn't see anything. Fortunately, the information I gathered was basic. If I had used my talent to gather information from the start, I have a feeling I might have been in trouble. Xiao Feng furrowed his brows slightly. With Xiao Qing's talent, she could even see through hidden scroll chests underground. Yet, against Shifeng, it was completely ineffective. After a brief pause, Xiao Feng handed the token to Xiao Qing beside him, saying solemnly, "Distribute the secret realm tokens and let our brothers level up quickly. From now on, let our brothers pay attention to Shifeng. With such a big advantage now, there must be incredible secrets on him. Hurry up and enter the Red Moon continent, try to keep up with Shifeng's exploration pace. This should save us a lot of trouble." After a few instructions, Xiao Feng turned and walked towards the wilderness. The other players, after receiving the secret realm tokens, immediately crushed them and entered the Demon Charm secret realm to level up. Your race is human, you have received the blessing of the Eternal Tower, your racial bonus has advanced to Black Iron tier, and your lifespan has slightly increased. Your attributes have been adjusted. You have gained free attributes *75. At the moment the prompt sound fell, a golden light instantly enveloped Jiang Chen. In an instant, Jiang Chen could feel his body becoming lighter and his vitality more vigorous. In the Red Moon game, all players who entered the Red Moon continent would receive the blessing of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower was the most mysterious existence in the entire Red Moon game. It represented origin and blessing, symbolizing authority and rules. The vast Red Moon continent was just the first layer projected by the Eternal Tower. Even the rule that players would only truly die after 9 deaths was a blessing bestowed by the Eternal Tower. Otherwise, if players entered the Red Moon physically, how could they possibly be reborn after death? These were the secrets that Jiang Chen discovered on the upper levels of the Eternal Tower in his past life. He stretched lazily, feeling quite content. Jiang Chen allocated the attribute of freedom to a significant increase in strength and agility. Instantly, his physical attack power surged to over 2,000 points. After glancing at his overall attributes, Jiang Chen turned his gaze around. Countless cliffs were shrouded in mist, with the top of buildings peeking out magnificently beneath the cover of clouds. The ground was covered with green grass and flowers, and strange-shaped cows and sheep roamed around. Occasionally, near a few large trees, ruins of bonfires could be seen. At the end of the mountains, amidst endless misty seas, stood a towering tower that pierced the clouds, the projection of the Eternal Tower. As for Jiang Chen's location, it was the ancient ruins cliff in the human territory of the Red Moon continent. Players entering the Red Moon continent for the first time would be teleported to different cliffs based on the general area of the real world they were in. Entering the Red Moon from within China would lead them here after leaving the Sealed Land. If entering the Red Moon from other regions, they would be teleported to other cliff ruins. After a brief scan of the surroundings, Jiang Chen swiftly headed towards a bonfire on the right. He reached out his right hand and touched the eternal blessing fire burning there. You have lit the ancient ruins cliff blessing point. You gained reputation *1, experience *10. The Red Moon continent had no teleport anchors or resurrection arrays in the Sealed Land, only the ever-burning blessing points. Every time a player died, they would respawn at the nearest blessing point. Additionally, standing near a blessing point area could avoid monster attacks. The resources in the Red Moon world were countless times richer than in the Sealed Land, but the dangers multiplied exponentially. Here, monsters appeared randomly and attacked all non-native creatures indiscriminately. Currently, almost all players in the Sealed Land were complaining. They would only realize after arriving in the Red Moon continent that the Sealed Land was as safe as a greenhouse. Despite his exploration experience, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Summoning his sword slave and wielding the blade of divine punishment, Jiang Chen quickly headed towards the ruins in the distance. It was a place where a mysterious merchant was often found. Foreigner, you have descended upon the red moon in search of eternity. But eternity is lost, calamity approaches, and you will eventually be buried as a soul in the high tower. Offer your flesh and blood as sacrifice, accept my guidance, and I will lead you to control eternal life. Just as he had walked less than 100 meters, a cloaked figure began chanting incessantly at Jiang Chen. Suppressing the urge to kill him with a single blow, Jiang Chen continued straight towards the ruins ahead. In his past life, when Jiang Chen entered the Red Moon continent, he was directly deceived by this guiding brother. Regardless of the player, he used the same words. If players engaged with him, it would lead to a series of deceptions and pitfalls, sacrificing life, attributes, Red Moon coins, and ultimately gaining nothing. It was a waste of time and a loss of a significant amount of attributes and Red Moon coins. In his past life, many players immediately killed this guiding brother upon arrival. However, he could resurrect endlessly at the blessing point like players, with no limit to the number of resurrections. Jiang Chen also felt that this guiding brother was somewhat special in his past life, possibly having some extraordinary task, but in the end, he was still deceived. With the experience from his past life, Jiang Chen would not waste time falling for the same trick again. Leaping forward, Jiang Chen headed directly towards a ruin on the cliff. Along the way, his sword slave killed some monsters, providing Jiang Chen with experience and potions. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen's figure leaped into a dilapidated building ruin. 3 or 2 campfires crackled and burned, and near the campfire on the left, a creature dressed in dark red attire was holding a skewer of roasted meat. Recognizing the familiar attire and appearance, Jiang Chen immediately identified this as one of the mysterious merchants from the Red Moon continent. As he saw Jiang Chen, the creature also noticed him. Outsider? The creature's voice sounded dry as he tore off a piece of roasted meat and put it in his mouth. It seems that you and the undead around you won't attack me. If that's the case, would you like to buy something? Perhaps you can't tell, but I am a merchant. If you have enough Red Moon coins, I suggest you buy some holy vials. To survive on this continent, you will need these things. Although the price is a bit high, my intention is for you to live on. With that, a virtual light screen instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. 1. Elixir of Longevity, a rare elixir found by the mysterious merchant near the Tower of Eternity. Consuming it increases lifespan by 5 years. Price, 400,000 Red Moon coins, quantity, 10. 2. Contract Scroll, when used, it can sign a master-servant contract with a creature. Price, 5,000 Red Moon coins, quantity, 10. Elixir of Longevity. The first item on the mysterious merchant's body was this incredible tool. It directly adds a full 5 years to lifespan without any restrictions. The key point is that it only costs 400,000 Red Moon coins. In other words, by buying all these elixirs of longevity with enough Red Moon coins, one could instantly add 50 years to their lifespan. For Jiang Chen, this meant 5 more chances to escape the curse of death. In his previous life, countless players of various races fought and suffered on the Red Moon continent to gain immortality. Although this elixir of longevity did not grant immortality, it was a genuine item for extending life. Compared to the elusive immortality, increasing lifespan was more tangible. Although Jiang Chen was not the first player to enter the Red Moon continent, he was among the first batch. Consequently, by the time he had gathered enough Red Moon coins, the elixir of longevity had already been cleared out by players from other guilds. After all, what could be more profitable than gaining 5 years of life for 400,000 Red Moon coins? Turning his gaze, Jiang Chen looked at the other items. 3. Dragon Clan Map, a map jointly drawn by mysterious merchants after traveling through the Dragon Clan territory on the Red Moon continent, covering the entire Dragon Clan territory and surrounding mountains and seas, with extremely comprehensive information. Price, 150,000 Red Moon coins, quantity, 1. 4. Shadow Swordsman Class Change Scroll, when used, it can change to Shadow Swordsman. Price, 400,000 Red Moon coins, quantity, 1. 5. Sacred Elixirs, Red Dew, Blue Dew, 6. Space Pearl, 7. Seeing the items displayed by the mysterious merchant, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Each of the more than 10 high-level items was a rare treasure for ordinary players. This was the hidden benefit that the first player to enter the Red Moon continent could enjoy. If one arrived late, they wouldn't even get a sip of the soup. Glancing at the sword-wielding undead by the campfire, the mysterious merchant then shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. Setting the roasted meat aside, he wiped his hands on the horse's back and squinted his eyes. How about it? Aren't the items good? If you want to buy, do it quickly. It's getting dark, and I need to go treasure hunting outside. Although the items sold by the mysterious merchant were extremely expensive for players at this stage, he had sold some equipment and dungeon tokens, and even recruited some people. Jiang Chen had practically harvested most of the red moon coins from the Chinese players into his own backpack. At this moment, Jiang Chen had a whopping 6.39 million red moon coins on him. Buying these things was no problem for him. Glancing once again at the items displayed by the mysterious merchant, Jiang Chen spoke up directly, "I'll take all of these things you're selling." As his words fell, Jiang Chen proceeded to sweep clean all the items of the mysterious merchant. You have engaged in an instant transaction with the mysterious merchant, losing 522W red moon coins. You have gained 10 longevity pills, 10 contract scrolls, 1 Dragon Clan map. Looking at the items piled up in his personal space, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. And receiving over 5 million red moon coins at once, a smile crept onto the face of the mysterious merchant. Just as Jiang Chen was about to grasp the blade of divine punishment and leave the ruins, the mysterious merchant suddenly locked his gaze firmly on Jiang Chen's hand. "Oh, this is an outsider. No wonder you arrived on the Red Moon continent earlier than predicted by the Tower of Eternity. Turns out you possess an extraordinary treasure." Staring directly at the blade of divine punishment in Jiang Chen's hand, the mysterious merchant fervently exclaimed, "It seems to be a legendary emperor's weapon, but the sword body contains a power many times stronger than that of an emperor's weapon. It's truly incredible that you can own such a treasure. How about trading this emperor's weapon to me? Name your price. We can also exchange goods for goods." Seeing the covetous look on the mysterious merchant's face, Jiang Chen took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Not interested." Witnessing this, a sinister smile curved on the mysterious merchant's lips. "Hee, the innocent suffer for the guilty. Since you're unwilling to trade, I'll just have to make a zero-cost purchase. Your undead guards probably can't protect the exotic treasures on you. If you're willing to trade voluntarily, I can offer you more red moon coins and items." Pausing his steps, Jiang Chen turned his head disdainfully towards the mysterious merchant in front of him. "The innocent suffer for the guilty, that's well said. However, the one who should make a zero-cost purchase is me. I guess you still have a lot of red moon coins on you." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the mysterious merchant was first stunned. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Even if you wield the emperor's weapon, what difference does it make? In the face of absolute power difference, the role of equipment is minimal." As his words fell, the mysterious merchant stopped talking. He directly flew up into the air. In the next moment, his red attire on his body burst open instantly. Red flame marks covered his dusky skin, and fierce flames flickered in his greenish pupils. Focusing his void eyes, Jiang Chen then looked at his information. Mysterious merchant, level 20, life 260,000, physical attack 26,020, magic attack 50,090, armor 10,985, magic resistance 21,625. Talent, body of fire spirit, skills, alchemy, blacksmithing, astral projection, mining, rebirth and flames. Introduction, a mysterious merchant in the Red Moon continent, who enjoys traveling the land and collecting exotic treasures. Hidden information, an elemental creature born within the Tower of Eternity, possessing strength comparable to a King Xian level boss, with absolute control and immunity to fire elements, pursuing red moon coins throughout his life, resorting to any means to obtain rare exotic treasures. Just as Jiang Chen finished reading the mysterious merchant's information, the temperature within the entire ruins suddenly rose. Crack! A majestic flame burst open the ground, rising from under Jiang Chen's feet. Watching the flames burning incessantly, a contemptuous smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Raising the blade of divine punishment, Jiang Chen forcefully plunged the sword tip into the ground. Elemental destruction. In an instant, a variety of colorful lights spread out from the center of the divine punishment blade, extending directly to the surroundings. Elemental destruction has been activated. Due to complete isolation of elements, you are currently unable to release any elemental magic/skills/curses. At the moment when the field of elemental destruction fully opened up, the flames around Jiang Chen instantly disappeared without a trace. The mysterious merchant floating in the air seemed to have his soul sucked out, falling motionless from the sky. The next moment, terrifying injuries kept erupting on the mysterious merchant. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. When elemental destruction is released on players, apart from both sides being completely forbidden from magic, there is no damage effect whatsoever. However, for these elemental beings, being cut off from elements is extremely deadly. Watching the mysterious merchant fall to the ground, Jiang Chen immediately drank a bottle of holy potion that could continuously restore his mana. The consumption of elemental destruction was too great, and with Jiang Chen's current mana value, he could only sustain it for 2 seconds. However, with the Blue Dew Holy Bottle and the just purchased Blue Dew Elixir, sustaining it for about 10 seconds was not a problem for Jiang Chen. Just 2 seconds later, the mysterious merchant's health bar had hit rock bottom. The sudden turn of events left him extremely shocked. However, having traveled among various races for years, engaging in zero-cost transactions, he was not about to lose his composure just yet. The next moment, without even glancing at Jiang Chen, the mysterious merchant drank a potion and directly used a spatial displacement to flash out of the forbidden magic domain. Then, without looking back, he swiftly headed towards the misty sea at the fastest speed. In such a terrifying domain, let's see how long you can last. Even restorative potions have usage limits. When your magic runs out, I'll come back to deal with you. Watching the mysterious merchant rushing away, Jiang Chen disdainfully smiled and swung his sword with his right hand. Trying to escape? Kneel down for me. Just as he was about to run out of the ruins cliff, the mysterious merchant suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. Following that, his body uncontrollably flew backward, even using a displacement skill involuntarily during the flight. What's going on? Before the shocked mysterious merchant could understand what was happening, his body involuntarily knelt at Jiang Chen's feet. At the same time, he tremblingly reached out his hands surrounded by flames and caught the blade of the divine punishment sword. At that moment, the effects of the forbidden magic domain instantly erupted on him. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. 3 seconds later, the still puzzled mysterious merchant was completely wiped out of all his life points under the elemental destruction of the forbidden magic domain. Crack! A crisp breaking sound rang out. The mysterious merchant's body directly turned into a pile of flames. Clatter! Red moon coins fell all over the ground, stacking up like a small mountain, with many items among them. Walking over, Jiang Chen directly collected them into the ancient emperor's copper coffin. You obtained Red Moon Coins *1210W. You obtained Dragon Bones *20, Spirit Gems *30, Dragon Blood Crystal Stones *54, Demigod Finger *1, Red Moon Shard *1, Lady Frost's Letter *1. Glancing at the contents of the ancient emperor's copper coffin, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. This round of zero-cost transactions was simply a huge profit. The mysterious merchant belonged to the native creatures of the Red Moon continent, and after killing him, no rewards could be obtained. Because not only did they possess strength comparable to King Xianboss, but they also had the talent of rebirth from the ashes in countless skills and items. Therefore, in the previous life, hardly anyone dared to target them. Even if a few outlaws wanted to take a risk for a windfall, they were all left empty-handed. Traveling among countless territories of different races all year round, these guys were called mysterious merchants in a nicer way. In essence, they were not much different from material hunters who kill and plunder. However, they are mainly interested in extremely rare treasures. They generally do not easily rush to buy. For ordinary players, they are still very friendly. The creatures born in the Eternal Tower will have their souls transformed into energy to nourish the tower after death. Therefore, Jiang Chen's soul manipulation cannot turn them into undead. However, although there is one less timed undead thug, this wave not only freeloaded more than 10 powerful items but also gained an additional 700,000 Red Moon Coins. This trip to the ruins, even if there are no other gains, just these Red Moon Coins alone are a bloody profit. What Jiang Chen did not expect was that besides bursting out all the Red Moon Coins on him, the mysterious merchant also had many non-sale items. Among them, there was even a Red Moon Shard. Red Moon Shard 1, a shard containing the original power of the Red Moon, merging all shards will grant immortal power. Introduction, once part of the supreme power. Special original source item, cannot add attributes without breaking through the Red Moon boundary. It was almost identical to the shard given by the star god Luojia, just slightly different in shape. Trying to piece the two shards together, Jiang Chen suddenly discovered that this was 2/3 of a waning moon. In other words, as long as he finds the remaining shard, Jiang Chen will be able to merge them into a complete power source. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Jiang Chen took out the items he bought for 0 coins. Life Extending Pill, Contract Scroll, Dragon Clan Map. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added perfect attributes to these items. With the release of his innate power, the dark red life-extending pill and the other items shimmered with a radiant light. Life-extending pill gains perfect grade attribute, Endurance. Attribute 1, Endurance, slight increase in endurance after consuming the life-extending pill. Attribute 2, Contract Scroll gains epic grade attribute, Soul Contract, same origin. Attribute 1, Soul Contract, modify the Master-Slave contract to a soul contract. The creatures signing the contract cannot betray or escape in any way. Attribute 2, same origin, contracted creatures cannot gain experience points, but their level synchronizes with yours. Dragon Clan map gains epic grade attribute, information absorption, spatial teleportation. Attribute 1, information fusion, absorb all information from the map, turning it into permanent memory. Attribute 2, spatial teleportation, in the Dragon Clan territory, you can freely teleport to any location on the Dragon Clan map. Just as the attributes were added, the dark map in front of Jiang Chen instantly turned into fragments. Then, a silver-white spatial light beam directly merged into Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with a pile of Dragon Clan geographical information. Calming his mind, after spending a few minutes digesting the map information in his mind, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. With the information from the Dragon Clan map, the lofty Dragon Clan creatures lost their untouchable mystery. And with the precise teleportation effect to any Dragon Clan location, when Jiang Chen entered the Dragon Clan territory, he would become a nightmare for all Dragon Clan players. As long as he knew the opponent's location, he could directly teleport there, disappear after a single scythe, and immediately run away. In the morning, hear the way, in the evening, die content. After smiling satisfactorily, Jiang Chen picked up all the life-extending pills. The pills that increase lifespan, if manifested in the real world, each one would be of immeasurable value. But Jiang Chen had no intention of selling them. Such things are most perfect when used on oneself. Without hesitation, Jiang immediately swallowed several pills in his hand. Instantly, a warm current circulated through Jiang Chen's limbs and body. You have consumed longevity pill *10. You gained 50 years of lifespan. Your endurance has been greatly enhanced. Oh, this. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. Although the special attribute of increased endurance was important, Jiang Chen was more interested in enhancements to his strength. This attribute is a bit off, but at least it's not completely off. Feeling an abundance of energy and vitality, Jiang Chen then took out the experience potion and skill scroll he obtained from selling the token of the secret realm. Experience potion effect, increases experience bonus by 10% when consumed, lasting for 7 days. Introduction, potion concocted by the alchemist Mona. Additional attributes. 2. Space Leap effect, allows mastery of the skill Space Leap upon use, without any class restrictions. Introduction, scroll containing sealed spatial power. Additional attributes. 3. Both the experience bonus and spatial skill are remarkable effects. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added attributes to them. Attribute added successfully. Experience potion obtained perfect grade attribute, effect enhancement. Experience potion obtained mythical grade attribute, eternal. Attribute 1, effect enhancement, experience potion's effect increased to 50%. Attribute 2, eternal, potion effect remains eternal. Space Leap obtained perfect grade attributes, effect amplification, effect amplification, effect amplification. Attribute 1, effect amplification, Space Leap's effect amplified by 50%. Seeing the new effects added to the experience potion, Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. This round unexpectedly added the mythical grade eternal effect. This meant that by drinking this potion, Jiang Chen's future experience gains would permanently increase by 50%. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately drank the experience potion in his hand. You have consumed the experience potion. Your experience bonus has permanently increased by 50%. The experience bonus on the human ranking list has assimilated with yours, enhancing your experience bonus by 50%. Before the notification sound even faded, Jiang Chen tossed the empty potion bottle aside and immediately looked at the enhancement status he had just gained. Experience enhancement, experience gained permanently increased by 100%. Jiang Chen never expected that, under the eternal power of the mythical grade attribute, the experience potion would assimilate with the first-ranked player's bonus on the ranking list. Not only did it increase experience gain, but it also transformed the ranking list's temporary bonus into a permanent buff. A full 100% experience bonus. And it's permanent. For Jiang Chen, this effect was more practical than obtaining high-level equipment, because equipment would always be phased out as levels and strength increased. But this buff could continuously provide enhancement. With this experience buff, his strength would improve faster. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen casually glanced at the level ranking list. Level ranking list first place, 10 Fang, level 15 second place, none. The minimum level for inclusion in the racial level ranking list is 10, with rankings based on experience at the same level. The entire list, apart from Jiang Chen, was completely empty. After the second class change, some power can be manifested. It seems necessary to speed up leveling. Only by manifesting power in reality can it be secure. There should be a group of players reaching around level 8 now. If I don't speed up, they might mistakenly catch up after level 10. But let's not get too arrogant. first casually widen the level gap by 20 or 30 levels, closing the level ranking list. Jiang Chen immediately crushed the spatial scroll in his hand. Instantly, the shattered scroll transformed into a highly pure energy that surged into Jiang Chen's body in an instant. In that moment, Jiang Chen distinctly felt a special connection between himself and the surrounding space. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the newly acquired skill effect. Spatial leap, tier, silver, effect, release the power of space, perform a spatial leap within 500 meters, the maximum distance depends on one's mental attribute, cooldown, 90 seconds. Can add entries, 3. Feeling quite satisfied with the spatial power within him, Jiang Chen promptly used his talent to add entries to this skill. Entry added successfully. Spatial leap gains an epic entry, space conversion, spatial affinity, space rupture. Entry 1, space conversion, swap positions with any target within sight, cooldown, 90 seconds. Entry 2, spatial affinity, spatial element affinity plus 50%, spatial resistance plus 50%. Entry 3, space rupture, guide spatial elements, forcibly tear open spatial fissures to freely shuttle through space. The intensity of space rupture depends on one's mental attribute and spatial element affinity. In the instant the entries were added, Jiang Chen clearly felt his understanding of spatial elements rise to a new level. With this power of space, as long as it's not a too powerful barrier or seal, Jiang Chen can basically tear open space directly. Although this skill has no attack effect, it is far more practical for Jiang Chen than ordinary attack methods. Closing the skill panel, Jiang Chen glanced at the remaining items from the zero-cost purchase. Apart from advanced healing potions and rare items, he also managed to snatch a class change scroll in this wave. Jiang Chen had no intention of using this scroll. The Shadow Swordsman had appeared in his past life as well. While its strength was decent, it paled in comparison to the profession Jiang Chen had obtained in his previous life. Most importantly, this profession was not suitable for Jiang Chen. Putting away the scroll, he tidied up the materials and items in the bronze coffin. Jiang Chen discovered that besides the red moon fragment dropped by the mysterious merchant, the rest were special material items that he couldn't use until he reached the second transformation. However, a magical letter caught Jiang Chen's attention. Letter from Lady Frostview, commissioned by the mysterious merchant to be sent to Lady Frostview. Can add entries. 1. Lady Frostview was one of the few native creatures in the ancient ruins of the Broken Cliff. The reason Jiang Chen had a slight impression of her was not because of her broad-mindedness, but because she possessed many life essences. Life essence was a special substance flowing within the Eternal Tower. Its effect was to accelerate life incubation. The higher the bloodline of a life form, the longer the incubation time. The Demon Enchantress clan egg in Jiang Chen's backpack would take at least half a year to hatch without the infusion of life essence. However, with life essence injected, it would only take a few breaths for it to break out of its shell. The demon with royal bloodline would be a great ally for Jiang Chen. It was necessary to hatch it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately added random entries to the letter. Entry added successfully. Lady Frostview's letter gains a legendary entry, Enchantment Seal. Entry 1, Enchantment Seal. The sentient being receiving the letter will trigger absolute enchantment. Under the charm of your divine-like charisma, they will worship you with unparalleled reverence. Looking at the effect of this entry, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Wow! This enchantment effect would turn him into a human bulldozer. However, Jiang Chen did not seem to have the ambition of a prime minister. With this keyword, it should be easy to obtain the essence of Lady Shuangjian. Glancing at the thickening mist around him, Jiang Chen directly untied the horse tether next to the bonfire and leaped onto the horse's back. The mysterious merchant had been slain, and his spirit horse had become ownerless. With a ready mount available, Jiang Chen naturally could not waste it. He sheathed his sword and activated stealth mode. Jiang Chen galloped directly towards the cliff ruins where Lady Shuangjian was located. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to obtain some essence from Lady Shuangjian, in the real world, inside a skyscraper in the city center of Kyoto, a man draped in a bath towel was leisurely reclining on a sofa. On his left and right sides knelt 5 fair and beautiful women. Among them, 3 were unemployed actresses, 1 was a homeless cherry blossom girl, and the last one was a blonde with blue eyes and big waves. The arrival of the Red Moon marked the first wave of unemployment for these celebrity actors. In order to maintain their extravagant lifestyle, they had to rely on capital. The man lying on the sofa was Wu Tian, the young master of the Wu Group, and the leader of the Liet Yang Guild. After reaching level 5 again in the Red Moon game, Wu Tian logged out directly. He had died 5 times in the Red Moon and his organs were beginning to show signs of mild failure. Therefore, he had to return to the real world periodically to replenish his vitality drugs. Alright, stop for now. Hurry up and go wash, I'm feeling really irritated right now. Hearing this somewhat impatient voice, the 5 women dressed in cool clothes immediately got up and headed towards the bathroom. Just as the faucet was gushing water, on the virtual projection in front of Wu Tian, a screen full of obscure symbols suddenly appeared. Then, a very strange projection appeared in the air. It was a humanoid mechanical being, but at its feet were 4 spider-like metal legs. The entire body was covered with mecha armor. In the chest area, a red crystal was constantly flashing. Infected? What are the people in the network security department doing? It's only been half a month since the last attack, and now we're under attack again? Just as Wu Tian was about to unplug the power and notify the engineers of the group, the mechanical projection floating in the air slowly opened its deep blue eyes. Heavenly inspection in progress. Blue Star Human Wu Tian, Red Moon Race Blackhead of the Turtle, the human race with the most frequent contact with the Red Moon Race 10 directions. I am a high-level intelligent being from Universe 927, designated as 002. I have detected your close contact with the Red Moon Race 10 directions. I will represent the intelligent beings to share information with you. In exchange, I will deduce your fate and guide you to become the leader of the human race. A catastrophe is imminent, the flesh is weak, and the probability of survival of human civilization is less than 1%. Human, you need redemption from a higher civilization. Although the ancient ruins cliff only occupied 1/10 of the human territory, its territory was extremely vast. Just the initial ruins cliffs where players first landed on the Red Moon continent had hundreds of them. The cliff where Lady Xuanjian was located was far from the starting point. However, fortunately, Jiang Chen had conveniently obtained a spirit horse. As a mysterious merchant who engaged in zero-cost transactions among various races all year round, his mount was much faster than the mounts that ordinary players could purchase. The jumping height and distance were several times that of ordinary mounts. Riding the spirit horse stealthily all the way, Jiang Chen activated dozens of blessing points. He also killed many wandering monsters along the way. Nearly an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the central area of the ruins cliff. Unlike the starting point of the cliff, this area was bordered by misty seas on 3 sides, presenting a spectacular view. Gathering the emptiness in his eyes, Jiang Chen looked around. His gaze settled upon a dilapidated palace to his right. Despite the debris scattered all around, the palace still retained a grand and majestic structure. Many areas preserved intact buildings. Atop the ruins of the palace, a dragon of monarch level, petrified and coiled around its surface, caught Jiang Chen's attention. He knew this was a monarch-level dragon boss, currently sealed in petrification and yet to meet the conditions for release. After stowing the spirit horse in the ancient imperial bronze coffin, Jiang Chen drank a bottle of blue dew holy elixir and immediately cloaked himself in invisibility, swiftly darting towards the ruined palace. Lady Frost resided within that palace. Once he obtained her essence, the succubus would be able to complete her incubation. Empowered by invisibility, Jiang Chen effortlessly bypassed the guards at the city gate ruins and smoothly entered the interior of the palace. Disregarding the native creatures wandering in the ruins, Jiang Chen swiftly raced into Lady Frost's bedroom. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon a figure on the bed. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly tied at the top of her head, exuding a natural and fresh beauty without any ornate embellishments. Clad in a light purple chiffon gown, it draped over her body, accentuating her alluring curves. Her features, though exquisite, bore a hint of melancholy not commonly found in women. At this moment, she sat gracefully on the bed, with her fair lotus feet slowly dripping water droplets. Clearly, she had just finished bathing. Even in Jiang Chen's discerning eyes, Lady Frost's beauty remained striking. In the past, many players with ambitions as grand as a prime minister dared to make bold statements to Lady Frost when she ventured out, like "I wonder if the lady would like to share a bed with me tonight." The outcome was always being ruthlessly dealt with by the Golden Treeman and the palace guards. However, some female players managed to gain benefits through chance encounters with Lady Frost. It was through these encounters that Jiang Chen learned about the essence of life. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly saw Lady Frost, who was sitting on the bed, turn her head and look in his direction. "Nice to meet you, the outsider from the Eternal Tower Prophecy. I heard that the merchant knight's spirit horse came rushing here on its own, and I took some time to find. If I'm not mistaken, you must have come here riding invisibly. Your invisibility skill is remarkable. Even detection spells and anti-invisibility spells cannot reveal your body. However, having lived here for many years, I am familiar with every speck of dust in this room. Even if I cannot detect you, I can sense the sudden arrival of the spirit horse and the outsider's aura." Lifting her bare feet, Lady Frost slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. "You killed Nige, didn't you?" Seeing this, Jiang Chen decided to dispel his invisibility. Lady Frost, seemingly simple on the surface, was actually quite extraordinary. Since he needed to obtain her essence, continuing to remain invisible served little purpose. Not appearing too surprised by the sudden appearance in front of her, Lady Frost remarked, "You even tamed the spirit horse that never leaves your side, and I presume Nigel's letter is also in your possession." Retrieving the magical letter from the bronze coffin, Jiang Chen handed it over to Lady Frost, saying, "Madam, as you said, this is the letter I obtained from him." Accepting the letter from Jiang Chen, Lady Frost's expression visibly softened. "It's fortunate that this letter wasn't lost." Madame Frost looked up at Jiang Chen and gently opened her cherry lips. "Traveler from another realm, although you have trespassed into my chambers, I thank you for delivering the letter. I have lifted the hostility of the nearby creatures towards you. You may leave freely later." Nige receives a red moon coin and exotic treasures as a reward every time he delivers a letter, so, traveler from another realm, what do you need? Red moon coins? Or rare items? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. He had come all this way for this moment. "Madam, I am not interested in those things," he said. At his words, a hint of surprise flickered in Madame Frost's eyes. "Not even red moon coins and exotic treasures, could it be? What do you need then? Did you come here for the essence within me? This palace is no longer as splendid as it once was. Besides red moon coins and some items, all I can offer from myself is some life essence." As she finished speaking, Madame Frost tucked the letter into her bosom. At that moment, her whole body trembled as if struck by electricity. "The charm seal has been activated. Madame Frost has triggered absolute charm," a voice echoed. In that instant, Jiang Chen clearly saw Madame Frost's face flush, her breath quicken. Her eyes sparkled as if immersed in some emotion. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. "Madam, indeed, I came for the essence." Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, Madame Frost, her expression hazy, asked, "Is that so? Besides the essence, what other reward do you desire?" Jiang Chen nodded. "If you could spare a few more drops, that would be even better." With a meaningful look, Madame Frost took out a transparent vial from her bosom and placed it in Jiang Chen's hands. "This is all my essence, take it all, not a drop left. Traveler from another realm, thank you for coming to deliver the letter without hesitation. If you have leisure next time, feel free to visit my chambers. I can take you to the nearby maple forest to appreciate the evening scenery together." These words in his ears left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. How come she was so warm-hearted just for delivering a letter? The effect of this charm seal was indeed terrifying. Taking the damp jade vial, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Let's talk about it another time." The next day, Jiang Chen rode back to the starting point of the cliff ruins on his spirit horse. The area where Madame Frost resided had low-level monsters and was sparsely populated. At this stage, the most suitable place for rapid leveling up was the starting point. Entering a slightly messy ruin, Jiang Chen took out the vial containing life essence and added a new entry to it. With a dazzling light flashing, the essence in the vial instantly became richer. Entry added successfully. Life essence gains an epic entry, bloodline evolution. Looking at the new effect gained by the life essence, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. If all 10 drops of life essence were poured into the succubus king's egg, then with the royal bloodline of the succubus, the bloodline purity would double. Suppressing his inner joy, Jiang Chen took out the succubus egg shimmering with a faint red light from his personal space. Succubus king's egg, level 1 life, 900. Description: the egg of a succubus nurtured by the purified succubus blood. Available entry: 1. Caressing the cold egg in his hand, Jiang Chen added an entry to it. Entry added successfully. The egg of the enchanting demon king has obtained a perfect grade entry, accelerated growth. Entry 1, accelerated growth. The growth speed of the enchanting demon significantly increases after hatching. Without any hesitation, at the moment the entry was successfully added, Jiang Chen immediately dripped 10 drops of life essence onto the eggshell. In an instant, the highly concentrated essence was completely absorbed by the enchanting demon egg. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the pale red eggshell instantly cracked open with 5 or 6 fissures. At that moment, Jiang Chen took out the contract scroll with the added entry and signed a contract with the yet-to-emerge enchanting demon. "You have signed a soul contract with the egg of the enchanting demon king." As the prompt sounded, a hexagram array rose from the bottom of the enchanting demon egg. After a few breaths, the light dissipated, and the eggshell shattered. The enchanting demon that emerged from the broken shell opened its eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings. "You have successfully hatched the egg of the enchanting demon king." Hearing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen felt a wave of relief. After wasting so much time, he had finally witnessed the hatching of the enchanting demon. With a charming low hum, the newly born enchanting demon fluttered its wings straight towards Jiang Chen. It was less than 2 feet long, slightly shorter than the small enchanting demons Jiang Chen had seen in the secret realm. However, this enchanting demon, infused with royal bloodline and life essence, was even more beautiful than any enchanting demon Jiang Chen had seen before. Its expression was more charming and enticing. Perhaps due to the infusion of life essence, the curved horns and pointed ears on the small enchanting demon appeared extremely natural and harmonious, giving it a coordinated look. As Jiang Chen focused on examining the body of the small enchanting demon, he suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. After dressing the small enchanting demon in the enchanting demon armor he had obtained in the secret realm, Jiang Chen shifted his attention to the information panel of the small enchanting demon. Nickname, None, Race, Enchanting Demon, Rank, Black Iron, Pending Promotion, Level, 15, Life, 7400, Physical Attack, 360, Magic Attack, 360, Armor, 100, Magic Resistance, 180. Talent, Ring of Charm, enchants all enemies within 20 meters with the bloodline aura of the enchanting demon king, causing them to enter a confusion state for 1.5 seconds and dealing 300, plus 300% magic attack, magic damage to all targets, effective every 30 seconds. Skills, Soul Reversal, Mental Suggestion, Enchanting Voice, Invisibility, Hidden Information. The enchanting demon king hatched from the eternal life essence possesses imperial bloodline qualifications and evolves every 10 levels. Additional entries, 1. Looking at the information of the small enchanting demon, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. It already possessed black iron level strength right after hatching. The group confusion talent that activated every 30 seconds exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. Most importantly, after infusing the life essence with added entries, the bloodline of the small enchanting demon directly advanced from King Profound level to Imperial level. This meant that when Jiang Chen reached level 60, the small enchanting demon would grow into an Imperial boss, an invincible existence beneath the immortal realm. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added entries to it. As the talent power was released, a delicate runic pattern appeared on the forehead of the small enchanting demon. Entry added successfully. The enchanting demon has obtained an epic grade entry, Spatial Collection. Entry 1, Spatial Collection, automatically absorbs all spoils, materials, and items within a 50-meter radius. Observing the new entry effect obtained by the small enchanting demon, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Automatically collecting all materials, items, and spoils within a 50-meter radius. This meant that as long as they were within the range, even if they were not monsters slain by Jiang Chen, any spoils and materials that dropped would be automatically absorbed into Jiang Chen's personal space. The astonishing effect would surely make those material hunters who often kill and loot cry with envy. Indeed a good helper. Come here, let me see. Jiang Chen whispered. The contract signed with the soul allowed a telepathic connection between the pet and the player, which was quite marvelous. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, the little imp flapped its wings vigorously and flew to Jiang Chen's shoulder. It stuck out its tender little tongue and gently licked Jiang Chen's earlobe. Imp King. I'll call you Impy from now on. Jiang Chen grabbed the little creature's body and rubbed her head. After playing for a few minutes, Jiang Chen glanced at his experience bar and then at the red moon mark on his hand. After returning from Kunlun Mountain, Jiang Chen had been staying in the Red Moon world. After days and nights of intense battles and running around, Jiang Chen was starting to feel physically and mentally exhausted. Although each class change would bring about an evolution in the player's physical and mental strength, Jiang Chen, fighting continuously in first class for so many days, had already exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. Anyway, with the permanent experience buff, leveling up could wait. It's important to conserve energy to make a breakthrough. Resting offline first, then directly pushing to level 30. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave the Red Moon, his gaze involuntarily fell on the invisibility ring that hid equipment effects. After a pause, he scanned the endless sea of mist around him and then placed all the materials from his backpack into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. Then, he picked up the chattering little imp and also placed it in the coffin. In the Red Moon game, players needed to reach level 30 in the second class. However, if the quality or uniqueness of the equipment was high enough, this rule could be ignored. The ring on Jiang Chen's finger was the manifested item he had obtained on Kunlun Mountain. Jiang Chen remembered that in his previous life, a player in the Red Moon continent triggered a special event and obtained an extremely unique laser skill scroll. After manifesting this scroll containing extraordinary power into the real world, that player directly became a legendary figure in the game. This ancient emperor's bronze coffin originated from the plane above the gods. Its quality might even surpass that of mythical items. It might even be able to manifest directly into the real world. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately sensed the red moon mark on his hand. Suddenly, a virtual light flashed, and Jiang Chen's body disappeared on the spot. Shortly after Jiang Chen left, the initial location of the ancient ruins cliff lit up with teleportation lights. A player holding a shield was teleported over. This ruin is huge. Quick, let's find chests and items. In such a vast place, there must be more resources than in the sealed area. Hee, mine, all mine. After this player left the initial location running, several other players arrived at the ruins one after another. After searching for half an hour, these players formed a team and headed towards the distant cave in the ruins. 10 minutes later, a light flashed again on the ancient ruins cliff. After looking around, the player with a bow and arrow opened his information panel. Summoning the mechanical intelligence, code 002, Red Moon Human Black Head of the Turtle. Kunlun City. The rooftop of an ordinary residential building. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Chen's body slowly materialized. Getting up from the bed, Zhang stretched his arms. Zhang Chen then tried to summon the ancient emperor's bronze coffin just like in the Red Moon game. Suddenly, a bronze light shimmered in front of Zhang Chen. After a few breaths, the light dissipated, revealing a square bronze coffin in front of Zhang Chen. Success! The ancient emperor's bronze coffin was cast from materials containing extraordinary power. Comparing it to the equipment items manifested by Zhang Chen in his previous life. In the real world, conventional weapons were utterly powerless against the copper coffin. In other words, even at this stage without manifestation abilities, once inside the coffin's world, no means could threaten Zhang Chen. This ancient emperor's copper coffin, a world unto itself, was Zhang Chen's most powerful protective barrier in the real world. Satisfied with the coffin's appearance, Zhang Chen then summoned items from his personal space into the coffin. However, after several attempts, the coffin remained unresponsive. It seems that in the real world, I can't summon items at will. Ordinary equipment and props cannot be brought back to the real world through the copper coffin. I'll just have to hurry up and reach level 30. I'll consider manifestation after completing the second transformation. Just as Zhang Chen was about to put away the copper coffin, a dark red light suddenly flickered in the void of the coffin's world. The light shadow continued to rise until it reached eye level with Zhang Chen. In the next moment, the red light dissipated, revealing a small creature in dark red armor gracefully turning in midair, its exquisitely delicate face appearing before Zhang Chen's eyes. With a tender and charming voice, Meyer flapped her crimson wings and flew gracefully in front of Zhang Chen. She leaned forward, sniffing the scent on Zhang Chen's body, displaying an extremely cute expression of enjoyment. Observing Meyer's body, Zhang Chen couldn't help but pause slightly. Ordinary equipment and props cannot be summoned, but contract creatures can manifest themselves through mental connection. Perhaps those items are still inside the copper coffin. I just don't have the extraordinary power of the Red Moon game at the moment to directly summon lifeless items. Zhang Chen silently speculated. The ancient emperor's copper coffin formed its own world, and without summoning, it was impossible to find items. Even if one entered, it would be like groping in the dark, with no direction. Forget it, it won't be long before I reach level 30. As long as the ancient emperor's copper coffin can manifest, at least there's some security. Moreover, Meyer, a black iron-level creature, is also a good helper in the real world. Rubbing Meyer's little head, Zhang Chen then put away the copper coffin and walked into the bathroom. Lying in the bathtub, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of relaxation in body and mind. The cool water temperature lowered his body heat, dispelling the restlessness. Taking a long breath, he cleared his mind. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort of being soaked in cool water. A crisp sound suddenly startled Zhang Chen. Looking to the side, Meyer was swiftly flapping her wings, flying towards him. Under Zhang Chen's gaze, Meyer floated lightly onto the edge of the bathtub. Meyer, arousing the desire for a bath, reached out her small hand and lightly brushed against his body. Instantly, Zhang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen left the bathroom feeling relaxed and went to a restaurant near the residential area with Meyer, who was under invisibility spell, to have a hearty meal. Although the Red Moon had descended, not everyone could enter the real world. After all, not everyone was suited for battle. Some ordinary people with slow leveling rates, while enamored with the extraordinary power of the Red Moon, still chose to spend most of their time in the real world, doing their usual work. Therefore, society did not come to a halt with the arrival of the Red Moon. It just slowed down slightly. After purchasing some long-lasting food items, Zhang Chen returned home directly. Just as he lay down to rest, his phone next to the pillow suddenly rang. Habitually, he picked up the phone and glanced at it. There were over 99 unread messages from the company he used to work for. At this moment, the company's HR department was making call after call. In a past life, when the Red Moon descended, Zhang Chen entered the game and didn't clock in for work on time. After reaching level 2 and returning from the Red Moon to work as usual for half a month, Jiang Chen was docked half a month's salary by HR manager Wu Yu for various reasons like not clocking in on time and poor mental state during work. Because he had to work every day, Jiang Chen's progress in the previous life was slower than others, and he didn't become one of the first players to enter the Red Moon continent. Not only did he miss the opportunity, but he was also scolded and had his salary deducted by the company. Even resigning was delayed by Wu Yu with tedious procedures. Now, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered. In this lifetime, going to work was out of the question. After all, he had been reborn. Who the hell still goes to work? Hanging up the phone, blocking contacts, Jiang Chen uninstalled DingTalk, exited all group chats, and tossed his phone aside. Just then, a message came from an unknown number. Jiang Chen, don't want to work anymore? Hurry back to work. Do you have any idea how many people are unemployed now? If you don't show up within an hour as the boss said, you can just get lost, don't even think about your salary. Not wanting to waste time, Jiang Chen took out the SIM card without even reading the message and threw it in the trash. After some thought, he also removed the phone battery and threw it away. After doing all this, Jiang Chen lay down and fell asleep. Mayor was guarding beside him. Safety was not a concern at all. The next day, as the sun rose, Jiang Chen, who had slept peacefully until he woke up naturally, felt full of energy all over his body. He found some food in the fridge, took a few bites casually, and couldn't wait to enter the Red Moon world with Mayor. Ahem! Just as he stabilized his figure, a giant-eyed wandering red cliff rat rushed towards Jiang Chen. Without even summoning a weapon, Jiang Chen swept his right foot directly. Bang! Just as the giant-eyed red rat pounced in front of Jiang Chen, before it could even open its mouth, it was kicked away by Jiang Chen's immense force. Minus 2,672. With a simple physical attack, Jiang Chen instantly killed this level 10 ordinary giant rat. Glancing at his experience bar, Jiang Chen immediately activated invisibility and headed towards the ruins burning with torches to the left. In the Red Moon world, places with bonfires and torches usually harbored a large number of group monsters. With a sweeping phantom slash, this area was most suitable for Jiang Chen to level up. After advancing for 5 or 6 minutes, just as Jiang Chen was about to reach the area in sight, under the super sense of wide-range sight and hearing, he suddenly saw a player leaning against a stone stele, muttering to himself incessantly. This doesn't make sense. Isn't the rare item from the prophecy supposed to be here? Why can't I find it after searching for hours? The prophecy has indicated twice that it's near the stele, which means no one has found it yet. It's really strange. Could it be that my mental exhaustion recently has made the prophecy inaccurate? No, I have to try again. This item has a powerful effect that can boost 2 levels. Finding it would save me from fighting wild monsters for about 10 days. Sensing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately stopped in his tracks. Well, trying to exploit the resources by using X-ray vision here, huh? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen released a flash and leaped onto the ruins to the right of the player. Gazing into his talent with the Eye of Void, Jiang Chen immediately looked at his talent. Vow of the Apocalypse, rank, Emperor, Effect 1, Prophecy Art. When making a wish closest to oneself, predict its outcome. The closer the wish, the more accurate the prediction. The farther the wish, the more vague the prediction. Every 24 hours, you can make up to 3 prophecies, and the number of prophecies and their outcomes depend on the strength of your own soul. Effect 2, Light of Revelation, Not Awakened. Introduction, one of the most powerful talents in the Fate sequence, with an unfathomable growth potential. Seeing the talent information transmitted by the Void Pupil, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he locked onto the player in his line of sight. Taking out a scroll with added terms, Jiang Chen crushed it directly. You have used Scroll of Duplication. You obtained Wish of Revelation, Imperial Grade. Perfect duplication is in effect. Wish of Revelation has advanced to Power of Fate, Mythical Grade. In the moment when the prompt sounded, Jiang Chen's body trembled suddenly. In that instant, Jiang Chen could clearly feel his body and soul undergoing continuous transformation. This change was not about restoring status and enhancing attributes during an upgrade, but a truly sublime advancement. Feeling the changes in his body and soul, Jiang Chen couldn't help but relax contentedly. Then, he immediately looked at the talent he had just obtained. Power of Fate Grade, Mythical Effect 1. If Fate's choice, when making the closest wish to oneself, use the true words of fate to trigger the trajectory, automatically displaying Fate's choice. The number of triggers and the outcome of Fate's choice depend on the strength of your own soul. Effect 2. Destiny, all uncertain events related to you will ultimately develop in a direction favorable to you. Introduction, one of the most powerful talents in the Fate sequence, with an unfathomable growth potential. Seeing the stolen talent effects, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The Wish of Revelation that had perfectly advanced had directly upgraded from Imperial Grade to Mythical Grade. From now on, as long as he activated Fate's Choice, Jiang Chen could receive guidance on the trajectory of fate. The existence of destiny allowed Jiang Chen to directly receive the protection of fate. This advanced talent exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations in strength. Such a strange feeling. Beneath the damaged stone tablet, the female player holding a shield looked puzzled. After carefully looking around the scene, finding nothing unusual, she continued to wander around the stone tablet. 5 minutes later, the female player still had no gains. Frustrated, she directly slammed her shield on the stone tablet, causing a dull rumble. What a useless item, wasting so much of my time. Let's stop searching for now, go somewhere else. If we delay further, we'll fall behind in development. After muttering discontentedly, the female player headed towards the area where the torches were lit with a look of frustration. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately drank a potion to remain invisible. The next moment, activating ghost steps, Jiang Chen sprinted directly to the front of the stone tablet. Using the void pupil to carefully investigate, Jiang Chen did not find anything special about the stone tablet. After a pause, Jiang Chen then chanted the true words of fate to release the newly acquired power of fate. Heaven's End, Eternal Dawn, Guide the Path. Prophecy, specific locations of all experience items near the stone tablet. Fate trajectory triggered successfully, Fate's Choice displayed. Instantly, obscure texts that only Jiang Chen could see floated in front of him. Just then, a prompt sounded quietly in his ear. Destiny is in effect, all uncertain choices have been shielded for you. In the moment when the prompt sounded, the texts in front of Jiang Chen began to distort. The dense and obscure texts quickly condensed into 3 lines, transforming rapidly into a form that Jiang Chen could understand. Fate's Choice 1, Tier Space, enter the interior area of the stone tablet. Waiting for the collapse of the interior space of the monument. Blocked, within 5 meters of the monument. Blocked. Watching the information displayed by the power of destiny, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. As long as he made a wish, he could directly obtain related information. Although there were limitations regarding the recent wishes, under the passive interference of destiny, the effect of this talent was undeniably powerful. The talent sequence of the female player was not as high as Jiang Chen's. Therefore, the predicted results naturally did not match Jiang Chen's expectations entirely. However, the mental energy consumed by activating the power of destiny was much higher than that of ordinary talents. Glancing at the seemingly ordinary monument, Jiang Chen directly released a spatial tear. The next moment, a silver-white spatial crack slowly opened on the surface of the monument. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen summoned Myron the Sword Slave, then leaped directly into it. During the spatial transition, Jiang Chen's body appeared in a misty area where no living beings or ruins could be seen. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed ethereal. In his line of sight, a colorful scroll with a faint glow floated and rotated about 10 meters above. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen flew up and grabbed the scroll in his hand. You obtained, Spirit Scroll, Silver. Looking at the colorful scroll in his hand, Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Was this the item that the female player mentioned could increase 2 levels? Activating the Eye of the Void, Jiang Chen looked at the information on the scroll. Spirit Scroll Grade, Silver Effect. One of the scrolls crystallized with the power of the Eternal Tower, increases level by 2 when used. Hidden information, originally possessing strong rule power, due to the lack of nourishment from the aura of the Eternal Tower, the power contained in the scroll has greatly diminished, and the scroll itself is rapidly dissipating. Can add entries. 3. This scroll could directly increase 2 levels regardless of the rules. Moreover, this was under the circumstance of a significant loss of power from the scroll. Unfortunately, the scroll was already close to dissipating. Just holding it for a moment, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the power of the scroll overflowing and the light dimming continuously. If the scroll could be preserved normally, the effect would be greater later on. However, in the current situation, the longer he wasted, the less power he could gain. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen immediately bestowed the scroll with a perfect entry. Instantly, 3 weak lights of the same color flashed on the dim scroll. Entry added successfully. Spirit Scroll obtained a perfect grade entry. Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Entry 1, Spirit, increases level provided by the scroll by 1. Seeing the entries added to the scroll, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Under the combination of the 3 entries, the effect of this scroll was significantly enhanced. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen immediately crushed the scroll in his hand. In an instant, the shattered scroll turned into a colorful light that surged straight into Jiang Chen's body. You used Spirit Scroll. Your level has increased to 16. Your level has increased to 17. Your level has increased to 20, 4-dimensional attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You obtained Human Race Bonus, first tier of Black Iron free attributes plus 10. You obtained perfect entry points plus 20. Imperial Weapon Extreme Shadow has unlocked the Divine Weapon, Starry Giant Axe. Your contract Spirit Mayor has been upgraded to level 20, promoted to the bronze rank. The attribute template has been corrected, talent effects increased by 50%, and awakened skill Desire Fire. The red moon has been hanging in the sky for a full 9 days. During these 9 days, most players were just adapting to the survival rules and combat methods of the red moon, wasting a considerable amount of developmental time. At this moment, the vast majority of players are still struggling to level up by grinding monsters in the sealed lands. Only a small group has managed to reach level 10 with the support of their teams and guilds. Of course, there are also some exceptionally talented individuals who, relying on their early advantages, effortlessly entered the Red Moon continent. Regardless of the type of player, after witnessing the mysterious and grand Red Moon continent, their first thought is to seek protection from the strong. Currently, the only way to find the strong is through the level ranking list. Almost every player who entered the Red Moon continent is constantly trying to add the famous experts on the list during their free time. Their intentions vary from seeking guidance, forming guilds, recruiting, to making connections. At this stage, the vast majority of people are paying attention to the changes in the level ranking list. When Jiangchen suddenly jumped 5 levels, the players who had entered the Red Moon continent exploded in chatter after a brief silence. Damn! Am I seeing things? I just had my sister try to add the 10 Directions expert as a friend, and suddenly I see the expert's level skyrocket from 15 to 20 in an instant. What the hell is going on? Is there something fishy? This is too exaggerated. Except for the 10 Directions expert, the entire ranking list is filled with level 10 players. This level disparity is quite intimidating. Are you kidding me? This is a disparity? It's more like a generational gap. Hey, expert, be my mentor. My little sister will turn 18 in 2 years, and it's impossible to stay alone in this cliff ruin. Come and guide us. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The players in the Red Moon continent were discussing fervently, while the players in the newbie town were utterly shocked. A few days ago, when they heard that 10 Directions had passed the Emperor level trial, many self-proclaimed experts thought it was just a newbie assessment with no real value. However, when they confidently chose to solo the easiest normal trial and got thrashed by the boss, they realized why a newbie trial could trigger a Red Moon announcement. As their game time increased, players became more aware of the terror of being the first on the level ranking list. While countless players tried various methods to investigate 10 Directions information, in the human territory, above the ruins southwest of the starting point, what do you mean? This boss was clearly discovered by our boss first. Are you trying to snatch it from us? Huh, discovered by you? Does the boss have your names written on it? Above the ruins, 2 teams were in a tense standoff. One team consisted of 5 players, led by Fiery Leg Brother wielding a staff. The other team had only 3 players, led by a man in mage robes. They were positioned on the outskirts of the ruins cave, where at the entrance, a giant-eyed silver-level boss was lazily sleeping, surrounded by a circle of silver-white light. Although there were more bosses in the Red Moon continent compared to the sealed lands, they did not stay in one place for long. They roamed around, rarely lingering in the same spot. Therefore, when a silver-level boss appeared at the entrance of this ruined cave, both teams were excited. Fiery Leg Brother, with a hint of coercion in his expression, stared coldly at the opposing players and said, "Are you challenging the Fiery Sun Guild by trying to snatch the boss from us?" The mage player across the way crossed his arms and sneered, "Radiant Sun Guild? The one that got blocked by 10 Directions at the spring and had to pay to leave? You guys think you can compete with me? Anyone who can enter the Red Moon continent at this stage is either exceptionally talented or has many followers. If someone gives up boss resources just because of a simple sentence from someone else, that's not being easygoing, it's just being labeled as weak in the Red Moon continent. Such arrogance. You're the fusion mage of Seal No. 4396, right, Wang Tang? A lone player like you dares to be so arrogant. What if I claim this boss today?" A cold voice approached from a distance. Following the source of the voice, a tall man with a red longbow slowly walked towards them. "Big Brother Turtle, you're here." Seeing the turtle appear, Radiant Sun Leg Brother was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Wang Tang's face turned cold as he pointed to the open space on the left. "So what if I'm a lone player? Do you think I'm afraid of you? What are you pretending for? Want to fight one-on-one?" As the words fell, a huge thundercloud appeared above Wang Tang's head. Behind him, a wind swirl over 10 meters high was gathering momentum. Watching this scene, Radiant Sun Leg Brother, holding his staff, unconsciously widened his eyes. As mages, he needed a staff as a medium to cast spells now. But that guy across from him didn't even move and released 2 elemental spells simultaneously. No wonder he was so arrogant. Seeing Wang Teng calmly release 2 massive elemental spells, Turtle showed a hint of surprise and slowly turned away. The next moment, his eyes caught an imperceptible obscure symbol. After a few breaths, he turned around, tightly gripping his longbow, a hint of malice in his eyes. "Let's go." Taking a deep breath, Turtle turned around and led his followers away. Watching Turtle approach aggressively and then leave in frustration, Wang Teng's 2 followers behind him looked admiringly. "Big brother Wang Teng, you're amazing. Radiant Sun was someone I couldn't even talk to before, and you scared them off directly. Your monarch-level talent is like a calf flying on a plane." With a faint smile, Wang Teng merged the 2 spells and slowly moved towards the giant eye-ape rat. Red Moon is not like those low-quality virtual games. In this world, having more people doesn't necessarily mean anything. What Radiant Sun Guild? They were just blocked by 10 directions at the spring and killed. So what if I'm a lone player? I don't need guild resources or protection, I can become strong on my own. After leaving the cave where the giant eye-ape rat was, Turtle impatiently dismissed the followers trailing behind him. He sprinted quickly to the edge of a cliff and opened his information panel directly. At the same time, an unusual light flickered in his eyes. Summon Intellect Construct, Code 002, Red Moon Human Turtle's Black Head. After a brief moment, Turtle's information panel disappeared. Following that, a projection slowly materialized. "Human, what do you need? Did you investigate 10 directions as requested?" The Intellect Construct projection scanned Turtle's body, and a cold mechanical voice emanated from its mouth. "Intellect Master, didn't you say you would guide me to become the leader of the human race? How does this intellect calculation show that I can't even defeat a lone player?" Turtle was now very angry. He had thought that with guidance from a higher civilization, he could at least surpass others. But now, even a common lone player seemed to be above him. He couldn't bear it. "Don't worry. Once my talent cooldown is complete, I will guide you to find the lost furnace of the Eternal Tower. By then, you will naturally obtain the most special supreme talent among the human race. These are the best results obtained after countless simulations by my intelligent mechanical race." Hearing the response from the intelligent mechanical projection, Turtle's expression softened slightly. "Human, have you completed the task I assigned to you?" "Sir Intelligent Mechanical, I haven't found information on Shirfan yet. This guy rarely shows up, and it seems he has the ability to shield information, making it impossible for me to find him. He's already level 20 now, and with my current strength, trying to find him would be suicidal. Or should we wait for the players from the Radiant Sun Guild?" "Wait, level 20? The intelligent mechanical projection emitted a profoundly shocking mechanical sound. After a brief silence, the light on the intelligent mechanical projection flickered a few times. "This being named Shirfan has an unusually fast growth rate. If left to develop in such a barbaric manner, even if you successfully obtain that talent, the chances of defeating him are slim. Human, this is the location information of the sealed dragon. Following my guidance, you have a 75% chance of successfully awakening the dragon. At this stage, the powerful dragon is Shirfan's only nemesis." Jiang Chen instantly leveled up by 5 levels, causing a great stir in the Red Moon world. Countless players were either envious, jealous, or plotting against him. And at this moment, all of Jiang Chen's attention was focused on Meyer. After the rank promotion, Meyer's body visibly grew larger at a rapid pace. The mecha demon armor that Jiang Chen had put on her before burst due to the expansion of her body. However, after adapting to her growing body, Meyer manifested a black short skirt on her own. She looked extremely cute. At this moment, her lively and dark red eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen without blinking. Although her body had not fully grown yet, her almost perfect figure was already taking shape. The reputation of the mecha demon was well deserved. Besides the change in body size, Meyer's attributes and skills also nearly doubled. And a new attribute was added. Harnessing the talent power, Jiang Chen immediately added a new attribute to her. The next moment, a dark red light flashed from Meyer's body, then instantly returned and flowed straight into Jiang Chen's body. Attribute added successfully. Meyer gains an epic attribute, Charm Origin. Attribute 1, Charm Origin. The contracted spirit bestows the owner with hidden charm values equivalent to its own. Seeing the new attribute effect that Meyer had gained, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Creatures like the mecha demon already had extremely high hidden charm values. After bestowing them on himself, his charm value would instantly receive a huge boost. Satisfied, he rubbed Meyer's head and then distributed the attribute points he gained from leveling up to the still relatively weak strength and agility. Instantly, Jiang Chen's strength attribute reached 275 points, comparable to the attack power added by the level 10 King Xian Grade Divine Weapon Blade of Divine Punishment. With Jiang Chen's current physical attack power, a phantom slash wielding the blade of divine punishment would be enough to instantly kill a level 10 black iron boss. After glancing at his overall attributes, Jiang Chen then concentrated his strength to tear open a spatial crack and exit the stone tablet space. Although he had reached level 20 in this wave, there was still a distance to go before the second transformation. At the moment, the most important thing was to level up quickly. Only by improving his strength as soon as possible could he enter the Misty Sea and ascend the Eternal Tower. Only there would he have the opportunity to achieve godhood. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the poisonous mist in the Misty Sea completely dissipated. Many races with flying advantages would cross the Sea of Mist to attack other tribes. On the Red Moon continent, the threat from other tribes was significant. In such a survival environment, the top priority was to enhance strength as quickly as possible. Just as Jiang Chen had just torn open the space crack, a thick fog suddenly rose in the entire space. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen instinctively flew up, floating his body in the air. Just as he summoned the blade of heavenly punishment, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a somewhat transparent figure sitting in the dense fog. Ice blue long hair fell straight to the waist, with a strand of short hair covering half of the left eye. With the eye of the void focused, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the information. Sona, level, race? Introduction, a special creature inhabiting the space of the stone monument. Hidden information, soul nurtured by the Tower of Eternity. Looking at the information in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A soul nurtured by the Tower of Eternity was a high-level creature projected in another continent of the Tower of Eternity. With the barrier of the Sea of Mist and the enchantment, creatures from different continents could not communicate at all. How could this soul appear here? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the figure floating in the air slowly stood up, gazing directly at Jiang Chen's body. Foreigner guided by fate, do not be nervous, I harbor no ill will. My name is Sona, born in the Tower of Eternity, traversing the Sea of Mist in search of lost fragments of the Tower of Eternity, residing in this fragment space with the eternal aura due to being eroded by the poisonous mist. There is no aura of the Tower of Eternity on you, but I can sense the majestic power of eternity. After the scroll condensed from the Tower of Eternity disappeared, this space could no longer nourish my soul. Foreigner, can you let me absorb some eternal energy? I need to nourish my fading soul. Don't worry, just a moment. Supernatural sense did not detect any hostility, and Jiang Chen immediately waved his hand. No, I don't want that kind of service. Nourishment? Are they planning to use me as a bait? Although this soul born in the Tower of Eternity looked stunning, Jiang Chen didn't feel like it now. Keeping his energy up and leveling up quickly was the priority. Foreigner, do you reject this behavior? Creatures nurtured by the Tower of Eternity rely on this behavior to nourish their souls, which is the most sacred for life born in eternity. Since you reject this behavior, foreigner, let me get closer to you. Don't worry, I just want to get closer to the power of eternity. As the words fell, the body of the soul suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, she reached out her right hand and placed her palm on the back of Jiang Chen's hand. The touch of the skin did not make Jiang Chen feel any chill. In that somewhat illusory palm, Jiang Chen felt a huge aura. As time passed, Jiang Chen clearly saw that the soul in front of him seemed less transparent. What surprised Jiang Chen was that he felt his own soul had become much stronger. Foreigner, thank you. Try to enter the Sea of Mist, find the Tower of Eternity, only there can you unleash your power of eternity. As the words fell, the soul, who hadn't even withdrawn her hand, slowly disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight in a sudden rise of thick fog. Your power resonates with the soul power of Sona the Soul, and your soul power has been slightly enhanced. Just as the notification sound rang out, Jiang Chen felt something shatter inside him instantly. Following that, terrifying forces continued to stimulate Jiang Chen's soul. Your talent infinite entries has advanced. The lowest quality of the randomly added entries is now perfect grade. Your talent soul domination has advanced, and the sword slaves have been promoted to bronze level. Your talent power of destiny has received a slight increase, with a small decrease in consumption. Hovering in the air for a moment, Jiang Chen was still somewhat dazed, feeling the significantly enhanced power of his soul. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could resonating with soul entities accelerate the liberation speed of talents? Is there any connection between the Heart of Fantasies and the Tower of Eternity? After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen, who temporarily couldn't find an answer, stopped thinking about this question. He collected his thoughts and glanced at the advanced talent effects. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. With the enhancement of soul power, talents also advanced. 11 sword slaves, after the advancement of the soul domination effect, were promoted to bronze level bosses. At this stage, they were powerful enough as guards and fighters. With the advancement of infinite talent attributes, the lowest grade of attributes was directly raised to perfect level. This meant that from now on, Jiang Chen could add an infinite number of perfect grade attributes. Oh! Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a low hum from Meyer reached his ears. Raising his eyes, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that the thick fog in front of him had disappeared. The surroundings were no longer the hazy stone tablet space but a ruin of a cliff. Looking around, the stone tablet had vanished without a trace. Using the eye of the void to scan the surroundings, Jiang Chen did not find any trace of the soul entity, Sonia. The Red Moon continent was just an area projected by the Tower of Eternity, equivalent to the first level of the tower in a sense. Based on the information Jiang Chen learned from his past life's ascent of the Tower of Eternity, the soul entities were the first-generation beings nurtured by the Tower of Eternity. They were even more ancient and powerful than the mysterious merchants encountered before. If it weren't for the guidance of the stolen power of destiny that led Jiang Chen into the stone tablet space, he wouldn't have had the chance to encounter the soul entity at this stage. And after the soul entity dissipated with the scroll of spirits, it would probably disappear completely in the stone tablet space. The prophecy magic released by the fate mantra is truly wonderful. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this fate talent. However, unlike the infinite attributes of the eternity level, Jiang Chen clearly felt a high mental consumption when invoking the fate mantra. But once activated, it was equivalent to full map insight. This can't be closed, so it doesn't count as being opened. After a faint smile, Jiang Chen immediately activated invisibility and headed towards the ruins to the left. With the permanent experience buff, leveling up and changing jobs as soon as possible was the top priority. About 7 to 8 minutes later, Jiang Chen flew invisibly above the ruins. Observing the scene below, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. This ruin, which originally had many ghosts holding torches, was an excellent leveling sanctuary. In theory, players should still be hesitant to venture in here. But at this moment, the vast ruin was littered with the bodies of ghosts, and dozens of players were gathered near the hole in the ground. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. Perhaps due to the fewer players currently entering the Red Moon continent, Jiang Chen, after glancing at the crowd below, suddenly recognized many familiar figures, including the lackeys of Turtle, Sun Lake Brother, who bought the Golden Dagger, and Snowy Rain. Haha, we actually encountered a moving relic palace. Looks like we can pick up some good stuff. This palace seems to have drifted from the Sea of Mist. It took me half an hour from the Frost Cliff to get here. Wait, it should come out from the underground in another 2 or 3 minutes. I followed along the way. Every time this palace reaches a place, it sinks into the ground, and after coming out, it won't stop for more than a few minutes before drifting away. A moving palace? No wonder so many people are gathered here. In the Red Moon game, not only do bosses not camp in fixed locations, even the ruins and secret realms drift around. Therefore, many opportunities are uncertain. Jiang Chen remained silent, focusing on the area below after drinking a bottle of blue dew elixir. If there really is a drifting palace, it's essential to go in and sweep some resources. 2 minutes later, accompanied by a loud rumble, the ground of the ruins suddenly began to tremble. At the same time, a massive ancient palace rose from the ground. Amidst the flying dust, the palace's doors slowly opened. A mysterious white light emanated from within, capturing everyone's attention. Ha ha ha! Just then, a huge wind rushed past, swiftly heading towards the gate of the relic palace. Atop the whirlwind, a man in mage robes stood with his arms crossed, looking down proudly. Everyone, I'll go ahead. Whoosh! As soon as he spoke, the massive whirlwind swiftly entered the palace gates. Seeing this, the players cursed and followed closely behind. Just as they were about to leap into the gate, they were surprised to see the player riding the whirlwind walk out in frustration. Dude, what's going on? Did you hit a dead end? You came out so quickly? A player walked up, teasingly asking. This palace is strange. I didn't even see any monsters inside. I don't know why I came out inexplicably. There might be some maze or hidden teleportation array inside, try again. With those words, the player re-entered the palace. Almost simultaneously, the rest of the players hurriedly entered the palace. Jiang Chen watched silently, not moving for the time being. These drifting ruins are not easy to enter. Rushing in might trigger deadly mist or cursed relics. Just 10 seconds later, the players who had just entered walked out looking puzzled. What's going on? Why are we all coming out? I wanted to go in as soon as I entered, and when I came out, I wanted to go back in. It's like being possessed. Same here. What's going on? Is there something dirty inside? This doesn't seem like a ghostly palace. Perplexed, the players re-entered the palace. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they returned even more puzzled. Observing the relic palace below and the players, Jiang Chen pondered silently. Wanting to go in when inside, and wanting to come out when outside. Could it be? An interference with the mind's reverse suggestion? If that's the case, to enter this palace, one must not think about entering it, otherwise, they will likely walk out on their own. With this in mind, Jiang Chen immediately flew down, cleared his mind, and like a wise sage, stepped into the palace gates. Upon entering, a large clock facing the opposite direction caught Jiang Chen's eye. Behind the clock was a corridor of moderate length, with walls adorned with symbols and patterns in reverse. Without walking out in reverse, Jiang Chen maintained his empty state and crossed the corridor, entering the grand hall of the palace. The entire hall was filled with a dazzling array of decorations. However, most of them were ancient-looking pottery jars. On the walls of the hall were exquisite murals depicting unusual scenes. The content of the murals, however, was extremely abnormal. Stars hanging upside down, rivers flowing backward, the moon bringing heat and light during the day, while the sun bestowed coldness and darkness at night. Chickens, dogs, cows, and sheep dressed in clothing sang and danced incessantly on the high stone platform, while humans were reduced to mere food on the chopping board. Just as Jiang Chen was deeply shocked, the sword slave and the soul space and the enchantress and the covenant space appeared automatically. Like runaway children, they didn't even glance at Jiang Chen, heading straight out of the palace. Witnessing this eerie scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. Are all conscious beings unable to resist the psychological reversal suggestion of this palace? With the soul contract, the strongest desire of the sword slave and the enchantress is to be by my side, but under the interference of this palace, it distorts into wanting to stay away from me. If I have the thought of calling them back, I will be influenced not to do so. If I don't want to call them back, I will most likely rebel and want to call them back, but they don't think that way. Even if I call them back, they will still leave this palace. Forget it, this palace is somewhat mysterious. I'll just go with the flow. Otherwise, if we encounter a battle and they have the idea to protect me, they might end up turning against me and attacking. As Jiang Chen pondered the uniqueness of this palace, 11 sword slaves and enchantresses had already left the hall and appeared on the ruins. At this moment, many players stood outside the ruins palace, unable to enter. Seeing the bronze-level sword slaves and enchantresses coming out of the hall, the players first looked panicked, then instantly became excited. Damn! Run! How come so many bosses are running out of this palace? It seems like they are cooperative bosses. Could this be a hidden boss? Do we need to defeat them to obtain some token to enter the ruins palace? Defeat my foot. 11 bronze bosses, each almost reaching the attributes of a silver-level boss, and one of unknown rank but at least level 20. I can't even see the information on so many bosses. What am I playing? Damn it, undead boss. I told you this palace was haunted, why didn't you believe me? Although the sword slaves were only bronze level, their rich combat experience and coordinated fighting far surpassed that of ordinary silver bosses. Moreover, with the overall view of the sword slave commanding the battle, and the enhanced attributes and talent effects of the enchantress after advancing, not only causing group chaos but also dealing around 2,000 points of group damage. Furthermore, they possessed a total of 5 skills. Such a combination of strength far exceeded the players at this stage. The second-ranked player on the leaderboard was only level 11, lacking real damage effects. How could they face battle-hardened bronze-level sword slaves and a level 20 enchantress demon king? Moreover, the sword slaves were undead, and the enchantress was a creature bound by a soul contract. Even if they died, they would only fall into a short period of slumber. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not worried about their safety at all. But the players outside the palace were a different story. Lao Wang, I found the ancient legendary ghost temple of the Nether Ruins. Whether it's ancient or not, it's definitely a ghost temple. 12 hidden bosses guarding the gate, can this be an ordinary ruin? Hurry up, everyone is here now, if we're late, the boss will be gone. Big brother, there really is a drifting ruin here, with over a dozen hidden bosses guarding the entrance. It's definitely a great opportunity. Just the rewards from the bosses are enough to cover our team's expenses for 1 or 2 months. The ruins of the Nether Ghost Temple were bustling with voices. More and more players were gathering around the ruins palace. At this moment, inside the ruins palace, Jiang Chen crossed the hall and walked into the depths of the palace. In the spacious inner hall, many double-headed giant snake statues stood on both sides, and on the stone platform in front lay a fallen giant snake statue. Different from other statues, this statue has 2 rows of white deer antlers on top of its head. If it weren't for the fact that the giant snake had no claws, Jiang Chen would have thought he was looking at a dragon. After carefully scanning the surroundings with his gaze, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. Clearly, this was already the last area of the ruins palace. Yet, there were no signs of any living beings or resources. Just as Jiang Chen was surprised, a strong aura suddenly scattered from the statues on both sides. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The inverted giant snake statue shattered in response. The next moment, dozens of double-headed giant snakes with crimson tongues lunged towards Jiang Chen to bite. Since entering this grand hall, Jiang Chen had been as indifferent and desireless as a sage after the fact. At this moment, despite the dozens of giant snakes attacking, Jiang Chen remained calm and had no intention of fighting. Because ever since entering this grand hall, Jiang Chen had discovered that any living being entering it would be strongly influenced by mental suggestions, directly reversing their desires and intentions. If any desire for combat arose, one might even be disarmed before drawing a weapon. Without understanding this essence, the psychological suggestions here could not be eliminated. But once this secret was discovered, the grand hall would no longer be so mysterious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant snakes drew closer in an instant. Instead of thinking about defense or attack, Jiang Chen's mind gave birth to a thought of peacefully coexisting with these giant snakes. As expected, under the Grand Hall's power of reversal, Jiang Chen's thoughts were instantly interfered with. Initially, Jiang Chen had no intention of killing these giant snakes, but now he did. Just as the bloodthirsty mouths of the double-headed giant snakes were about to bite Jiang Chen's body, a spatial light instantly flickered in place. Jiang Chen's body disappeared on the spot, reappearing floating in midair. Summoning the blade of divine punishment, Jiang Chen swiftly released a phantom slash. Buzz! The sword energy instantly magnified and fell upon the double-headed giant snakes with the force of thunder. -6,619. Frozen, -1998. Electric blade, -6,619. Frozen, with Jiang Chen's current physical attack power reaching 2,720 points, a split phantom slash combined with the electric blade effect could directly deal over 15,000 points of damage. Before the double-headed giant snakes could react, they were instantly slain. You have slain the double-headed giant snakes. You gained 200 experience. You gained 200 experience. You gained lifespan *1 day. The soul subjugation has taken effect, granting you full control over the double-headed giant snakes. The moment the notification sound rang out, dark souls floated up from the bodies of the double-headed giant snakes. Strangely, these souls did not resemble the giant snakes but had human forms. These souls summoned by soul subjugation did not leave the Grand Hall like the sword slaves but instead remained suspended, awaiting Jiang Chen's command. Watching this eerie scene and recalling the anomalies within the Grand Hall, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Before any thoughts arose, Jiang Chen collapsed and hung upside down in midair. In that instant, the strange feeling in his mind vanished without a trace. Ha, well done. To be able to dispel the reversal suggestion, truly remarkable. I was planning to play a bit longer, but it seems to have ended sooner than expected. A somewhat mocking voice floated from all directions, making Jiang Chen's eardrums uncomfortable. Following that, the giant snake statue on the stone platform suddenly opened its golden eyes, fixing its gaze directly on Jiang Chen. Human, as a reward for dispelling the reversal suggestion, remain here as a giant snake statue like these ants. As long as I petrify another 300 giant snake statues to absorb their snake power, I will be able to shed my snake skin and ascend into a dragon. When I transform into a dragon, you will also share in the glory. The cryptic words drifted down. The reversed giant snake on the stone platform shot a petrifying light directly from its eyes. Its terrifying power distorted even the space wherever it reached. Watching the incoming attack, Jiang Chen made no attempt to dodge. The reversed giant snake on the stone platform almost laughed at the sight. This human couldn't even struggle. Simply too weak. But it was understandable. Being able to float upside down was already extremely difficult. In such a state, being unable to evade was normal. Just as the reversed giant snake was about to witness the human in front of it turning into a statue, it suddenly realized that the human in its line of sight had appeared on its stone platform without it noticing. In a moment of alertness, the reversed giant snake was about to leap up when the petrifying light emitted from its eyes struck its own body. Boom! Despite its petrification immunity, the immense force sent its body flying into the stone wall. Jiang Chen, who had used spatial shift to swap positions with the giant snake, looked at the bewildered snake on the ground and disdainfully said, "Ascend into a dragon? Is this all you've got? Without even lifting a finger, you think you can fight me?" Raising the blade of heaven's punishment in his right hand, Jiang Chen regarded the snake, aspiring to become a dragon, like a mere clown. "I have." Before it could speak, Jiang Chen swung his sword. Before the words left its mouth, the reversed giant snake suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning. Feeling the strangeness in its body and soul, its pupils filled instantly with unparalleled horror. "What's happening? You!" Boom! In utter horror, the reversed giant snake, facing Jiang Chen's ordinary attack, uncontrollably lunged at Jiang Chen at the fastest speed. At that moment, it couldn't muster any other thoughts. It only wanted to catch that sword. Under the soul intervention far more terrifying than mental suggestion, the reversed giant snake, without its hands, couldn't even struggle. In less than a couple of breaths, the reversed giant snake fell straight to the ground. At that moment, a terrifying damage number floated above its head. -999,999. In an instant, a notification sound quietly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. You have slain the boss reversed dragon snake Wang Xian. You gained 249,000 experience points. Your experience bonus is in effect. You gained 249,000 experience points. You gained 7,500 red moon coins, 74 blue dew holy bottles, 21 red dew holy bottles. You gained dragon snake staff, Wang Xian, blade of ruin, gold, shadow hand armor, gold, reversal stone. Your level has increased to level 21. Your level has increased to level 22. Your level has increased to level 24, for attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You gained human race bonus, first tier black iron free attributes plus 10. You gained perfect attribute points plus 24. Soul subjugation is in effect. You gained all control rights over reversed dragon snake. Although the higher the level, the more experience required for leveling up. Jiang Chen, with the permanent experience buff, directly harvested nearly 500,000 massive experience points in this wave, and his level instantly soared to 24. At this stage, every change in the level rankings would attract a lot of attention from players. However, Jiang Chen's sudden 4-level increase did not shock and excite the crowd as it did when he instantly rose by 5 levels before. Because, at this moment, players are nervously strategizing to defeat the hidden boss in front of the Ruins Palace. They have no spare energy to pay attention to the changes in the level rankings. The ghostly ruins are not considered a remote area. As news of the hidden boss and the drifting ruins appearing here spread, more and more players gathered. The vast and majestic Ruins Palace caught the attention of many players. However, the appearance of 12 hidden bosses at the same time left them shocked. In the Red Moon game, bosses only appear in secret realms or dungeons. Encountering a boss wandering aimlessly in the wilderness is purely a matter of luck. Normally, encountering a boss is already very rare. But at this moment, the simultaneous appearance of 12 bosses completely overturned these players' understanding. Therefore, not only players far away in several cliff ruins rushed here, even those who had just completed the novice assessment trial and left the sealed land hurriedly came to get a share of the action. As a treasure hunter with prophetic abilities, Zhao Yanan directly activated ghostly steps and ran to the location of the ghostly ruins with a fanatical expression. Black gold entanglement. Just as she arrived at the outer hall, Zhao Yanan happened to see a player wielding a blue long spear attacking a sword slave. That player clearly had remarkable talent. With a wave of his hand holding the gun, a black and gold thorn tore through the air, entwining towards the undead wielding a giant heavy sword. Bang! Boom! The seemingly powerful energy collided with the undead's giant sword, creating a loud rumble. -1. Seeing the damage number floating above the undead's head, the players present were somewhat unsettled. What? Even third brother can't break through the defense? Even mud dolls have some temper. Why aren't these hidden bosses reacting to the attacks? Maybe because they are dead? Ha, your words crack me up. Hey, wait a minute, they seem to be like us, always entering the Ruins Palace, and this palace doesn't seem to be drifting anymore. What's going on? Could it be a trap? Why worry about so much? Let's go. They're blocking the entrance. If we don't take them down, we can't get in. Although surprised by the undead's defense, enticed by the hidden boss, the players still cheered and rushed forward. Each of them unleashed their talents and skills. In an instant, it was a scene of dazzling colors. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yanan furrowed her brows slightly. These undead and succubi seemed to be ignoring these guys. How could the monsters of the Red Moon continent be so gentle? And, these creatures don't seem like bosses. I always feel this palace is a bit eerie, maybe it's a trap. Perplexed, Zhao Yanan immediately activated the last prophecy spell she had left for the day. Prophecy, all hidden information about the sword slaves and succubi in the ghostly ruins. The next moment, a glow appeared in front of her, quickly forming into rows of text. Sword Slave Guardian, once a sword guardian among the 10 sword slaves, possessing extremely powerful defensive abilities, strength greatly enhanced after being nourished by player souls. As she looked at the information from the prophecy spell, Zhao Yanan couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, players who had rushed over quickly passed by her left side. The defense of these bosses is really exaggerated. So many people can't even cause any damage to them. Haha, the stronger the hidden boss, the more extravagant the rewards they can drop. I heard that the succubus just leveled up. This is a mutated boss. Damn, this time it's real. If I can defeat these hidden bosses, I'll treat my buddies to a 3-day feast. Is it true, master? Zhao Yanan lowered her head, her expression incredibly complex. Clowns. They're all clowns. These are not hidden bosses at all. They are someone's pets. Zhao Yanan was completely at a loss. She originally wanted to use her divination skills to see if these undead were special relic traps, but she never expected to come across such explosive information. At this stage, besides Shirfan, probably no one else could have such pets. If an ordinary person had so many powerful companions, they would have already shone brightly on the level rankings. How can this guy be so powerful? Wait, did the Succubus King just level up because Shirfan leveled up nearby? Suddenly, Zhao Yanan quickly opened the level rankings and looked at the information. First place, Shirfan, level 24. Second place, Wan Hao, level 11. Zhao Yanan's scalp instantly tingled. He just leveled up by 5 levels half an hour ago, and now he's gained another 4 levels in such a short time? Could this guy's talent really be a divination and treasure hunting talent stronger than mine? At this moment, in the left front of the ruins of the Relic Palace, Fiery Leg Brother holding a staff was urgently contacting his boss Turtle. Turtle boss, there's a great opportunity in the Ghost Ruins, over a dozen hidden bosses, and there's a Relic Palace behind them. If we can take them down, the foundation of our Fiery Sun First Guild will be solidified. You're at the Wind Demon Dragon Ruins? Most of them are Red Moon natives, not many wild monsters there. It'll take at least a few hours to rush back. Our Fiery Sun Guild has too few people entering the Red Moon continent now. We can't just forcefully grab it. Hurry back, we can't take down these bosses on our own. Boom! Just as Fiery Leg Brother finished contacting Turtle, a dull roar echoed in his ears. Turning his gaze, at the entrance of the Ruins Palace, 3 players were directly swept away by a sword-wielding undead. What's going on? The boss is fighting back? After a moment of surprise, Fiery Leg Brother slowly backed away holding his staff. It's not looking good, let these guys consume the boss's magic and health bars, we'll seize the opportunity to strike later. At this moment, at the entrance of the Ruins Palace, despite numerous attempts, they still couldn't enter the palace. The autonomous-minded charm had already started to feel irritated, and after being relentlessly attacked by players, the Sword Slave, without receiving any orders, automatically entered combat mode. The intelligent Sword Slave surveyed the scene, looking at the enthusiastic human beings with a hint of confusion in its eyes. Are these guys mistaking themselves and these good brothers as the hidden bosses they talk about? Wronged, we are really not hidden bosses. At this moment, the surroundings of the Ghost Ruins were filled with many players. Initially, when the hidden bosses didn't attack actively, despite only being able to inflict less than 100 points of damage, and not even breaking through the defense, they eagerly rushed forward to use a few skills, hoping that after a big shot killed the boss, they could take advantage of the chaos to share some experience and rewards. But after the undead with the giant sword swept away 3 players with a single strike, they unconsciously retreated several steps. Joking around. 9 deaths and it's all over. Who would still be willing to take such a risk without any certainty? Those who take the lead often end up as cannon fodder. Damn, these hidden bosses are so well coordinated in offense and defense. That female undead spirit can even instantly release control over other undead spirits. This is just insane. They are nothing like ordinary bosses. Heavy sword defense, stealth assassination, healing and control release, flying sword manipulation, sword formation control. The most outrageous thing is that the strongest undead spirit can even command the battle. These hidden bosses are incredibly powerful. That succubus is terrifying. My detection ability can't even see its information. It must be at least level 20. Each skill covers a large area. I feel like we can't defeat them. These hidden bosses probably can only be killed by top players. Isn't that obvious? Even the King Xian boss got slaughtered. If the top players were here, they could probably take down all these hidden bosses in less than 2 minutes. Zhao Yanan stood on a stone tablet in the ruins, watching the players below with little interest. What a joke. Too audacious. Letting the top players kill his own pets? Looking at the scene around the ruins of the palace, Zhao Yanan suddenly felt that the feeling of being sober among the intoxicated crowd was truly wonderful. Hiss! Just then, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. That fusion mage seems to have come out of the same sealed place as the top player. His fusion magic has caused some damage to those hidden bosses. Being able to break through the nearly 1,000 points of defense of these bosses and deal damage? That must be top-tier strength, right? Everyone looked over. A player in mage robes was looking at the damage floating above the hidden boss with a puzzled expression. I can even drag a silver-level giant-eyed ape to its death. How come these bronze-level hidden bosses are so tough? High defense aside, they can also control and heal. Wait, 2 bosses are missing. Be careful of stealth throat-slitting, let's go. After a cry of alarm, Wang Tong, with his fusion talent, quickly led his few henchmen to dash towards the ruins behind. Jiang Chen could never have imagined that under the reverse implications of this palace, the sword slave and enchantress who automatically ran out of the palace would become the power testers for the players. However, it was fortunate that the sword slave and enchantress had been blocking the entrance all along. Otherwise, there might have been a few players who accidentally entered the palace and caused chaos. At this moment, inside the Palace of the Ruins, although the reverse dragon snake was killed instantly, Jiang Chen clearly felt that the psychological implications of this palace seemed to have not disappeared. However, even though he carefully searched around, Jiang Chen did not see any creatures or special items. Perhaps, this palace itself has a special effect of reversing the mind. Jiang Chen silently speculated. However, probably because he had driven the soul of the reverse dragon snake, even without being hanged upside down, his mind was not affected. Distributing the free attribute points obtained from leveling up proportionally, Jiang Chen then took out the dark purple runestone that the reverse dragon snake had dropped. Stone of Reversal, a special runestone condensed from part of the power of the reverse dragon snake containing a faint power of reversal. When the stone is crushed to release its power, it generates a 30-second reversal field within 50 meters, causing living beings within the field to reverse their strongest desires in their minds. Additional entries, 3. Looking at the dark purple crystal stone in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This runestone has a similar ability to the reverse dragon snake. Once the field is opened, living beings inside will directly reverse the heavenly constellations, operating in reverse. Without hesitation, harnessing his innate power, Jiang Chen immediately added entries to it. Entry added successfully. The Stone of Reversal obtained a perfect grade entry, Domain Expansion, Domain Expansion. The Stone of Reversal obtained an epic grade entry, Subjugation. Entry 1, Domain Expansion, expand the domain range by 100%. Entry 2. Entry 3, Subjugation, all beings below the Emperor level in the domain kneel and submit to your might. Looking at the newly acquired entry effects, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Just crush this symbol stone. All beings within a radius of 150 meters, all kneeling and worshipping for 30 seconds. The scene, just thinking about it, was spectacular. Jiang Chen stored the Stone of Reversal in a bronze coffin, then immediately collected the souls of the reversal dragon and snake into the space of soul subjugation. Afterwards, activating invisibility, Jiang Chen walked directly towards the palace gates. With soul enforcers at the king level, he had to quickly level up during this time. Just as Jiang Chen was about to step out the door, a notification sound quietly rang in his ear. Charm automatically picked up 2,187 red moon coins, 24 red dew holy grails, 39 blue dew holy grails, damaged warhammer, bronze, dark knight dagger, black iron, purple spirit necklace, bronze. The notification sound in his ear made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. Wow, did he not do anything himself? In astonishment, Jiang Chen stepped out. However, the scene before him made his mouth tremble involuntarily. Countless players were treating Jianu and Charm as the hidden bosses of this ruin, conducting strength tests here. It was extremely awkward. The boss of the ruined palace had already been slain, so staying here was meaningless. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately summoned Jianu and Charm back to their respective contract spaces. What's going on? Why are the hidden bosses gone? It seems like spatial light. Do these bosses have hidden spatial abilities? No, why do I feel like these bosses disappeared as if they were taken into contract space, just like when I summoned the spirit horse? Are you kidding me? You're saying these hidden bosses are pets? Whose pets? 10 Directions pets? You really can think. I guess some condition in this ruined palace triggered the bosses to be taken back, which is a good thing. Now this palace should be accessible. After a brief moment of doubt, the players present instantly rushed towards the main gate of the ruined palace. However, just as they were about to leap into the gate, the huge stone door that had been opened suddenly closed. Ah! A series of piercing screams instantly rang out, chilling to the bone. At the same time, the ground of the ghostly ruins began to tremble. A heavy, mountain-like aura spread out from the entire palace, pressing firmly on the players who had not yet entered the gate. Just as he had activated invisibility and was about to fly away, Jiang Chen's body suddenly stiffened. Following the direction of that aura, Jiang Chen turned around and looked towards the ruined palace. The ground tremors grew more intense. It felt as if the entire cliff of the ruin was shaking along with it. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the palace. Then, he actually saw the palace rising into the sky, gradually unfolding in violent sways. Countless rubble fell, the ruined palace twisted and contorted, forming a colossal body that was indescribable, and slowly stood up. This was no ruined palace at all. It was a twisted giant beast petrified all over. Above its extremely irregular head was nothing but a square-shaped giant mouth, with no other organs. The legs supporting its body were like two massive pillars holding up the sky. The length and thickness of its petrified giant arms were no less than its legs. This was actually the 4 stone pillars in front and behind the palace from before. In the ruins of the Ghost Man, all the players' bodies combined are not even the size of one of its fingers. At this moment, all players were dumbfounded, their faces filled with intense horror. This was definitely the largest creature they had ever seen in their lives, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Facing this colossal relic giant, not to mention the power emanating from it, just its overwhelming size was enough to suffocate any human being completely, leaving them with no courage to even touch it. What was most terrifying was that from its mouth, there were occasional cries of players in agony. The sudden turn of events left the players who had retreated to the back instantly petrified. Tongue, what? What is this? Is this really a relic trap? Was the place I kept going back and forth in its mouth? It roamed around and briefly stayed just to lure more people into its trap? This is too terrifying. How can a monster be so intelligent? Are those hidden bosses also part of this palace? No, this giant beast released to lure players into a trap? At this moment, Wang Teng's few henchmen were pale with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't understand how a well-preserved relic palace had suddenly turned into a colossal monster. Ignoring the terror of his 2 henchmen, Wang Teng furrowed his brow and quietly moved back behind the others. Hold on to me, don't make a sound. Grabbing the bodies of his 2 henchmen, Wang Teng swiftly rushed towards the cliff, stepping on the wind. On a rubble stone tablet to the left, Zhao Yanan, who had a sense of foreboding, saw this scene and immediately put away her shield and greatsword. After crushing a pale blue scroll, her body disappeared instantly in the Ghostman ruins. The rest of the players, who were a bit slow in their awareness, only snapped out of their immense horror upon hearing the whistling wind from behind. Run, run fast. This relic devours people. Who will help me? My legs are weak, I can't run. Lao Wang, no, foster father, wait for me. Just as the players were panicking and fleeing in all directions, huge whirlpools suddenly spiraled up from the ground of the Ghostman ruins. Within a distance of less than 10 meters from where they had just run, the powerful suction force of the whirlpool instantly dragged the players into the ground. Subsequently, the players trapped underground all fell from the vortex above the relic giant's head, plummeting straight into its mouth. Above the ruins, watching this eerie scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Before entering the relic and after, Jiang Chen had surveyed this palace, but he found nothing unusual. Even after slaying the reverse dragon snake, Jiang Chen had deliberately walked around inside, but he had not sensed any living creature. With his void pupil and extrasensory perception, ordinary beings could not evade Jiang Chen's scrutiny. Not only did the reverse dragon snake, now turned into a statue, have no signs of life before appearing, even this palace showed no abnormalities. Perplexed, Jiang Chen once again activated his void pupil, trying to look into its information. 100 aspect behemoth, level 25, rank sovereign, life 890,000, physical attack 51,020, magic attack 122,090, armor 31,985, magic resistance 69,875, talent eternal 100 aspects, skills petrifying gaze, earth wall vortex, heaven and earth shield. Introduction: born in the 100 aspect furnace, this creature possesses powerful transformative abilities. After transformation, it gains partial abilities of the original form. Hidden information: a fragment of the eternal reversal Great Hall fell into the 100 phases melting furnace, absorbing some of the power of the 100 phases within it, gaining the talent to evolve the 100 phases. After transforming into the eternal reversal Great Hall, it traversed through the mist sea and the barrier, corroded by the poisonous mist, wandering as the 100 phases on the Red Moon continent, devouring the life force of living beings. Sacrificing its own power of reversal and some life force, it evolved into the independent form of the reversal dragon snake. Due to the massive consumption of life force, the 100 phases behemoth would fall into a dormant state during the activation of the reversal dragon snake. Looking at the boss in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. The body of this relic behemoth turned out to be a fragment of the Eternal Tower, and the reversal dragon snake is actually another form of it. Could it be that the soul seeker Sonia he encountered before was looking for it? No wonder he couldn't detect any information when entering the relic hall. So, the relic it evolved is the reversal Great Hall of the Eternal Tower. Roar! Just as Jiang Chen summoned the Blade of Divine Punishment, the floating 100 phases behemoth let out a roar and then evolved into a huge whale, drifting towards Jiang Chen in a rather puzzled manner. Seeing the 100 phases behemoth drifting towards him, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all but rather excited. With the permanent experience buff, if he could kill it, the experience gained would be a huge number. However, even with the assistance of the soul body of the reversal dragon snake, Jiang Chen probably couldn't kill it due to its terrifying attributes. And with the 100 phases form, bare-handed combat would not have a one-hit kill effect on it. A fat lamb delivered to the mouth should not be allowed to escape. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen then summoned the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. After transferring the items in the coffin to his personal space, Jiang Chen directly pushed open the coffin lid with his right hand, then swiftly flew onto the bronze coffin. Faced with a target whose attributes surpassed his own by countless times, other players might find it pointless to even try to escape. But, as long as Jiang Chen wished, even 10 times more attributes couldn't withstand his death curse. With 130 years of lifespan obtained from the Altar of Evil Souls, plus an additional 50 years from the longevity pill, the cost of these 10 years was nothing. Once a monarch-level boss was killed, the resources obtained at this stage were unimaginable. Converting them into power in advance would allow him to gain more lifespan in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly locked onto the slowly drifting 100 phases behemoth and immediately released the power of the death curse. In an instant, 2 black chains floated out of the void, one locking Jiang Chen and the other instantly locking the 100 phases behemoth that had transformed into a whale in the air. Death curse, target 100 phases behemoth. Death curse cannot be purified, countered, or removed. Death curse has taken effect. 100 phases behemoth can survive for 7 days. At the moment the death curse took effect, an illusory hourglass floated above the head of the 100 phases behemoth. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen directly swung his sword down with his right hand. Immediately, the body of the 100 phases behemoth evolved into a whale, trembled instantly, and then, it uncontrollably flew towards Jiang Chen. Moreover, in the process of flying, its body evolved into a human form. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly shuttled into the emperor's coffin. As the space shifted, Jiang Chen's body appeared in a world full of scorched earth and the stench of death. It was at this moment, the 100 phases behemoth, now evolved into a human, directly crossed the world and knelt before Jiang Chen, fearfully catching the blade. This move was a powerful control across worlds. After launching the bare-handed combat, even in a distant void black hole, Jiang Chen could pull it out. Conversely, the same applied. Ignoring the 100 phases behemoth now in human form, Jiang Chen directly retrieved the sword blade and instantly left the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. As for the 100 beasts giant, Jiang Chen let it slowly perish in this world. Since the rewards were all in the emperor's coffin, its frenzy inside had no effect on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were to release the curse and let it roam freely, once the giant beast went berserk, all players in the Red Moon continent would suffer. In the midst of spatial travel, Jiang Chen's body departed from the emperor's coffin world. Just as his figure materialized, Jiang Chen's message bar lit up. Upon opening it, he saw a message from the mage, Xiaofeng, whom he had added when purchasing the token for the secret realm. Brother 10 directions, beware of interdimensional beings. Beware of interdimensional beings? What's going on? Perplexed, Jiang Chen immediately sent a string of question marks in response. 10 seconds later, the message bar flashed again. We have detected an alien civilization in the real world, but we cannot determine its origin. However, it is certain that the alien civilization is in some form of special contact with the Wu Group. In recent days, the Wu Group has been buying your information at high prices on various dark networks. By the way, the ruler of the Wu Group in the Red Moon is called Blackhead of the Turtle. Generally speaking, I believe they are more likely targeting you. We estimate that we can't help much in the Red Moon world, but if you need help in the real world, feel free to contact me. Reading the message from Xiaofeng, Jiang Chen's eyes darkened slightly. To carry millions of Red Moon coins in the newbie town, Xiaofeng's status with the authorities must be high. Messages from such a person should not be false. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen thanked Xiaofeng and then closed the message bar directly. Alien civilization? Let me see, which race can't hold back? With a cold laugh, Jiang Chen immediately activated the fate maxim. Impoverished Heaven's Way, Eternal Dawn, Guiding Destiny. Prophecy, all details of the contact between the Red Moon human race Blackhead of the Turtle and the alien race. Fate trajectory activated successfully, fate choices displayed. Suddenly, obscure texts that only Jiang Chen could understand floated in front of him. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Destiny has taken effect, all uncertain choices have been shielded for you. Just as the prompt sounded, the texts in front of Jiang Chen distorted once again. In the next moment, the dense texts condensed into 3 lines. Fate choices, Intelligent Mechanism 002 guides Blackhead of the Turtle to exchange all information with 10 directions for the strongest talent. Intelligent Mechanism 002 guides Blackhead of the Turtle to awaken the sealed dragon in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. Intelligent Mechanism 002 deduces fate and items for Blackhead of the Turtle. Seeing the information displayed by the power of fate, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Another intelligent mechanism? Using a spy to sow discord? These guys are really making big plans. Wind Demon Dragon, if I remember correctly, that's a king-level boss. Trying to awaken the dragon early to suppress me? That would be great. If this turtle can really awaken the Wind Demon Dragon, it's like giving me 500,000 experience points at least. After understanding the calculations of the intelligent mechanism, Zhang Chen had no worries. Not only that, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. After all, a dragon mount was much cooler than a spirit horse. Dismissing the information from the power of fate, Zhang Chen calmed his mind and then looked towards the space of soul driving. After glancing at the information about reversing the dragon and snake, Zhang Chen immediately activated invisibility and rushed towards the ruins cliff directly ahead of the ghostly ruins. With a soul body at the level of King Xian, I should be able to advance to the misty cliff ahead of time and obtain the exclusive opportunity for warrior professionals. Originally, Zhang Chen planned to search for the warrior opportunity from his past life after reaching the second transformation. But now, with the assistance of the King Xian level reversal of the dragon and snake, that opportunity for Zhang Chen at this moment no longer carries any pressure. Riding his spirit horse and galloping for half an hour, Zhang Chen arrived at a ruinous cliff shrouded in dense fog following his memory. Looking around, the entire ruin was covered in thick mist, obscuring any sight. However, with the void pupil, this heavy fog had no effect on Zhang Chen. After drinking a bottle of blue dew, stowing away his spirit horse, Zhang Chen immediately turned invisible and stepped into the mist. Just as he entered, a strange cry suddenly came from above. Zhang Chen looked up to see a group of wild creatures with bizarre appearances flying towards him. They had bat-like wings but dog heads on their necks. They looked like some kind of mutated hybrid. The eerie cries echoed in Zhang Chen's ears, sharp and piercing. Employing the soul bodies of the dragon and snake reversal and the sword slave to work here, Zhang Chen then proceeded with Mayor towards the end of the left side of the cliff. Minus 21,108. Dragon and Snake Reversal, minus 39,909. Dragon and Snake Reversal, minus 909. Sword Slave, Control. The arrival of the King Xian boss was a complete blow to these hidden little Carlamus in the mist. You have slain the demonized doghead. You gained 250 experience points. You gained 250 experience points. You gained 5 days of lifespan. Soul subjugation is in effect, granting you full control over the demonized doghead. Ignoring the prompt in his ear, Zhang Chen continued towards the end of the left side of the misty cliff. 20 minutes later, guided by the void pupil, Zhang Chen arrived at a steep cliff. At this moment, above the cliff, lay a very inconspicuous gray treasure chest. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately called back all his contracted partners, leaped up, and directly opened the chest. This chest was not a resource chest that players could lift. It was a trap chest condensed by the special array of the misty cliff. Just as the chest was opened, a thick mist gushed out, enveloping Zhang Chen directly. Instantly, Zhang Chen's body gradually became transparent under the shroud of the mist, disappearing completely. After a few breaths, the dense fog dispersed, revealing Zhang Chen's body in a desolate ruin. Unlike ordinary cliff ruins, the area here had expanded several times, exuding a strong sense of slaughter. The ancient battlefield ruins, it's really here. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen summoned the dragon and snake reversal. Then, quite familiarly, he headed towards the ruins on the left. Just a few steps forward, 5 humanoid monsters clad in dark armor emerged from the ground. Their arms were like swords, emitting a chilling light. Seeing this group of monsters, Zhang Chen immediately activated the void pupil to casually glance at their attributes. Sword Demon, level 30, rank, silver, life, 87,000, physical attack, 11,120, magic attack, 5,950, physical defense, 2,730, magic defense, 920. Talent, Sword of the Dark Descendants, skills, Sword Mastery, Whirlwind Slash. Introduction, a demonic swordsman from the ancient battlefield, possessing extremely strong swordsmanship. Just as Zhang Chen finished reading this boss information, 2 terrifying beams suddenly shot out from the eyes of the dragon and snake reversal. The attacks hit the bodies of these sword demons directly. Minus 30,091. Petrifying Eye, minus 49,870. Petrifying Eye, the sword demons were petrified in an instant. The body of the reversal dragon snake appeared in front of them. Suddenly, a violent snake tail swept out directly, followed by 2 toxic saliva spews from its mouth. minus 21,564. Armor break, minus 39,877. Soul corrosion. With the terrifying attributes of the reversal dragon snake, not to mention just 5 silver bosses, even if a golden boss came, it would be a piece of cake. The 5 silver-ranked sword demons, who had just appeared and hadn't even launched an attack, were instantly killed under the attack of the reversal dragon snake. As their bodies fell, notifications quietly sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. You have killed a sword demon. You obtained 32,100 red moon coins, 14 blue dew elixirs, 11 red dew holy bottles. You obtained 3 great annihilation swords, silver, 2 death spirit armors, silver. You obtained 27,337 experience points. You obtained 27,337 experience points. Experience bonus triggered. You obtained 27,337 experience points. You obtained 49 days of lifespan. Your level has increased to level 25, for attributes plus 5, free attributes plus 5. You obtained human race bonus, first rank of black iron free attributes plus 10. You obtained perfect attribute points plus 25. Soul subjugation has taken effect. You obtained all control rights of sword demon. At the moment the notification sound fell, 5 soul bodies stood up from the sword demons and slowly walked behind Jiang Chen. Glancing at the reversal dragon snake standing up, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. The king-ranked soul bodies were truly lords in this ancient battlefield ruin. With a skill activated, they swept through directly. After 7 days, summoning the sovereign-level soul bodies of the 100-beast monarch should allow me to relax for several days. After murmuring with anticipation, Jiang Chen flew towards the left front wall. Approximately 2 minutes later, just as Jiang Chen's body had flown to the top of the wall, a deafening sound suddenly rose beneath the city gate. Then, the ground began to shake violently, and the entire city wall slowly collapsed. Black dust emerged from the ground, shrouding the area where Jiang Chen was. Using the Eye of the Void, Jiang Chen saw black figures crawling out from under the thick fog, exuding a strong killing intent. They were all dressed in pitch-black armor, wielding various weapons such as long swords, scimitars, shields, and scythes. In the rear, there were dozens of archers. They were neatly arranged, with an orderly formation, appearing as a unified force. At first glance, one could feel a chilling murderous intent. In his past life, Jiang Chen had faced these 100-man groups of vengeful spirit warriors alone, which had taken quite an effort. But at this moment, he had no desire to act. Before Jiang Chen could give any orders, the sword slaves and sword demons, sensing the hatred, immediately charged towards the vengeful spirit warriors. Just as they flashed their figures, continuous petrifying rays struck the bodies of those vengeful spirit warriors directly. As the sword slaves and sword demons paused, terrifying damage numbers erupted from the bodies of those vengeful spirit warriors. Minus 27,840. Petrifying ray, minus 27,840. Petrifying ray, minus 27,840. Petrifying ray. Although the damage of the petrifying rays was not as high as that of the petrifying eyes, with the king-ranked attributes of the reversal dragon snake, these small fry couldn't withstand it. You have slain the spectre swordsman. You have slain the spectre archer. You gained 300 experience points. You gained 300 experience points. You gained lifespan * 19 days. Nearly half a minute later, nearly 100 specters were swept away by the reversal dragon serpent. Jiang Chen also harvested over 60,000 experience points. It seems I need to hurry up and level up, upgrade my profession, and enhance my talent effects. Otherwise, such good free labor can only exist for a short time, which is a bit of a pity. Just as Jiang Chen was secretly calculating, the specter corpses on the ground instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared into the ground. Almost at the same time, Jiang Chen, with a frown, directly flashed to the left. It was also at this moment. A massive sword aura with a sharp and piercing sound of breaking wind streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. Wherever the sword aura passed, the air was violently distorted, forming visible ripples. Its target was the wall where Jiang Chen had been standing before. Boom! The already collapsed city wall disintegrated into countless bricks and dust in the face of this tremendous impact. For a moment, smoke filled the air, chaos everywhere. A light breeze passed by. In the rolling dust and smoke, a being carrying a large sword, covered in mechanical armor, arms crossed over the chest, gazed at Jiang Chen's body. In the middle of his chest, a faint golden single eye was rotating back and forth, emitting a faint light. Behind him, a pair of slightly transparent dark red wings slowly spread out. Focusing on the void eye, Jiang Chen then looked at the information. Sword Demon, Fire Departure Level, 30 Rank, Gold Life, 227000, Physical Attack, 31020, Magic Attack, 12780, Physical Defense, 6730, Magic Defense, 3920. Talent, Fire Departure Sword Aura Skills, Demon Annihilation, Thousand Rin Slash, Shadow of Fury, Soul Piercer. Introduction, a powerful swordsman not dissipated in the ancient battlefield, absorbed powerful strength and wisdom after acquiring mechanical armor, showing signs of advancing to the King Xian rank. Jiang Chen had fought this sword demon before. To enter the ruins of the ancient battlefield, one must slay this sword demon and obtain the golden eye in his chest. Weak humans, embrace the fear of death. I will crush you and your lowly pets. Ha ha ha. After a wild laugh, the Fire Departure Sword Demon drew the faint golden great sword behind him and flew directly towards Jiang Chen. Also at this moment, in the eyes of the Reversal Dragon Serpent, a cryptic symbol flashed and disappeared. At the moment the Reversal Domain opened, the Fire Departure Sword Demon, who had just flown towards Jiang Chen, stopped in place before swinging his sword. The next moment, he fell straight down, his whole body kneeling in the direction of Jiang Chen. Great Master, please accept my worship and hear the most sincere blessings in my heart. Under the influence of mental reversal, the Fire Departure Sword Demon, with vacant eyes, instantly prostrated on the ground. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's command, a cloud of poisonous mist spewed out from the Reversal Dragon Serpent's mouth. At the same time, two terrifying beams shot out from its eyes, directly hitting the Fire Departure Sword Demon's body. Minus 37,877. Soul Corrosion, minus 27,091. Eye of Petrification, minus 45,870. Eye of Petrification, the slightly delayed sword slave quickly flashed out, skill after skill and sword aura continuously bombarding the Fire Departure Sword Demon's body, but unfortunately not breaking through its defense. Forgive my foolishness, accept my surrender, my lord. As the embodiment of slaughter, the Fire Departure Sword Demon would only consider it an honor even if he died in battle. Even when facing the King Xian level Reversal Dragon and Snake, he still arrogantly took the initiative to draw his sword. However, the stronger the desire for battle, the weaker he became after the reversal. The arrogance in his soul originally made it impossible for him to even consider surrendering, but now he did. However, Jiang Chen paid no attention. If you don't die, how will I gain experience and free minions? Summoning the Blade of Divine Punishment, Jiang Chen immediately dashed towards the Fire Sword Demon. Without wasting time, a Phantom Slash was released directly. Minus 2,108. Electric Blade, minus 7,255. Frozen, minus 7,255. Frozen, with the effect of real damage, the Phantom Slash Jiang Chen unleashed at this moment dealt nearly 15,000 damage. Glancing at the Fire Sword Demon's health bar, Jiang Chen projected the Reaper's Scythe and continuously attacked the Fire Sword Demon with the scythe in hand. Half a minute later, the Reversal Dragon and Snake's counter-realm disappeared without a trace. The Fire Sword Demon, now restored to normal in mind, became furious instantly. Despicable human, I will tear your body apart. 1,000 times, 10,000 times are not enough. Just as a golden light flashed in front of the Fire Sword Demon's chest, Jiang Chen directly cleared his last trace of health with a scythe. Bang! The body covered in mechanical armor fell straight down, devoid of any hint of life. You have killed the Fire Sword Demon, Gold. You obtained Red Moon Coins * 11500, Rage Potion * 10, Red Dew Holy Bottle * 11. You obtained Fire Spirit Sword, Gold, Wings of Fire, Gold. You obtained Fire Eye. You obtained 123,018 experience points. Experience bonus activated, you gained 123,018 experience points. You obtained Lifespan * 69 days. Your level has increased to level 26, 4-dimensional attributes +5, free attributes +5. You obtained Human Race bonus, Black Iron First Order free attributes +10. You obtained Perfect Attribute points +26. Soul Subjugation has taken effect, you gain Soul Control Authority over Sword Demon Fire Departure. Despite the increasing experience required for leveling up under the effect of experience bonus, Jiang Chen directly advanced from level 25 to level 26. Glancing at the soul body of the Fire Sword Demon just standing up, Jiang Chen immediately shifted his gaze to the dark red wings in front of him. Wings of Fire, Category, Special Accessory, Tier, Gold, Equipment Requirement, None. Attributes, Agility +99, Armor +55, Magic Resistance +55, 4-dimensional attributes +12, Movement Speed +20%, Effect, can fly at low altitudes below 100 meters, flying speed is the character's movement speed * 120%. Introduction, Dark Red Wings condensed with the power of Fire Departure, possessing decent flying power. Can add attributes. For looking at the effect of the wings of fire, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A full 99 points of agility. This is almost equivalent to leveling up more than 10 levels. Moreover, besides agility, these dark red wings also have the blessings of dual resistances and 4-dimensional attributes. As a special accessory equipment, the attributes of these wings are quite outstanding. It's worth noting that most wing accessories only have aesthetic effects. Having wings that can levitate is already a very rare and valuable equipment. Not only are the attributes excellent, but these wings also have a total of 4 attribute slots. If additional attributes are added, their effects can be greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added attributes to the wings of fire. The next moment, illusory runic lights flowed out of thin air and poured into the wings in front of Jiang Chen. Attribute addition successful. The wings of fire obtained a perfect level attribute, storm feathers, invisibility. Wings of departure from fire obtains epic entry, elements, 6 wings. Entry 1, storm feathers, release 7 feathers to attack the target, each feather causing damage equivalent to one's own physical attack power, can be released once every 60 seconds. Entry 2, concealment, can freely conceal the wings of departure from fire in any state. Entry 3, elements, the wings of departure from fire possess 7 elemental effects of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light, and darkness, can freely switch between different elemental effects, and upon switching, the wings of departure from fire will be blessed with that elemental attribute. Attacks will carry elemental damage. Entry 4, 6 wings, the wings of departure from fire evolve into 6 wings, attributes increase by 200%. Looking at the effects of the 4 entries, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly dazed. This wave of entry additions not only gave the wings of departure from fire a powerful attack skill but also acquired the addition of 7 elements. This means that Jiang Chen's future attacks can also carry elemental damage. And after advancing to 6 wings, the effect of the wings of departure from fire has directly increased by 200%. Just the addition of the 4-dimensional attributes is equivalent to an increase of about 6 levels. This wave, a huge profit. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately equipped the pair of dark red 6 wings. Instantly, a dark red light shimmered on Jiang Chen's body. His shoulders trembled lightly. The 6 wings of departure from fire, switched to the fire attribute, suddenly shot out from behind Jiang Chen. On the dark red wings, a layer of fiery light burned brightly. Gorgeous and stunning. Quite satisfied with the outward effect of the 6 wings, Jiang Chen then took out the dark golden eyeball that burst out from the fire sword demon. Although it had already left the fire sword demon's body, this eyeball still had a lifelike quality, constantly rotating and locking eyes with Jiang Chen. Although this eyeball could also add entries, Jiang Chen knew that using this eyeball to open the bronze door of the hall would cause the eyeball to dissipate into energy and automatically return to the boss after opening the door. Adding entries now is equivalent to directly buffing the boss. It wouldn't be too late to add them again after bursting out from the boss. Grasping the eyeball, Jiang Chen switched the wings of departure from fire to the wind attribute and immediately flew towards the city. 3 minutes later, following his memory, Jiang Chen arrived at a dilapidated palace ruins. The vast ruins were in shambles, with only an ancient palace relatively intact. Above the tightly closed bronze door of the palace, there was a not very conspicuous circular slot. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly placed the fire eye into it. Instantly, a burst of firelight flickered. The bronze door slowly opened. The eyeball turned into a stream of light and flew into the hall, disappearing without a trace. Just as the bronze door opened completely, the murderous aura surrounding the entire palace suddenly intensified. Concealing his figure, Jiang Chen let the reversing dragon snake and the group of soul bodies enter the hall, protecting them in front of him. Walking into the hall, the light dimmed instantly. The place was empty and dilapidated. There were no extra items, only an empty throne placed on a stone platform directly ahead. To the right of the throne, a giant crimson scythe leaned. Although no living beings were visible, Jiang Chen could sense that there was a figure sitting on the throne. Focusing his void pupil, Jiang Chen looked towards the throne in front. On the massive dark red throne, a human with a bare upper body was leaning back. At this moment, he disdainfully looked down at the reversing dragon snake and the group of soul bodies, his right hand slowly resting on the handle of the giant scythe. Shadow King, Night Shadow level, 30 rank, King Xian life, 470,000, physical attack, 61,020, magic attack, 30,090, armor, 31,985, magic resistance, 19,625. Skills, Shadow Manipulation, Night Shadow Scythe, Ghostly Walk, Shadow Descendant / Introduction, beings walking in the shadows, possessing extremely powerful stealth abilities. Hidden information: once a king, gained the power of shadows after death. Just as Jiang Chen finished reading the information of the beings on the throne, he suddenly noticed that the figure on the throne and the giant scythe had disappeared. The more useless things there are, the more souls my scythe can absorb. I carry darkness, yet you hide in the shadows before me, how boring. Full of disdainful words echoed from all directions. Then, a fierce killing intent instantly filled the entire hall. In an instant, the already dim space darkened once again. As a King Xian boss, the Shadow King's attributes were much higher than the reverse dragon snake. In his past life, Jiang Chen only managed to solo this humanoid boss after reaching the third transformation with some temporary items and buffs. But now, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Switching the flame wings of the 6 wings to the state of light, Jiang Chen immediately flew into the sky. In an instant, the entire hall became bright and shining. Under the gaze of the void pupil, Jiang Chen clearly saw a shadow holding a giant scythe swiftly approaching him. Your so-called darkness is nothing but this. Before the words fell, Jiang Chen flapped the flame wings of the 6 wings and directly unleashed a phantom slash with the Reaper's scythe. Just as he emerged from the shadows ready to strike Jiang Chen's throat, the Shadow King's body was instantly hit by 7 feathers with the attribute of light and 2 phantom sides. Minus 21,315. Light, minus 7,369. Freeze, minus 2,124. Electric Blade, minus 7,369. Freeze, without hesitation. Just as the Shadow King was frozen, Jiang Chen flashed directly beside him and swung the scythe in a reaping motion. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Shadow of Demon Annihilation activated. You have extracted 5% of the maximum magic value of Shadow King. Ignoring the sound of the prompt in his ears, Jiang Chen immediately activated the demon dispelling effect of the Emperor's Shadow. Demon Dispelling activated, permanently dispelling 20% of the maximum magic limit, 20% magic attack power, and 20% magic resistance of Shadow King. Just as he regained consciousness from the control of freezing, the Shadow King's face changed instantly. Because he suddenly realized that his magic limit had decreased by nearly half in just a few seconds. Not only that, even his magical power had permanently decreased by 1/5. Just as the Shadow King regained his senses and raised the giant scythe in his hand, a low chant instantly entered his ears. Immediately, he fell into a confusion state. After advancing, Mayer's power had greatly increased. Although unable to break through the defense, these 3 seconds of confusion were enough for Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swiftly wielded the Reaper's scythe, continuously reaping the body of the Shadow King. Despite having tens of thousands of defense points, before Jiang Chen, it was like a decoration. With the divine power attribute, every blow Jiang Chen struck was real damage. 4 consecutive strikes, combined with the passive effect of Electric Blade, directly dealt over 10,000 points of damage. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. Shadow of Demon Annihilation activated. You have extracted 5% of the maximum magic value of Shadow King. Crack! Just as Jiang Chen swung his 6th blade, a spatial crack suddenly split open in the entire hall. Following that, a scythe shadow identical to the scythe in Jiang Chen's hand suddenly appeared. A chilling aura of death lingered around the entire blade, looking extremely terrifying. Hiss! The scythe of the Grim Reaper descended, directly cutting into the Dark Shadow King's neck. Minus 172,000. Reaping of the Grim Reaper. Just as the chaotic state ended in an instant, the eyes of the reversal dragon snake flickered, and a gray light directly enveloped the Dark Shadow King's body. Minus 6,200. Eye of Petrification, with no real damage effect. Under the Dark Shadow King's tens of thousands of defense points, the damage dealt by the reversal dragon snake was still somewhat insufficient. However, what Jiang Chen wanted was seamless control. Swinging the scythe of the Grim Reaper, Jiang Chen continued to wildly hack at the Dark Shadow King. Minus 3,654. Minus 3,654. The Shadow of Demon Annihilation is in effect. You have extracted 5% of the Dark Shadow King's maximum magic value. After a total of 16 attacks, the Dark Shadow King's magic value was completely drained. And this strike once again triggered the effect of the Grim Reaper's reaping. Minus 86,000. Reaping of the Grim Reaper. With the swing of the Grim Reaper's scythe, the Dark Shadow King's already less than half of his health bar instantly decreased by another small portion. At this moment, the petrification status on him also disappeared. Magic exhausted? Incredulously murmuring, the Dark Shadow King subconsciously tried to retreat into the darkness. However, with his magic completely drained, he could not release powerful shadow skills with just 1 or 2 seconds of recovery. After a pause, the Dark Shadow King then swiftly swept his scythe towards Jiang Chen. For creatures of faith magic exhaustion is indeed a complete nightmare. Unfortunately, I control the power of shadows. Watching the huge scythe coming at him, Jiang Chen did not dodge, but directly released a spatial shift. In an instant, he and the Dark Shadow King exchanged positions. Almost at the same time, the cooldown of the Reversal Dragon Snake's reversal domain was suddenly activated. Immediately, the thought of killing all living beings entering the Shadow Hall vanished from the Dark Shadow King's mental will. It was replaced by living in peace with the entrance. In that instant, the Dark Shadow King, devoid of the will to fight, stood frozen in place. At that moment, 2 huge scythe phantoms attacked him directly. -7,369. Freezing, -2,124. Electric Blade, -7,369. Freezing, with his magic depleted, although not fatal for the Dark Shadow King, it prevented him from using any skills. A creature that could only use basic attacks was just an ordinary boss with slightly higher health bars in Jiang Chen's eyes. 10 seconds later, as Jiang Chen swung his scythe, the Dark Shadow King's last trace of health was completely depleted. You have slain the Dark Shadow King, King Xian. You obtained Red Moon Coins *21500, Holy Red Dew Bottle *11, Blue Dew Elixir *22. You obtained Scythe of Shadows, King Xian, Sword of Shadows, King Xian. You obtained Eye of Fiery Departure. You obtained 425,000 experience points. Experience bonus triggered, you gained 425,000 experience points. You obtained Lifespan *198 days. Your level has increased to level 27, for attributes +5, free attributes +5. Your level has increased to level 30, for attributes +5, free attributes +5. You obtained Human Race Bonus, Black Iron First Order free attributes +10. You obtained Perfect Attribute Points +30. The Soul Subjugation has taken effect, granting you the sole control authority of the Shadow King, Night Shadow. In the moment when the continuous prompt sounds fell, Jiang Chen clearly felt a significant surge in his power. And with the death of the Shadow King, the throne in the hall slowly vanished without a trace. In the place where the throne originally stood, a silver-white spatial crack was slowly opening. The spatial entrance has indeed opened. This crack was the entrance to the professional opportunity that Jiang Chen discovered in his past life. This entrance would only appear after slaying the Fire Sword Demon, obtaining the eye on him, using the eye to open the bronze door of the Shadow Hall, and finally defeating the Shadow King. Glancing at the spoils in his personal space, Jiang Chen promptly collected all the soul bodies and leaped into the crack on the stone platform. Blurred vision, scene transition. Jiang Chen's body appeared in an illusory space. You have entered the Eternal Ancient Spring space. As the first player to enter this space, you gain Reputation *2000. Standing in the void, Jiang Chen held the scythe of the Grim Reaper, surveying his surroundings. Eternal Ancient Spring. One of the most mysterious power sources in the Red Moon world, containing immeasurable and infinite power, the birthplace of all warrior class powers. Each bestowal of power to living beings will trigger a random movement of the Ancient Spring, and the passage to the Ancient Spring will be rebuilt accordingly. Although not his first time here, Jiang Chen still felt a slight sense of awe in this space. This was the birthplace of all warrior powers. Standing here, Jiang Chen could clearly feel a deeper understanding of his professional power. Your profession is a warrior. The Eternal Ancient Spring will bestow upon you a warrior class profession based on your various abilities. In the moment when the prompt sound fell, various colored energy rays suddenly surged in the void. The next moment, these shimmering energy clusters of various colors gathered towards Jiang Chen like flowing light. Your warrior profession has been erased, retaining profession talents, skills, and attributes. Your attributes, talents, skills, and additional abilities have been successfully analyzed. Based on your core ability information, the Eternal Ancient Spring will offer you 3 sets of profession choices. 3 sets of profession choices? Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. In his previous life, he never triggered such a choice upon entering here. Instead, he directly awakened as a phantom sword god of attack speed. Perhaps due to the addition of various terms, my abilities are somewhat chaotic, hence triggering this profession choice, Jiang Chen speculated to himself. At that moment, 3 illusory energy rays shimmered in front of Jiang Chen, instantly forming 3 distinct profession panels. Demon Slayer profession characteristics, Devouring Blade. Each attack will consume a certain amount of the target's maximum mana. Mana Burnout, can burn all consumed mana, adding true damage equal to that mana value to the next attack. To be activated introduction, the absolute nemesis of magic users, a specialized profession based on Shadow of Annihilation, Elemental Destruction, Electric Blade, and Demon Dispersion. Shadow of Death profession characteristics, Blade of Death, targets killed by you cannot be revived in any way, and their corpses will turn into undead under your control. All your damage carries a 10% instant death effect. Undead Curse, targets attacked by you will be afflicted with a permanent undead curse, reducing their maximum health by 5% per second during the curse period. To be activated introduction, the embodiment of death, a specialized profession based on death curse and soul subjugation. Shadow of the Unseen occupational characteristics, unseen / everything can be slashed, you can strike all targets you want to attack. Inactive introduction, everything can be slashed, a unique occupation based on the convergence of being able to catch a blade barehanded 100% of the time and infinite attributes. Looking at the 3 occupational panels in front of him, Zhangchen was shocked. At the same time, he was also plagued by indecision, because the effects of these 3 occupations were all good, and they were all based on his core strength. Very suitable for him. Demon Slayer, eliminate first. After a brief contemplation, Zhangchen directly eliminated the Demon Slayer occupation, because although he had some abilities to counter mages, he really had no intention of being an enemy of mages. He had no bias against mages. And most importantly, the Demon Slayer occupation's characteristics were too unique, all aimed at mages. If he chose this occupation, he wouldn't have such a big advantage when facing physical enemies in the future. So, temporarily excluded. Then, Jiang Chen's gaze lingered back and forth between the Shadow of Death and the Shadow of the Unseen occupations. After much thought, he once again excluded the Shadow of Death. After killing a target, the opponent could not be resurrected and could be transformed into an undead. All his attacks carried a permanent curse. This occupation was indeed somewhat brutal. However, with the ability to grow soul subjugation, the effects and talents of this occupation overlapped somewhat. As long as he kept changing occupations and evolving talents, Zhang Chen could also endlessly control the undead in the future. Moreover, rather than relying on external factors, Zhang Chen wanted to enhance his own strength. Although the Shadow of the Unseen only displayed one characteristic, it was extremely powerful. Everything could be slashed. Just this one characteristic allowed Zhang Chen to attack any target he wished. This meant that after obtaining this occupation, whether it was space, dreams, intelligence, time, life, death, as long as Zhang Chen wanted to slash, he could slash everything. This occupational ability instantly made up for some of Zhang Chen's shortcomings. Most importantly, this was an occupation based on the power of infinite attributes and being able to catch a blade barehanded 100% of the time. Other occupations were simply not on the same level as this one. After reaching a conclusion in his heart, Zhang Chen immediately chose the Shadow of the Unseen. And as Zhang Chen's choice was made, the panels of the Demon Slayer and the Shadow of Death instantly disappeared. The next moment, the panel of the Shadow of the Unseen twisted and transformed into an illusory energy that surged straight into Zhang Chen's body. You have obtained the occupation, Shadow of the Unseen. In an instant, a huge force roamed through every part of Zhang Chen's body. An indescribable feeling arose in Zhang Chen's heart and soul. Holding the scythe of the Grim Reaper, Zhang Chen had a feeling in the back of his mind. As long as he wished, he could even slash through this space. Just then, a light shimmered on Zhang Chen's body. The next moment, his body disappeared into the eternal spring and appeared in the shadowy hall. Gripping the scythe of the Grim Reaper, Zhang Chen closed his eyes. The next moment, he raised his right hand and casually launched an attack forward. Immediately, a transparent attack tore through the space. At this moment, in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, under the guidance of the mechanical intelligence, the turtle successfully awakened the sealed dragon. Just as he was about to communicate with the dragon according to the instructions given by the mechanical intelligence, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Itchy in my heart, is someone thinking about me? No, why do I have a bad feeling? Didn't the mechanical master say that this dragon wouldn't attack on its own right after being unsealed? Just as the turtle looked at the dragon not far away with a puzzled expression, a black scythe struck him with a thunderous force. -3,382. -2,262. Electric Blade, you have been killed by the player 10 realms. 5% of your maximum magic value has been drained. 5% permanent reduction in your maximum health value. Your resurrection time has been extended by 30 minutes. Before he could understand what was happening, Turtle instantly perished on the spot after a series of notifications sounded. What the hell is going on? Didn't Lord Jixie say that no players could enter here? Where is 10 realms? Can I die even standing in front of a dragon? Just as Turtle was about to choose a blessing point for resurrection, his soul instantly lost self-awareness. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. In the next moment, at the bottom of the ruins, a pale blue dragon slowly opened its eyes. Simultaneously, a chain of electric blades struck it. -2262. Electric blade, Wind Demon Dragon? At this moment, in the Dark Shadow Hall, you have killed the player Turtle's Black Head. Soul subjugation has taken effect. You have gained control over Turtle's Black Head soul. In the instant the notification sounded, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little distracted. The shadowless effect of this strike was somewhat outrageous. Not even knowing where the opponent was, just thinking about it in his mind, the attack instantly reached its target. What assassins and thieves, compared to him, were all weak. A target exploded with a single slash from 800 miles away. What profession could possess such terrifying power? After pausing to regain his composure, just as Jiang Chen took out the shadow scythe, a notification sounded in his ear. You have reached level 30. The level has reached the limit of the first transformation. After completing the job change task, you can advance to a new profession, unlocking new professional effects. Imperial Soldier Extreme Shadow has unlocked the divine weapon, Roar of the Ruptured Void. Your contracted spirit Mayer has reached level 30, promoted to the silver rank. The attribute template has been adjusted, talent effect increased by 50%, awakening skill Desire Lash. In the moment the notification fell, Jiang Chen clearly felt that Mayer's body had become a bit more mature. The expression on her face was more charming. The childlike innocence in her eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by a deep seductive allure. After assessing Mayer's body and the effects of the newly awakened skill, Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. Just another 40 levels, and Mayer would be able to fully awaken the bloodline power of an emperor. By then, just by standing next to an emperor-level Mayer, Jiang Chen could walk sideways in the real world. After eagerly pinching Mayer's cheek, Jiang Chen then looked at the giant scythe burst out by the Shadow King. Scythe of Shadows category, weapon, rank, King Xian, equipment requirement, level 30. Attributes, physical attack plus 20-25, attack speed plus 35%, damage plus 15% effects. When equipped with the Scythe of Shadows, you can freely enter the shadows, lasting 120 seconds, automatically released after attacking. Release Shadow Chain to bind the target for 3 seconds, then perform 4 shadow slashes on the target with the Scythe of Shadows, each slash dealing damage equal to 120% of physical attack power. Introduction: a giant scythe with the power of shadows, although large in size, feels extremely light in hand. Additional entries: 5 as Jiang Chen looked at the Scythe of Shadows, which was countless times more powerful than the Scythe of Death, he immediately added entries to it. Instantly, under the infusion of innate power, the blade of the Scythe of Shadows was enveloped in 5 clusters of differently colored light. Entry added successfully. Scythe of Shadows has obtained the perfect level entry, Backstab. The Reaper of Shadows has obtained an epic entry, Shadow Curse, Blade of Magic Expulsion. The Reaper of Shadows has obtained a legendary entry, Dimensional Space, Collector. Entry 1, Backstab, increases damage dealt by 100% when attacking from behind the target. Entry 2, Shadow Curse, attacks released by the Scythe of Death will inflict a permanent shadow curse on the target, causing dark damage equal to 1% of the target's maximum health per second during the curse, which can be freely removed or deactivated. Entry 3, Blade of Magic Expulsion, each attack released by the Reaper of Shadows will expel 1% of the target's maximum magic value, with no cooldown or stacking limit. Entry 4, Dimensional Space, after equipping the Reaper of Shadows, all your stealth effects will advance to entering dimensional space, during which you cannot be detected, attacked, or revealed by any effects, automatically dispelling after attacking. Entry 5, Collector, attacks will deal a fatal blow to targets with a maximum health of 20% or less. Looking at the crimson scythe in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Well, Backstab, Permanent Curse, Permanent Magic Dispersion, Entry into Dimensional Space, Collector. The effects of these 5 entries are meant to make me the rhythm of a sunny boy. After stroking the blade satisfactorily, Jiang Chen then took out the pale golden eyeball from the Fire Sword Demon's body. Fire Eye special item, can open the Shadow Hall behind the Shadow Palace, can also be automatically embedded in weapons imbued with shadow power. After embedding in a weapon, the weapon's attributes increase by 50%, with a 20% chance to cause a 1.5-second fear effect on living beings facing the weapon. Additional entry 1 No hesitation. Gathering his innate power, Jiang Chen immediately infused the effects of the entry into the golden eyeball in his hand. Entry successfully added. Fire Eye obtains a perfect entry, Fear descends. Entry 1, Fear descends. After embedding in a weapon, living beings facing the weapon will be completely feared for 5 seconds. In the moment the entry was successfully added, Jiang Chen immediately brought it close to the blade of the Reaper of Shadows. In an instant, as if summoned, the fire eye surged straight into the crimson blade. The Reaper of Shadows infused with new power, attributes increased by 50%, unlocking the Fear descends effect. Holding the crimson hilt in his hand, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. He then summoned the projection of the divine soldier Ji Bing Jiying. Taking out the level 1 bronze death scythe, Jiang Chen immediately integrated this King-grade Reaper of Shadows into it. In an instant, the divine soldier projection emitted a dazzling crimson light. The originally pitch-black scythe of the Grim Reaper now had a touch of crimson on the blade. At the connection between the hilt and the blade, a pale golden eyeball kept rotating. Reaching out to grasp it, an indescribable power instantly surged into Jiang Chen's soul. With the substantial increase in the basic attributes of the Reaper of Shadows, Jiang Chen's physical attack power soared directly to 4,862 points, just a step away from 5,000 points. The promotion of the divine soldier Jiying, talent upgrades, and the manifestation of power into the real world all require an advanced profession. I need to complete the job transfer task as soon as possible while these two king-grade thugs are still around. As for that turtle and dragon, let's finish the job transfer first. We'll deal with them head-on when they show up. After muttering to himself, Jiang Chen then, through soul control, issued a soul command to the turtle miles away. Command, teleport the body to the nearest blessing point, drag turtle's black head out of the blessing area, attract monsters to tear its body apart. Upon entering the Red Moon continent, players can automatically choose any lit blessing point for resurrection through soul consciousness each time they die. At the blessing point, even if the body is destroyed to just a bit of flesh and blood, it can be instantly repaired. However, if the soul is separated from the body, even if the body is restored, resurrection cannot be completed. At this moment, in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, the turtle without autonomous consciousness, upon receiving Jiang Chen's soul command, directly chose the nearest blessing point for resurrection. Immediately, after a flash of white light, his body disappeared on the spot. With the soul command, the turtle wasted no time. At the moment the body disappeared, he immediately flashed towards the chosen blessing point. On the outskirts of the ruins, a cluster of eternal burning flames illuminated the surrounding area. Also at this moment, in a flash of white light, the body of the turtle slowly materialized. Just as the firelight of the blessing point completely restored its body and stayed in an instant, the rushing turtle leaped directly into the blessing point. Soul status abnormal, unable to forcibly match. Ignoring the prompt in his ear, the turtle in soul form directly pulled up the body lying in the blessing point and flung it out of the blessing area. In the Red Moon game, players in soul consciousness cannot release skills or launch attacks. However, under the power bestowed by the eternal infinite attributes, this rule was completely interfered with. After the fully materialized turtle scanned the surrounding area, he raised his right hand and cast a shooter-exclusive spell towards the torch-wielding skeletons wandering in the distance. Immediately, skeletons holding torches quickly ran towards the direction where the turtle was. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a number of monsters, the turtle would have already run away. But under soul control, he showed no fear and instead lifted his body to smash the approaching ghostly figures. The torch-wielding skeletons and shadowy ghostly figures are common monsters in the ruins. Apart from biting and gnawing, they don't have many attack methods. Thud! The body thrown by the turtle landed directly on the bodies of two torch-wielding skeletons, but caused no harm. The torch-wielding skeletons without autonomous consciousness, upon seeing the prey delivered to them, excitedly started to bite. At this moment, the control time of soul coercion ended. After the soul body of the turtle slowly dissipated on the spot, it reappeared in the blessing point. What's going on? Where am I? Just as the turtle turned his head in astonishment to see the torch-wielding skeletons gnawing at his body, a series of continuous prompts suddenly sounded in his ear. Soul status normal. Resurrection abnormal. Your body and soul cannot match. Your body has been forcibly erased. Your level has decreased by 1. Within 3 minutes, go to the death point to retrieve dropped experience. Your body has been teleported to the blessing point. Physical data restoration complete. You have been resurrected. The prompts in his ear made the turtle instantly freeze in place as if his brain had shrunk. Damn it! The information at the blessing point clearly stated that not even Emperor-level monsters could interfere with players inside. But now, I can still be dragged out and eaten by those damn green things in the blessing point? Losing experience from the first death point directly disappears. In other words, this inexplicable death wave caused my level to drop by 1 for no reason. What's most terrifying for the turtle is that he has died a total of 7 times. If he dies 2 more times, he'll be completely wiped out. After taking a few deep breaths heavily, the turtle, feeling something off in his body, immediately logged off and left the Red Moon game. Shadow Hall. After collecting a group of soul bodies, Jiang Chen immediately activated the invisibility status and left the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Reaching the limit of level 1, grinding monsters had become meaningless. Completing the job change as soon as possible was the current top priority. Riding a spirit horse and galloping for nearly an hour, Jiang Chen arrived at a cliff ruin not too far from the initial location following his memory. Looking around, the entire ruin was covered in ice, emitting a white light within sight. The Frost Ruins, one of the 7 awakening ruins in the cliff ruins. Players need to come here to unlock the job change mission after reaching level 30. As an awakening ruin with special powers, the moment one steps into it, a grand cold air can be felt rushing towards them. This place was completely different from the ancient battlefield ruins. Despite being covered in ice crystals, there was vitality everywhere. Activating the void pupil, Jiang Chen arrived at the central area of the Frost Ruins. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Chen stepped onto a not-so-prominent ice crystal steel. Suddenly, the steel burst into light. The next moment, an illusionary panel appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Job change mission unlocked. Mission introduction. In the southern part of the Frost Ruins, a floating giant ship was completely frozen and fell to the bottom of the ruins due to a snowstorm, turning into a cursed ice ship sanctuary over time due to the abundance of cursed creatures inside the ship. Mission content: enter the cursed ice ship sanctuary, find and defeat the cursed lord. Mission time limit: 48 hours. Upon completion, occupational strength and talent power will further awaken. If the mission fails, another mission will be generated after 72 hours. Looking at the information on the mission panel, Jiang Chen did not show much emotion. I wonder if this cursed lord has limbs, and if they can withstand my bare-handed attack, Jiang Chen speculated with a hint of wickedness. To use the shadowless strike, one needed a certain impression of the target. Otherwise, Jiang Chen could simply strike out, and the so-called cursed lord would come kneeling before him. Closing the mission panel, calming his mind, Jiang Chen immediately disappeared into another dimension. Switching from Fire 6 Wings to Wind attribute, Jiang Chen flew towards the southern area of the Frost Ruins. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a skyscraper, after the turtle who left the Red Moon administered 2 injections at lightning speed, his rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. Annoyed, he shooed away the female star beside him and took out a small chip. Summoning of the intelligent mechanism, code 002, Blue Star Human Wu Tian. After a few brief breaths, an illusionary projection slowly materialized in front of Wu Tian. Human, has the giant dragon been awakened? The intelligent projection scanned Wu Tian's body, emitting a cold mechanical voice. Intelligent being, the giant dragon has indeed awakened, but I was killed by Shifang without completing the final communication with the dragon. I have died 7 times now, and if I die 2 more times, I will be permanently gone. Before the manifestation of life resources, I dare not enter the Red Moon game. I feel like Shifang somehow knows that we are going to deal with him, otherwise how could he inexplicably come after me? With his strength, I can't defend against him at all. Wu Tian was truly puzzled. Despite the assistance of a higher civilization, he not only failed to grow but also died so many times. Is this really a higher civilization? If it weren't for the remarkable features of the mechanical projection before him, Wu Tian would even suspect that this was a virus trick played by a competitor. He had died 7 times now. If this artificial intelligence couldn't provide him with some obvious improvement, even if the other party was a higher civilization, Wu Tian would no longer bother with it. Is this the 10 directions becoming a variable in the plan again? Human, release your mind, do not resist, I am going to project and probe your memories. Wu Tian heard the slightly heavy mechanical tone of the artificial intelligence projection. He took a deep breath, looking calm. The next moment, a string of obscure characters emerged from the eyes of the artificial intelligence projection, floating straight into Wu Tian's mind. At that moment, an illusory projection appeared in the air. Watching his soul dragging his body out of the blessing point, Wu Tian suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had eaten shit. Damn it! Did I kill myself? While Wu Tian was examining the artificial intelligence projection at the alien civilization monitoring point in the Kyoto City area, boss, the alien energy fluctuation this time lasted for 5 minutes, and it appeared at the Wu Group's building. They should be communicating through energy projections. The distance is too far for us to detect where it's coming from. An official in charge of monitoring extraterrestrial civilizations was observing the monitoring equipment in front of him. After glancing at the information on the virtual screen, Xiaofeng slowly spoke, continue monitoring, arrange a few people to go to that building, next time capture them on the spot. Also, speed up the exploration of the Red Moon for everyone. Generally speaking, I believe the arrival of this alien civilization may have some special connection to the Red Moon game. Just as Xiaofeng finished speaking, a man behind him looked incredulously at the message on his phone and said, "Boss, our brothers responsible for exploring the Red Moon just rotated out, and in their uploaded information, there is a record that 10 directions have already reached level 30 half an hour ago." What? Level 30? In the hall, over a dozen officials were shocked to hear this. Even the strongest Xiaofeng, who was in charge of exploring the Red Moon, was only at level 13. And now someone had reached level 30. How outrageous was that? Amidst the shock, an official in a light blue uniform stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a puzzled expression, "This 10 directions might really be a time traveler, starting with super items and rapidly rising, directly creating a gap of nearly 20 levels. Such ability can only be possessed by a time traveler, right, Xiaofeng?" In the monitoring hall, everyone was stunned, then they all turned their heads to look. Did I say something wrong? The Red Moon, imbued with extraordinary power, has descended upon the world, so it's normal to have time travelers, right? Xiaofeng rubbed his temples. "Zhao Xiaoqing, your way of thinking is quite unique. However, based on general theory, I think the probability of 10 directions being a time traveler is quite high. But in this situation, let's be a bit more serious. Personally, I prefer to believe that 10 directions have gained their opportunities through their own efforts." Oh. Zhao Xiaoqing adjusted her clothes and stopped arguing. Calming his emotions, Xiaofeng slowly spoke, "The secret realm tokens purchased from 10 directions last time have allowed many brothers to enter the Red Moon continent ahead of time. So, Wang Mang, Zhao Xiaoqing, from now on, it will be up to you two to assist me in making connections with that 10 directions in the Red Moon and continue to establish a good cooperative relationship with him." Red Moon continent. Frost ruins. After a full half hour of flying, Jiang Chen arrived in the area where the cursed ice ship was located. Just as he had stealthily flown to the ground, a loud voice entered Jiang Chen's ears. The darkness enveloped everything. "O Thunder Element, your servant requests your assistance. Please unleash your thunderous light. Shatter the darkness with thunder." Jiang Chen's ears twitched as he suddenly heard a muffled thunder and elemental chanting. His gaze flickered slightly. In a flash of lightning, 6 or 7 frosty wild rabbits instantly perished. "Sisyu, how was my thunder? Powerful, right? There aren't many people around to steal monsters, so you can level up directly to level 11 before logging off today." A man holding his staff respectfully handed the dropped Red Moon coins and a few bottles of potions to the woman beside him, dressed in a fiery gauze skirt, his face full of flattery. Taking the Red Moon coins in front of her, Sisyu chuckled, "Demu, you're always so thoughtful. I'll remember your favor when we return to reality. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to intern anymore. You'll directly take over Jiang Chen's position with a 50% raise." That Jiang Chen thinks he's not a nobody just because the Red Moon has risen. Not only does he challenge me on a regular basis, but he also dared to ignore my notifications a few days ago. Once I join Tianji's guild, I'll find him and make him kneel down and lick my toes. This woman is none other than Wu Yu, Jiang Chen's former boss. Jiang Chen had previously blocked her and ignored all notifications, giving her no face. Not only did this prevent her from making a profit, but it also embarrassed her in front of others. Relying on her connections and beauty, when has she not been admired by others? How dare an ordinary employee without much background ignore her like this? Thinking about joining the prestigious guild, Wu Yu's lips curled up with a disdainful smile on her face. At this moment, she could almost see Jiang Chen kneeling before her. Upon hearing Wu Yu's promises, Demu couldn't help but smile. "Sisyu, that Jiang Chen is truly clueless. If you give me his information in the Red Moon world, I'll make sure he regrets it. But, about the toe-licking part, I'm not sure." Just as Demu was smiling at Wu Yu, a bare-chested creature had already placed a sickle on his neck. Minus 60,100. Before he could understand what was happening, Demu fell straight to the ground. Seeing the terrifying number floating above Demu's head, Wu Yu's face instantly paled in fear. "Yellow. King Xian boss?" Just as she was about to log off to avoid this wave of attacks, a crimson side instantly cut into her neck. Shadow Curse has taken effect. Jingyu's maximum health decreases by 1% per second. Blade of Dispel Magic has taken effect. Jingyu's maximum mana permanently dissipates by 1%. Soul Subjugation has taken effect. You gain control over the souls of Demu and Jingyu. Emerging from the dimension, Jiang Chen glanced somewhat surprised at the 2 soul bodies standing behind him. He never expected to encounter the Biomother who delayed his leveling up and was strict about his salary in his past life. It must be said, this Biomother was incredibly lucky. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Chen immediately issued a soul command. Command, transport the body to the nearest blessing point, drag Demu and Jingyu out of the blessing area, attract monsters to tear their bodies apart. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the two soul bodies. The most important thing now was to quickly change jobs. There was no need to waste time on such biomothers. Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen looked around the area. As far as his eyes could see, there lay a vast expanse of ice crystal ruins. Most prominent was a massive crevice 100 meters ahead. Beneath the crevice, it was pitch black and seemed bottomless. Curse Ice Ship Entrance, level 30 to 40, recommended number of participants, 10. In the world of the Red Moon, higher level secret realms like this are independent miniature worlds. Although there is no limit to the number of people who can enter, there are level restrictions. This is also the reason why Wu Yu and Demu did not enter despite fighting monsters nearby. With the current levels of the players, it will take at least a month or even longer to enter here. Switching the Flame's 6 wings to the attribute of light, Jiang Chen immediately leaped into the crack. Blurred vision, space switching. Looking up, a huge massed shadow loomed in front of Jiang Chen. A 30 to 40 meter frosty hull, with shadows passing by from time to time. You have entered the cursed ice ship. As the first player to enter this area, you receive reputation *300. You are affected by the curse aura, your body is suppressed, and all your recovery and attack effects are reduced by 30%. Just as Jiang Chen stabilized his figure, 3 prompts sounded in his ears. Curse suppression? Can my 100% suppression be resisted by empty-handed confrontation and King Xian level soul bodies? Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. After observing the ice crystal giant ship for a moment, Jiang Chen chose not to step into it. With free minions at hand, why bother himself? His arm slightly raised, the lingering reverse dragon snake and Shadow King directly flashed towards the cursed ice ship. Then, the golden sword demon and the bronze sword slave followed closely behind. In the moment when these soul minions entered the cursed ice ship, angry roars continuously rose around the entire ice ship. At the same time, Jiang Chen received a prompt in his ear. You have killed the cursed puppet. You have killed the frost resentful spirit. You receive Red Moon Coin *510, Red Dew Holy Bottle *11, Blue Dew Holy Elixir *22. You receive Lifespan *18 days. Inside the ice ship, the resentful spirits and puppets were instantly killed by the Shadow King and Reverse Dragon Snake as if cutting vegetables. In a secret room deep within the ice ship, as the source of the curse on the ice ship, the sleeping cursed lord suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, an inexplicable restlessness kept growing in its soul. Soul driving as a mythical level talent. The extracted soul bodies all possess 100% of the abilities of living beings. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no desire to enter this cursed ice ship. 2 King Xian level soul bodies plus 2 golden level soul bodies. If such a lineup couldn't take down a secret realm, then this class transfer task would be too difficult. Just as Jiang Chen leisurely summoned Mayer to teach her some common knowledge, a series of continuous prompt sounds suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. You have killed the frost skeleton. You have killed the mutant ghost. You receive Red Moon Coin *760, Red Dew Holy Bottle *42, Blue Dew Holy Bottle *12. You receive Cursed Bow, Silver. You receive Lifespan 36 days. In the moment after the prompt sound fell, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed that all the soul bodies inside the ice ship had lost their movements instantly. The original soul hub seemed to have been cut off. The strangeness from the soul and the insight from Supersense made Jiang Chen somewhat astonished. Could this cursed lord actually kill 2 King Xian level soul bodies in an instant? With such strength, it might be above the King Xian level and be at the level of a monarch, right? Summoning the Scythe of Death, Jiang Chen immediately stealthed into the dimension. Opening the Flame's 6 wings of the light attribute, Jiang Chen immediately flew towards the depths of the cursed ice ship. As Jiang Chen delved deeper into the ice ship, his soul became increasingly surprised. The void pupil and supersense could see any hidden information. But, where his sight reached, apart from the vengeful spirits that were already dead and couldn't die again, there were no other living beings. Although nothing eerie could be seen for the moment, a strange sensation deep in his soul unmistakably informed Jiang Chen. At this moment, a pair of eyes had already locked onto him in the shadows. Bah! Just as Jiang Chen had just flown into the deepest part of the cursed ice ship's cabin, a strange cry reached his ears. Following the source of the sound, he saw more than a dozen sheep of various sizes slowly walking out of the cabin. This cursed ice ship had such creatures? Activating the void pupil, Jiang Chen immediately looked into the information of these sheep. Shadow King, Dragon Serpent Reversal, Sword Demon, Flame Departure. Cursed Transformation Magic? Jiang Chen was greatly shocked as he watched these aimlessly wandering sheep. No wonder even the King Xian level boss had failed. It turned out that the cursed lord in this ice ship controlled such terrifying curse power. As Jiang Chen surveyed the surrounding area, a hoarse voice suddenly drifted from all sides of the cabin. "Sheep, come!" In an instant, a greenish poison gas swiftly rose from the bottom of the cabin, completely covering the entire area in an instant. However, even though he was within it, Jiang Chen still did not sense anything unusual. Hidden in the dimension, as long as he did not actively attack, no power could interfere with Jiang Chen's body. In other words, as long as he remained invisible, Jiang Chen was in an absolute invincible state. After about 10 breaths, the greenish poison gas in the cabin slowly dissipated like smoke. It was also at this moment that a figure clad in loose black robes ghosted out from the ground. After glancing at the sheep wandering around, a hoarse voice slowly emanated from its mouth. "Ha! The number of sheep hasn't increased? Strange, could there be no bugs sneaking in? But what is this feeling?" Watching the skeletal figure muttering to itself on the left, Jiang Chen then glanced at its attributes. Cursed Lord, level 30, rank, gold, life, 180,000, physical attack, 21,020, magic attack, 23,780, physical defense, 4,730, magic defense, 6,920. Talent, cursed body, skills, curse magic, transformation magic, sheep, transformation magic, pig, curse explosion, introduction, a common creature in the floating giant ship, absorbs cursed objects in the ship after death to become the source of the ship's curse, possessing powerful curse power. The information from the void pupil made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. The cursed lord in the ice ship was actually just a gold boss. Its attributes were not even higher than the flame departure sword demon. However, although its attributes were low, its abilities were absolutely terrifying. With 4 curse skills and the curse talent, anyone entering here would be turned into sheep and at its mercy. Closing the information panel, activating the ghost step, Jiang Chen swiftly moved behind it and raised the sickle in his hand. The next moment, a shadow chain materialized from the sickle, binding directly to the cursed lord. At the same time, 4 phantom sickles instantly struck the cursed lord's back. -2,262. Electric blade, -11,668. -11,668. -11,668. -11,668. Shadow curse has taken effect, reducing the maximum health of cursed lord by 1% per second. Blade of dispelling magic has taken effect, permanently dispelling 1% of the maximum magic value of cursed lord. At the moment the 4 phantom sickles struck down, the 6 wings of the flame departure instantly spread behind Jiang Chen. 7 feather blades imbued with the attribute of light pierced into the cursed lord's body like flowing light. -34,034. Burning bright, the attack between the electric light and the firestone directly cleared nearly half of the cursed lord's health. Just freed from the shackles of the shadow chains, the cursed lord, with a huge change in expression, had no time for any thoughts or hesitations. After releasing a black shield to envelop himself, the cursed lord immediately dove towards the bottom of the ship. "Filthy insects, despicable sneak, do you think you can kill me? I am the undying curse. Sleep, waiting lamb to be slaughtered." Just as the cursed lord raised his hand to gather the dark curse and release it towards Jiang Chen, it suddenly found its body, about to sink to the bottom of the ship, appearing in the cabin. And that human, surprisingly stood in its original position. "Ah, oh." With a low hum from Meyer, the bewildered cursed lord instantly fell into a state of confusion. Raising the Reaper's scythe in his hand, Jiang Chen directly released a phantom slash. -11,016. Frozen, -11,016. Frozen, just as the cursed lord was frozen in an instant. Jiang Chen then swung the Reaper's scythe, rapidly cutting into the cursed lord's body. With the divine power, each strike Jiang Chen made was extraordinary. The true damage that could ignore defense became more terrifying as the battle progressed. 4 consecutive strikes, combined with the double damage of electric blade and backstab, directly dealt nearly 40,000 points of damage. Watching the cursed lord's remaining health drop to less than 1/5, Jiang Chen raised the Reaper's scythe, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Can't kill you? Is that all?" The Crimson Reaper's scythe slashed down, instantly clearing the cursed lord's remaining health with a percentage-based kill. Before a scream could escape, the cursed lord's body fell straight back. "You have slain the cursed lord, gold. You obtained red moon coins *10500, blue dew elixir *11, red dew holy bottle *5. You obtained curse staff, gold. You obtained polymorph sheep. You obtained lifespan *54 days. Soul subjugation has taken effect, granting you control over the Curse Lord's soul. Just as a series of notifications fell, a burst of orange light suddenly flickered around Jiang Chen. This was the power light of the second job change. You have completed the job change task. Your job effects have advanced. Your job bonuses have advanced. Your talent upgrade is awakening. Attribute template has been adjusted based on current job bonuses. You obtained 4-dimensional attributes *210, free attributes *210, with the advancement of the job. Under the correction of job bonuses, Jiang Chen's attributes instantly soared. Each of the 4-dimensional attributes increased by over 200 points. Adding the free attributes, the total gained attributes reached over 1,000 points. Just as Jiang Chen was about to check his attribute panel and the advanced job effects, his mind suddenly stirred. Suddenly, an illusory pillar of light shot up from his body, piercing the sky. The next moment, a giant that blocked out the sky and sun stepped out of the light pillar, standing proudly in the sky, overlooking all human and alien beings on the entire Red Moon continent. The massive body in vast pressure, like a god descending. The giant floating in the sky. Its immense size, like a grand star hanging in the sky, or a towering mountain standing tall. It looked down upon all beings of the Red Moon continent, as if gazing at tiny ants. In an instant, all players and monsters on the entire Red Moon continent were filled with panic and horror. The human territory and the mechanical tribe territory closest to the giant. Countless players simultaneously raised their heads, gazing up at the colossal figure that covered the sky. What's going on? What is that? A titan? Or some other alien being? How could it be a titan when it's up in the sky? The aura seems faintly similar to the power bestowed by blessings. What exactly is happening? To think that such a being exists on the Red Moon continent. Is it emperor level? Or mythical level? I feel like if it wanted to destroy this land, it might just take a single thought. The descent of a deity, surely it's the divine descent recorded in the Red Moon Chronicles. Why do I feel like this giant is somewhat similar to those statues I saw when awakening my profession? Are you crazy? You call those profession statues? Which profession statue has such grandeur? The ruins of the Origin Lands Cliff. Countless players were teaming up to level up by attacking low-level monsters. When the giant in the sky appeared in an instant, they were directly suppressed by the vast aura, making it difficult for them to move. What is this? Are alien creatures invading? But this doesn't seem like aliens either. Brother Fiery Legs, holding a staff, looked up at the giant in the sky, trembling all over, and said, "What is this? Alien beings invading? But this doesn't seem like aliens either." At this moment, a player carrying a shield beside Brother Fiery Legs slowly turned towards the direction of the giant, respectfully bowed his body, and lowered his head. "Legs, I feel like I have a special connection with that giant. It seems like I have been chosen by the giant. Could I be the chosen one?" Hearing this, Brother Fiery Legs trembled at the corner of his mouth and disdainfully said, "Zhang Wei, did you drink expired fake alcohol before entering the Red Moon? A shield warrior who died 8 times after reaching level 10, still fantasizing about being the chosen one? If it weren't for the fact that your wife still has some charm, do you think I would let you join our fiery son? Think about whether you deserve it in everything." Before Brother Fiery Legs could finish his words, Brother Fiery Wei, who was kneeling on the ground worshipping the giant, suddenly trembled, and a colorless light burst out from his body. The next moment, the surging energy directly sent Brother Fiery Legs flying. Also at this moment, the light on Brother Fiery Wei became even more intense. Vaguely, one could see an illusory bond connecting his body to the giant in the sky. Seeing this bizarre and miraculous scene, Brother Fiery Legs, who had been thrown back and landed on the ground, was instantly stunned. Damn, is there really a chosen one as Brother Turtle said? The blessing point on the outskirts of the Frost Ruins. Wu Yu, dressed in a fiery silk skirt, and Demu stood by the flames, both wearing expressions of fear. Is Tenfang out of his mind? Why would he kill us for no reason? Wu Yu glanced around cautiously and said with a knot in her heart, having died inexplicably twice, losing levels, and greatly reducing her margin for error in the Red Moon, Wu Yu couldn't understand why someone as influential as Tenfang would target her. Sister Yu, let's not complain. Otherwise, we might get killed again later. We can't afford to provoke someone like Tenfang. It's okay to lose levels. I'll help you level up later. It's just that thing you said about Jiang Chen licking toes, I could also. Before Demu could finish his sentence, he saw a string of black numbers rising above Wu Yu's head. -35, -35, -35. Hey, you, why is your health bar constantly decreasing? Hearing Demu's surprised voice, a puzzled Wu Yu immediately looked at her own status. Shadow Curse, deducts 1% of maximum health per second, curse duration, permanent. Looking at the negative curse on the status bar, Wuyu's face turned pale in an instant. In just about 20 short seconds, her life points had decreased by a full fifth. What's even more terrifying is that this HP deduction is ongoing without any sign of stopping. It's a permanent continuous damage based on her maximum HP. Contracting this negative status, isn't it like having to keep taking medicine all the time? How is this any different from being disabled? Is Tenfang sick or something? Damu, go find Tenfang and ask him to lift this HP curse for me. Upon hearing Wuyu's casual request, Damu was instantly shocked. Ha? Me? You're kidding, Yojie? You want me, a level 11 ordinary mage, to ask the top player on the leaderboard to lift a curse for you? Do you think I have that kind of ability? Isn't this like asking an intern to take down the famous penguin group in Kyoto? Hearing Damu's complaint, Wuyu was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the giant figure above the sky turning into countless points of light. Then, those points of light surged towards the higher sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. At that moment, a world-shaking announcement echoed throughout the entire Red Moon game. In the Fanway Galaxy, human player Tenfang completed a career advancement on July 17, 6934 of the Red Moon, granting all warrior professionals a career breakthrough, career bonus plus 5%, attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, skill range plus 10%. This effect can be freely removed by the player Tenfang. As the first player to manifest a career giant image, Tenfang receives rewards, 4-dimensional attributes *40, prestige *30,000, red moon essence *20, leading breakthrough all bonus effects increased by 300%. As the announcement resounded across the realms, the entire Red Moon world instantly boiled over. Damn, Tenfang is causing trouble again? Was that giant just a career image? It's like a cow flying on a plane, the cow coins are soaring. Aren't careers supposed to be fixed? Why do all warrior professionals get buffs after Tenfang changes careers? Damn, I thought I was the chosen one, turns out it was the big shot Tenfang leading the warrior profession breakthrough. Feels good, all growth percentage buffs, who dares to say warriors are clumsy, I'm going straight to a big nasal sinus. Battle, awesome. Jealous, why didn't Tenfang choose a mage at the time? If he had chosen a mage, I might have gotten some buff too. Wait, did Tenfang just change careers? The second place is only level 14 now, such a huge gap? At this moment, the entire Red Moon continent was in an uproar. All players were amazed by the advancement of the warrior profession. The career breakthrough was truly sensational. Whether human players or alien players, they were all discussing Tenfang. However, Jiang Chen was temporarily unaware of these developments. Inside the cursed ice ship, as the career giant image dissipated, a beam of light descended upon Jiang Chen. Your career shadow of the unseen awakens at the origin of the profession Eternal Ancient Spring, containing immeasurable eternal source power. As the leader of the career breakthrough, you gain all leading privileges of the warrior profession, and can freely remove the leading bonuses obtained by warrior players. After the prompt sounded in his ears, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that a profession formed by the characteristics of infinite entries and 100% being able to catch bare-handed blades would have such a powerful effect. Just by advancing his career, he had directly led all warrior players to achieve a breakthrough. Attribute bonuses, attack speed, movement speed, skill range. This kind of advancement directly elevated the status of warriors by a level. Your career bonuses have been adjusted. You have gained 4-dimensional attributes *60, free attributes *60. Talent advancement completed. Infinite entries has advanced to the second stage, allowing you to freely erase added entries, which cannot be re-added temporarily after erasure for a certain period. By cancelling the perfect entry point, the lowest quality of the entries you add will be perfect grade. With each career advancement, the next entry you add will be mythical grade. Soul subjugation has advanced to the second stage, allowing you to freely read the memories of the soul body, increasing the damage the soul body can withstand on your behalf to 50%. If the level of your soul body is lower than yours, it will synchronize with your highest level. You can consume life essence to temporarily manifest a dissipated soul body. Power of Destiny has advanced to the second stage, making your invoked choices clearer with slightly reduced consumption. The 100% catching blades bare-handed effect has grown, and you can now choose up to 5 targets, making them catch weapon phantoms or actual weapons. After catching the blade bare-handed, the target will receive real damage equal to your own physical attack power, and this effect can be freely disabled. Imperial Weapon Extreme Shadow has been promoted to King Xian grade, with a 200% increase in attribute effects and a significant improvement in divine weapon effects. After a series of prompt sounds, feeling his strength multiplied several times, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. This wave of advancements not only upgraded his 3 talents but even strengthened the 100% catching blades barehanded effect. Now, Jiang Chen could directly select up to 5 targets at once. Moreover, even if the targets could catch weapons barehanded, they would still suffer real damage. This effect was simply terrifying. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Jiang Chen then looked at the career effects after advancement. Shadow of the Unseen Career Traits, Shadow Annihilation. After releasing a skill, the target you wish to attack will appear 100% in the skill's path. Looking at the newly unlocked career effect, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow! This was like a superpowered summoning skill. With a single skill strike, as long as he thought of the target, it would definitely appear in the skill's path. This effect was beyond extraordinary. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen closed the career panel and took out the Red Moon Spirit Core rewarded by the career breakthrough system. Crimson like blood, just holding it in his palm exuded a majestic vitality. Red Moon Spirit Core. A spirit core fused with the power of the Red Moon contained in Red Moon coins, which can be used to contract with spirits or infuse some energy into equipment. Can add entries. 1. In the Red Moon game, there is no currency exchange. All Red Moon coins are condensed from the power of the Red Moon. This is why monsters can drop Red Moon coins. By refining Red Moon coins through certain special items or special native creatures, they can be fused into extremely rare Red Moon Spirit Cores. Therefore, Red Moon coins can become the circulating currency of the Red Moon game. Jiang Chen remembered that in another area not far from the cliff ruins, there was a native creature that could fuse Red Moon coins. With the millions of Red Moon coins on him, if refined, he could basically advance all his bronze sword slaves to silver grade. Putting away the Red Moon Spirit Core, Jiang Chen temporarily decided not to use it. He would wait to fuse his Red Moon coins into Spirit Cores in the future and then advance his sword slaves or other equipment all at once. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen casually glanced at his advanced attributes. About 10 seconds later, just as Jiang Chen finished reading his information, he suddenly noticed an extra entry slot at the bottom of his attribute panel. 10 realms. Entry added. Although Jiang Chen's level has been continuously increasing after entering the Red Moon game, his entry slots have not increased accordingly. However, at this moment, after talent advancement, a slot was instantly unlocked. This means that as long as the talent keeps advancing, more entry slots can be unlocked. Concentrating his mind, Jiang Chen immediately used his talent power to bestow entries upon himself. In the next moment, a runic light that only Jiang Chen could see quickly surged into his body. In that instant, Jiang Chen clearly felt his body becoming immensely stronger. He sensed his body undergoing a qualitative change, with his strength continuously growing. By adding this, you will obtain a mythical level entry. Entry successfully added. You have obtained the mythical level entry, 4-dimensional balance. The moment the entry was successfully added, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the information. 10 directions. Entry, 4-dimensional balance, locks a 4-dimensional attribute with the power of eternity, forcing the other 3 attributes to bind with it. After binding, all 4-dimensional attributes are completely equal, and each time you level up, the attributes gained will be forcibly allocated to this attribute. Incredulously looking at the entry information on the attribute panel, Jiang Chen's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch lightly. After binding the 4 dimensions, all attributes gained from leveling up will be forcibly allocated to one attribute. It's important to note that after career advancement and racial advancement, Jiang Chen can now gain 14 4-dimensional attributes and 24 free attributes with each level up. If the 4 dimensions are bound, the attribute gains from leveling up alone can increase Jiang Chen's strength several times over. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately locked the Constitution attribute with the highest current value and bound the other 3 attributes to it. In an instant, a colorless light shimmered around Jiang Chen. Your spirit, strength, and agility have been forcibly bound to Constitution. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been adjusted. You have gained strength *80, spirit *140, agility *109. As the prompt sound fell, Jiang Chen distinctly felt a kind of indescribable qualitative change in his strength. The 4-dimensional balance entry allows Jiang Chen to experience a huge growth with each level up. A true 4-dimensional warrior with no weaknesses. After looking quite satisfied at his attribute panel, Jiang Chen took out the skill scroll dropped by the Cursed Lord. On the emerald green scroll, there were strange runes depicted. Just by looking at it, Jiang Chen felt a surge in his soul. Polymorph Sheep. After use, you can control the curse skill Polymorph Sheep with no class restrictions. Entry added. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a pleased expression. The effect of being able to catch blades barehanded was terrifying enough. If combined with polymorph into a sheep, even the strongest beings without shapeshifting abilities would instantly perish. It's no exaggeration to say that this cursed scroll actually surpasses any skill Jiang Chen currently possesses in terms of utility. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added an entry to it. In the next moment, 4 dark runic lights burst from Jiang Chen's hand and surged straight into the scroll. Entry successfully added. Polymorph sheep gains perfect level entries. Curse amplification, magic curse, polymorph pig, polymorph turtle. Entry, curse amplification, increases curse duration by 100%. Entry, magic curse, the maximum magic value of the curse target is permanently reduced to 80%. Entry, polymorph pig, polymorph additionally has the effect of transforming the target into a pig. Entry, polymorph turtle, polymorph additionally has the effect of transforming the target into a turtle. Feeling the stronger aura emanating from the scroll, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately crushed it. Instantly, a highly pure emerald energy flowed into Jiang Chen's body like a stream of light. You have used skill scroll, polymorph sheep. You have mastered the gold tier skill, polymorph sheep tier, gold effect. Using the power of curse, transform a living target into a sheep/turtle/pig, freely chosen, causing it to wander around aimlessly, lasting up to 40 seconds. During the transformation, the target cannot attack or cast spells. Any damage will revert the cursed target to its normal state, and the curse can be lifted prematurely. Each curse release consumes 10% of your maximum mana limit, and a single target can only be cursed once every 5 minutes. Additional entries allowed. For feeling quite satisfied with the newly mastered curse power, Jiang Chen proceeded to add entries to it. Entry added successfully. Polymorph sheep gains epic tier entry. Life curse polymorph sheep gains epic tier entries. Transformation recombination, transformation curse, intelligence reduction curse. Entry 1, life curse. The maximum life value of the cursed target is permanently reduced to 80%. Entry 2, transformation recombination. When casting polymorph, you can designate the target to be cursed as any creature you have killed, non-player. Entry 3, transformation curse. Targets cursed by polymorph have a 5% chance of permanently transforming into that form. Entry 4, intelligence reduction curse. The intelligence of the cursed target is permanently reduced by 20%. The addition of these 4 entries instantly enhanced the negative effects of the polymorph spell. Now, once cursed by Jiang Chen, not only would the target's life and mana be permanently reduced by 20%, but there was also a 5% chance of permanent transformation. Most terrifyingly, being hit by the curse would directly reduce intelligence by 20%. Coupled with the intelligence reduction of 5% from the Blade of Divine Punishment, Jiang Chen could easily turn the target into a simpleton. Such a curse effect was enough to make all players flee in fear. If this ability were to manifest in the real world, it would be terrifying to think about, Jiang Chen said with a hint of wicked amusement. Withdrawing his focus and closing the skill panel, Jiang Chen glanced at the dissipating reverse dragon snake. He then promptly stored the Curse Lord and the souls in the special space of soul enslavement. The class change task had been completed. Level advancement and manifestation of abilities required a large amount of experience points. Therefore, leveling up was urgent. As a special one-time secret realm, the Curse Ice Ship could not refresh the wild monsters for Jiang Chen. So, staying there was no longer of any use. Switching the Fire 6 Wings to the Wind attribute, Jiang Chen then flew away from the ice ship space with Mayer towards the southeast direction of the starting point. There, numerous high-level monsters awaited, suitable for Jiang Chen's current strength to level up. Most importantly, Jiang Chen remembered that there was a special high-level treasure chest nearby. If he could obtain it, his lifespan would increase by decades. Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen rushed away, at a blessing point on the outskirts of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, a turtle appeared near the blessing flames. Almost the moment it appeared, the turtle directly crushed a silver-white scroll. Instantly, a shield swiftly enveloped its body. After cautiously surveying the empty surroundings, the turtle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the information panel, the turtle began communicating with the intelligent mechanism body. Summoning intelligent mechanism body, code 002, Red Moon Human Blackhead of the turtle. After a brief moment, the information panel of the turtle disappeared without a trace. In its place was a mechanical projection. Mechanical Lord, I. Before Turtle could finish speaking, it was interrupted by the mechanical projection. Human, no need for many words, immediately communicate with the dragon as before. While the dragon attacks the 10 directions, I will guide you to seek the ultimate artifact of the human race, the Emperor's Banner. As for the 100 Realms Forge, there is no time to search for it anymore. According to my mechanical calculations, once you obtain the Emperor's Banner, there is an 80% chance you will become the Emperor of the human race. The chest of the mechanical projection kept flashing red. At the same time, a large amount of information kept transferring into Turtle's mind. Ah, Emperor's banner? Upon hearing the cold voice of the mechanical projection, Turtle was instantly delighted. After enduring for so long, he finally got the opportunity to rise. If it weren't for the promise of the mechanical body, Turtle would never have been able to enter the Red Moon game under the circumstances of being targeted by the 10 directions after dying 7 times. By the way, after the dragon leaves, you need to find some companions to travel with you. The power of the Emperor's banner is too strong. With your current attributes, you can only unleash 5% of its effect. With companions' help, you will have a 75% chance of maximizing the power of the Emperor's banner. After the mechanical voice fell silent, the floating mechanical projection instantly evolved into a black and red banner. Although it was just a projected calculation, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Sensing the chilling aura in the air, Turtle couldn't help but feel astonished. Lord, why is this Emperor's banner emitting black smoke? Why do I seem to hear screams in this projection? Is this the Emperor's banner? Could the calculation be wrong? Just as Turtle voiced his doubts, the body of the mechanical projection reappeared. Human, the Emperor's banner is an important symbol for your human race to become the Emperor. It slays demons, hence the black aura. As for the cries, it's just a passive effect to intimidate enemies. All of this is the result of my mechanical calculations tens of thousands of times. You don't need to doubt it. Alright, communicate with the dragon as soon as possible. That 10 directions has already completed a professional advancement. Only the dragon can hinder his development. As for his location, there is a 50% chance he will be where the light pillar appeared before. After a series of mechanical instructions, the mechanical projection slowly disappeared. Turtle's panel returned to normal. After cautiously looking around the area once again, Turtle quickly opened the friend information panel. He immediately sent a message to Brother Sunleg. Brothers, quickly arrive at the blessing point of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. I will take you to seek a great opportunity. After binding the 4 dimensions, Jiang Chen's agility attribute increased several times. With the speed and agility bestowed by the wind attribute Flame Wings, in just 20 minutes, Jiang Chen arrived at the ruins he remembered. Unlike the frost ruins, the air here was extremely hot. The devastated ground was covered with densely packed irregular cracks. From these cracks, fierce flames erupted from time to time, continuously raising the temperature of the entire space. This was a lava ruin. Along the way, Jiang Chen casually killed many wild monsters. However, given the experience he needed for his current level, these monsters could provide only minimal experience points. Activating the void pupil, Jiang Chen then headed towards a flaming stone stele ahead. Just as he was about to reach the stele, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In his line of sight, there was nothing but emptiness. Apart from the occasional flames bursting from the cracks in the ground, there were only 2 flame bombs placed on the ground. Their shape was almost identical to the demolition bombs released by the mechanic. However, Jiang Chen knew, these bombs were far more terrifying than the energy bombs released by ordinary mechanics. In his past life, Jiang Chen had suffered a little setback here. Concealed on the side, Jiang Chen summoned 2 sword demons on the verge of dissipating. Make the most of yourselves, show your final worth, he muttered. Jiang Chen then gave orders to the 2 sword demons' soul bodies. Immediately, the 2 sword demons headed straight for the bombs on the ground. Boom! 2 simultaneous explosions shook the entire ground, causing it to tremble faintly. Minus 999,999. The terrifying damage numbers floated above the sword demons' heads, instantly depleting their health bars. At that moment, in the central area where the bombs were placed, a terrifying temperature suddenly rose to its peak. Horrifying flames erupted from the cracks, slowly forming into a flaming skeleton covered in flames. Focusing his void pupil, Jiang Chen then looked at its information. Flame skeleton, level 30, rank silver. Seeing the fire elemental being before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Raising the death scythe in his hand, Jiang Chen lightly tapped the blade on the ground. In an instant, a colorless light emanated from the death scythe, rapidly spreading outwards. Under the dispersal of this colorless light, all elements vanished from the space around Jiang Chen. Elemental destruction activated. Due to complete isolation of elements, you are currently unable to release any elemental magic/skills/curses. Just as the field of elemental destruction fully expanded, the temperature around Jiang Chen instantly dropped. The humanoid skeleton standing on the flames seemed to have its soul sucked out, falling lifelessly from the air. The next moment, a terrifying damage erupted on the flaming skeleton. Minus 999,999. After the Emperor's shadow advanced to the King's profound weapon, its power increased significantly. In just a breath's time, the flaming skeleton's health bar was completely depleted. You have slain the flame skeleton. As a series of notifications sounded, the body of the flame skeleton turned into a flame and drilled into the ground. The next moment, a crimson treasure chest faintly appeared near the stone stele. In the Red Moon continent, finding such a fixed chest in a specific location was extremely rare. However, the lava ruins was one of the few areas Jiang Chen had fully explored in his past life. He was very familiar with the resources here. Glancing at the still-forming chest, Jiang Chen walked to the stone stele and waited for the chest to solidify completely. At that moment, in the initial ruins, in the area where the spectral ghosts were located, an assassin player stood behind a man in mage robes, showing a respectful expression and tone. Brother Hao, it has been confirmed. The officials are indeed looking for Shi Feng. The leaders are called Xiao Feng and Wang Mang, and there's also a divination-type mage, but we haven't found out his name yet. The man gazed at the spectral ghosts in the distance and asked calmly, has Shi Feng appeared? Before the colossal statue appeared, 2 solo players were killed by Shi Feng at the Frost Ruins and are now looking for a way to remove the curse. However, they did not see Shi Feng. Hearing this, the man turned around, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Frost Ruins. Expand your search in that area to see if you can encounter him. If he can join forces with me, the rate at which my lifespan is consumed could increase. This man is none other than Wan Hao, ranked 2nd on the leaderboard, an elementalist who has awakened to King Xian level talent. After you encounter him, remember to follow my previous instructions, try to lower your identity a bit. After all, he is a prominent figure in the game world, don't offend him. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to resist wealth, status, and women. Those who can resist are only because the quality is not up to par. Upon hearing Wan Hao's solemn words, the male assassin quickly nodded. Rest assured, Brother Hao, I have almost completed the acquisition of Red Moon coins. I have negotiated with more than 30 different types of female stars and models. As long as Shi Feng is willing, we can take off at any time. As the words fell, the player holding a dagger was about to step forward to boast, but inadvertently looked up to find that the sky had suddenly darkened. Hey, what's going on? Why did the sky suddenly darken? In confusion, the henchman and Wan Hao both raised their eyes to the sky, which had been clear just a few seconds ago. The next moment, both of them widened their pupils. The henchman's body collapsed in panic. They stared fixedly at the sky, their eyes filled with intense horror. Above the ruins at this moment, a huge dark cloud was swiftly moving towards the Frost Ruins, a terrifying sight to behold. In less than 10 seconds, the dark cloud had moved directly above the initial location. As it drew closer, Wan Hao and the other players finally realized. The entity blocking the sky was not a dark cloud at all, but a dragon. A massive, incomprehensibly large green dragon. The sudden turn of events caused a commotion among all the players. What the hell? What's going on? Is that a dragon? There are no creatures like this in the ruins. What's happening? Could it be Shi Feng causing trouble again? Is this another colossal figure he's summoned? Something's not right. That dragon is attacking. Run! Run fast! At this moment, the players in the ruins had lost their composure in panic. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed like thunder. With a momentum that seemed to pierce the sky, it almost shook the entire ruins to collapse. Just as countless players were about to look up, they were deafened by this dragon's roar. They struggled to raise their heads, only to find that the clouds in the sky had been dispersed by the dragon's roar. Wherever the dragon passed, massive gusts of wind followed swiftly. At this moment, within the magma ruins, after waiting for nearly 3 minutes, a crimson treasure chest appeared before Jiang Chen. Just as he was about to approach and enhance the chest with attributes, a dragon's roar suddenly reached Jiang Chen's ears. Ha! In confusion, Jiang Chen turned to the direction of the sound. In his line of sight, a large shadow of green and blue was floating in the air. Focusing his void eyes, Jiang Chen saw the full appearance of the massive shadow. It was a dragon. A green and blue dragon exuding an immensely terrifying pressure, so huge that it was beyond frightening. The giant dragon's scales emitted a faint green light. Even the air around it was tinged with green and blue hues. At the forefront of his vision, above the massive dragon head, a pair of dragon eyes exuded an extremely cold and chilling aura. And the direction those eyes were fixed on was the magma ruins where Jiang Chen was located. Is the experience baby here? Watching the giant dragon flying in the distance, Jiang Chen not only showed no fear but instead revealed a look of joy. Without hesitation, he picked up the treasure chest on the ground and immediately focused his mind to unleash a phantom slash towards the front. At that moment, high in the distant sky, the dragon that was indiscriminately attacking the Frost Ruins and the Origin suddenly trembled. Then, its massive body plummeted straight to the ground. Boom! As the dragon landed on the ground, a loud noise echoed as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. Dust and debris scattered everywhere, engulfing the entire ruins in smoke and dust. Many players and monsters were instantly killed by the massive impact. Equipment and items dropped all over the ground. At the spot where the dragon fell, a huge crack formed directly. Roar! After a painful dragon roar, the dragon in the crack seemed to be summoned. Its entire body disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared in the lava ruins, at the border between the frost remnants and the lava ruins. Players who had avoided the disaster from afar were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What the heck? How did this dragon fall down from the sky? Did it run out of flying power? Damn! The first time I see a dragon, and it turns out to be like this. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been crushed to death. Hey, how did this dragon suddenly appear over there? That direction seems to be the lava ruins. I remember the giant statue summoned by the top player 10 Directions was around here. Could it be that 10 Directions is really causing trouble? Let's go, see if we can pick up some resources. Oh, don't be afraid, just take a look. Maybe we'll even see 10 Directions. Just as some players cautiously headed towards the lava ruins, the dragon crawling on the ground had already collided with the phantom slash unleashed by Jiang Chen. 2 damage numbers floated above the dragon's head in an instant. A black light appeared on its body. Shadow Curse has taken effect, reducing the maximum health of the Wind Demon Dragon by 1% per second. Blade of Dispelling Magic has taken effect, permanently dispelling 1% of the Wind Demon Dragon's maximum magic value. Despite anticipating it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw the Wind Demon Dragon appear in front of the Phantom Slash. The professional effect of this shadowless slash was indeed unbelievably powerful. Crack! Just as Jiang Chen was about to glance at the information of the Wind Demon Dragon, a crisp sound of shattering quietly entered his ears. Immediately, the ice crystals on the Wind Demon Dragon's body shattered. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was not too surprised. The stronger the creature, the higher its resistance. The 3-second freezing effect of the Phantom Slash was already quite impressive to freeze the Wind Demon Dragon for a second or two. Roar! The Wind Demon Dragon, breaking free from the restraint, let out a deafening dragon roar. Regaining its senses, it fixed its huge eyes on Jiang Chen's body, continuously spewing out cold dragon breath. With the foresight of super sensing, as he watched the Wind Demon Dragon about to attack him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile with a hint of malice. What kind of kneeling creature? Do you like to call out? Before the words fell, Jiang Chen raised his left hand. Instantly, a dark energy surged into the Wind Demon Dragon's body. Polymorph Sheep has taken effect, reducing the maximum health, maximum magic value, and intelligence of the Wind Demon Dragon by 20%. In the next moment, the Wind Demon Dragon, over 100 meters long, instantly transformed into a white sheep. Players rushing over from afar were stunned to see this scene. That equipment, it really seems to be 10 Directions. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Damn, 10 Directions waved his hand, and the dragon turned into a sheep? This sheep looks so fat. It must be delicious when roasted and drizzled with soul juice. At this moment, not only were the players shocked, but the Wind Demon Dragon was also a bit confused. Although forcibly summoned here by a strange power, it could still sense the gap between the creatures in this area and its own strength. When it first arrived, these tiny insects were clearly terrified and screaming. But why did their eyes change in the blink of an eye? And why did it feel like its own cognition and thinking had diminished significantly? Just as the Wind Demon Dragon was puzzled, it instinctively lowered its head to look at its body. What the hell? Even though it couldn't speak human language, the Wind Demon Dragon couldn't help but curse in its mind, because it saw its body had transformed into a sheep. At that moment, an extremely uneasy feeling rapidly grew in its soul. Lifting its sheep head, it looked fearfully towards the human in front. Bah! Hearing the sound in its ears, Jiang Chen disdainfully smiled. A giant dragon? No different from a reptile in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately swung the Death God scythe in his hand. Then, an invisible blade appeared in front of the Wind Demon Dragon, visible only to Jiang Chen. Bah! The Wind Demon Dragon, now transformed into a sheep, let out a confused cry, and its entire body dramatically knelt down in an exaggerated manner. It tried to raise its body, lifting its sheep hooves towards the sky to join them. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, the hooves couldn't come together. At that moment, the Wind Demon Dragon felt like its body and soul were about to burst. Its roar grew fainter, and its consciousness became increasingly blurred. After a few breaths, the Wind Demon Dragon, now a sheep, seemed to exhaust all its strength and gasped for breath as it fell to the ground. At the same time, a black number floated above its head. -999,999. You have slain the Wind Demon Dragon, Wang Xian. You have obtained Red Moon Coins *32100. You have obtained Wind Dragon's Breath, Wang Xian, Wind Demon Dragon Armor, Wang Xian, Wind Spirit Codex, Golden. You have obtained 452,060 experience points. Experience bonus triggered, you have gained 452,060 experience points. You have obtained lifespan * 284 days. Your level has increased to level 31. Your level has increased to level 32, 4-dimensional attributes plus 14, free attributes plus 14. You have obtained human race bonus, Black Iron First Order free attributes plus 10. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to Constitution. Soul enslavement has taken effect. You have gained control over the Wind Demon Dragon's soul. The Wind Demon Dragon was instantly killed. Its body reverted to its original giant dragon form. Players who witnessed the scene stood dumbfounded in place. Am I an idiot? Was that fat little sheep just now this giant dragon? It's like a cow stepping on a power line. With lightning, even the impact of landing can wipe out a large group of players, and that's it? 10 Realms Master is too overpowered, isn't he? Why did I see the giant dragon that turned into a fat sheep just now kneeling and worshipping 10 Realms Master? Is this the Master's pressure skill? Just standing there and casually waving his hand, the dragon turned into a sheep kneeling in worship. 10 Realms Master's power has exceeded my understanding. Damn, look at that light, it's the Wang Xian's artifact, blinding my eyes. At this moment, on the outskirts of the lava ruins, there was a commotion. Players were amazed by the incredible transformation of the dragon into a sheep, but they were even more envious of the equipment dropped by the dragon. Because the higher the level of the equipment, the stronger the attached attributes. After the attribute enhancement, with overwhelming strength, the speed of harvesting lifespan can also be much faster. Although most players have now entered the more resource-rich Red Moon continent. However, these players without any exploration experience have only unlocked a few blessing points so far, and they haven't even completed exploring 1/10 of the ruins of the ancients. Even though most people spend more than 12 hours a day pioneering in the Red Moon game, but altogether, the Red Moon has only been around for about 10 days. In such a short time, most of them haven't even encountered a golden boss, let alone looted equipment from defeating a boss. At this stage, for ordinary players to have bronze equipment above level 10 is considered exceptional. If they have matching level silver equipment, they are basically considered top players. As for gold equipment above level 10, well, these players standing on the outskirts of the lava ruins have never seen what they look like. Advanced equipment, they can only speculate on the grade based on the equipment's visible aura. And the king's artifact? That's beyond their wildest dreams. Even the silver boss requires multiple players to strategize and to challenge the king's boss head-on. But at this moment, they are witnessing this level of equipment with their own eyes. Apart from the imposing scythe in Shifang's hand, the dragon also dropped 2 pieces of equipment shimmering with a radiance surpassing gold. Shifang, can you please enable the friend adding function? I've grown up listening to your stories since I was a child, a fan for 10 years, can we be friends? Godfather, can you transform into an elf or succubus with that polymorph spell you just used? Where did you get the skill book? Please reveal it, I'm willing to pay for the information, name your price. You even called him Godfather? Have you no shame? Shifang, can you take me monster hunting? Your level surely won't mind me sharing some experience. My sister is beautiful, you help me level up a bit, and we can each mind our own business in the future. How about that? Shifang, can you take my eldest son with you? I have a teen buff that won't hold you back. For a moment, the entire lava ruins became noisy. More and more players were chattering, all wanting to establish some kind of relationship with the number 1 player on the leaderboard. They had only heard his name but never seen him before. Now that they had this opportunity, how could they easily pass it up? As for dignity and such, what's more important than the benefits brought by associating with this top player? Even businessmen who wouldn't be seen together in the real world had people willing to call them dad. In this world imbued with extraordinary power, they had no reservations. After all, killing some monsters had a chance of gaining lifespan. Face? Was that more important than lifespan? However, with the impression of being the one who auctioned players stuck in the resurrection array, these fervent players did not rush forward but stood at a distance watching and clamoring. Zhang Chen chose to ignore them. Just as he was about to put all the items into his backpack, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have killed the advanced dragon race Wind Demon Dragon, you have gained race essence * 120. After entering the Red Moon continent, every time a player kills a different race, there is a certain probability of obtaining race essence. The higher the rank of the different race, the greater the probability and the more quantity obtained. After killing the Orc General Icemark in the Novice Town, Zhang Chen obtained 4 points of race essence. And at this moment, this king's level dragon directly provided a whopping 120 points. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately looked at his own race information. Human race, effect, race bonus, Black Iron First Order, 0/100 gain 10 points of free attributes each time you level up. Racial talent, locked, requires racial bonus to advance to bronze tier. Racial skill, locked, requires racial bonus to advance to silver tier. Fire of ancestry, unignited, requires racial bonus to advance to gold tier. Emperor's bonus, locked, requires emperor's unlock. Unique racial ability of the human race, can consume ancestry to enhance its effect. Ancestry, 124 red moon limit not broken through, unable to add entries temporarily. As a special effect similar to talent. Racial abilities, like talents, cannot be stacked with additional entries. However, this wave of slaying the Wind Demon Dragon actually allowed Jiang Chen's racial bonus to make a breakthrough. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately released the advanced racial effect of his ancestry. Immediately, a faint light shimmered on Jiang Chen's body. Your racial bonus has advanced to the second tier of Black Iron. Your attributes have been adjusted. You gained free attribute *160, forcibly allocated to Constitution. Your four-dimensional attributes have been enhanced. Just as Jiang Chen completed the racial advancement, several players who couldn't resist the temptation walked up to Jiang Chen. Boss, the high-level equipment you just dropped, you probably won't need them, can you sell me a few? Glancing at the player in front of him, Jiang Chen calmly said, I can sell, but you probably can't afford it. Fusing the Red Moon Essence requires a large amount of Red Moon coins. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't sell his equipment at a low price, but with the current accumulation of players, they probably couldn't even afford gold equipment. Hearing Jiang Chen's response, the warrior player's eyebrows twitched. This is interesting. After patting his chest, he confidently said, Hey, no problem, boss, you can rest assured, I have hundreds of plazas, each of which can easily sell for billions. Money is not a problem. If you can help me level up additionally, I can directly give you 2 plazas. Hearing the somewhat excited tone of the other party, Jiang Chen calmly said, Forget about the plazas, I only want Red Moon coins. Real-world currency will quickly depreciate and end up worthless. How could Jiang Chen exchange for real resources at this stage? Moreover, what Jiang Chen needed was Red Moon coins to fuse the Red Moon Essence. After hearing Jiang Chen's response, the warrior player frowned, I do have some Red Moon coins, but probably not enough, I need to gather some. Can you add me as a friend and lend me the equipment? I can mortgage 5 plazas, and when I gather enough Red Moon coins, I'll trade with you. Wow, mortgaging things even in the Red Moon game? Waving his hand, Jiang Chen then walked away. Let's talk after you gather enough. The equipment I have is all above level 20, even if I lend it to you now, you can't use it. With a calm tone, the warrior player's mouth trembled involuntarily. You're right, the gap is just too damn big. Just as the rich second-generation warrior turned away in frustration, about 20 players appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Oh my, these guys dare to surround the boss of the 10 directions? Is the god of longevity tired of living? It can't be this stupid, even the dragon was killed in seconds. Do these guys think their health bars are longer than the dragon's? Damn, are there really people with no brains? These people are lunatics. Not only the peripheral players were puzzled. Even the rich second-generation warrior who had just walked a short distance turned back, looking surprised as if he had seen a legendary figure. Although most players privately joked about having been on the leaderboard and killed the boss of the 10 Directions 2.5 years ago, but that was just for fun. They never expected someone would actually exhibit such a foolish behavior in front of their true selves. Under suspicion, many players gathered the courage to approach, eager to see what kind of talented individuals these people were. Among the 20 or so players, a young girl led the group. She was quite attractive, although it was uncertain if she had undergone any modifications. There was a sharpness in her demeanor, with an air of arrogance and disdain in her eyes that made it hard to warm up to her. The other players followed her lead, hanging on her every word and gesture. Something's not right. These guys seem to be from the Taiji country. The girl leading them looks like the princess of the Taiji country's major conglomerate. I read about her in the news. So what? The turtle is the heir of the Wu group, but he was still blocked and killed by the 10 Realms big shots. Even if these 20 people team up, they wouldn't stand a chance against the 10 Realms big shots. The situation in the Taiji country is different from ours. They are ruled by conglomerates, and the turtle can't be compared to them. Let me tell you, if you were in the Taiji country, this princess could easily toy with you in minutes. Your brother practiced there for 2.5 years and came back looking completely different. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to the Taiji country. Can she still play me across servers? Well, you never know. Things are unstable outside after the Red Moon's arrival. It's better to be cautious. After listening to this group's conversation, the surrounding area gradually quieted down. Although many players claimed they weren't afraid of being attacked across servers, their bodies remained obediently in place. One was a top player in the Red Moon game, and the other was the princess of the Taiji country. Neither side was someone ordinary folks like them could afford to provoke. At that moment, the leading girl sized up Jiang Chen and said proudly, "Don't misunderstand, we have no ill intentions towards you. I'm Kim Ji-yoon, and I'm here to offer you a chance for cooperation." The Red Moon world had special language rules. Even players of different races could communicate normally. Hearing the casually confident tone in her ear, Jiang Chen looked at the girl in front of him as if she were a fool, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. "Are you okay?" Seemingly surprised by his tone, Kim Ji-yoon hesitated for a moment before raising her chin slightly. "I know you're strong. Although the Red Moon game is somewhat related to lifespan, no matter how powerful you are in the game, it can't completely affect the real world. You can't stay here forever. After returning to the real world, can you still control everything?" Jiang Chen remained silent. "Oh, yes, you're right about everything you said." After a pause, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to say, "The item is impressive, but it's not very useful." Kim Ji-yoon narrowed her eyes, a hint of anger showing. However, she didn't explode. "I control the resources of the Taiji country, and we have a lot of trade with your country. As long as you speak up, I can give you everything you desire. I can give you money anytime, and we have plenty of women in the Taiji country. Whichever one you fancy, I can provide. As for status, once you renounce your nationality and become a member of my Taiji country's Kim family, you can enjoy high privileges. You can eat beef whenever you want, and no one can interfere with you." Kim Ji-yoon stared at Jiang Chen, adding seriously, "As long as you're willing, today, no, within 2 hours, I can fulfill your desires." Listening to her somewhat arrogant tone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Leave his nationality and join the Taiji country? So, everything originated from their Taiji country? He really didn't know who his ancestors were. "Are you satisfied?" "Forget it, I don't feel like it for now." Waving the sickle in his hand, Jiang Chen coldly smiled, "I'm glad you came to cooperate with Uncle. However, Uncle, hate things that hinder me the most." Hearing the highly mocking tone, Jin Jian's face immediately turned cold, even her teeth made a light grinding sound. The player followers behind Jin Jian couldn't remain indifferent seeing the princess so angry. "You brat, are you underestimating us a bit too much? Our princess gave you a chance, if you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but being disrespectful, just a commoner, what capital do you have to negotiate terms with our princess offline?" Raising his left hand slightly, Jiang Chen then sneered slowly, "The confidence you have to bark here comes from being able to choose resurrection blessing points freely after death, right?" A hint of mockery appeared on Jin Jian's fair face. "You want to kill me? It doesn't matter, just one death. I don't really care, but I think you might not be able to handle the consequences of your impulsiveness. Although Red Moon doesn't have game equipment to check, as long as I pressure the officials, they can always find out your information in Red Moon door to door. By then, it might be you who will." Before the words could finish, a dark light completely enveloped Jin Jian's body. Then, one after another, black energies successively shrouded the players beside Jin Jian. "Polymorph Sheep has been activated. You have triggered the effect of polymorph recombination. Jin Xian has transformed into Flame Chicken. Pu Jingxi has transformed into Flame Chicken. Polymorph Curse has been triggered. Jin Jian has permanently transformed into Flame Chicken. Jin Jian's maximum health, maximum mana, intelligence have decreased by 20%. Just as the notification sound fell, the voluptuous Jin Jian and her entourage instantly turned into fiery black chickens with double wings. All players were stunned to see this scene. "Damn! What the hell is this, so many chicken brothers? Just turned into sheep, now into chickens. The top player is probably a curse warrior. This is too terrifying. Who dares to provoke the top player? One polymorph spell and they'll be hopping around there. Let's mourn for these poor souls." At this moment, not only were the players greatly shocked, the princess of Taiji country was also a bit confused, because she suddenly heard a series of chicken calls behind her. Perplexed, she unconsciously turned her head. Not looking was not an option. All she saw were little black ones. Subconsciously, she looked down at her own body. A pair of black chicken feet were directly exposed. Cluck cluck. Just as Jin Jian, now a chicken bro, flapped her wings and clucked and jumped around, Jiang Chen directly released a phantom slash. Without any reaction, Jin Jian and her chicken brothers behind her disappeared in a flash of light. Jin Jian, Pu Jingxi's maximum health permanently reduced by 5%. You have lifted the resurrection restriction of the Reaper's sickle. Soul subjugation has been activated. You gain control over the souls of Jin Jian, Pu Jingxi, ignoring the notification in his ears. Jiang Chen let them return to the resurrection point like this. After collecting the soul body of the wind demon dragon into the space of soul subjugation, Jiang Chen then disappeared into another dimension, out of everyone's sight. Oh, did the top player just kill them directly? So decisive? That little Taiji country princess was quite reasonable. If the authorities collected information like a census, identities in the real world would indeed be exposed. Aren't the big shots afraid of being investigated? Or do they already have a way to deal with it? If they dare to act, the big shots must be confident and fearless. Maybe they are also influential figures in the real world. The big shots are ruthless in their actions. These few little Taiji country players have really met their match. For a moment, all the players were chilled to the bone. After drinking 2 bottles of blue dew, Jiang Chen immediately stealthily entered the depths of the lava ruins. As for those few Taiji country players, Jiang Chen had no intention of personally tormenting them. The fact that deceased players could choose to be resurrected with blessing points was one reason. Most importantly, the second phase of soul banishment couldn't continuously extract their souls. Therefore, in the Red Moon continent, it was impossible to block the spring and kill people. However, that was for ordinary players. With the shadow of the unseen, Jiang Chen could strike targets he had encountered even from miles away. In fact, when those few Taiji country players first appeared, Jiang Chen had already seen through their information. Since the Taiji country princess raised her head and demanded that Jiang Chen renounce his nationality to join their family, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting her leave the Red Moon alive. The reason the Taiji country princess and her entourage dared to stand next to the dragon's corpse and threaten Jiang Chen was that they could choose any blessing point for resurrection after death, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to ambush them. Unfortunately, her plan backfired. Jiang Chen never showed mercy towards potential threats of death, even if they were women. In his past life, Jiang Chen had seen too many people suffer great losses due to kindness and compassion. In this life, he couldn't possibly let this little princess of a big conglomerate leave alive. However, the Taiji country princess was right. Although Red Moon didn't have game devices to probe players' backgrounds, a thorough census would reveal identities in the game. However, no one knew that after reaching level 30 and changing jobs, one could consume experience points to manifest abilities in the real world. Therefore, the authorities had no census plan at all. By the time players could manifest their abilities, even if the authorities wanted to conduct a census, they would be powerless. At this moment, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about being investigated. Any potential threats that emerged would be swiftly dealt with. Jiang Chen had no reason to fear the Taiji country princess. He spread his 6 wings of fire and flew to a lava stone platform, gently waving the Reaper's scythe in his hand. Instantly, a transparent scythe shadow tore through the void. After some thought, Jiang Chen decisively unleashed dozens of attacks. Watching the transparent blade shadows piercing through the void, Jiang Chen couldn't help but softly sneer. A dozen attacks should be enough to kill 9 times over. To the west of the ancient ruins cliff, within a secluded blessing point, players kept resurrecting one after another amidst the flickering light of revival. Where's the little princess? Why haven't we seen her? Wasn't it the little princess who informed us about this blessing point for resurrection? Why hasn't she returned? Just as the players and followers were puzzled, a voice that shook their souls suddenly rang out. Cackle! The Taiji country princess, cursed for eternity, couldn't even transform into a human form upon resurrection. Witnessing this scene, the players surrounding the blessing point were struck as if by lightning. Their task in the Red Moon was to protect this esteemed princess, helping her defeat monsters and obtain equipment. But now, she had turned into a chicken. They were supposed to protect a marketplace now. Back in the real world, it seems like even if I don't die, I'll still be in hell. From now on, life will be like a death sentence. Just as the group of accompanying players were anxiously at a loss, a phantom scythe shadow suddenly fell on the transformed wild chicken, the princess of Tai Chi Elementary School. -7073. Before they could understand what was happening, a lightning arc instantly dispersed and struck their bodies. -4275, electric blade. With the current life points of an ordinary player at around level 12, they couldn't withstand the damage from Jiang Chen's electric blade. Immediately, within the blessing point, the princess of Tai Chi Elementary School and 10 lucky players were instantly killed. Watching this sudden and bizarre scene, the surviving dozen or so accompanying players' faces turned pale, sweat streaming down their backs. Just as they belatedly crushed the scroll and opened a protective barrier, the princess of Tai Chi Elementary School, who had just revived and was about to log out, was hit by an attack from an unknown source. After a terrifying burst of damage and chain lightning blades, the blessing point was once again filled with players' bodies. In the Red Moon game, the entire body must be within it. To log out and leave, one must be in a normal state. Therefore, those players who wanted to revive and immediately log out, upon recovering, instantly blacked out and died again. 30 to 40 seconds later, as the final transparent blade struck down, the princess of Tai Chi Elementary School in the Blessing Point finally died for the last time, her body disappearing completely from the Red Moon world, deep within the lava ruins. You have killed Jinji and Pu Jingxi. Ignoring the kill notifications in his ears, Jiang Chen emerged from the dimensional space and looked at the crimson treasure chest in his backpack. Lava treasure chest, effect, the opener of the chest will gain 20 years of life, and receive an additional fire attribute item. Introduction, a special chest evolved from the energy overflowing from the eternal tower beneath the lava ground, containing extremely powerful life force. Additional entries, 3. Looking at the chest's effect information, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 20 years of life, equivalent to having 2 more chances to cast the death curse. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the chest and added entries to it. The next moment, 3 differently colored lights completely covered the fiery red chest. Entry added successfully. Lava treasure chest gains perfect level entry, life resurgence. Lava treasure chest gains legendary level entry, fire element affinity, life force. Entry 1, life resurgence. Upon opening the chest, life is increased by an additional 100%. Entry 2, fire element affinity. Upon opening the chest, gain an additional 100% fire element affinity. Entry 3, life force. Upon opening the chest, gain additional life protection, natural life decay rate reduced by 80%, significant increase in physical functions, and 80% reduction in magic consumption. Looking at the entries on the chest, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The addition of these 3 entries not only doubled the life value contained in the chest but also provided an additional 100% fire element affinity effect. In the Red Moon game, it was extremely difficult to stack elemental affinities. Even during the Universal Race Wars at level 100, it was almost impossible for anyone to have 100% elemental affinity, because 100% elemental affinity meant complete immunity to all damage of that element. Moreover, in certain specific areas, one could create elemental skills on their own. And at this moment, just the addition of 1 entry gave Jiang Chen such abilities. Invulnerable to fire, absolutely immune. Besides the fire element affinity, what surprised Jiang Chen the most in this wave was the effect of the last entry, a reduction of 80% in the natural life decay rate. This means that as long as Jiang Chen harvests more life resources in the Red Moon world, he can possess the almost immortal ability. And the 80% reduction in magic consumption gives Jiang Chen the equivalent of unlimited firepower. The addition of this term directly and instantly increased Jiang Chen's combat power by a large margin. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Instantly, pure energy surged straight into Jiang Chen's body. You have opened the lava chest. You obtained 40 years of life. Your affinity with fire elements increased to 100%. The natural rate of your life passing decreased by 80%, your physical functions greatly improved, your magic consumption reduced by 80%. You also obtained Forbidden Curse Scroll, Incinerating Starfire, *1. The moment the prompt sound fell, Jiang Chen clearly felt a qualitative change in his physique. Although there was no increase in attributes, the change that came from every corner of his body was far more pleasant than leveling up. Satisfied, Jiang Chen moved his arms and then looked at the crimson scroll in his hand. Incinerating Starfire, sealed with intensely concentrated fire elements, can release the primary fire-type Forbidden Curse. Incinerating Starfire when used, the scroll disappears after use. Can add terms, 6. Looking at the red scroll emitting intense heat in his hand, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Forbidden Curses, that was an ability countless mages dreamt of. It not only represented destruction but also symbolized unparalleled power. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately condensed his innate power to add terms to the scroll in his hand. Term addition successful. Incinerating Starfire obtained perfect grade terms, Flame Explosion, Flame Explosion. Incinerating Starfire obtained epic grade terms, Starfire Rain, Starfire Rain. Incinerating Starfire obtained legendary grade terms, Everlasting, Rebirth in Flames. Term 1, Flame Explosion. Incinerating Starfire will create a large explosion after igniting the target. Term 3, Starfire Rain. The area covered by incinerating Starfire will continue to rain fire for 12 hours. Term 5, Everlasting. Incinerating Starfire will continue to burn the target after ignition, unable to be extinguished until the target is burned out. Term 6, Rebirth in Flames. After using the scroll, you will gain a permanent passive effect, Rebirth in Flames. After adding 6 terms, the power of this primary Forbidden Curse scroll instantly increased by a large margin. Most importantly, after using the scroll, you could permanently gain the passive effect of Rebirth in Flames. It could be said without exaggeration that at this stage, the power of this scroll was high enough to astonish all players. If it were to manifest in the real world, it would probably instantly turn a large city into ashes. Putting the scroll into his backpack, Jiang Chen temporarily had no intention of using it. The Shadow King and the Wind Demon Dragon, these two king-ranked soul bodies, could survive for a while. With them around, leveling up by hunting monsters was not difficult. There was no need to waste this forbidden curse scroll on a major sweep at this time. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen then summoned the Scythe of the Grim Reaper and looked into the distance. The Wind Demon Dragon, this experienced treasure, has come to me to be digested. I wonder if the turtle is in the Red Moon world now. Jiang Chen did not forget about the person who communicated with the mechanical tribe, the turtle. Perhaps this guy was just being manipulated and used by the mechanical tribe. But Jiang Chen's life creed was to strangle all potential threats in the cradle. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chen silently locked onto his target in his mind. The next moment, the Scythe of the Grim Reaper waved lightly. Instantly, two scythe shadows tore through the void like lightning. After completing these actions, Jiang Chen no longer wasted time and immediately headed towards the lava pool to the left. At the same time, in the real world, inside the Kyoto Taiji Kingdom Embassy, this is simply outrageous. I have warned you before that the Red Moon game is extraordinary, and when recruiting strong players, you must lower your stance. I can't believe you let her indulge in such foolishness. It seems like you are seeking recognition in front of me and have gone mad. Go to the Red Moon immediately and make her come back quickly. In the Grand Hall, an old man with white hair looked at the report brought by a servant, his face turning livid with anger. About 10 minutes ago, many players spread the news that the Taiji Kingdom's little princess had been transformed into a chicken by Tenfang in the Red Moon, causing a huge stir in the real world instantly. The Red Moon had been present for some time. Many players who entered the Red Moon continent gradually discovered that while death significantly reduced the body's functions in the real world, killing some monsters could also increase their lifespan. Therefore, even prominent figures in the real world were trying to recruit strong players from the Red Moon game to extend their own lives. This old man, who controlled all the resources of the Taiji Kingdom, often advised his descendants to make friends with strong players in the Red Moon game. However, he never expected that his beloved granddaughter would recruit the strongest player, Tenfang, in the Red Moon game by force. With her pampered temperament and arrogant personality, recruiting and befriending? Wasn't that sending her to her death? Uncle Zhong, it's okay, don't worry. The Red Moon continent is different from the Sealed Land. You can't be trapped in one place and continuously killed there. Our people haven't seen any information about the little princess in the Red Moon game, which means she should have returned to the real world. Don't be angry. I'll call her back for you. After saying a few respectful words to the old man standing beside him, the middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked outside. 2 to 3 minutes later, just as he arrived at the room where the Taiji Kingdom's little princess had entered the Red Moon, he stumbled and fell to the ground instantly. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him. His mouth trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. Right in front of him, the usually arrogant little princess lay motionless on the ground, exuding an aura of death. He had seen this posture during Eagle Sasa's real-life experiment when the Red Moon first arrived. This was reaching the death limit in the Red Moon, resulting in complete demise. Half an hour later, an unofficial report in the real world caused a huge sensation. Taiji Kingdom's little princess dies at the hands of Tenfang in the Red Moon game. April Group Chairman Jin Zhaizhong offers $1 billion reward for Tenfang's personal information. The moment this report was released, both the real world and the Red Moon game were in an uproar. Because ever since the Red Moon arrived, this was the first time a prominent figure in the real world publicly offered a reward for a player in the Red Moon game. Oh my, she was really killed? After reaching level 10 and entering the Red Moon continent, can't you freely choose your respawn point? Why can Tenfang still camp and kill people? This is outrageous. I never expected a player in the Red Moon continent to kill someone. I thought Tenfang was just sending those little noobs back to town for free, but he actually took someone away. The ruins where the little noobs appear should be a short distance from here. How did Tenfang manage to get there so quickly to kill someone? It's strange. If those little noobs couldn't defeat Tenfang, couldn't they just log out and return to reality themselves? How could they be killed to the point of complete demise? Terrifying. Even those little noobs who are not in the same ruins as us can be killed back to the real world. If we offend Tenfang, won't we have no way out? At this moment, some people in the real world with prestigious identities and special status are horrified by the means by which Shifang can kill players to complete death, while some ordinary people in the real world are quite supportive of Shifang's actions. Damn, mocking others to their faces and preparing to check the water meter, and still expecting a way out? Do ordinary people in the real world have a way out after offending the high-ranking officials? Wasn't it nothing when the prince went to Shifang to mortgage equipment before? Stop worrying about what you bring upon yourself. This Syaksaba is too arrogant, putting a bounty on Shifang in our territory? Do they think this place is like Taiji country? If the authorities really investigate Shifang, I, Lao Zhang, will be the first to openly oppose it. I'm the same. Shifang's actions have just boosted our warrior players' combat power. If someone really investigates his water meter, I will also openly oppose it. That little princess, coming up and treating us like lower-class people, wanting Shifang to join Taiji country and serve their family like a dog, who can bear that? Good riddance. In the real world, the extreme opposite views are mostly held by ordinary civilians and high-ranking officials. And because this matter involves the top players of the Red Moon game and the top financial magnates in the real world, so, the intensity of this matter is comparable to the recent Sakura nation's downfall. At this moment, not only the countries of Huaxia and Taiji are paying great attention, even officials from other countries are personally involved, subtly inquiring about Shifang's news. Kyoto. Over a dozen officials gathered together. In the quiet atmosphere, a middle-aged man with a hint of solemnity in his expression turned his gaze to the people on both sides. Taiji has been pressuring us, demanding our assistance in investigating Shifang's personal information, and this matter has caused quite a stir in various circles. Xiaofeng, what is your opinion? Upon hearing the question, Xiaofeng, sitting on the left, paused for a moment before speaking. Taiji issuing a bounty in our territory has seriously violated our laws. I believe we should not entertain their demands, and it is necessary to directly make them voluntarily withdraw the bounty, hold the person who issued the bounty accountable, and expel them from the country. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's response, everyone present turned their heads to focus their gaze on him. Ignoring the looks, Xiaofeng continued, after the Red Moon descended, there have been slight signs of uncontrollability in the real world. Shifang has just boosted the combat power of warrior players in the Red Moon game. If we condone Taiji's illegal bounty and assist them in investigating Shifang's information, the pressure we face will not be less than Taiji's pressure. Moreover, the events in the Red Moon game have exceeded human control, and we have no need to entertain Taiji's demands. In fact, I think we can take this opportunity to clarify our stance to Shifang and further establish a cooperative relationship with him. As Xiaofeng's words fell, the meeting room suddenly became noisy. Although the reasoning is thorough, nowadays Shifang can easily take away others' lives in the Red Moon, and it is completely uncontrollable. Such an existence may not be conducive to future development. Glancing at the Mediterranean man speaking, Xiaofeng then said, these are two different matters. In the Red Moon game, it's not just Shifang who can freely take away others' lives. And do you think Taiji's so-called time-consuming and costly investigation can really uncover any information? In the current situation, how many people would be willing to cooperate in the investigation of personal information? Even if they do manage to find Shifang's information, it may take a year or more. Based on the current trend, by that time, Shifang may have grown in the Red Moon game to a truly invincible state. Who can guarantee that the real world at that time will be the same as it is now? Upon hearing Xiaofeng's remarks, many officials remained silent. The arrival of the Red Moon is beyond human intervention. Judging from the recent events in the Red Moon game and its connections to the real world, I have a vague premonition that the future world order and survival forms of the Blue Star will undergo a reshuffle due to the Red Moon, Xiaofeng said. Xiaofeng, according to the previous plan, expedite the exploration of the Red Moon. As for the pressure from the Tai Chi country, ignore it. You handle the cancellation of rewards and accountability, be firm about it. While discussions were ongoing in the real world, in the Red Moon game, within the lava ruins of the human clan's remnants, Jiang Chen was leisurely teaching Meyer some basic knowledge. On the other side, the soul of the Shadow King was continuously killing roaming monsters around him. The Wind Demon Dragon was engaged in a frenzied slaughter at the bottom of the lava pool. Since entering this place, Jiang Chen had hardly received any interruptions in the notifications of monster kills around him. With such a powerful team of fighters, Jiang Chen had no intention of personally getting involved. In this ruin, the Wind Demon Dragon, with its extensive attack range, was most suitable for grinding. As time passed, 2 hours quietly slipped by. Roar! Just as a dragon's roar echoed from the bottom of the lava pool, a fierce flame erupted from the depths of the lava ruins. At the same time, the Shadow King completed the sweep of the ground. You have slain the flame three-legged bird. You gained life plus 124 days. Your level has increased to 33. Your level has increased to 34, four-dimensional attributes plus 14, free attributes plus 14. You gained human clan bonus, black iron second order free attributes plus 15. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to constitution, comfortable, leveling up while lying down. Just as Jiang Chen was about to recall all the soul bodies with great satisfaction and prepare to continue leveling up elsewhere, the temperature of the entire space suddenly increased several times after the flames descended. -1,000. -1,000. A series of high-temperature damage numbers continuously floated above the heads of the soul bodies, but had no effect on Jiang Chen. Ah, oh. As Meyer let out two soft moans, her health bar instantly dropped by half. Glancing around the empty surroundings, Jiang Chen subconsciously entered the dimensional space and instantly brought all the soul bodies that were bleeding heavily under control into the space. At that moment, in the fiery lava ruins, the scattered flames slowly condensed into a figure enveloped in flames. "Outsider, we meet again." After the soul-stirring voice fell, the flames that flickered across the entire lava ruins disappeared instantly. Above the lava pool, although the figure was far away, Jiang Chen still sensed an extremely powerful force emanating from it. Moreover, Jiang Chen faintly felt that the creature before him seemed somewhat familiar. Maintaining his hidden state in the dimensional space, Jiang Chen then focused his void pupil on the figure in the flames. Luo Jia, level? Race? Introduction, a being from the sealed land, seemingly possessing some divine power. Hidden information, once a wandering star god who roamed the world in place of the gods, his power was contaminated by an unknown entity, causing his divinity to dissipate. After being expelled from the divine race and exiled to the sealed land, he roamed various fire elemental areas of the Red Moon continent upon releasing the seal power. Reading the information transmitted by the void pupil, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. No wonder he felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the intermediate deity from the sealed land who had released his power with the fire feather? The sealed land and the Red Moon continent were two completely different worlds. Even the indigenous beings cannot cross the world to reach the Red Moon continent. How could this star god appear here? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the star god Luojia floating in the air slowly spread its burning wings of fire. Then, everything around instantly disappeared. The entire space was left with only the figures of Jiang Chen and the star god Luojia. Glancing around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Because the star god Luojia had actually entered the dimensional space where he was hiding. "I didn't expect you to grow to such an extent in such a short time. Being able to hide in a dimension without comprehending the laws of space, it's truly incredible. I used to be a star god wandering in the world, mastering some laws of space. Even if you hide in the dimensional space, I can still sense your whereabouts." Before the words fell, the body of the star god Luojia had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen. "I traveled through the fire elemental region of the Red Moon continent to burn away the curse, never thought I would meet you here. Foreigner, if it weren't for you helping me break free from confinement, I might still be surviving in that sealed place under the name of Contaminator. At the time of breaking free from confinement, my restored power is still weak, unable to repay you much. Now, since we can meet here, then, take this thing, consider it a thank you for your previous help." Hearing the words of the star god Luojia, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but stir. He never expected that a chain task in the sealed place would have an additional reward. The star god Luojia raised his arm and lightly touched Jiang Chen's forehead. The next moment, a powerful spatial force spread throughout the entire dimension. "Foreigner, this is a sequence artifact I found in an unknown place while traveling the world on behalf of the gods. It was because I entered the location of this forbidden object that I got contaminated and exiled to the sealed place by the gods." "Gods? Missions? These have nothing to do with me anymore." Slowly retracting his arm, a look of doubt appeared on the face of the star god Luojia. "Although I can't investigate, I faintly feel a time power within your body. Perhaps, you are the ultimate destination for this powerful artifact. However, forming a contract with it might not be easy." As the words fell, the figure of the star god Luojia disappeared in a flash of fire in this dimensional space. "Foreigner, your future is destined to be extraordinary. However, the divinity that all beings seek throughout their lives may not be suitable for the human race." After the voices from all directions faded, a disc slowly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It seemed to be carved from pure white jade. The surface was engraved with intricate runes and delicate patterns, emitting a faint light. In the center of the disc, a small exquisite gem radiated a charming light. Just as Jiang Chen reached out to touch the disc, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. After a few breaths, the white light slowly dissipated, revealing the eye of the void. Everywhere his gaze reached was darkness. No light could be seen in any direction, front, back, up, or down. The pure blackness made even the sensation of standing on solid ground feel somewhat unreal. It was as if standing in an endless void. At that moment, a prompt quietly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. "You have entered the Wheel of Time. After defeating the time trialists, the time wheel will form a soul contract with you. You cannot summon any living beings within this space. As the prompt fell, a transparent light screen appeared right in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly saw a player's figure appear in the huge light curtain. With a flash of white light, the figure in the transparent light curtain slowly stepped out, just 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. Despite the pitch-black space, under the gaze of the void pupil, Jiang Chen clearly saw the appearance of that figure. Instantly, Jiang Chen's originally calm eyes couldn't help but move because the living being not far away was none other than Jiang Chen himself. 10 directions, race, human race. The appearance was exactly the same, even the equipment was completely identical. Even the attributes, talents, and skills were identical. No wonder the star god Luo Jia said that the contract item was not easy to obtain. It turns out that the so-called time trialist is a perfect replica of oneself. Just as Jiang Chen finished reading the information about 10 directions, the 10 directions in front of him flashed a black light, and a huge scythe appeared in his hand. It was the scythe of the Grim Reaper. If I were facing a powerful enemy myself, then the first thing I would use would be. His eyes flashed. Before 10 directions could raise his arm, the scythe of the Grim Reaper in Jiang Chen's hand instantly switched to the blade of divine punishment and swiftly slashed towards 10 directions, who was preparing to use 100% blade reception with bare hands. The scythe's attack range was remarkable, but the speed of the attack was correspondingly reduced. 10 directions in the distance hadn't reacted yet when his whole body knelt down in place. At the same time, a damage number floated above his head. -8,437. At that moment, a crimson light flashed on the red cloud robe in front of 10 directions. You have suffered damage rebound from the opponent. Instantly, a damage number floated above Jiang Chen's head. -2,531. The red cloud robe thorn effect has been triggered, forcing 30% of the damage back to the attacker. -845. Under the thorn effects of the two red cloud robes, Jiang Chen and 10 directions continued to suffer rebound damage. At that moment, a notification sound quietly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. The opponent has used polymorph sheep on you. You have the same tier resistance and are immune to this effect. Just as the notification sound fell, 10 directions' body suddenly trembled, and two black chains on his body suddenly flashed. Jiang Chen was all too familiar with these chains because they were the precursor to the activation of the Curse of Death. In an instant, two black chains floated out of the void. One chained Jiang Chen's body, while the other chained 10 directions. The Curse of Death has taken effect. Your survival time, 7 days. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that this replica could still activate talent skills even while kneeling and receiving a blade. Moreover, it launched a curse attack that the target couldn't evade. Am I killing myself in this wave? Facing a perfect replica of himself with all abilities, Jiang Chen didn't have time for further thoughts. The blade of divine punishment switched to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and Jiang Chen instantly slashed out and quickly moved behind 10 directions, drinking a bottle of red dew elixir. The next moment, the ethereal blade struck 10 directions. Instantly, the collector of the Grim Reaper's scythe was triggered, directly clearing less than 20% of 10 directions' remaining health. After the four-dimensional binding, Jiang Chen's physical attack power had severely overflowed. With his current attributes, to kill himself, all he needed was to seize the right moment, just a matter of 2 breaths. Ignoring the rebound damage, the sound of the replica falling was heard in his ears. Even though this 10 directions had replicated all of Jiang Chen's attributes, skills, and equipment, but he couldn't replicate Jiang Chen's accumulated years of battle experience and battle intuition. Bang! 10 Fong fell in the pitch-black space, turning into a black mist that quickly dissipated. No trace remained. Time Wheel has formed a soul contract with you. You obtained Time Wheel. The moment the prompt sounded, Jiang Chen keenly felt a special energy added to his soul. Closing his eyes, in the dark soul space, a glowing disc floated in mid-air, continuously spinning. Time Wheel, Sequence, 0, symbol of time and fate, containing the power of life and death reincarnation. Red Moon boundary not breached, unable to control Time Wheel temporarily. Upon entering the Red Moon game, eternal level time empowerment will be automatically obtained. Sequence 0, eternal level empowerment. Wow! This Time Wheel, is it an item of the same sequence as the Heart of Fantasia? Jiang Chen was quite shocked as he gazed at the disc emitting light in the soul space. Just the empowerment of a Fantasia creation could accelerate his progress by leaps and bounds. So, what about the empowerment of the Time Wheel? Jiang Chen found it hard to imagine. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen calmed his mind. He released his invisibility. In an instant, Jiang Chen's body returned from the dimensional space to the Red Moon continent. Also in that moment, an illusory light flashed and disappeared on Jiang Chen's body. Sequence 0, Time Wheel, empowers you. You awaken the talent, Time Pointer, Eternal Level. Feeling the innate power within him, Jiang Chen felt a wave of exhilaration. After a gentle exhale, Jiang Chen then looked at his talent panel. Time Pointer, Tier, Eternal, Effects, Time Rewind. Can freely rewind time to any point within the last 3 days, returning to the chosen point with the ability to select the type of rewind, including but not limited to memory/timeline/direction/self-status/skill cooldown/talent cooldown. Multiple states can be rewound simultaneously, but this rewind is irreversible. Currently in the first stage of the talent, can rewind once every 48 hours, or once every 24 hours for a single state. The shorter the affected timeline, the faster the rewind frequency. Advancing the talent will extend the rewind time and reduce talent cooldown. Time pause, locked time acceleration, locked time travel, locked introduction. The eternal power bestowed by the time wheel is currently in its initial stage. Upon professional advancement, other effects will be automatically unlocked, allowing complete control over the timeline. This talent is a special empowerment, immune to any form of suppression, dispersion, plunder, or silence, and unaffected by any negative effects. Looking at the information on the talent panel, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Time is one of the supreme laws of the world. Effects related to time can generally be upgraded by one level, because it affects the entire universe's timeline. The first effect unlocked by Time Rewind is the ability to reverse the timeline by 3 days. As long as it's within 3 days, Jiang Chen can go back and change the course of the future. This is a power capable of changing the rules of the world. Feeling the power of time within him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The initial opening of the time talent could already change the rules of the world. If fully mastered, how terrifying would it be? Surveying the time wheel in the soul space, Jiang Chen felt quite comfortable. Concentrating his mind, the power of the time pointer was released. The next moment, a strange rune instantly enveloped Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, Jiang Chen's body had returned to its state before the appearance of the star god Luo Jia. The illusory manifestation of the curse of death on his head also disappeared without a trace. In the Red Moon game, although there were 9 chances of death, each death would damage the soul. Soul damage not only affected the physical state but also hindered talent advancement. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no intention of dying. Glancing at the empty lava ruins and his experience bar, Jiang Chen then turned his head towards the ruins where Lady Xuangjian was located. Although there were no monsters there, Jiang Chen remembered clearly that on the surface of Lady Xuangjian's ruined palace, there was a sealed sovereign-level dragon. If he could slay it, under the experience buff, Jiang Chen could instantly gain a huge amount of experience. The stronger the power, the more experience points were needed to manifest in the real world. With the experience points provided by the sovereign-level dragon boss, he could extract a considerable amount of extraordinary power. I wonder if Lady Xuangjian still has any life essence left. If I could get a few drops, I could summon the soul body of the dragon and snake of reversal. After murmuring with anticipation, Jiang Chen immediately spread his wings of wind attribute and flew stealthily towards the ruins where Lady Xuangjian was. Meanwhile, in the real world, this is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Who is this Xiao Feng? He actually wants me to cancel the reward, and even forces me to be accountable, restricting me to return to Taiji country the day after tomorrow. Just a mere major general, actually pointing fingers at me. When has Jin Zhaizhong ever suffered such humiliation? Inside the embassy, Jin Zhaizhong, with white hair, slammed the water glass in front of him on the ground fiercely, his face terrifyingly dark. The sudden death of his most beloved granddaughter had already made him furious. And just now, the representative of the Chinese official had rejected all his requests. Moreover, he even forced him to be accountable and leave the country. For him, who controlled all the resources of Taiji country and held an extremely prestigious status, this was simply unbearable. Uncle Zhong, calm down. This is not our Taiji country after all. It is indeed illegal to offer rewards openly here. The middle-aged man standing on the left handed another glass of water to Jin Zhaizhong, his face showing a mix of sorrow and anger. As Jin Zhaizhong's nephew, although he was one step higher in seniority than the little princess Jin Jian, due to Jin Zhaizhong's extreme favoritism, the arrogant and domineering Jin Jian did not treat him as an elder at all. Therefore, regarding this matter, he was more shocked by the means of Shifeng to arbitrarily take away others' lives. He was not overly saddened by his niece's death. Let him die. He must die. No matter what the cost, he must die. Let the people from the April group in China use public opinion to investigate the information about this Shifeng. Jin Zhaizhong looked at the information about Shifeng, as white as paper, and he had never been so irritable. He couldn't understand why someone dared to deprive his granddaughter of her life so recklessly. Could it be that this Shifang was actually a big shot? Or perhaps the descendant of a big shot? While the real world was in an uproar, Jiang Chen had already been directly transported to the ruins cliff where Lady Shuangjian was located through the blessing point of the initial area. Although the two areas were far apart, many players could already be seen here. With the passage of time, more and more players entered the Red Moon continent. With a huge player base, some players were more interested in unlocking all the blessing points rather than just leveling up by killing monsters. There is also a small group of players who do not enjoy fighting and wander around, trying to find resources. Jiang Chen appeared stealthily at the blessing point near the left side of the cliff. Although many players around were proficiently performing blessing teleportations, no one noticed his presence. After scanning the surrounding scene, Jiang Chen immediately avoided these players and flew towards the palace in sight. Before long, Jiang Chen's body floated down onto the ruins where Lady Frost was located. Although the overall structure seemed somewhat dilapidated, standing at the top of the palace still exuded a hint of grandeur. Above the palace, not far from Jiang Chen's position, a petrified giant dragon coiled around, a magnificent sight. This was the monarch-level dragon boss sealed by a special petrification power. In a previous life, after the toxic mist of the Sea of Mist and the racial barriers dissipated, numerous dragons and pseudo-dragons flew over the Sea of Mist. This monarch dragon was released from its petrification seal by the Dragon Emperor to join the racial war, causing quite a bit of trouble for the human players. When Jiang Chen first arrived at these ruins, he had initially planned to wait for the mist to dissipate before slaying the dragon. However, from the moment he transitioned from a thief to a mythical fate chooser, Jiang Chen dismissed that thought. Glancing at the petrified dragon, Jiang Chen, while maintaining his stealth, immediately invoked the power of fate by reciting the fate mantra. Poverty of the heavens, dawn of eternity, guide the path of fate. Prophecy, the method to lift the petrification of the Frost Palace dragon. Fate trajectory activation successful, fate choices displayed. Suddenly, obscure words that only Jiang Chen could see materialized from the void, swiftly floating in front of him. At that moment, a notification sound quietly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Destiny has taken effect, all uncertain choices have been shielded for you. Just as the notification sound faded, the rows of text in front of Jiang Chen began to distort continuously. The dense and obscure words quickly reduced to 3 rows and transformed into a form that Jiang Chen could understand. Fate choices: 1. Lady Frost possesses a potion that can dispel the petrification state. 2. The Dragon Emperor can lift the abnormal state of dragonkind. 3. Enter the Tower of Eternity to find the petrified magic eye and dragon heart, refine the anti-petrification heart eye. All 3 prophecy results could lift the dragon's petrification. But for Jiang Chen, the simplest option was undoubtedly the first one. That Lady Frost can actually dispel the dragon's petrification state. Perfect. Let's see if I can get some more life essence. Jiang Chen silently calculated. After advancing his talent in soul subjugation, Jiang Chen could reconstitute a dissipated soul body by consuming life essence. This meant that as long as there was enough life essence, a golden level or higher soul body could always bear fatal damage for Jiang Chen. In other words, even in combat, Jiang Chen could almost always remain invincible. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately flew down and leaped directly into the inner chamber where Lady Frost was located. With Lady Frost's permission, the guards inside and outside the hall tactfully did not obstruct or attack Jiang Chen. They even politely greeted Jiang Chen with a bow. Jiang Chen paid no attention to these gestures. Just as his figure entered Lady Frost's chamber, a graceful figure approached him slowly. The mountains moved like waves, and the delicate body moved like a spirit snake. Although she wore a loose light purple chiffon gown, her shapely figure was still clearly outlined. "Traveler from another realm, you have finally arrived," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of haziness. Madame Shuang approached Mr. Jiang with her fair lotus feet adorned with dewdrops, moving swiftly in an extremely elegant manner. She reached out, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes instantly clouded with a mist of enchantment. "Are you here to accompany me to the maple forest to appreciate the evening scenery while parking?" Under the absolute charm, Madame Shuang's face flushed the moment she saw Mr. Jiang, her breath noticeably quickened. "Madam, let's discuss the matter of driving later. I have come to dispel the petrified state of the giant dragon." Upon hearing Mr. Jiang's words, a hint of confusion appeared on Madame Shuang's flushed face. Dispel the petrified state of the giant dragon? That is a monarch-level dragon. Once it breaks free from the petrification seal and leaves this area, I'm afraid this grand hall will instantly turn to ashes. Mr. Jiang was not surprised by Madame Shuang's response. A monarch boss is a being that all creatures look up to. It's only natural for Madame Shuang to have such concerns. "Madam, do not worry. I have come to hunt the dragon, and naturally, I will not let it leave this area alive." Under the absolute charm, Madame Shuang could not maintain much rationality in front of Mr. Jiang. Although she felt shocked and surprised upon hearing Mr. Jiang's confident words, the last trace of rationality in Madame Shuang vanished in an instant. After a brief silence, Madame Shuang turned slowly and walked to the side of a soft couch. "Foreigner, let's discuss dispelling the petrification seal later. The essence of life still needs some time to condense. I believe it should be helpful to you. I will give it to you later." As her words fell, Madame Shuang moved lightly and lay on the soft couch in an extremely elegant posture. Then, she glanced back slightly, revealing a captivating faint smile. "There is no free lunch in this world. It seems that some sacrifices must be made to lift the petrification of the dragon." Watching this scene before him, Mr. Jiang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. 5 to 6 hours later, Mr. Jiang's figure appeared at the top of the grand hall. After continuous upgrades and advancements in talent, Mr. Jiang's physical qualities were already different from ordinary people. If he didn't have important matters to attend to, Mr. Jiang wouldn't have come out in such a short time. At this moment, Mr. Jiang was full of vigor. Standing on the head of the petrified dragon, he almost wanted to roar. He could feel that his vision seemed much brighter. Even his breathing was smooth and unobstructed. Sensing the comfort of his body and soul, Mr. Jiang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Prime Minister Chow, I finally understand." After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air and carefully savoring the moment, Mr. Jiang was quite satisfied as he took out the potion given by Madame Shuang. Petrified Lizard Potion, effect, dripping the potion on the petrified target at any position can dispel the target's petrified state. Additional entry, 1. He shook the potion bottle filled with dark brown liquid in his hand. Mr. Jiang then added an entry to it. With a dazzling flash of light, the dark brown potion instantly took on a hint of crimson. Entry added successfully. Petrified Lizard Potion gains an epic entry, Stasis. Entry 1, Stasis. When dripped on a non-petrified target, the target will be in a stasis state for 4 seconds, during which it cannot be targeted by any attacks, restoring 25% of its maximum health per second, stackable indefinitely. Seeing the effect of the entry added, Mr. Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. With the entry added, the value of this petrification potion instantly increased several times. This potion not only dispels petrification, but when applied to oneself, it can also grant invincibility. Moreover, while in this invincible state, one's health instantly regenerates. Such a potion, if used for trading, is enough to stir up a frenzy among other players. Satisfied, Jiang Chen shook the potion in his hand and then uncorked it. He slowly dripped a drop of dark brown liquid onto the head of the petrified dragon. In an instant, a dark brown light shimmered on the dragon's head, spreading outwards rapidly. Crack! With crisp shattering sounds, the stones on the dragon's body began to fall rapidly. The once lifeless petrified dragon, after being completely enveloped in the potion's light, began to tremble incessantly. Roar! After a few breaths, a roar that could intimidate all beasts resounded. The petrification on the dragon's body was completely lifted. The freed dragon opened its eyes, raised its head towards the sky, and swiftly flew out of the hall into the sky. Crack! Just as the dragon's body completely ascended into the air, thunder continuously flashed around it, occasionally accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. The dragon had been revived. Focusing his void pupil, Jiang Chen then looked at its information. Skyhunter Thunder Dragon, level 40, rank, sovereign, health 142,000, physical attack 121020, magic attack 225490, armor 69985, magic resistance 74830. Talent, Thunderous Dragon Body, skills, Spatial Rend, Thunder Flame Breath, Infernal Thunder Light. Introduction, a dragon that controls space and natural elements, extremely powerful. Hidden information, a dragon species sealed in petrification after the Battle of 100 Phases. Looking at the thunderous dragon emanating electricity all over its body, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. A level 40 sovereign boss, how much experience will this provide? Just as Jiang Chen was about to lock in the experience gained, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the sky, instantly spreading throughout all the surrounding ruins. Ha! A human? Did you dispel the petrification seal for me? Summoning the scythe of the Grim Reaper, Jiang Chen then smiled slowly. Yes, indeed it was me. As a reward, you need to die. As soon as these words fell, before the dragon in the sky could react, Jiang Chen lightly waved the crimson scythe in his hand. Instantly, an invisible blade appeared above the head of the Skyhunter Thunder Dragon. -8,437. This damage was a bit dazzling for a sovereign-level dragon, almost like being bitten by a mosquito. However, the destructive power of Jiang Chen's attack lay not in this damage but in altering the soul's command. At the moment when the bright red damage numbers appeared above the dragon's head, its massive body floated in an extremely eerie posture. What is this? Sensing the command in its soul, an indescribable horror filled the eyes of the Skyhunter Thunder Dragon. Because, in the blink of an eye, its just revived soul was commanding it to kneel down and catch the blade above its head with both hands. What the hell is this? Why would a majestic sovereign true dragon like itself have such thoughts? Before it could comprehend what was happening, under the dual pressure of soul and body, the Skyhunter Thunder Dragon's massive body plummeted from the sky. And its over 1 million health points were completely depleted in an instant. Boom! The colossal body crashed down, causing a large area of ruins in the central remnants cliff to be filled with flying dust and debris. Countless wild monsters were instantly killed by the impact of the dragon crashing to the ground. This, Lady Shuang, who had just regained her senses and immediately flew out upon sensing the dragon awakening, was dumbfounded by the scene. A level 40 monarch boss who could dominate the entire ruins. Yet, it was slaughtered by a foreigner in their 30s? You have slain the Hunt Sky Thunder Dragon, Monarch. You have gained Red Moon Coins *120100, Prestige *12,000. You have gained Thunder Dragon Staff, Monarch, Thunder Dragon Blood Armor, Monarch, Thunderous Gun, Monarch. You have gained 1663050 experience points. Experience bonus triggered. You have gained 1663050 experience points. Your experience bar is locked. You can freely use the experience for leveling up or manifestation. You have gained lifespan *2850 days. You have gained human race bonus, Black Iron second order free attribute plus 15. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to Constitution. Soul enslavement has taken effect. You have gained control over the soul of Hunt Sky Thunder Dragon. A series of notifications kept ringing in Jiang Chen's ears. The speed at which his experience bar increased was like riding a rocket, swiftly jumping 6 levels to kill the Monarch boss. The additional bonuses he received instantly granted Jiang Chen over 3 million massive experience points. Simultaneously, 3 Monarch artifacts were also dropped. Just as Jiang Chen was about to look at the items in his personal space, a racial notification suddenly echoed in the ears of all players in the human race camp. Player 10 Directions has killed the Hunt Sky Thunder Dragon, Monarch, in 2.9 seconds, becoming the first player in the human race camp to kill a Monarch boss. This event has been permanently recorded in the Red Moon Human Race Chronicles. Player 10 Directions receives the Monarch boss first kill reward, Red Moon Coins *100000, Prestige *50,000, 4-dimensional attribute plus 100. Player 10 Directions solo kills a Monarch level boss and receives the special title of Human King. After this racial notification fell, all the players in the ruins fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, regardless of which cliff the players were on, an astonishing uproar erupted instantly. Damn! With so many of us, we tremble in front of a silver boss. And you just slaughtered the Monarch boss? Can you be any more outrageous? Before players obtained the Empowerment Stone in the floating city and awakened their second talent, only a few had high-level talents to solo a silver boss of the same level. At this stage, most players mainly gained experience by investing a lot of time in ordinary monsters. Occasionally encountering bosses, they would team up to hunt them. Players who could solo a Black Iron boss were already considered quite powerful. Those who could solo a bronze boss or even a silver boss were usually at the top of the level rankings. As for a gold boss, most players wouldn't even dare to think about it. Without real damage effects, even with many people, they could only scratch and bathe the boss with high defense. As for the King Xian boss, the dragon that appeared in the Frost Ruins before, just the impact of its crash killed a large group of people. To challenge such a being head-on? And now, they heard that someone had soloed a Monarch dragon surpassing the King Xian boss. Moreover, it took less than 3 seconds. This news was like a thunderclap exploding in their ears. Holy crap! Soloing a Monarch boss, can players really do that? This is too insane. I take 7 or 8 seconds just to take off a pair of pants, but Tenfang Dala finishes in less than 3 seconds? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law and order? Is there still legality? Bold, how dare you speak ill of my adoptive father? Watch your words. Is there something dirty going on, or are we not playing the same game? I team up with some high-level guys to kill a silver boss and can gain over 10 days of lifespan. Tenfang's dad solo kills a Monarch boss. He must have extended his life by several years at least. With 100 points in all 4 attributes, that's enough for me to level up by 10. Is Tenfang even human? He's way too overpowered. Could he really be a legendary time traveler? What's the use of being so powerful? Can he still be as impressive in the real world once he returns from the game? Taiji Country is investing heavily to investigate his information. It won't be long before the top spot on the leaderboard changes hands. Killing a monarch in seconds is too shocking to be believed. Therefore, almost all players have shifted their focus to this event. After gaining some lifespan in the Red Moon to varying degrees, over 95% of people have realized that the world has changed. In such an environment, more and more people are paying attention to Tenfang through various means. Something's not right. How come Tenfang Dalao didn't level up after solo killing the monarch boss? Aren't players on the leaderboard supposed to have an experience bonus buff? Killing such a high-level boss solo should at least grant a level, right? It's strange, I saw Dalao's level directly increase by 2 after killing the dragon near the Frost Ruins before, but this time he didn't even gain 1 level. He's over level 30, why such a huge difference in experience gain? Did he get penalized? Could it be a special boss with no experience, and Tenfang took advantage of it? Otherwise, how could he effortlessly kill the monarch boss and not even level up? Shortly after the racial prompt appeared, many people opened the level leaderboard to see how far Tenfang had skyrocketed. However, when they looked at the list, they found that Tenfang's level hadn't changed at all. No matter how they analyzed it, they couldn't figure it out. In the end, some knowledgeable players came up with 2 unreliable conclusions. Even at similar levels in the 30s, there's a huge difference in the experience needed to level up. That monarch boss must be a special monster that doesn't grant experience upon being killed. There's no way. With the power levels players currently have access to, no matter how they analyze it, they can't come up with any other results. Whether it's solo killing a monarch or not leveling up, it all seems abnormal to other players. If there's nothing fishy going on, not even a dog would believe it. And it's not just the Chinese players who are shocked. Players from other countries are also equally drawn to this racial announcement. Oh my, what's up with this Tenfang? So powerful? Tenfang must be a strong player from our Taiji country. The little princess seemed to have gone to find Tenfang to bring him back to the country. Most likely, I heard someone say Tenfang entered the Red Moon while on a trip to China. That's why he's not in the same area as us. This kind of situation is quite common worldwide. At this moment, all players entering the ruins cliff are discussing fervently. Even in the real world, there is a stir. The longer the Red Moon is present, the more people realize the extraordinary nature of this game. At this stage, killing a monarch boss in seconds, to some extent, undoubtedly controls the length of one's life. Therefore, this piece of news spreading from the Red Moon game instantly caused a huge sensation throughout the world. Countless media outlets from various countries rushed to report, and almost all social media platforms were spreading this news. Player Shifang from the Huashan Nation has consecutively achieved astonishing feats in the Red Moon game, far surpassing all players at the current stage. Perhaps Shifang is the mastermind behind the arrival of the Red Moon. Ranked second on the leaderboard with nearly 20 levels ahead, killing a monarch in less than 3 seconds. Does Shifang truly know the secret of the Red Moon? After the sudden destruction of the Sakura Kingdom by a super tsunami, the Red Moon descended upon the world. Is there a special connection between these two events? As the sole anomaly in the Red Moon game, can Shifang come forward to reveal the secrets of the game, allowing players to gain more life and benefit humanity? The richest man in the Eagle Sauce Nation, Mr. Moss, seems to have invested billions to invite Shifang for cooperation, to explore the longevity industry of the Red Moon game together. News about Shifang quickly dominated all social media platforms. At this moment, almost everyone noticed the extraordinary power of Shifang. High-level officials from various countries began investigating the true identity of Shifang and attempting to contact him. Some tycoons controlling vast resources also developed an unprecedented interest in Shifang and conducted secret investigations. However, the Red Moon is an extraordinary connection. There are no virtual helmets or recharge systems. Unless players expose themselves, they cannot be traced in the real world. Moreover, Jiang Chen now has a tangible opportunity. Even if the census mentioned by the little princess from the Taiji nation were to find out, Jiang Chen would not be afraid. While all players were trying to gather information about Shifang in the Red Moon game, just as Jiang Chen had stored the soul of the sky-hunting thunder dragon in a special space for soul subjugation, a prompt quietly sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. You have slain the advanced dragon's sky-hunting thunder dragon and gained race essence asterisk 320. The racial effect serves as a unique ability exclusive to each race faction. Each upgrade significantly boosts one's attributes. Furthermore, continuous advancement can unlock racial talents and skills, making it extremely powerful. However, before the toxic erosion of the Misty Sea and the disappearance of the barriers of various factions, due to the scarcity of foreign creatures in the human territory, advancing the racial effect was extremely difficult. But now, this monarch-level dragon directly provided Jiang Chen with over 300 points of race essence, almost 3 times more than the previous King Xin-level dragon. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately checked his racial effect. Human race, effect, race bonus, Black Iron 3rd Order, 24/200 gain 15 points of free attributes with each level up. With the effect of the 4-dimensional binding, each promotion of the racial bonus would provide Jiang Chen with significant attributes. Immediately, Jiang Chen released the race essence to upgrade the racial effect. Suddenly, an illusory light flashed and disappeared on Jiang Chen. Your racial bonus has been upgraded to Black Iron 3rd Order. Your attributes have been adjusted. You have gained free attributes plus 170, forcibly allocated to Constitution, synchronously enhancing your 4-dimensional attributes. Interdimensional being, I never expected you to possess such terrifying power. It truly surprises me. Just as Jiang Chen completed the upgrade of his race essence, Lady Frost Vision slowly flew in front of Jiang Chen. At this moment, her eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The monarch dragon was powerful enough to suffocate the creatures on this cliff. Yet, it was effortlessly slain with a single strike. The shock brought by this scene was indescribable. Jiang Chen was not surprised by Lady Frost Vision's expression of shock. Just a sprinkle of water. Putting away the death god scythe in his hand, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Lady Frostsea. Madam, I wonder if the essence of life you mentioned earlier has been condensed? Could you trade some with me? I am in great need of these things. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lady Frostsea gradually regained her composure from the shock. Faced with this outsider who had brought her consecutive surprises, for some reason, she seemed unable to refuse anything. Passing the jade bottle in her arms, Lady Frostsea lightly opened her lips. Outsider, no need to be polite. You helped me greatly by returning the letters before. These things are useless to me, so it's better to give them to you than to waste them. Accepting the jade bottle containing at least 10 drops of life essence, Jiang Chen immediately said, Madam, thank you. Putting away the jade bottle, after a few simple pleasantries, Jiang Chen directly flew out of the Grand Hall. The only sovereign-level boss had been slain, and the experience provided by the remaining low-level monsters here was hardly enough to level up Jiang Chen. Standing on a piece of ruined stone not far from the blessing point, while maintaining his concealment in the dimension, Jiang Chen looked at the special title he had obtained from hunting the sovereign boss. Human King, attributes, attack speed plus 20%, damage plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%, instant death immunity plus 10%, armor penetration plus 20%, magic resistance penetration plus 20%, affinity to lightning element plus 8%. Special effects, charm plus 20, luck plus 8, 10% reduction in damage received within the human race faction, when health drops below 20%, all damage plus 10%. Introduction, proof of a strong human, with the qualifications to ascend to emperor. Additional entries, 5 is a special title of the human race. The attributes granted by the title Human King were all percentage effects. Moreover, this title also had special charm and luck bonuses. It could be considered quite powerful. What caught Jiang Chen's attention the most was that this title could have a total of 5 additional entries. Locking the title information on his personal panel, Jiang Chen immediately concentrated his talent power to add entries to it. Entry added successfully. Human King obtained perfect level entry, luck enhancement, intimidation. Human King obtained epic level entry, destitute, exterminator of foreign races. Human King obtained legendary level entry, soul guardian. Entry 1, luck enhancement, luck plus 15. Entry 2, intimidation. When a human player attacks you, they will be 100% feared for 1.5 seconds, triggering once every 3 minutes per target. Entry 3, destitute. Upon killing a player, the target will drop all red moon coins, equipped items, contract partners, and all items in their personal space, and instantly teleport to your personal space. Entry 4, exterminator of foreign races. Damage dealt to foreign beings increased by 15%. Entry 5, Soul Guardian, immune to all soul attacks. Looking at the effects of the 5 entries, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Not only did this wave increase his luck significantly, but he also gained 100% immunity to soul attacks. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the destitute entry, similar to a curse skill. With this ability, once Jiang Chen killed a player, everything on the opponent would drop directly and instantly teleport to Jiang Chen's backpack. This effect was simply ruthless. Coupled with the Shadow of the Slayer profession ability, thieves and hunters were no match for Jiang Chen. Summoning the Death God Scythe, Jiang Chen silently contemplated before making a slash. However, there was no message of turtle being killed in his ears. Did it not enter the Red Moon game? Earlier, Jiang Chen had already struck turtle twice, but there was no notification of a kill. Under normal circumstances, even if separated by thousands of miles, Jiang Chen could still take a life with a single slash in the Crimson Moon game. However, if outside the Crimson Moon world, due to Jiang Chen's profession power that had not been completely liberated yet, he temporarily couldn't cross worlds to slay the target. After a pause, Jiang Chen immediately used the power of fate to investigate the whereabouts of the turtle. However, the prophecy results showed that the target was not in the Crimson Moon world. Since the game can't give me gold coins, I can only extract power from the real you offline. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Jiang Chen didn't really agree with this saying. His life creed was to ensure his own safety and eliminate potential threats as quickly as possible. This turtle had already chosen its path to death. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let it bounce around anymore, posing any unnecessary threats to himself. Moreover, Jiang Chen now needed to extract some power into the real world. In this way, even if someone with ulterior motives checked the water meter, he could ensure his absolute safety. Folding up the scythe of the Grim Reaper, Jiang Chen then put Meyer into the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, and then directly left the Crimson Moon game and returned to the real world. During the spatial switch, Jiang Chen's body appeared in a not too big nor too small bedroom. The moment his body appeared, Jiang Chen immediately summoned Meyer from the bronze coffin to protect him on the side. Then, he immediately sensed the Crimson Moon mark on his wrist. Instantly, a crimson illusionary panel appeared in front of him. Profession manifestation, equipment manifestation, skill manifestation, item manifestation, level manifestation, contracted spirit manifestation, talent manifestation, temporarily unavailable, the various abilities of the Crimson Moon game. Only the manifestation of the profession is the simplest because all professions have great potential. It's just that players' aptitudes and performances vary. Although Jiang Chen's Shadow of the Unseen was somewhat special, the experience consumed on the manifestation panel was still comparable to that of other professions. However, apart from the profession, the manifestation of equipment, skills, items, and contracted spirits is determined by the grade and strength in terms of experience consumption. With the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, Jiang Chen could already bring Meyer back to the real world at will. Therefore, there was no need to consume experience to manifest the contracted spirit for now. Among the remaining manifestation choices, the most cost-effective were the manifestation of profession and level. The Shadow of the Unseen was already stronger than ordinary professions, but the consumption of manifestation was the same as ordinary professions, requiring the experience to increase by 2 levels between level 30 and 40. It was most cost-effective to extract it. As for the manifestation of level, it was equal for all beings. Before level 20, each manifestation consumed a fixed 200,000 experience points, which was not much for all players. Therefore, the first manifestation of players in their past lives was basically choosing profession and level without hesitation. Jiang Chen immediately consumed experience to manifest his exclusive profession Shadow of the Unseen. You consumed experience *900000. You have manifested the exclusive profession Shadow of the Unseen. You have unlocked the effect of Shadow of the Unseen, and subsequent career effects will synchronize with reality. Your strength plus 14, physique plus 14, agility plus 14, spirit plus 14. In that instant, Jiang Chen clearly felt some subtle changes in his body. Manifesting a profession meant giving the body the ability to accept extraordinary power. Only after leveling up would there be more noticeable improvements to the body. However, the real world could not allocate racial bonuses and additional free attributes obtained from leveling up. Every time a manifestation level is reached, it will be automatically allocated according to the distribution method in the Red Moon game. Contracted spirits do not need to manifest temporarily. However, the manifestation consumption of equipment, skills, and items requires a considerable amount of experience points. Therefore, at this stage, using the remaining experience points for leveling up and improving one's own attributes is the most cost-effective choice. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately consumed the remaining experience points to manifest the level into the real world. You have consumed 240,000 experience points. You have manifested level 12. Your strength plus 168, constitution plus 576, agility plus 168, spirit plus 168. In this instant, Jiang Chen seemed to undergo a complete transformation, with his body undergoing earth-shattering changes. His vision became clearer, his strength became more powerful, even his thinking became more agile. His activity level reached its peak. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with endless vitality, as if every cell in his body was cheering. Compared to his current state, he was like a helpless baby before, fragile and tender. Feeling the surging power within him, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. After manifesting the four-dimensional balance attributes in the future, my strength can instantly increase by about 10 times. After manifesting 12 levels and obtaining the racial bonus of Black Iron Tier 3, Jiang Chen's overall attributes now almost reach 10 times that of an ordinary person. He surpassed by a considerable margin the overall attributes of the ancestor who manifested special items in the previous life of the Eagle Sauce Country. Unfortunately, I don't have enough experience to extract the King Xian level scythe that can hide in the dimension. Otherwise, after manifesting the scythe and combining it with the ring's invisibility effect, I would be invincible. Although his constitution had been greatly enhanced, Jiang Chen currently had no intention of becoming a national person. After all, before the natural disaster strikes, the power of firearms has not been weakened. At this time, there was no need to show up and become a public enemy. After adapting to the strength of his body a little, Jiang Chen spent 20,000 experience points to manifest an ordinary weapon. Then, he opened the computer and started searching for information on turtle. Although he had seen it twice in the Red Moon, Jiang Chen had never seen the appearance of a turtle in the real world. However, for high-profile rich second generations like turtle, the information was not deliberately hidden. Just by visiting a website, a lot of information could be found. It was when Jiang Chen re-entered the website where he had saved and deleted many years of URLs that several hot news headlines caught his attention. The cherry blossoms were destroyed by a tsunami not by chance. The arrival of the Red Moon may be the root cause. As the unique existence of the Red Moon game, can 10 directions reveal some secrets of leveling up? Damn it! With 10 ironclad pieces of evidence, 10 directions is the mastermind behind the destruction of the cherry blossoms. An 82-year-old man teamed up to brush monsters and gained longevity, significantly improving his physical functions. The Red Moon game has been thoroughly proven to extend life. Countless tycoons have invested heavily in establishing a longevity leveling platform, openly inviting 10 directions to join for free. World medical institutions and charity organizations speak out for the first time, hoping 10 directions can publicly share the techniques of monster leveling to benefit all mankind. At this moment, almost all the hot topics on forum websites are related to the Red Moon. Among them, discussions about 10 directions account for a large portion. Among these posts and information, the most popular ones are several official organizations jointly calling for 10 directions to publicly disclose leveling secrets, allowing all players to gain longevity. Jiang Chen did not have any emotional fluctuations towards such moral coercion speeches. He did not have a saintly heart to the extent of exposing his identity just for others, ever since the reality of gaining life in the Red Moon game was confirmed. In the real world, those high-ranking figures have started recruiting skilled players who are at the top levels in various games. In fact, on the current ranking list, apart from a few people including Jiang Chen, most players have already been recruited by different tycoons and dignitaries. Jiang Chen, as a unique presence in terms of level and strength, if his identity were to be exposed, there would definitely be people in the real world who couldn't resist pressuring and tempting him. This is the inevitability resulting from the collision of the new order and old rules. Although levels and professions have been manifested, for Jiang Chen, the fewer unnecessary troubles, the better. The secret of leveling up by killing monsters? I have achieved what I have today solely through my own efforts. Where is there any secret? Closing the hot news, after searching for information about turtle, Jiang Chen then shut down the computer. Raising the long sword in his hand, Jiang Chen thrust it out directly. At this moment, inside a skyscraper in Kyoto, after Wu Tian, known as Turtle, introduced his good brother according to the method of the intelligent body to the Emperor's banner, he discovered that the so-called ultimate weapon mentioned by the intelligent body was not the Emperor's banner at all, but the soul banner that grows by devouring life and soul. However, after witnessing the powerful effect of that flag, Wu Tian, instead of feeling lost after the initial shock, became even more excited. Therefore, after sacrificing more than 20 good brothers to the flag, Wu Tian immediately went offline to recruit players personally, preparing to activate the flag with multiple people at once. At this moment, feeling joyful after just receiving 2 injections, he happily looked at the long list of players he had just recruited. A sense of joy as if from a bountiful harvest appeared on his face. Normal bodily functions, a promising future. After a brief laughter, Wu Tian glanced at the hot topics surrounding 10 directions on social media. 10 directions, enjoy your pride for a couple more days. Once the soul banner is activated, I will raise my level and be the first to sacrifice you. And that damn intelligent body, once my strength stabilizes, I will definitely burn out your CPU and turn you into scrap metal. Just as Wu Tian was about to call 2 adult film actresses to celebrate in advance, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart and soul. Why do I feel itchy in my heart? It's like someone is thinking about me? No, this familiar feeling. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Don't you like my black stockings? Should I change the color? A female star with a devilish pattern on her lower abdomen walked up to Wu Tian, speaking in a pleasing manner. Brother Tian's favorite is the Hanfu style. Black stockings can't compare to Hanfu. Another female star, wearing a white cross-collar Ruchuan dress, with a somewhat scholarly air, spoke in a coquettish tone, and after finishing, she even elegantly turned half a circle in front of Wu Tian. As unemployed female stars, pleasing tycoons and dignitaries had become a skill they mastered. Brother Tian, I just did it tight. Before the flattering words could finish, the expressions on the faces of these two adult film actresses froze instantly, because they saw a huge bloody hole suddenly appear in Wu Tian's body. Without any warning, no sound could be heard. Wu Tian's body was completely pierced like that. Bang! Accompanied by a dull falling sound, Wu Tian's blood flowed all over the floor. The two adult film actresses screamed in shock. The one wearing black stockings was so scared that she immediately lost control and fell to the ground. 10 minutes later, inside the skyscraper where Wu Tian died. As everyone arrived at the scene and saw Wu Tian's body pierced through, all the official personnel were greatly puzzled. From the shape of the wound, it doesn't look like a hot weapon, nor does it look like a cold weapon. I've been working for over 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen this kind of wound. I just watched the surveillance footage outside. Apart from those two actresses and Wu Tian, no one else has entered here. Wu Tian seems more like he was sniped from a distance, but there are no signs of any weapon attacks in the vicinity. It's too bizarre. According to the testimonies of those two actresses, they didn't even exchange a word with Wu Tian before they saw a huge blood hole suddenly appear in his body, as if he was attacked up close by an invisible person from a movie. An invisible attack? This is not a movie. Where did this come from? It doesn't exist in the real world, but in the Red Moon world where all sorts of bizarre deaths have been frequent lately, connecting Wu Tian's cause of death to the Red Moon game, wouldn't that make more sense? The officials in Kyoto were all dumbfounded. After investigation and analysis, they came to two conclusions. Wu Tian may have died from some unknown weapon or new type of heat weapon. The person who killed Wu Tian may possess special skills and items from the Red Moon game. Once these two conclusions were drawn, those who knew about it couldn't sit still. Because, whether either conclusion was true, the impact on the real world would be immense. Despite thorough investigations by the officials and the Wu Corporation, no trace was found. The cause of Wu Tian's death was just too mysterious. Therefore, even though the authorities tried to suppress this news, rumors inevitably spread. And so, word spread like wildfire. The news of Wu Corporation's heir Wu Tian being pierced by an unknown weapon instantly spread on the internet within a small circle. At this moment, far away from Kyoto, Jiang Chen, after casually taking a shower and eating, fully adapted to his even more powerful body, immediately entered the Red Moon game. For Jiang Chen, the most important thing at the moment was to harvest more experience. Whether it was leveling up or manifesting abilities, the experience points consumed were a huge number. As for Wu Tian's death, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Not to mention that no one knew it was Jiang Chen who did it. Even if it was known that Jiang Chen killed Wu Tian, with Jiang Chen's current ancestral physique, no one could pose a threat to him. Even with advanced technology, Jiang Chen could simply enter the Red Moon, gain more experience, and manifest abilities in reality. Safety-wise, there were basically no issues. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen pondered to himself. When I predicted before, I saw the intelligent body spending a lot of innate talent to deduce an item for turtle. I wonder if this guy found it. In the Red Moon game, when the corrosion poison of the Miss Sea and the racial barrier had not dissipated, players from different races could not communicate. Even the intelligent body that ascended through computational mechanics could only communicate briefly with different races by depleting countless innate talents. And these guys were willing to spend countless innate talents to guide Turtle to deal with something that threatened them. The effect should not be underestimated. If they could get their hands on it, it would directly enhance their combat power. If they couldn't find it, they could only bring Turtle back to the Red Moon game through the ancient emperor's bronze coffin and search his backpack. Jiang Chen wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the Fate Maxim. Impoverished Heaven's Way, Eternal Dawn, guide the path of fate. Prediction, information and whereabouts of the item Turtle's black head deduced by the intelligent body 002. Fate trajectory activation successful, fate choice displayed. Suddenly, cryptic words that only Jiang Chen could understand floated in front of him. At the same time, a prompt sounded quietly in his ear. The destiny has taken effect, shielding all uncertain decisions for you. In the instant when the prompt tone fell, the text in front of Jiang Chen distorted once again. The next moment, the densely packed words were reduced to just one line. Fate Decision, the soul banner, inserted deep in the death swamp of the death ruins, requires absorbing a large number of souls to lift the seal. Looking at the information displayed by the power of destiny, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What soul banner? This is clearly the human emperor banner, a rare equipment that can be upgraded. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that the intelligent mechanism would send countless source guidances to have the turtle fetch this special equipment to deal with him, which turned out to be the unique human emperor banner. Perfect, I can refine some essence of the red moon in the death ruins to advance the rank of the sword slave once I find the soul banner. I mean, the human emperor banner. If this equipment can lift the seal, my strength might instantly surge. Jiang Chen calculated silently in his mind. After switching the flame 6 wings to the wind attribute, Jiang Chen immediately activated the invisibility status and rushed towards the ruins cliff of the death ruins. The death ruins were located at the northernmost part of the upper ruins cliff, with various levels in this area. Therefore, as Jiang Chen hurried along, he encountered many players teaming up to fight monsters on the way. He also had a group of soul minions clear out many areas, reaping a wave of experience in life. Half an hour later, following the memories of his past life, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at a ruined cliff filled with lonely tomb mounds. Just as his figure flew into this area, gusts of cold wind began to blow from all directions, swirling the severed limbs and debris below in all directions. Looking down, the entire ruin appeared extremely eerie. After confirming the direction by scanning the area below, Jiang Chen immediately flapped his flame 6 wings towards the left front. At the same time, in the central area of the death ruins, 2 players emerged from a tomb crypt. Finally reached level 16, let's see what that rich guy has to catch up with me this time. Battle, exciting. Near the entrance of the tomb crypt, a man in mage robes laughed heartily. This player was none other than Wang Tang, the mage who had displayed fusion talent in the Flame Valley. Known as the Wolf God in the Red Moon, he was given the nickname Big Brother Emperor by his followers. Thanks to his global fusion talent, Wang Tang was now one of the most famous mages in China and consistently ranked in the top 5 on the level leaderboard. Well done, brother Wang Tang. If it weren't for your fusion magic just now, we would probably have died in the mouth of that silver boss and respawned at the blessing point. A swordsman carrying a large sword walked up to Wang Tang, praising him endlessly. This player was Under the Sun, ranked 9th on the level leaderboard. After entering the Red Moon continent and facing a more hostile survival environment, regardless of strength, almost all players were teaming up. Upon receiving a warm invitation from Sunshine Brother, a formidable swordsman, Wang Tang cooperated with him to defeat many bosses. It was just a sudden idea to try fusing water elements with wind and thunder elements, thinking it might increase the magic power a bit. I didn't expect the first attempt at 3-element fusion to be successful. Wang Tang scratched his head. He hadn't expected to have such a high level of control over magic. Could it be that he truly possessed the demeanor of an emperor, as several good friends had mentioned? Anyway, at least your position as 2nd on the leaderboard is secure. I didn't even put much effort into this boss today, so I'll take some resources for free. Leave me your account number later, and I'll transfer the money to your card when we return to the real world. Brother Sunshine chuckled softly. Don't be so formal, my friend. Without your information, I wouldn't have found this boss either. He waved his hand nonchalantly, then glanced at his own experience bar. After a moment of silence, he said incredulously, at our current speed, I've only reached level 16. How did Tenfang manage to reach over level 30? As time passed, the top players had mostly entered the Red Moon continent. Consequently, the competition on the level leaderboard became even more intense. As his level continued to rise, Wang Tang felt increasingly shocked. It was hard to imagine how Tenfang had opened up such a huge gap between them. Brother Wang Tang, let me give you a piece of advice. Our real competitors have never been Tenfang, Sunshine said. To reach 2nd place on the leaderboard, you are already an outstanding player. Seeing Wang Tang's disappointment, Sunshine patted his shoulder lightly and comforted him. Before I made it onto the leaderboard, I thought that the difference between 2nd and 1st place was just a matter of rank. But when I reached 2nd place myself, I realized that the gap between one rank and another is like the difference between a firefly and the moonlight. Looking at Tenfang at the top of the leaderboard, Wang Tang felt a sense of defeat creeping in. Now I understand why the little stick from Taiji country dares to be so arrogant in front of Tenfang. They are far from realizing the terror of Tenfang's strength. Hearing Wang Tang's words, Sunshine smiled without comment. Tenfang has far exceeded the limits of players. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to frustration. Well, let's first explore these tombstones and see if we can find any resources. These tombstones should be summoning props of the decryption type. Last time I was here, I was constantly disturbed by the boss just now and couldn't unlock them after trying for hours. Now that the boss is gone, brother Wang Tong, why don't you give it a try? With that, Sunshine walked over to a tomb area on the left, smiling at the still bewildered Wang Tang. Upon hearing Sunshine's words, Wang Tang snapped out of his daze. After a moment's pause, he approached and carefully examined the tombstones. On the 6 slightly worn tombstones were engraved some strange irregular symbols. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Tang reached out and lightly touched one of the symbols on the tombstone. Then, following Sunshine's previous experience, he continued to draw on several tombstones. When he finished drawing the symbols on the 6th tombstone, a burst of light shimmered on them. Subsequently, a vortex suddenly appeared in the middle of the 6 tombstones. The tremendous suction almost pulled Wang Tang's body in. Ah! With a hoarse voice, a huge creature emerged from the vortex. It was a massive crawling creature with over 10 spider-like legs, over 10 eyes on its head, and a twisted mouth oozing blood continuously. Seeing this sudden appearance of the eerie monster, Wang Tang instinctively checked its attributes. Suddenly, he felt uneasy because this eerie crawler turned out to be a level 20 golden boss. Holy crap! How did I summon such a thing from the decryption resources? After a moment of shock, Wang Tang immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction. Brother Sunshine, help me draw some aggro. What the hell, where did he go? He just ran off? Wang Tang was completely dumbfounded. Was he asked to try it out just to be a decoy? He silently cursed Sunshine's family for a few moments in his heart. Wang Tang threw a fusion magic towards the spider crawler behind him and dashed towards the distance. Despite the speed boost from the wind element, facing a golden boss 4 levels higher than himself, Wang Tang's speed was still insufficient. It's over. Just then, Wang Tang suddenly saw the spider crawler catching up to him, freezing in place as if struck by lightning. Moreover, its huge body twisted in a bizarre posture on the ground, seemingly trying to kneel. In just a breath or two, the eerie spider that had just crawled out of the ground collapsed on the floor. Simultaneously, its massive health bar was instantly depleted. Witnessing the golden boss being killed in seconds, Wang Tang was filled with shock. Damn! Who? Nothing was seen, the level 20 golden boss was gone just like that? How could this be possible? For a moment, Wang Tang couldn't help but gasp in cold air. He had contributed a bit to warming up the Red Moon world. High above, Jiang Chen, who was maintaining invisibility, had just put away his sickle. He then heard a series of continuous notifications in his ear. You have killed the vile throat, golden. You obtained Red Moon coins * 2100. You obtained Vile Dagger, golden, Vile Robe, golden. You obtained 82,012 experience points. Experience bonus triggered, you gained 82,012 experience points. You obtained Lifespan * 156 days. You obtained Human Race bonus, Black Iron 3rd tier free attribute +20. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to Constitution, with the rest of the attributes growing synchronously. Soul subjugation has taken effect, granting you soul control authority over Vile Throat. Ignoring the notifications in his ear, Jiang Chen stored the soul body of the Vile Throat in the soul space. He then flew slowly downwards. At the same time, Wang Tang, who was still stunned on the side, only regained his senses after the loot dropped by the boss disappeared. Tenfang, thanks for saving my life. Wang Tang solemnly bowed in gratitude. Although no figure was seen, only Tenfang could have invisibly killed the golden boss at this stage. Thank me? Jiang Chen glanced at the blurry figure that had already run out of the ruins in the distance, his voice seeming to come from another space. In the Red Moon world, so-called companions may not necessarily be completely trustworthy. After this statement floated down, Wang Tang raised an eyebrow instantly, looking resolute. I understand, thanks for the reminder, sir. I have no parents, but a sister and a house. Whether in the Red Moon world or the real world, if there's a place where sir can use my help, feel free to call me. Although a bit naive, after saying this, Wang Tang tactfully turned and walked towards the distance. Watching Wang Tang's figure gradually fade away, Jiang Chen finally understood why someone with such strong talent had not stood out in the previous life. This guy had the potential to be a strong individual but lacked the corresponding mentality. Such people were prone to premature death in the Red Moon world. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Chen then dispelled his invisibility and flew to the middle of a few tombstones. These tombstones were indeed special decryption-type summoning props. Each tombstone depicted 4 special symbols. Lighting up different symbols would summon different effects. As for how the symbols combined, for players at this stage, it was all about trial and error. One careless move could easily summon traps, bosses, and the like. However, if one knew the combination of symbols, lighting them up could bring about some unique opportunities for rewards. In the Ruins of Death, the native creature capable of refining the red moon coins. It needs to be summoned through decrypting the summoning array of these 6 tombstones. With experience from a past life, Jiang Chen quickly approached and traced a circle on each of the tombstones. Just as a 5-star symbol lit up on the 6th tombstone, a hexagram array instantly shimmered in the central area of the 6 tombstones. After a few breaths, the light dissipated. A square furnace appeared on the ground. Although its shape was plain, the flames burning within exuded a power capable of incinerating all things. Red Moon Furnace, a rare treasure nurtured by the Eternal Tower, containing the strongest soul fire capable of melting all things. Just as Jiang Chen's gaze shifted away from the Red Moon Furnace, a petite figure slowly emerged from the furnace. Her waterfall-like long hair cascaded naturally, gently swaying. She wore a black and red dress, flowing like clouds along with her hair. Beneath her flawless white legs, delicate toes contrasted sharply with the flames occasionally spewing from the furnace. Though her features were obscured by the illusionary firelight, a vague sense of beauty emanated from her contours. As Jiang Chen observed the girl on the furnace, her right foot suddenly stepped onto the crimson flames. In the next moment, an intensely scorching breath surged like a wave. Greetings to the first outsider who summoned the Red Moon Furnace. The girl waved her right hand lightly. Instantly, the Red Moon Furnace beneath her feet shrank by half. I can smell the scent of many red moon coins on you, quite surprising. Although your power is still weak, the equipment on you contains an eternal power even I find hard to fathom. Have the outsiders of the human race grown so strong? Despite appearing like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, her tone was mature and assertive. Jiang Chen was not surprised by this strange contrast. Having ascended the Eternal Tower in his past life, he already knew. This girl was born from the Eternal Tower, having lived for a considerable time. Even in death, she would return to the Eternal Tower to reshape her body and soul. Her strength was indeed remarkable. Outsider, you've come to refine the Red Moon Spirit Essence, haven't you? To refine the essence, you must offer me a reward. As her words fell, a fervor flashed across the girl's face. A hint of excitement gleamed in her eyes. However, if you're willing to play a game of the Eternal Cards with me, I can refine the Red Moon coins for you for free. Moreover, if you win, I'll give you twice the Red Moon Spirit Essence as a bonus. But if I win, I'll take that robe and crown of yours. What do you say? With a mischievous tone, the girl's words trailed off. 6 red cards floated slowly out of the furnace beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. The furnace spirit Frosty initiates the Eternal Card game with you. Will you sign the Eternal Wager contract? If you agree to the contract and win, Frosty will refine the Red Moon Spirit Essence for you once for free, and you will receive double the essence output. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pause. Well, this little girl has a gambling streak? In his past life, he had refined red moon coins several times without triggering this wager. Could it be because what he had on him before wasn't enticing enough for her? So, outsider, would you like to play the game of Eternal Cards with me? The essence of the red moon is a valuable thing, with double the output, enough to be worth millions of red moon coins, the furnace girl eagerly urged when she saw Jiang Chen hesitating to immediately sign the Eternal Card containing the contract rules. Glancing at the enthusiastic little girl in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After obtaining the mythical power of destiny, he gained the protection of fate with the passive effect of destiny. All uncertain events he experienced would develop in his favor. In other words, he couldn't possibly lose during probabilistic events. Betting against himself would just be giving himself free goods. Looking at the little girl ahead, Jiang Chen asked with interest, "Are you sure you want to bet against me?" Seeing the interest from the human outsider in front of her, the furnace girl was delighted. Endowed with the special eternal power from the Tower of Eternity, she never misjudged the eternal aura contained in the red moon coins. Tens of millions of red moon coins were not a big number for her, but she was curious and fascinated by the special attributes of the equipment Jiang Chen possessed. Let's sign the contract, she said, and as the words fell, the furnace girl flew up and landed gracefully in front of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not immediately sign the gambling contract. If we're going for excitement, let's go all the way. Betting only with the essence of the red moon and 2 pieces of equipment is too thin, he said. This time, let's bet everything, including all the equipment, weapons, red moon essence, and coins on us. Hearing this, the furnace girl was momentarily stunned. A human outsider playing bigger than herself? She almost laughed when she looked at the equipment on him. Wearing such extraordinary gear, he dared to raise the stakes. Suppressing her joy, a sly gleam flashed in the furnace girl's eyes. No problem, let's sign the contract and begin, she said. Hearing her response, Jiang Chen immediately signed the gambling contract formed by the Eternal Card. Seeing the human in front of her so decisive, the the furnace girl cheerfully said, "Outsider, let's begin. The rules of the bet are simple. These 6 eternal gambling cards, shuffled and with 3 cards bearing contract runes on the front. We each select 3 cards, and whoever has the most contract cards wins," she explained as she placed the 6 crimson eternal cards in front of Jiang Chen, smiling openly. "Rest assured, these gambling cards all have the contract rules of the Tower of Eternity, and no living being, including myself, can interfere. If you win, the items within the gambling contract will automatically be transferred to your personal space." With that, the furnace girl confidently said, "Outsider, let's begin. I'll let you draw the gambling cards first. If you don't want this opportunity, I can go first." Seeing the furnace girl's unyielding smile, Jiang Chen calmly said, "You go first." Hearing his indifferent tone, the furnace girl's mouth curved into a grin. She no longer hesitated and directly drew 3 eternal gambling cards. "Outsider, it's your turn. Let's reveal the cards," she said, gazing at the 3 eternal cards in front of Jiang Chen with a confident look, as if victory was already assured. Seeing the legal little girl's cunning appearance, afraid that others might not know she had special skills, Jiang Chen stifled a laugh and then grabbed the 3 eternal cards floating in the air. Feeling the special power contained in the card, Jiang Chen directly flipped the card over. Seeing the human in front of him acting so decisively, the furnace girl burst into laughter. He, outsider, I'll take your red moon coins and equipment. Don't worry, I find you quite pleasing, I won't take the red moon coins. Don't play like this in the future." "Ha? What is this?" Before the furnace girl could finish her sentence, she was astonished to see that all the eternal wager cards Jiang Chen flipped out were engraved with runes. How could this be possible? She had just activated the eternal eye and selected all 3 eternal wager cards with runes on them. The rest should have been blank wager cards without any runes. But why were all the cards this guy flipped out rune cards? Feeling uneasy, she raised her right hand to look at the eternal spirit card in her hand. The furnace girl's eyes widened in disbelief, because she saw that all the eternal cards in her hand were completely blank. At that moment, a prompt suddenly sounded throughout the entire wager contract array. Wager concluded. The human race's 10 directions has won this wager, obtaining all equipment, weapons, red moon spirit cores, and red moon coins from the losing party Cold Frost. As the wager prompt fell, a rule light instantly enveloped the furnace girl. The next moment, items separated from the furnace girl and flowed directly into Jiang Chen's personal space. You have obtained the wager reward. You have obtained Red Moon Coins *3280W, Red Moon Spirit Cores *198, Red Moon Blackwater Skirt *1, Red Moon Armor *1, Eternal Wager Cards *6. As the notification sound fell, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The rewards harvested from this wager alone were over 30 million Red Moon Coins, and the Red Moon Spirit Cores were nearly 200 drops. Moreover, he also received the Eternal cards containing the wager rules. This round was simply a huge win. Glancing at the familiar red skirt and the somewhat strange armor in his backpack, Jiang Chen subconsciously looked up at the furnace girl in front of him. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a bit dazzled. At that moment, a fiery garment enveloped the furnace girl. The furnace girl, who had lost everything, instantly darkened in complexion. "Outsider, you cheated." Hearing the somewhat frantic voice of the other party, Jiang Chen simply smiled. "I cheated? I achieved victory solely through my own efforts." With those words, Jiang Chen's expression tightened, and he changed the subject. "You accuse me of cheating, but have you already known in advance which wager cards were inscribed with runes and locked them, so this wager result exceeded your expectations?" Hearing Jiang Chen's question, the furnace girl blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, the furnace girl stared closely at Jiang Chen's body. Then, she pouted discontentedly, "I admit defeat. Put the red moon coins into the furnace, I will refine the spirit cores for you." Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He poured all the red moon coins into the burning furnace. At that moment, an extremely pure light emanated from the furnace girl's body and swiftly entered the red moon furnace. In an instant, flames erupted, energy burst forth. 10 or so seconds later, the flames in the furnace gradually dissipated. In the bottomless furnace, densely packed red droplet-shaped liquid slowly floated up and drifted straight into Jiang Chen's personal space. "You have obtained the wager reward, double Red Moon Spirit Core output. You have obtained Red Moon Spirit Cores *828. Surveying the Red Moon Spirit Cores in his backpack space, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. With the rewards he had received earlier, he now had nearly 950 drops of spiritual essence on him. If he were to inject them into the soul of the sword slaves, their strength would increase significantly. After so many gambles, this is the first time I've lost so miserably. Outsider, after I gather resources, I will come back to win back these things from you." As the words fell, the furnace maiden's body slowly sank into the red moon furnace, then disappeared. Hearing the resentful words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. With destiny on his side, he couldn't possibly lose. Wanting to win things back was just naive. Gathering his focus, Jiang Chen strode towards the vicinity of the 6 tombstones. As a special decryption summoning item, it was extremely rare for ordinary people to stumble upon a correct symbol combination through trial and error. But for Jiang Chen, deciphering them all posed no difficulty at all. Channeling his innate power, Jiang Chen then recited the fate mantra to unleash the power of destiny. Embrace the heavens, illuminate eternity, guide the path of fate. Prophecy, the complete valid combination of the 6 tombstones in the ruins of death. Fate trajectory activated successfully, fate choices revealed. Instantly, a series of cryptic texts that only Jiang Chen could understand floated in front of him. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Destiny has taken effect, all uncertain choices have been shielded for you. Just as the prompt sounded, the texts in front of Jiang Chen distorted once again. In the next moment, the dense text was reduced to just 5 lines. Fate choices, throat of despicableness, shielded. Red moon furnace, shielded. Crass's tears, tombstone symbol combination sequence, 341214. Red moon shard, tombstone symbol combination sequence, 324121. Red moon essence, tombstone symbol combination sequence, 123224. Reading the information foretold by the power of destiny, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Among the 5 prophetic messages, besides the 2 symbol combinations he had already deciphered, the remaining 3 sets surprisingly included a red moon shard. If this shard matched the 2 he had obtained earlier, it meant that Jiang Chen was about to gain the power of a red moon prime source. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen proceeded to draw the corresponding symbols on the tombstone in the order of the prophecy. Half a minute later, just as the 3rd light shimmered on the tombstone, a piece of shard slowly floated out from the void and descended straight to the ground. At that moment, as the light on Meyer flickered, a prompt sounded quietly in Jiang Chen's ear. You have obtained Crass's Tears *1, Red Moon Essence *59, Red Moon Shard *1. As the prompt ended, Jiang Chen looked at the items in his backpack. Crass's Tears, category, special accessory, tier, gold, equipment requirement, none. Attributes, strength plus 60, constitution plus 60, spirit plus 30, water element affinity plus 7%, effects, 1% chance of freezing the target for 2.5 seconds with any attack. Introduction, a bracelet crystallized from Crass's tears, possessing remarkable elemental effects. Additional attributes, for observing the effects of this ice blue bracelet, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. A total of 150 additional attributes. This was almost equivalent to what an ordinary player would need to level up 7 or 8 times. As a special accessory equipment, the attributes of this bracelet were quite impressive. In a certain sense, this bracelet's practicality even surpassed that of ordinary king-grade equipment. It's worth noting that as a special equipment as rare as rings and wings, this bracelet was truly exceptional. The bracelet itself was already of high value. As a special equipment, this bracelet not only had considerable additional attributes but also provided a full 7% boost in water element affinity. Just this one effect alone was enough to surpass the practicality of ordinary gold equipment. However, the most crucial aspect was that this bracelet had a total of 4 affix slots. By adding affixes, its effects could be significantly enhanced. Harnessing his innate talent, Jiang Chen immediately proceeded to add affixes to the bracelet. In the next moment, ethereal runic lights emerged out of thin air, flowing directly into the ice blue bracelet. Affix addition successful. Crass's Tears obtained a perfect grade affix, Frozen Retribution. Crass's Tears obtained an epic grade affix, Elemental Resistance, Wrath of Crass. Crass's Tears obtained a legendary grade affix, Water Element Affinity. Affix 1, Frozen Retribution. When attacked by any target, there is a 1% chance the target will be frozen for 2.5 seconds. Affix 2, Elemental Resistance, increases natural elemental resistance of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, light, and dark elements by 10%. Affix 3, Wrath of Crass, when launching any attack, there is a 20% chance to awaken the power contained within Crass's Tears crystal, dealing frozen damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum health. There is a 10% chance to release all the power within the Tears crystal, dealing frozen damage equal to 35% of the target's maximum health. Triggering this effect temporarily depletes all power within the Tears crystal, which automatically replenishes after 5 minutes. Affix 4, Water Element Affinity. Water Element Affinity increased to 100%. Observing the effects of the 4 affixes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly dazed. This wave of affix additions not only granted the bracelet a remarkable offensive effect but also increased the percentage resistance of the 7 elemental types. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was that this wave had actually granted absolute affinity with the water element. This meant that, following his immunity to fire, Jiang Chen could now directly resist all water element damage. Moreover, he could even comprehend or create water element skills in certain specific locations. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately slipped the ice blue bracelet onto his wrist. In an instant, Jiang Chen's physique soared by 150 points, and the other 3 attributes also increased synchronously. Feeling the enhanced power of water elements flowing through the space around him, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen took out the recently acquired Red Moon Shard. Red Moon Shard 3, a shard containing the original power of the Red Moon, merging all shards will grant immortal power. Introduction, once a part of the Supreme Power. A special original item, unable to add affixes until the Red Moon boundary is broken. Similar to the 2 shards obtained earlier, it was just slightly different in shape. Jiang Chen took out the remaining 2 shards from his spatial backpack and attempted to piece them together. Suddenly, under the combination of the 3 shards, they transformed into a cracked crescent moon. Broken Red Moon Origin, an immortal object containing the power of a Red Moon Origin, currently not completely integrated and in a broken state. Introduction, once a part of the Supreme Power. A special original item, unable to add affixes until the Red Moon boundary is broken. Gazing at the red crescent in his hand, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that these 3 shards could not fully merge and repair automatically through external force alone. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen immediately invoked the Fate Mantra to seek a method of fusion. After a few breaths, as the power of his innate talent was released, rows of prophetic spells condensed into words appeared before Jiang Chen. Fate's decision: go to the Hanging City and place the shattered Red Moon Essence into the 100 Phases melting furnace. The Red Moon Essence will automatically be perfectly restored. Ignite the Divine Fire, enter the realm of the gods. The Divine Pool can merge and repair the Red Moon Essence. Enter the territory of the Void Clan, hand over the Red Moon Essence to the Void Creator. The power of the Void can repair the Red Moon Essence. Looking at the information displayed by the prophecy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. All 3 prophecies could successfully merge and repair the Red Moon Essence. However, igniting the Divine Fire and entering the territory of the Void Clan were things Jiang Chen couldn't accomplish in a short period. As for the Hanging City, a special area of the human territory, it required the birth of the human emperor to open the teleportation channel. The human emperor was the unique existence bound to the fortune of the human race. Each race had different ways to produce an emperor. The way for the human emperor to ascend required accumulating reputation points by all human kings to open the human emperor's trial. To obtain the title of human king, one must individually hunt and kill a monarch boss of not lower level than oneself. Therefore, whether in the early or later stages, the value of this title was extremely high. Hunting monarch bosses could be achieved through team cooperation as players' strength continued to grow. However, achieving a solo kill was extremely difficult. In the previous life, nearly 10 years after the Red Moon descended, there were only 12 players in the entire human race who were crowned as human kings. At a stage where even solo hunting a golden boss was impossible, besides Jiang Chen, no player could obtain this title. Therefore, to advance the human emperor's trial and enter the Hanging City early, Jiang Chen needed to accumulate enough reputation points alone. After hunting bosses of different grades in the Sealed Land and the Cliff of Ruins and achieving a series of achievements, Jiang Chen's accumulated reputation points had already reached a number that an ordinary player could hardly reach. However, to meet the reputation requirements for the human emperor's trial, a small gap still remained. Nevertheless, with Jiang Chen's current strength, it was not impossible to accumulate enough reputation points alone to advance the human emperor's trial early. It was worth noting that within the ancient emperor's bronze coffin was a monarch boss whose death was imminent. Once dead, it would instantly provide Jiang Chen with a large amount of reputation points. Moreover, with the power of fate's prophecy, Jiang Chen's reputation accumulation speed would increase significantly. The instrument of the human emperor, I wonder if it will evolve early in this life. After murmuring somewhat expectantly, Jiang Chen erased the prophecy information. Summoning Sword Slave, Jiang Chen then took out all the Red Moon essences. Over 1,000 drops of essence floated together, casting a blood-red glow over the nearby area. Red Moon Essence. The essence fused with the Red Moon power extracted from the 100 Phases melting furnace can be used to contract with living beings or infuse some energy into items. Additional entry: after casually glancing at its effects, Jiang Chen immediately used his innate power to add entries to these essences in front of him. With the infusion of his innate power, the originally crimson Red Moon essences instantly gained a mysterious purple glow. Entry added successfully. Red Moon Essence obtained an epic level entry, Quality Evolution. Entry, Quality Evolution. After the Red Moon Essence is infused with a contracted living being, it will increase the upper limit of its quality to a certain extent. The higher the limit, the more Red Moon Essences need to be infused. Looking at the entries added to the Red Moon Essences, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. The Red Moon Essences could enhance living beings and infuse energy into items. However, the higher the base quality, the more essences were required. The Emperor's Shadow Blade was already a growth-type weapon, with a base grade reaching the King Profound level, and it could advance with Jiang Chen's own progress. And the equipment in other parts, there are level 40 Monarch weapons waiting for Jiang Chen to wear. Therefore, Jiang Chen temporarily does not consider injecting the Red Moon Spirit Marrow into the equipment. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the benefits of infusing the Spirit Marrow into the equipment are not high. Although the Sword Slave's rank is low, with perfect coordination, the combat power is enough to surpass bosses of the same rank. The growth potential can be said to be extremely high. Although Mayer can advance in strength synchronously with Jiang Chen's level, her combat power is far inferior to Jiang Chen's until she awakens the Emperor-level bloodline. If the over 1,000 points of Red Moon Spirit Marrow are all poured into the bodies of the Sword Slave and Mayer, then not only will the bronze-level Sword Slave greatly increase in strength, even Mayer, who already has an Emperor-level bloodline, can further enhance her bloodline purity. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately dripped the Spirit Marrow on the bodies of the Sword Slave and Mayer. Immediately, a very strong red light flashed on the bodies of the Sword Slave and Mayer. The information from the soul made Jiang Chen clearly perceive that the strength of the Sword Slave and Mayer was skyrocketing like crazy. Sword Slave Lu absorbs Red Moon Spirit Marrow, strength greatly enhanced. Sword Slavine absorbs Red Moon Spirit Marrow, strength greatly enhanced. After a series of continuous prompts, Jiang Chen clearly saw that the Sword Slave's originally illusory body became more substantial, and the weapon condensed by its soul power became even more imposing. As for Mayer, her body clearly grew larger. Her eyes became deep and alluring. Around her whole body, there was a pressure that only King Xin level bosses possessed. Sword Slave Lu absorbs a large amount of Red Moon Spirit Marrow, rank has advanced to silver level. Sword Slave Lu absorbs a large amount of Red Moon Spirit Marrow, rank has advanced to gold level, attribute template has been corrected, talent effect increased by 100%, awakened skill Sword of Solemn Killing, quality limit has evolved to King Xian level. Mayer absorbs Red Moon Spirit Marrow, rank has advanced to gold level. Mayer absorbs Red Moon Spirit Marrow, rank has advanced to King Xian level, attribute template has been corrected, talent effect increased by 100%, awakened skilled demonic secret technique, quality limit has evolved to immortal spirit level. The moment the prompt sound fell, a huge killing intent instantly emanated from the 11 sword slaves. At the same time, a daunting pressure rapidly spread around Mayer. With the coordination of 11 golden boss-level sword slaves, they were comparable to King Xian bosses. And after Mayer absorbed the evolutionary power of the spirit marrow, her bloodline limit directly increased to immortal spirit level. This means that as long as Jiang Chen reaches level 80, Mayer will grow into the strongest existence below the gods. Satisfied, Jiang Chen pinched Mayer's cheek. He then retracted the soul body of the sword slave. Then, spreading his 6 wings of fire, Jiang Chen directly activated invisibility and rushed towards the depths of the ruins of death. The trial of the human emperor tests the player's true strength. Therefore, some areas cannot rely on contract creatures. If the seal on the human emperor's banner, which is currently emitting evil energy, is released, then there will be a few more certainties when entering the trial of the human emperor. Rushing invisibly all the way. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chen arrived at the location of the human emperor's banner. Before him was a vast death swamp. In the center of the swamp stood a tattered flag. Just a glance at it, a mournful cry rang in Jiang Chen's ears. At the same time, black smoke kept emanating from the flag. Although the distance was far, Jiang Chen could still feel a very strong resentment. Activating the void pupil, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the information on it. Sealed banner of 10,000 souls, hidden information, a divine shroud that fell in the death swamp, absorbing spirit and blood to become the banner of 10,000 souls, seemingly ordinary on the outside but containing a universe within. The banner releases soul energy from its head, attacking targets and exploding space. The tail of the banner records their names, cursing blood and spirit to never rest in peace. After evolving, it can reverse yin and yang, recording their true names, ensuring the deceased never reincarnate and granting eternal life to the resurrected. Unsealing progress, 32/3000. Actively entering the banner's soul space can increase the unsealing progress. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he read the information about the banner of 10,000 souls. Besides lacking the blessing of human luck, the banner's effects were so potent that calling it the Emperor's banner was not an exaggeration. However, the banner was currently sealed, and Jiang Chen couldn't pull it out. To unseal it, living beings had to voluntarily step into it. Standing in place, surveying the spatial channels emerging around the banner of 10,000 souls, Jiang Chen contemplated silently. A moment later, he directly sent several messages on the public screen. Selling weapons, skill scrolls, and item resources in bulk, act fast if interested. Leveling and lifespan boosting services, first come, first served. Transaction codename, Ascension. Ascension location, deep within the ruins of death, all transactions limited to players from the Eagle Sauce, San, and Tai Chi countries. After Jiang Chen's message was sent, all players of the human race were momentarily stunned. Soon after, the public screen erupted into chaos. What the? Am I seeing things right? The top player is personally offering power leveling services? Power leveling? This is basically giving us gold bars. The top player on the leaderboard is boosting levels and lifespan. Just thinking about it feels great. Ascension. I want to ascend too. Just sold 2 houses for a good amount of red moon coins. Didn't expect such an opportunity to come. Awesome. Hey, something's not right. Why is the top player only trading with foreigners? Am I mistaken? What? The top player isn't trading with us Chinese players? Is he engaging in some kind of shady deal with these few countries? As the news of 10 directions leading Eagle Sauce, Tai Chi, and San to ascend spread, the entire human race's ruins of the cliff instantly erupted. The discussions mostly fell into 2 factions. One was the more rational group, thinking that 10 directions had his reasons for doing so. I checked the full map of the ancient ruins of the cliff. The area where the top player is leading the ascension of these 3 countries is quite close to the ruins of death. I guess the top player is eager to sell equipment quickly, hence choosing players from this area. Indeed, leaving aside other matters, the Tai Chi country is currently offering a reward for 10 directions in the real world. Under such circumstances, 10 directions cannot easily trade with them to strengthen their power. I guess 10 directions is about to reenact the scene of auctioning live people in the resurrection array. If he wanted to sell nearby, he could have teleported back from any blessing point. Why bother with all this trouble? Ruins of Death? I heard that 20 to 30 players from the Radiant Sun Guild disappeared from the Red Moon game in the real world shortly after entering the Ruins of Death. Could it be that the top player wants to deceive these small fries into their deaths? How dare you? Do not speculate on the character of my adoptive father. The other faction believed that 10 directions had reached some kind of special trade agreement with the other countries. No wonder there were rumors buzzing online before, saying that the Eagle Sauce country's richest man, Moss, invested heavily in establishing a lifespan industry and invited 10 directions to invest. So this is true? Collapsed House, 10 directions has also gone into business. I bet these few countries like Eagle Sauce have offered too much. The rumors online were about giving 10 directions hundreds of billions of free shares. Anyway, if that money was given to me, I would run away too. Perhaps Tenfang couldn't handle the pressure in the real world anymore, so he decided to collaborate with these guys. Hee, young man, you're still too naive. The 2 groups were arguing fiercely in the Red Moon world. There were all sorts of speculations, and the attention only grew stronger. Because this was the first time the strongest in the Red Moon, Tenfang, publicly announced leveling up through a proxy. At this moment, not only was the Red Moon world abuzz with discussion, even the dignitaries from various countries in the real world were alarmed and took it very seriously. Taiji country. Strange. This Tenfang actually took the initiative to trade with our Taiji country. What is he up to? Surrendering and seeking peace? Or trying to lure our people into a trap? Inside the meeting room, Jin Zhaizhong, with white hair, looked at the message records sent back from the Red Moon game, his face showing a puzzled expression. Uncle Zhong, you're overthinking it. I think Tenfang probably couldn't handle the pressure of our bounty and wants to make peace with us. Or, there's a very small possibility, as discussed online, that Tenfang is a compatriot we accidentally left behind when we visited Huaxia last time, and after mistakenly killing the little princess, he wants to make amends with us through this opportunity. Standing next to Jin Zhaizhong, the middle-aged man pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled obsequiously. To put it bluntly, even if Tenfang wants to lure our people into a trap, he can't possibly kill so many players alone, right? In this ascension operation, he even invited players like Ying Jiang and Asen. No matter how strong Tenfang is, he wouldn't want to offend our Taiji country and then offend Ying Jiang and Asen. Listening to his nephew's analysis, Jin Zhaizhong took a sip of tea and shook his head. It's not that simple. Someone who can achieve so much in such a world wouldn't voluntarily show weakness and seek peace with us. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance this is a conspiracy. But even if it is a conspiracy, we have no reason to refuse. This is currently the only opportunity to contact Tenfang. Go find some outsiders to follow behind the Yingjiang players and act accordingly. If Tenfang is really sincere about trading, don't argue with him for now. While the dignitaries in the real world were busy, in the Red Moon game, after Jiang Chen sent out the message, the Death Ruins suddenly filled with a large number of players. However, due to the high level of monsters in this area, only a small fraction of people could sneak into the depths of the ruins. Before long, the area near the Death Swamp was crowded with people. Asiba, is the rumor true? Is the number one player in the Red Moon game really from our Taiji country? Is Tenfang trying to give back to his compatriots? Tenfang has vision. We Yingjiang people are much stronger than the Huaxia people in every aspect. Only by cooperating with us can there be a true win-win situation. Choosing us ASIN, this Tenfang indeed has unique insights. Speaking of which, where is Tenfang? He asked us to bring us to Ascend, but why can't we see him? Something's not right. Why does it feel so eerie around here? What's up with that tattered flag emitting black smoke all the time? Is Tenfang smoking behind it? Just as the players were puzzled, a seductive low hum suddenly sounded in the upper area of the Death Swamp in the Red Moon game. The next moment, a beam of light enveloped several players who were closer to the soul banner. Immediately, those players trembled, as if they had lost their souls, and headed towards the spatial channel around the soul banner. What's going on with these few Yingjiang people? Are they preparing to find treasures behind the flag? The one at the front seems to be Yingjiang's strongest sorcerer, probably discovered some treasure. There are plenty of opportunities in the wilds of the Red Moon continent. Let me see what's going on. If there's a treasure, it must be snatched back from these eagle sauce people and presented to the noble of the Jin family. Hey, something's not right. The information I saw with my divination technique, that flag seems to be called the Sealed Soul Banner. Is there a higher level divination technique to see what's going on? Above the Death Ruins, Jiang Chen, hidden in a different dimension, looked down at the players below, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Unsealing the soul banner requires living beings to willingly step into it. Relying solely on persuasion, Jiang Chen wasn't confident in coaxing this group of people inside. As for those Eagle Sauce players who were the first to walk towards the spatial channel of the soul banner, they were influenced by Mayer's mental suggestion. As a spirit leaning towards the auxiliary system, Mayer's mental suggestion could directly interfere with the player's thoughts. Although the duration was not long and the range not wide, it was enough to make that small group voluntarily enter the soul banner. Just as those players stepped into the soul banner, a black light instantly turned into an abyssal giant mouth that swallowed their bodies. Immediately, the equipment and items on these players scattered on the ground, slowly sinking into the swamp. At that moment, the entire banner flashed with a greenish-blue light. Then, human figures condensed from black gas flashed and disappeared above the soul banner. Oh my goodness! The flag eats people. Goodness, our Eagle Sauce's strongest sorcerer was just eaten like that? Darn it, this is a trap, definitely set up by the Huaxia people to deceive us into coming here for ascension, but in reality, it's for the flag to swallow us. Run fast. Just as the players panicked and scattered to escape, Jiang Chen immediately consumed a drop of life essence to manifest the soul body of the reversal dragon serpent. Suddenly, in the swamp where the soul banner was located, a giant snake resembling a stone sculpture slowly materialized. At that moment, a cryptic symbol flashed in the eyes of the reversal dragon serpent. In the instant the reversal domain opened, the players from Eagle Sauce Country and Taiji Country who were fleeing trembled. The next moment, they actually turned around and rushed towards the direction of the soul banner. Ascension, I'm going to ascend. Don't compete with me. I want to enter the soul banner. Those black smokes are the brothers who just went in smoking inside. This flag is calling me, I'm taking off. Under the mental reversal suggestion, the players who were originally scared and wanted to flee from the soul banner suddenly reversed their thoughts and actively flew towards the space of the soul banner. Despite the continuous screams, the densely packed players continued to step into the soul banner one after another. This scene made a small group of players far outside the reversal domain watch in horror. This is unbelievable, right? How come there are still people lining up to die? Several minutes later, as the last small group of players from the reversal domain entered the space channel near the soul banner, a black-red light instantly flickered on the banner, illuminating the entire death swamp in a dark red hue. After a moment, the black-red light gradually subsided, and the soul banner returned to calmness. Just as he had stealthily flown near the soul banner, a prompt sounded quietly in Jiang Chen's ear. Mayor spatial ability activated. You obtained Red Moon Coins *1. 2 million, Red Do Holy Grail *7589, Blue Do Holy Grail *9888, Curse Staff *1. Glancing casually at the equipment in his spatial backpack, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Retrieving his gaze, Jiang Chen directly pulled out the soul banner, radiating with light. You obtained, Soul Banner *1. After the seal was lifted, the original worn-out look of the soul flag had completely disappeared. The entire flag was dark red, with a strange appearance and extraordinary momentum. The moment Jiang Chen touched the flagpole, a black and red light shimmered on him. Then, a blood-red flag rose above Jiang Chen's head, slowly fluttering behind him. Focusing his void eye, Jiang Chen then looked at the information of the soul flag. Soul flag category, special item, grade, King Xian, awaiting promotion, equipment requirement, exclusive to 10 directions. Attributes, instant death immunity plus 100%, soul attack immunity plus 100%, 4-dimensional attributes plus 20%, soul attack plus 100%. Effects, can store blood and soul absorbed by the soul flag, freely summoning soul and having absolute control over it. Can manipulate all souls to cause a spatial explosion, with the explosion damage depending on the grade and attributes of the soul. Can consume soul power at the end of the flag to inscribe the name of the target with soul power, causing the named target to suffer 9,999, plus 10% of your own maximum health, true damage per second, which will only disappear after the target's death. Currently, only one name can be recorded on the flag. After complete evolution, it can be freely inscribed, reversing yin and yang. By recording its true name, the deceased will never reincarnate, and the resurrected will gain eternal life. Introduction: a divine shroud fallen in the soul realm, transformed into the soul flag after absorbing soul and blood, seemingly ordinary on the outside but containing a universe within. Looking at the information of the soul flag, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In the Red Moon game, high-grade items with high attributes were undoubtedly very valuable, but compared to equipment items with growth potential, they fell short by quite a bit. This soul flag not only completely immune to instant death effects and soul attacks in its initial state but also added a full 20% to all 4 attributes and 100% soul attack. Most importantly, like the Emperor's Shadow, this was a special equipment item that could be promoted in grade. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the final effect of this flag. After inscribing a name at the end of the flag, the target would suffer tens of thousands of growing damage per second. This was essentially a growing book of life and death. Once the target's name was written down, their end was near. This meant that even without seeing the target's appearance and unable to use the shadowless void for a virtual kill, Jiang Chen could still inscribe their name on the soul flag and hunt them remotely. And if additional terms were added, the effect of this flag would directly increase by several levels. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately condensed his innate power to add terms to the soul flag in his hand. The next moment, the originally dark red soul flag suddenly shimmered with 5 different colored lights. Successful addition of terms. Soul flag gains epic level terms: Flag Spirit Immunity, Flag Spirit Devour, Memory Capture. Soul flag gains legendary level terms: Flag Spirit Evolution. Soul flag gains mythical level terms: Fear of Death. Term: Flag Spirit Immunity, immune to all hidden negative effects brought by the soul flag and flag spirit. Term: Flag Spirit Devour, the flag spirit can advance by devouring other flag spirits. Term: Memory Capture, freely capture the memories of all flag spirits. Term: Flag Spirit Evolution, release the shackles of flag spirit growth, allowing all flag spirits to grow infinitely. Term: Fear of Death, those inscribed by the soul flag will enter a state of continuous fear until death, during which they will automatically select 10 lucky creatures nearby to share the inscribed state. After the target dies, permanently absorb 20% of their maximum health and 20% of their maximum mana as your own attributes. The absorption effect can grow, fear range and damage can grow. Looking at the effects of the 5 attributes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Infinite Soul Banner. After killing a marked target, permanently devour 1/5 of their health and mana. There are no restrictions. This means that as long as Jiang Chen wishes, he can directly suck the opponent to death. Such a terrifying effect is simply outrageous. Even without any other equipment and talent skills, relying solely on the Soul Banner, Jiang Chen can still be invincible. Jiang Chen looked quite satisfied as he examined the black and red banner. He then turned his gaze towards the players in the distance who were leaving this area. At this moment, as thousands of players queued up for death, the other half of the players waiting to ascend in the ruins of death were already petrified. Zaiba, what's going on? How come the players from our Taiji country are logging out after dying once? What? Where's my good buddy? He only died 3 times. Why did his game information suddenly disappear? Quick, log out. I'm feeling chills down my spine. I sense something bad is about to happen. Just as these players were about to log out, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky above the ruins of death. Countless players instinctively looked up. Immediately, their eyes widened, their legs trembling like sieves. Shat! How come this kind of boss appears here? There was nothing just a moment ago. Zaiba, I'm locked in by anger, unable to leave the Red Moon world. What's going on? How did the Ascension turn into this? Conspiracy, it must be the conspiracy of that damn Huaxia person. At this moment, all the players in the Ruins of Death stood frozen in place, because not only was there a huge creature overlooking them from the sky, but there was also a similarly giant boss lying at the entrance of the Ruins of Death. Their proud posture and unique appearance were all showcasing the true rulers of the Red Moon continent. Dragons! At that moment, a black and red banner descended from the sky and plunged straight into the most densely populated area of players. The next moment, the players who had entered the banner's space flew out from it and swiftly flashed towards the players who were frozen in place. Zaiba, isn't that my good brother Jinjuzi? Tony, thank goodness, you didn't log out. Shet, let go, why are you dragging me towards the damn flag? Under the attack and pull of the soul banner, players were dragged into the banner's spatial channel by their own good brothers. Normally, these banners transformed from players were basically unable to drag companions of similar strength into the banner space. But under the intimidation of the two dragons' might, these players had no resistance at all. Soul banner absorbs blood spirit. Soul banner absorbs blood spirit. In the sky above the Ruins of Death, Jiang Chen, hidden in another dimension, looked down at the soul banner below, which seemed to have turned slightly crimson, without much fluctuation in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen no longer had a heart of compassion. In the past, Eagle Sauce, Taiji, Asen, and some other countries had made the entire human race chaotic in their struggle for the throne of the human emperor, leaving many opportunities for other races to exploit. Even after players massively manifested their abilities in the real world, Eagle Sauce and Asen still attempted to use Nico's breeding genes to help Sakura regain its country, attempting to dominate the entire Blue Star. Therefore, for those devoured by the Soul Flag, Jiang Chen could only silently apologize in his heart. At this moment, over 10,000 players completely vanished from the Red Moon game. This shocking news instantly caused a huge sensation in the real world. Ever since the Red Moon descended upon the world, there had always been people dying from the Red Moon game, but a mass disappearance like this was unprecedented. Oh my god, the news said that over 10,000 people from the countries of Yingjiang, Asen, and Taiji suddenly disappeared. Even their friend information in the Red Moon game was erased, their fates unknown. It seems like those were all important figures from those countries sent to trade with Shifang. Could they have truly ascended? Ascended my foot, they must have been taken, but by whom, I dare not say. The ancestors have appeared, is Shifang not going to pay up for the beef? Wait a minute, if they died, shouldn't we see their bodies in the real world? Could it be that Shifang is defying the natural order like this? After a player dies, can he prevent the extraordinary force from expelling the player's body from the Red Moon? Is there a possibility that those players didn't die but entered some special space? I bet my life on it. Shifang just mentioned taking them to ascend, and within half an hour, they all vanished from the mortal realm. How coincidental. No wonder the big shots from Shifang don't trade with us, so this wasn't about ascension at all? Over 10,000 people who entered the Red Moon with a mission disappeared as if evaporated into thin air. The real world was instantly in an uproar. Media from countless countries rushed to report, and almost all social media platforms were spreading this shocking news. Over 10,000 players vanished from the Red Moon game, no news in the real world. Is this truly ascension? Mr. Moss, the richest man in Yingjiang, his nephew participated in the ascension plan and has since disappeared, presumed dead. Some of the last messages sent by the ascending players clearly stated that they did not see Shifang. Perhaps there is more to this massive player disappearance than meets the eye. News about the disappearance of ascending players quickly dominated all social media platforms. At this moment, high-ranking officials from almost all countries and some stateless tycoons were using various means to inquire about Shifang's information from the top echelons of Huaxia. Apologies to all esteemed readers, I really can't find the time today. I will update with 2 more chapters tomorrow. In Kyoto, dozens of top officials gathered in a meeting room. As the most prestigious meeting room, only top executives from various organizations could enter. Since the Red Moon descended, such a large-scale disappearance of the population has never happened before. This incident has caused a huge stir internationally. Apart from Yingjiang, Asen, and Taiji, many countries are trying to gather information about Shifang from us. Even some domestic corporate entities are inciting public opinion, demanding a census of the Red Moon population. What do you all think? Upon hearing the inquiry, a Mediterranean man sitting on the right slowly stood up and expressed his opinion. After the Red Moon descended, entities like Shifang that can arbitrarily decide the life and death of others, I believe there will be more in the future. Therefore, in order to minimize uncontrollable factors as much as possible, it is necessary to implement the population census plan as soon as possible. As the Mediterranean man's voice fell, Xiaofeng, who was sitting on the left, stood up directly. The red moon and reality are two completely different worlds. Until we thoroughly understand the secrets of the red moon, I believe we should not interfere with the red moon. Recently, many exploration teams have discovered many never-before-seen giant beasts under the mountains and lakes, which is highly likely to be the mutation brought about by the red moon. The players of the red moon game and these dormant beasts in the real world are both uncontrollable entities at the moment. Without a foolproof plan, we cannot interfere with them at will. Xiaofeng's voice fell. The whole conference room was suddenly filled with a buzz of discussion. We cannot take actions that interfere with the red moon game, as this is established on the premise that red moon players do not impact the real world. With over tens of thousands of people disappearing now, coupled with the deaths that occurred in the Wu group previously, it is almost conclusive that red moon players are affecting reality. If we don't intervene, it won't be long before society descends into chaos. The Mediterranean man stared at Xiaofeng, his expression and tone quite firm. He glanced at the high-ranking official sitting opposite him. Xiaofeng then spoke without losing his momentum. If Wu Tian's death was caused by a red moon player, then who can stop them from assassinating others in the real world? With such entities, who can investigate the information? Moreover, even if a successful investigation is conducted, how many players would be willing to comply with official control? Apart from attracting unnecessary public anger and trouble, I believe conducting a census at this stage serves no purpose. Various signs have already indicated that everything in the red moon game is highly likely to reflect reality. In such circumstances, rather than wasting time and resources on a meaningless population census, it is better to expedite our personnel's exploration progress in the red moon. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, all officials fell silent. Though the words were a bit harsh, they were indeed factual. If the person who killed Wu Tian wanted to assassinate them, they would have done so already. Until we unravel the secrets of the red moon, our primary task is to invest more resources to accelerate the exploration progress in the red moon, Xiaofeng continued. Besides, apart from the 10 directions, try to establish cooperative relationships with other players as much as possible. Furthermore, gradually allocate some resources to explore the exotic beasts hidden beneath the mountains and lakes from now on. While the real world was in an uproar, in the red moon game, within the death ruins, charm activates spatial ability. You have obtained Red Moon Coins *369W, Red Do Holy Grail *15874, Blue Do Holy Grail *54211, Bronze Magic Staff *10, Black Iron Breastplate *56. Your personal space capacity has reached its limit. Charm has transferred the remaining items to the Ancient Emperor's bronze coffin for you. Looking at the completely packed personal space, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied. Although Jiang Chen couldn't use these scraps, adding a word or two could sell them to other players at a high price. This was truly a risk-free profitable deal. Summoning back the soul banner, Jiang Chen casually glanced at the soul spirits within. He then steadied his mind and quickly inscribed 4 large characters at the end of the banner with the power of the soul. 100 forms behemoth. In an instant, a black and red light burst forth from the soul banner, instantly disappearing into the void. Inside the ancient emperor's bronze coffin, the behemoth transformed into a relic form, relentlessly striking all areas within view. At the same time, roars resounded from its body. Damn it! Damn it! Even the Eternal Rebellion Hall cannot lift this curse. What use is this 100 forms talent to me? Despicable humans, shameless, shameless. The 100 forms behemoth kept changing forms, madly pounding the ground area. It was at this moment that a black and red light pierced through the void and directly entered its body. The next moment, damage numbers continuously floated above its head. Minus 12,099. Minus 12,099. Minus 311,500. Frozen, minus 12,099. 100 aspect behemoth? Sensing a third of its life mysteriously disappearing, a 100 aspect behemoth halted in its tracks. What the hell is this? Not even letting me live out these few remaining days? Ruins of death. After letting a group of soul bodies sweep the nearby monsters, Jiang Chen was about to check his reputation points. Suddenly, a series of continuous prompts sounded in his ears. You have slain the 100 aspect behemoth, Monarch. You have gained Red Moon Coins *70100, Reputation *10,000. You have gained Petrification Shield, Monarch, 100 Aspect Spear, Monarch, 100 Aspect Chestplate, King Xian. You have gained Eternal Tower Shard *1. You have gained Lifespan *2450 days. You have gained 102,4000 experience points. Experience bonus triggered. You have gained 102,4000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 35. Your level has increased to level 39, 4-dimensional attributes plus 14, free attributes plus 14. You have gained human race bonus, black eye and 3rd tier free attributes plus 20. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to constitution, with the remaining attributes receiving synchronous enhancement. Soul subjugation has taken effect, granting you control over the soul of the 100-aspect behemoth. After the series of prompts, feeling the instant surge in strength, Zhangchen couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. Goodness! Just after engraving his name on the soul banner, he wiped out a few wild monsters, and that 100-aspect behemoth was done for? The effect of destiny is a bit too outrageous. Under the protection of destiny, the probability effect Wrath of Clarse that relies on luck and fate is basically 100% triggered. This means that as long as the recovery ability is not inferior to the damage frequency of the soul banner, as long as you know a name, Jiang Chen can transform into the Mad Yama and reap lives. Quite satisfied, he smiled after realizing this. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open his attribute panel, a light instantly flickered on him. Soul banner absorption effect triggered. Your maximum health points have increased by 178,000. In the instant the prompt sounded, Jiang Chen saw his health points instantly skyrocket. Glancing at the specific data, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Over 200,000 health points, comparable to a golden boss's health bar. Coupled with the percentage-based health recovery effects, not to mention players, even a silver boss would only be able to give Jiang Chen a rubdown. The Emperor's banner is indeed a good thing. Gently stroking the flagpole of the Emperor's banner, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This wave not only harvested a large amount of experience, directly leveling up from 34 to 39, but also obtained 2 Monarch's artifacts and 1 King Xian's artifact. After selling all the accumulated equipment recently, I should be able to harvest a good amount of Red Moon coins. If refined into Red Moon essence, it could further enhance the sword slave's strength. After silently calculating in his mind, Jiang Chen glanced at the shard that the 100-aspect behemoth had dropped. Eternal Tower Shard, a special shard from the Hall of Rebellion, possessing a remarkable life force, can comprehend some anti-law principles upon entering the Eternal Tower. Red Moon boundary not breached, unable to add attributes temporarily. Looking at the shard in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This is the essence of the 100-aspect behemoth. The soul wielder Sonia traversed the Sea of Mist in search of this shard. If entered into the Eternal Tower, it could help comprehend some anti-law principles. The value of this fragment far exceeds that of ordinary weapons and equipment. Jiang Chen satisfactorily stored the fragment in the ancient emperor's bronze coffin. After pausing for a moment, Jiang Chen immediately consumed soul power again to inscribe a name on the flag. Intelligent Mechanism 002 possesses the ability to claim lives like the King of Hell. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't let such a dangerous creature survive until the Mist Sea and the racial barrier dissipated. With the blessing of the element Nemesis, Jiang Chen had a percentage damage bonus against all foreign races. The Emperor's flag itself had a basic damage of nearly 10,000 points. Adding damage equal to 10% of Jiang Chen's maximum health, at this stage, most players would find it difficult to escape being instantly killed. Folding the Emperor's flag, Jiang Chen opened the attribute panel to look at his reputation value. 10 directions, reputation, 109650. After achieving first kills of bosses of various grades and breakthroughs in guiding profession bonuses, Jiang Chen's reputation skyrocketed. However, to unlock the Emperor's trial early, 100,000 reputation points were still somewhat insufficient. Normally, it was extremely difficult to obtain reputation on the Red Moon continent. Therefore, unlocking the Emperor's trial required the cumulative reputation of all kings. However, with the power of destiny, accumulating enough reputation quickly by oneself was not impossible for Jiang Chen. Activating his talent power, Jiang Chen then triggered the words of destiny. Explore the heavens, understand eternity, guide destiny. Prophecy, a method to obtain a large amount of reputation points can be found in the ancient ruins of the cliff. Destiny trajectory activated successfully, destiny choices displayed. Destiny in effect, all uncertain choices have been shielded for you. Just as the prompt sounded, rows of twisted and obscure texts appeared in front of Jiang Chen, which only he could understand. Destiny choices, near the first blessing point in the initial area of the ancient ruins of the cliff, there is a guide. Completing all his guidance can earn a massive amount of reputation points. In the southern region of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, there is a group of cultists who worship evil gods. Slay the demon dragon and destroy the sacrificial array to earn a large amount of reputation points. Seeing the information displayed by the power of destiny, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, a guide? Was that the guide brother who always stood not far from the first blessing point in the initial area, deceiving players to sacrifice attributes and red moon coins? Was he really a guide? In his past life, after witnessing the special ability of that guide brother to be killed by infuriated players and instantly resurrected, Jiang Chen thought he must have had some extraordinary task and eagerly ran around making sacrifices. In the end, he was still fooled. Unexpectedly, that guy turned out to be a guide. Judging by the reputation points needed to unlock the Emperor's trial in my past life, I should still be lacking around 100,000 reputation points. If I can obtain enough reputation points following the prophecies method, with my current strength, obtaining the Emperor's artifact is not a problem. Jiang Chen calculated silently in his mind. Switching the Flame's 6 wings to wind attribute, Jiang Chen then activated invisibility and flew towards the nearest blessing point in the Death Ruins. Later on, he directly used the teleportation ability of the blessing point to return to the initial area of the ancient ruins of the cliff. Just as Jiang Chen returned to the initial area, within the territory of the Intelligent Mechanism clan, humanoid mechanical beings gathered together, recording the data of the just slain boss. Even for a golden boss of the same level, we still need more than 10 of the strongest intelligent mechanisms to kill it. How did that human guy manage to kill the monarch boss? Unbelievable. The higher the grade, the stronger the boss's attributes and mechanisms. As the strongest intelligent mechanism, my success rate in solo hunting a golden boss is only 43.2%. How could the human race's 10 directions possibly achieve the feat of instantly killing a sovereign boss many times more powerful than a golden boss? An intelligent being covered in black mechanical armor analyzed its data, the cold mechanical voice filled with disbelief. Last time, it took the talents of tens of thousands of intelligent beings to barely establish a communication channel with human players. Unexpectedly, apart from that humans level information and boss killing news, we gain nothing. Based on the current trend, there is a 72.9% chance that we intelligent beings will be enslaved by the human race and become subordinate mechs. From any perspective, that human simulated data has already far exceeded our intelligent beings' highest data model. Perhaps, our intelligent beings are truly about to become the first race enslaved by outsiders. An intelligent being with 4 metallic spider legs leaped to the forefront of the group of intelligent beings. Instantly, the intelligent beings engaged in various deductions and analyses fell silent. That human is indeed powerful, but even if he is strong, he cannot enter our intelligent beings' territory now. With our computing power, it is not difficult to rapidly develop in a resource-rich place like the Red Moon continent. By then, not to mention a human, what significance does the entire human race hold? Wait until I deduce. Just as the mechanical voice of intelligent being 002 was about to speak, a burst of light instantly erupted from the void, surging straight into its body. The next moment, a damage number floated above its head. Minus 30,639. Under the immense burst of damage, intelligent being 002's health bar was instantly emptied. Also at that moment, standing around it were 10 intelligent beings with the highest luck values, instantly selected by death fear. Suddenly, equal damage erupted directly on their bodies. Before they could react to what had happened, their bodies fell to the ground, devoid of any life. Before their consciousness dissipated, a message that filled them with horror entered their ears. You have been killed by the human race's 10 directions. Your health points permanently decrease by 5%. Your maximum health and mana points have been permanently consumed by the opponent by 20%. All your red moon coins, equipped items, contract partners, and items in your personal space have all been dropped. Intelligent being? What the hell? We agreed that 10 directions couldn't enter the territory of the intelligent beings. How did we all die without seeing anyone? Health and mana points decreased by 1/5. Equipment and items all gone. Is this still a game? Ancient Ruins Cliff. Initial land ruins. Just as Jiang Chen's body was about to teleport to the blessing point, notifications instantly sounded in his ears. Soul Banner Absorption Effect triggered. Your health points increase by 8,800, your mana points increase by 7040. You have gained control over all souls of Intelligent Being 002, Intelligent Being 9527, Intelligent Being 26987, and so on. Feeling the subtle control from the souls, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Wow, is this really the Book of Life and Death? Who lives and who dies? This strength is a bit outrageous. Apart from the need to consume soul power, the attack of this human emperor banner is even more straightforward and unadorned than the shadowless blade. You have killed alien players Intelligent Being 002, Intelligent Being 9527. Penniless has taken effect. You obtained 77,896 red moon coins, 98 red dew holy grails, 156 blue dew holy grails, mechanical armor, gold, mechanical battle armor, gold, mechanical helmet, gold, mechanical falcon, gold, intelligent machinery code, silver. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the power of the human emperor's banner, a burst of spatial light flashed. Countless items and props instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's personal space. Oh, this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel dumbfounded as he scanned the item information in his spatial backpack. The effect of the phrase "as poor as a church mouse," combined with the terrifying attacks written on the human emperor's banner, was simply outrageous. Thieves, treasure hunters, compared to himself, they were simply weaklings. And the most inhumane part was that after killing a target, Jiang Chen could control its soul and extract its memories. This meant that by killing a player from another race, Jiang Chen could, under the theory of the six-dimensional space, know the names of all players from that race through the extracted memories. And as long as his soul power was sufficient, even if the Miss and racial barriers did not dissipate, Jiang Chen could crazily slaughter players from other races. After extracting the soul memories of these 11 intelligent beings, Jiang Chen immediately issued a soul command to them. Command: kill all intelligent beings you see. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the messages from the souls. Players were different from bosses with ranks. Only by killing players from other races who had changed jobs multiple times could one obtain their racial traits. Therefore, Jiang Chen currently had no intention of being a reaper of intelligent beings. After all, the 10,000 souls banner had soul consumption, and simply killing others was not as profitable as farming for one's own development. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Chen strode towards a stone stele 100 meters away. There stood a figure cloaked in a cape. Foreigner, you have descended upon the red moon in search of eternity. But eternity is lost, calamity is imminent, and you will eventually be buried in the Tower of Souls as an undead. Sacrifice your flesh and blood, accept my guidance, and I will lead you to control eternal life. Just as he had stealthily appeared near the guide, cloaked in loose robes, kept muttering to the players who had walked up to him from the front. Perhaps having been deceived before, these players trembled at the corners of their mouths, then turned around and started punching and kicking the guide. Damn you, you made me sacrifice 10% of my attributes, and I didn't get anything in return. And eternal life, you tricked me into sacrificing 1,000 health points, now I struggle to fight monsters, I'm out of here. Half a minute later, after the group of players had cursed and left, the guide resumed his previous mysterious demeanor. He manifested his form from the dimension. Jiang Chen then walked up to the guide. Foreigner, you have enough, I accept your guidance. Jiang Chen didn't want to hear him ramble on. If he let him finish all his subsequent speeches, it would probably take 10 minutes. You have received a special guidance task from the guide. Task objective: go to the sacrificial cave, kill the cursed three-headed dog, and unveil the black cloth covering the mysterious statue. Task reward: obtain the guide's follow-up guidance task. Closing the guidance task panel, Jiang Chen was about to rush towards the sacrificial cave from his memories when several figures strode towards him. Brother Tenfang, didn't expect to meet you here just after logging in. Turning his gaze, Jiang Chen looked at the three players who had approached him. Leading the way was Xiaofeng, who had previously purchased the secret realm token and voluntarily provided information about the turtle. Standing to Xiaofeng's left was a warrior wielding a large sword. As for the other person, she was a female mage dressed in light armor. At this moment, she was staring at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Hey, is this the big shot from 10 Directions? Why would a big shot like you take on such a crappy guiding task? The initial ground served as a hub connecting the entire ancient ruins cliff, attracting a multitude of players. Encountering Xiaofeng and the others here, Jiang Chen was not too surprised. I have something else to do, I'll be going. After a brief response, Jiang Chen turned and left. Ah, big shot, wait a moment. I have a very important question to ask you. The female mage nervously ran up to Jiang Chen, her eyes fixed anxiously on his. Big shot, are you a reincarnator? Hearing her slightly skeptical tone, Jiang Chen paused, turned slowly to look at Xiaofeng's companion. No. Even before entering the Red Moon continent, Jiang Chen had seen some so-called evidence on various social media platforms claiming he was a time traveler. Jiang Chen was not surprised by these remarks and ideas. After all, with the advent of the Red Moon game, the existence of time travelers or reincarnators in this world was not entirely impossible. The heights he had achieved in the Red Moon game were simply incomprehensible to other players. It would be abnormal if no one speculated about it. Really? The female mage continued to ask. You guess. If you are not a time traveler or reincarnator, how could you be so far ahead of everyone else? Slaying the monarch boss in seconds, That's not something an ordinary person can do. Even before the red moon arrived, I had been practicing in various low-quality helmet online games for 2.5 years. My achievements today are all thanks to my own efforts. Practicing for 2.5 years can make you so powerful? After subconsciously responding, the female mage fell silent. 10 Directions' response seemed far-fetched, but she couldn't find a reason to question or refute it at the moment. Xiao Cheng, stop fooling around. Xiao Feng strode up to Jiang Chen's side and softly reprimanded Zhao Xiaoqing, who looked crestfallen. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Feng turned to Jiang Chen. Brother 10 Directions, did you kill Wu Tian? This sudden change in tone left even the two players behind Xiao Feng stunned. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. If the red moon did not affect the lifespan of the real world, no one would suspect him no matter how bizarre Wu Tian's death was. But with the drastic changes in the world's terrain and the impact of the red moon on players' lifespans in the real world, as long as one knew the process of Wu Tian's death and his actions before that, any normal person could guess that there was a special connection between Wu Tian's death and 10 Directions. Jiang Chen paid no mind to these matters. Sooner or later, someone would reach level 30, and by then, the method of manifestation would no longer be a secret. Once manifested, players would naturally learn about Wu Tian's death and his connection to 10 Directions. However, what does it have to do with me, Jiang Chen, if 10 Directions killed someone? Yes, I killed him. So what? Upon hearing this decisive response, Xiao Feng and the others were momentarily stunned. They had thought that 10 Directions might evade the question to some extent. They didn't expect him to admit it so straightforwardly. After a brief silence, Xiao Feng spoke slowly, all right. After casually glancing at Xiao Feng's expression, Jiang Chen immediately stepped towards the direction of the sacrificial cave. Brother 10 Directions, do you admit that you killed Wu Tian? Can you elaborate on how you did it? Is it really true, as others have said, that you can reflect the power of the red moon into reality? Also, why is probing your information punished to varying degrees? A string of question marks hovered above the female mage's head as she chattered incessantly towards Jiang Chen. She suddenly realized that there was no longer a figure of the other person in her line of sight. Zhao Xiaoqing, can you be a bit smarter? Who would bother explaining these things to you in detail? Glancing at the area ahead, Xiao Feng paused and then turned to the male warrior behind him. Wang Mang, you go offline first and inform them. Before figuring out the red moon, it's best to keep everything as usual for those higher-ups. Also, have all the nearby brothers come to study this guide's task. Tasks that even Li Fan wastes time on are definitely not simple. Following his exploration route, it should be fine in the end. The sacrificial cave is located on the edge of the ghost ruins of the Netherworld. Since this is not a particularly special place, there are quite a few players around here leveling up by killing monsters. Jiang Chen had just stealthily entered the cave. A noisy sound reached his ears. Damn, how come this Hook 8 statue took away over 500 points of my maximum health? Can we still play this damn thing? Damn, I was also forced to sacrifice 40 points of strength. I hope the rewards from that guide can make up for it. If they don't, I'll have to chop him alive. Brothers who need compensation, rest assured. Haven't you seen that guy being killed so many times and still standing there? Can an ordinary red moon creature do that? There must be some ultimate prize, right? According to my analysis, these guide tasks usually only give the real rewards at the end. Everyone, just sacrifice with peace of mind. If there's no reward, come find me, I'll compensate you. I love telling the truth. Let's go, hurry back to pick up the follow-up tasks, those three-headed dogs have respawned. Just as the players were cursing and leaving the sacrificial cave, Jiang Chen's figure slowly emerged from the dimensional space. Ahem! His figure had just appeared when 7 or 8 freshly respawned cursed three-headed dogs rushed towards him to attack. Oh! With a soft hum from Meyer, a burst of light instantly enveloped the cursed three-headed dogs that were about to pounce on Jiang Chen. Feeling the immense pressure in the space, these cursed three-headed dogs couldn't figure out why they, just ordinary mobs, would make a King Xin-level ancestor take action. Minus 36,721. Along with a terrifying damage number floating up continuously, these cursed three-headed dogs hit by the flames of desire were instantly killed. Although Meyer leaned towards being a support-type contract spirit, under the blessing of King Xian-level attributes, these little Kalami's health bars were simply not enough to withstand. You have killed the cursed three-headed dogs. You obtained Red Moon Coins * 1040. You obtained 3 damaged tridents. You obtained 2,400 experience points. Experience bonus triggered, you obtained 2,400 experience points. Soul subjugation has taken effect, you obtained the sole control authority of the cursed three-headed dogs. Ignoring the sound of the prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen immediately controlled the soul of the cursed three-headed dogs to move towards the black-clothed statue in the front right. This guide task was extremely simple. After removing the energy black cloth from the statue, it could be completed directly. However, Jiang Chen, who had fallen into a big pit in his past life, was well aware that the living being under the black cloth would have some of its attributes devoured by the statue. As a soul laborer, Jiang Chen naturally would not continue to make such useless attribute sacrifices. Just as the cursed three-headed dogs were about to remove the energy black cloth covering the statue, a burst of black and red light instantly enveloped the dog holding the black cloth. Then, the soul body of the three-headed dog became transparent at a visible speed. Almost simultaneously, a strange and sinister light burst from Jiang Chen's body. Its source was none other than the crimson evil soul mark on the red cloud black robe worn by Jiang Chen. Within the flickering light, a murmur of obscure whispers continuously assailed Jiang Chen. In an instant, an endless evil consciousness attempted to invade Jiang Chen's soul, contaminating his spirit. Evil soul mark? Are you also a follower of the Lord of Evil? In that case, as a reward for resonating with me, your physical body will gain my soul power. Sleep, do not resist, do not refuse, merge with me. I will grant your body a new life. Soul Guardian activated, you are immune to all soul attacks. With the effect of the Soul Guardian, these spiritually contaminated whispers seemed ridiculous to Jiang Chen. Glancing at the evil soul mark on his chest, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. This mark was indeed extraordinary. It could resonate with the special souls in this cave. Just as Jiang Chen was examining the evil soul mark, the light on the altar suddenly disappeared completely. The next moment, the black cloth held by the three-headed dog broke free from its mouth and floated towards Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, waves of obscure whispers continued to drift into Jiang Chen's ears. Unfortunately, under the immunity of the soul, no matter how powerful the contamination was, it could not affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. Turning his gaze, Jiang Chen glanced at the black cloth floating towards him. Evil Spirit Remnant, Level 30, Tier, Gold, Life, 187000, Physical Attack, 21020, Magic Attack, 32180, Physical Defense, 4730, Magic Defense, 9920. Talent, Evil Soul Whisper, Skills, Soul Contamination, Body Control, Soul Sleep, Power of Faith. Introduction, the soul of an evil spirit who worships the evil god, after absorbing the power of many living beings during slumber, becomes even more powerful. It will only briefly awaken when resonating with the power of the evil god. Hidden information, by abandoning the body in exchange for a very special soul power through worshipping the evil god, it is immune to all physical attacks. Soul-based attacks are its only weakness, but the effect is limited. This evil spirit remnant, not only unseen by other players but even Jiang Chen himself was unaware of its existence. According to the information from the Void Pupil, to awaken this soul, it needed to resonate with the power of the evil god. In his past life, Jiang Chen did not possess such a thing. All players believed that the statue at the depths of the cursed cave devoured their attributes. However, the true mastermind was this black cloth. Although the tier of this remnant soul was not high for Jiang Chen, its special mechanism was extremely powerful. Immune to all attacks except those with soul power. This meant that no matter how strong physical or magical attacks were, as long as they did not carry soul power, they could not harm it. As fellow followers of the Lord of Evil, merge your body with mine, and after sharing divine power, your body will be elevated. The evil spirit remnant continued to release soul contamination towards Jiang Chen, and amidst its drifting, it transformed into a human-shaped soul. As the light on Meyer flickered, a flame of desire instantly enveloped the evil spirit remnant. However, the attacks of Wang Xian level on the gold level remnant soul did not cause any harm. Seeing that her attacks did not inflict damage, Meyer, visibly annoyed, pouted and directly released her innate power. Unfortunately, the innate talent skills that cause confusion and magical damage to the target have no effect on the evil spirit remnants. After soothing Meyer with soul perception, Jiang Chen immediately closed his eyes. The immunity effect obtained by the evil spirit remnants from believing in the evil god is indeed ridiculously strong. However, the shadow of the unseen can cut through everything. With strong soul power and firm will, as long as I wish, all things in the world can be destroyed. No weaknesses? Immune to physical attacks? As long as I wish to cut, I can also cut your soul. Jiang Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened in this instant. At this moment, in Jiang Chen's perception, the death scythe held in his hand seemed to turn into nothingness, and the somewhat transparent black cloth soul seemed to materialize. Raising his right hand, the death scythe swiftly descended. In an instant, black blade energy flew and struck directly on the illusory evil spirit remnants. minus 17,804, minus 17,804, minus 17,804. As Jiang Chen continued to swing the scythe in his hand, the health bar of the evil spirit remnants began to plummet rapidly. How is this possible? How is this possible? The evil spirit remnants, who were releasing soul contamination, now felt that their cognition was being shocked and subverted. With the soul characteristics bestowed by the evil god, any attack could be completely immune. But now, someone had actually struck them directly under the attack of soul contamination. Doesn't this mean that this human might even be able to attack the evil god? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After a brief astonishment, the evil spirit remnants immediately transformed into a black cloth form and floated towards the statue on the altar. Trying to escape? With a disdainful sneer, Jiang Chen quickly wielded the scythe in his hand. He slashed into the void without hesitation. Swish! With attack after attack being unleashed, before the black cloth form of the evil spirit remnants could reach the vicinity of the statue, it suddenly lost all its luster. You have slain the evil spirit remnants, gold. You obtained red moon coins *13400. You obtained armor of the evil spirit, gold, crown of the soul, gold. You obtained 123,018 experience points. Experience bonus activated. You gained 123,018 experience points. You gained lifespan *211 days. After a series of notification sounds, just as Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 gold items dropped by the evil spirit remnants, a light suddenly flashed on the evil spirit mark on his chest. The evil spirit mark resonates with the evil spirit remnants, awakening a dormant part of its power. The evil spirit mark gains a new effect, nullification of weaknesses. Evil spirit mark. Nullification of weaknesses. Your head, eyes, eardrums, steel door, lower body, and all other parts will no longer be your weak points. Attacks on these parts will not cause additional damage, and once fully developed, you will be immune to physical attacks. Seeing the new effect gained by the evil spirit mark, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly amazed. In the Red Moon game, players and monsters have different weak points. In normal battles, no one should think of attacking these areas, but it's always possible to encounter abnormal people or monsters. So, this newly awakened ability of the evil spirit mark is quite good. Most importantly, after continuous growth, this effect can eventually make you immune to all attacks outside of the soul, just like the evil spirit remnants. Coupled with the soul immunity title, Jiang Chen is now invincible. You have completed the special mission of the guide. You have obtained the follow-up guidance mission of the guide. Please proceed to the blessing point near the initial location to find the guide and unlock the related mission content. The prompt tone in his ear faded. Jiang Chen immediately maintained his hidden state in the dimension and hurried to the nearest blessing point. This so-called guiding task was actually quite simple. All he had to do was continuously kill the cursed 3-headed dog and unveil the statue's black cloth. However, at this moment, the remnant soul turned into black cloth had already been completely slain by Jiang Chen. Logically speaking, this task should have been forcibly terminated for further content. In that case, he wasn't sure if he could directly receive the task reward or proceed to the next task. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen immediately used the teleportation ability of the blessing point to return to the first blessing point in the initial location. In a flash, Jiang Chen leaped in front of the guiding brother. Just as he dispelled his invisibility, the guiding brother instantly raised his eyes hidden by the cloak. Outsider, I smell the aura of a remnant soul on you. I never expected that you would slay the evil spirit remnant outside of the guidance. In that case, as the guiding brother's voice fell, the space around Jiang Chen suddenly became surreal. The ruins filled with relics vanished without a trace, replaced by a completely unfamiliar world. The sky here was dim yellow, the earth cracked, barren. Looking up, a towering tower stood in the distance, emitting a dazzling light. It was the projection of the Tower of Eternity. Outsider, as a reward beyond guidance, you will receive a special choice. The voice of the guide rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Do you see behind me? Following the guide's gaze, Jiang Chen looked behind him. Behind the guide, 3 stone doors inscribed with runes appeared out of thin air. Among these 3 doors, there are 3 types of rewards. One is a mythical level talent. If you successfully open this stone door, you will gain a mythical level talent. The second is a human race fortune bonus. If you can open this stone door, the fortune of the human race will be greatly enhanced. The last one is a natural disaster. If you open the door of calamity, disaster will strike early. You have received the final guidance. Open the door of guidance. For ordinary players encountering such a task, it would indeed be quite difficult to choose. But for Jiang Chen, there was really no need to hesitate. With destiny's protection, all choices would develop in Jiang Chen's favor. In other words, even if he opened the door of calamity, it only meant that the rewards from the other two guidance doors were not as high as what the door of calamity would bring, rather than Jiang Chen's fortune being insufficient. Are the rewards you mentioned already fixed inside the doors? Hee, outsider, among the 3 doors, only 2 are rewards. As for which one you can open, it depends on your luck. Hearing the guide's response, Jiang Chen remained silent. The next moment, in an instant of hiding in the dimension, Jiang Chen directly consumed soul power to activate the prophetic effect of the power of fate. Despite having destiny on his side, it was still better to be cautious. Embrace the heavens, understand eternity, guide the path of fate. Prophecy, the most abundant reward from the door of guidance. Fate trajectory activation successful, fate choice displayed. Destiny has taken effect, shielding all uncertain choices for you. Just as the prompt tone fell, a row of twisted and obscure characters that only he could understand appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Fate choice, open all 3 doors of guidance simultaneously. Looking at the information displayed by the power of fate, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. After a slight pause in his original position, Jiang Chen wiped away the prophetic information of fate, then dispelled his invisibility and walked towards the stone door ahead. Outsider, have you decided which door to open? Once you push it, there's no turning back. Ignoring the guide's hints, Jiang Chen directly summoned the sword slaves and ordered them to push open the stone door. In an instant, Jiang Chen shielded the remaining sword slaves in front of him. Click! As the sound of the stone door being pushed open echoed, 3 strands of black mist surged out from the illusory space behind the door, spreading towards the projection of the Eternal Tower. In the next moment, countless skeletons stepped out from the void, and a dense mass of undead crawled up from the ground. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. You have triggered the special event Catastrophe Approaches. Interloper, unfortunately, you have chosen Calamity. The catastrophe is about to descend, and now you are a criminal of all races. However, offer blood as a sacrifice, follow my guidance, and the Great Lord of the Abyss will grant you eternal life. Only by believing in the Great Lord of the Abyss can you remain unscathed under the catastrophe. Watching the guide's sudden change in demeanor, Jiang Chen glanced at the surrounding undead and skeletons before unleashing the talent power of the time reversal wheel. Time rewind, instantly, all timelines flowed backward. Jiang Chen returned to the moment before pushing open the stone door. At this time, the skeletons and undead had not yet arrived. Interloper, have you decided which door to push open? Ignoring the urging voice, Jiang Chen appraised the guide in front of him. Destiny first, prophecy later, yet opening the stone door still unleashes calamity. Could it be that opening the door of calamity is the most advantageous choice for me? This task has had no rewards since uncovering the black cloth on the statue. Or perhaps, this so-called guide is only leading players to believe in the Great Lord of the Abyss. This kind of deceptive task solution. Eyes glinting, Jiang Chen then vanished into a dimensional space and retreated backward. Ha! Why did you not choose? Where did the person go? Watching the interloper disappear from in front of the stone door, a look of astonishment appeared on the guide's face. Your father is here. With a mocking voice, 2 massive dragons emerged from the void. Simultaneously, a colossal relic statue descended from the sky, casting a shadow that covered everything. In an instant, countless attacks rained down on the guide and the 3 stone doors behind him. The attacks of the King Xian-level dragons were already formidable, and combined with the 2 sovereign boss figures, the 3 stone doors and the guide controlled by Mayor were instantly enveloped in a dense barrage of attacks. After a few breaths, as Jiang Chen lightly swung the death scythe in his hand, the guide's remaining health dropped below 20% in an instant. At that moment, the 3 stone doors behind him vanished without a trace, and Jiang Chen's body returned to the ruins of the starting point. You have triggered the special event Catastrophe Approaches. You have completed the special task Fate's Crossroads. You have gained, reputation *50,000. Just as the notification sounded, announcements instantly floated above all races. The special event Catastrophe Approaches has begun, remaining time until Undead Catastrophe, 9 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds, Undead Catastrophe Danger Level, Fatal. The entire Red Moon world fell silent for a full 3 to 4 seconds at that moment. Then, the voices of countless beings expressing horror rose one after another. Ah, Undead Catastrophe? Are we still playing a game here? What's there to fear? Soldiers will block the enemy, water will cover the earth. I am a psychic mage with King Xin level talents awakened. I will protect this world. Protect what? The danger level is fatal. How will you protect anything? What's going on? I just left the newbie town, and now they're telling me a catastrophe is coming? During the guide tasks earlier, that old man kept talking about the impending catastrophe. Is this for real? What's happening here? Could it be the big shots from all directions causing trouble again? The players were in an uproar. Many were in a panic. Just the roaming monsters in the Red Moon continent were enough to make them nervous. If the undead catastrophe strikes, wouldn't the survival difficulty skyrocket? How are we supposed to live like this? Many players were filled with fear. But there were also some who were indifferent. Oh, it's nothing. It's still early. Let's see what happens when the catastrophe arrives before making a decision. What undead catastrophe? It's just adding more skeleton frames. More densely packed monsters will only make me level up faster. Indeed, if the survival difficulty increases, I can earn more money by power leveling for those old masters. I sold my house just to get some equipment and extend my father's life. I don't care about any catastrophe or undead. If it affects my lifespan, I'll just cut it all down. I'll chop, 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 chop. For a moment, the players discussed fervently. Some worried that their survival difficulty in the Red Moon continent would significantly increase after the catastrophe strikes. Others felt that it might not all be dangerous. Such is the diversity of beings. But overall, things were relatively calm. After all, the Red Moon had been around for so many days. The vast majority of people had gradually become accustomed to everything about the Red Moon. Some power leveled their lifespan in exchange for resources in the real world. Others leveled up to enhance their strength in the Red Moon. Therefore, despite the unsettling news of the impending catastrophe, most people remained composed and cautious, continuing with their usual activities. The initial ruins of the ancient relics. At this moment, all races received the message catastrophe is coming. But perhaps only Jiang Chen knew what would happen next. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't change anything. The catastrophe was the mechanism by which the Red Moon continent eliminated the weak. There was no way to stop it. In past lives, in addition to the undead catastrophe, the Red Moon continent also faced the endless insect race and the void demons. After each catastrophe, the number of players would drastically decrease. And the only way to deal with it was to enhance one's own strength. With Jiang Chen's current comprehensive combat power, the undead catastrophe posed no threat to him at all. Gathering his thoughts, he surveyed the area where the guide brother had originally stood. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Because after the guide brother was killed, Jiang Chen didn't receive any hints. This meant that this guide, who even the Eye of the Void couldn't see through, was likely a being from the Tower of Eternity. It seems that after the sacrificial array in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, it's necessary to extract the memories of those cultists to see what makes these believers in the evil god special, Jiang Chen pondered to himself. As the guidance mission concluded, the ancient relics of the entire ancient human race could gain a significant amount of prestige. Now, only the sacrificial array in the Wind Demon Dragon ruins remained. After destroying it, Jiang Chen's accumulated prestige would likely meet the conditions for the Emperor's trial. Glancing at the blessed map of the ancient relics, he scanned the location of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. Jiang Chen then stealthily entered the dimension and swiftly headed towards that ruin. Following the map's guidance, Jiang Chen soon flew to the southern region of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins. Unlike other relic ruins, the Wind Demon Dragon ruins had a severe polarization of monsters. The central area was inhabited by powerful dragons or hybrid dragons. Apart from some native creatures, almost all the monsters in the outer region were ordinary wild creatures ranging from level 10 to 20. Moreover, all the monsters were exclusively rabbit-like creatures. After using the power of fate to obtain the specific location and destruction method of the sacrificial array, Jiang Chen immediately rushed towards the cave on the left. 2 to 3 minutes later, Jiang Chen's body appeared in front of the entrance of a cave on a low mountain. At this moment, near the cave entrance, a group of large gray rabbits were wielding wolf-tooth clubs blocking the entrance. With a slight sweep of the void pupil, the information of the largest rabbit's size instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Rogue Rabbit, level 20, rank Black Iron, life 10400, physical attack 760, magic attack 390, armor 490, magic resistance 180. Skills, Fatal Strike, Earth Burrow, Introduction, a special creature nurtured by the unknown power of the Wind Demon Dragon ruins, with low defense, able to walk upright, and possessing the ability to burrow underground. Hidden information, 100% hatred towards male creatures. When male creatures appear in sight, they will wield the wolf-tooth club and launch a fatal strike at the third leg of male creatures, with a high chance of causing a bleeding effect for a certain period, triggering a weak point attack 100% of the time. Looking at the information transmitted by the void pupil, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sudden chill in his lower body. The attributes of these rogue rabbits were extremely ordinary, with defense even lower than that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Even if it was a rogue rabbit boss, it would instantly die from a slap by Jiang Chen. However, these rabbits that could walk upright had a chicken striking skill that made all male players tremble in fear. With the ability to burrow underground, this skill became even more terrifying. For female players, these monsters with low defense and a single attack method were suitable for leveling up. But for male players, they were nightmare monsters that made them shiver at the thought. Summoning the sword slave to clear the way, Jiang Chen slowly walked forward while keeping hidden in the dimension. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as the sword slave appeared, rabbits wielding wolf-tooth clubs instantly emerged from the ground beneath their feet. What surprised Jiang Chen was that these rogue rabbits could make human expressions. At this moment, they were grinning maliciously at the sword slave above them, as if they had found a fun toy to play with. Swish! After the rogue rabbits emerging from the ground identified their target, they lifted their huge wolf-tooth clubs and smashed towards the sword slave's third leg. Although the target of the attack was not himself, Jiang Chen still felt a chill in his lower body at the sight. Bang! Minus 13,654. Minus 13,721. Just as the rogue rabbits were about to enjoy the pleasure of chicken flying and eggs cracking, the flying swords controlled by the sword slave instantly killed them all. As an intelligent sword slave lord, after making a swallowing motion, he looked gratefully at his good brother behind him. These rogue rabbits were too damn cunning. You have killed Rogue Rabbit, Black Iron. You have killed Rogue Rabbit. You obtained Red Moon Coins * 3400. You obtained Wolf Tooth Club * 9, Red Dew Holy Grail * 12. You obtained Fatal Strike. You obtained 3000 experience points. Experience bonus activated. You obtained 3000 experience points. You obtained Lifespan * 25 days. Soul Subjugation activated. You obtained the Soul Control permission of Rogue Rabbit. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen was stunned. Wow! A chicken striking skill was triggered? What if he could control it afterwards? Just as Jiang Chen took out the skill scroll obtained from the Rogue Rabbit, a large group of rogue rabbits came running upon hearing the sound. They directly wielded wolf-tooth clubs and fiercely smashed them towards the sword slave, with their special ability to burrow underground. Even the sword slaves who cooperated seamlessly had been struck several times. However, they were all soul bodies and did not feel the pain of flesh and blood. Ignoring the sword slaves in the distance being targeted by the rogue rabbit, Jiang Chen directly looked at the skill scroll in his hand. Skill scroll, Fatal Strike. After use, master the skill Fatal Strike, no class restrictions. Can add entry. 1. Looking at the skill scroll shimmering with red light in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a pleased expression. He had not expected that the Lord of the Rogue Rabbit's striking skill would be revealed. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately added an entry to the skill scroll in his hand. Entry added successfully. Skill scroll, Fatal Strike, obtained an epic entry, Lucky Strike. Entry 1, Lucky Strike. Randomly select one lucky creature within 50 meters, excluding oneself and all companions, and condense a wolf fawn club on the ground under its crotch, delivering a lower three-way attack. Every 3 seconds, a lucky creature is randomly selected, dealing damage equal to one's own physical attack power, and causing an additional 150% weakness damage to male creatures. Watching the effect of the Lucky Strike, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stand still. After adding the entry, the Fatal Strike, originally a sneaky active attack, turned into an extremely perverse passive effect. Every 3 seconds, a lucky creature within 50 meters would be struck by a fatal chicken. Such an ability was enough to make all male players shiver at the thought. Sensing the special aura emanating from the scroll, Jiang Chen directly crushed it in his hand. The next moment, the shattered scroll turned into a red energy that surged straight into Jiang Chen's body. You have used skill scroll, Fatal Strike. You have mastered the skill, Fatal Strike. Fatal Strike, tier, Black Iron, special effect, can automatically upgrade with career advancement, effect, every 3 seconds, randomly select one lucky creature within 50 meters, condense a wolf fawn club on the ground under its crotch, and deliver a Fatal Strike. Damage is equal to one's own physical attack power, causing an additional 150% weakness damage to male creatures. After this effect takes place, the attacker's information will not be displayed. The skill effect can be freely activated or deactivated. Can add entry. 1. Feeling satisfied with the power within him, Jiang Chen immediately added an entry to Fatal Strike. Entry added successfully. Fatal Strike obtained an epic entry, Lucky Divergence. Entry 1, Lucky Divergence. The higher the luck value of a creature, the higher the damage it receives, and the more items it drops upon death. After this effect takes place on a player, the higher the player's luck value, the more death penalties they receive, and there is a high probability of triggering repeated strikes. Just as Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with closing the information panel of Fatal Strike, a sharp and miserable scream suddenly reached his ears. In a cave not far away, a male player from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and a female player found this cave. They had the idea of stopping in the wilderness maple forest. Despite the many wild monsters nearby, they were still prepared to engage in a big battle here for excitement. Just as the blonde Eagle Sauce male player ordered the female player in front of him to remove her armor, a huge wolf fawn club instantly condensed on the ground under his crotch and ruthlessly smashed into his lower three-way. The randomly selected lucky one was instantly defeated. After a miserable scream, the body fell straight to the ground. The female player who had just entered the state was so frightened by this sudden scene that her face turned pale. After a scream, she didn't even have time to pick up the equipment she had removed before she immediately ran away. Unfortunately, before she could run out of the cave, the same wolf fawn club sent her soaring into the sky in an instant. You have slain the rogue rabbit. You have slain Arthur and Verla. You obtained Red Moon Coins * 12,000. You obtained Wolf Fawn Club * 37, Red Dew Holy Grail * 27. You obtained Agile Cloth Armor, Tattered Longsword, Swift Boots. You obtained 21,000 experience points. Experience bonus activated, you gained 2,100 experience points. You obtained Life * 198 days. Soul Subjugation activated, you gained control over the souls of Rogue Rabbit, Arthur, Verla. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen was not too surprised. He had sensed two players preparing for excitement in a cave to his right when he entered this ruin. With a deadly blow, these two players, whose luck was obviously higher than that of the monsters, were unsurprisingly sent to heaven by the Wolf Fawn Club. Jiang Chen felt no guilt towards these players. Glancing at the cleared monsters in front of the cave entrance, Jiang Chen stealthily flew into the cave. The surroundings of the cave were in ruins. However, upon entering the passage beyond the cave mouth, a different space unfolded. Before his eyes was an extremely wide shallow lake. Sparse trees stood on the lake, and a few dilapidated boats were moored next to the rocks in the lake. Looking around, to the right in his line of sight, on the ground in the center of the lake, several humans dressed in strange attire were dancing around a magic circle, gesticulating wildly. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded. The originally cold space suddenly became scorching hot. In the next moment, a brown figure with wings spread flew out from a distant mountain peak, straight towards the group of humans surrounding the magic circle. It was a pseudo-dragon with wings. Boom! Just as the pseudo-dragon's figure landed on the ground, a fierce flame breath instantly spewed from its mouth, completely engulfing the seemingly fearless humans. In the next moment, crackling burning sounds continued to ring in Jiang Chen's ears. At the same time, above the magic circle, a very eerie crimson light burst forth. Simultaneously, the evil soul mark on Jiang Chen's chest seemed to respond, flashing with a red light. Evil spirit mark resonates with the power of the evil god in the sacrificial magic circle, awakening some of its power. Weakness nullification effect slightly enhanced. Physical damage received permanently reduced by 20%. Feeling the special effects added by the evil spirit mark, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Immune to 20% of physical damage. Such an effect, even when reaching level 70 or 80, was quite impressive. And such an ability, awakened solely by resonating with the power of the evil god, didn't this mean that if he fully unleashed the power of this mark, he would be invincible? Roar! While Jiang Chen was examining the crimson mark on his chest, the distant dragon once again breathed out a dragon's breath, turning the crowd around the sacrificial magic circle into ashes in an instant. Suddenly, black soul bodies continuously poured into the magic circle. The entire magic circle became even more eerie and sinister, summoning the dragon, who also believed in the evil god, to burn itself in exchange for formidable soul power. This was the information Jiang Chen had seen in the prophecy effect earlier. To destroy the magic circle, one needed to kill the dragon's soul while the souls of the evil god's followers were being transformed by the magic circle's evil power. By destroying the hub of the magic circle with the dragon's heart containing evil power, the source of the magic circle could be destroyed by external force, although Zhan Wu could directly strike the source of the magic circle through the hub. However, Jiang Chen's solo attacks were too weak. Instead of exerting himself alone, it would be better to first destroy the hub and let the souls combine forces to attack. This way, a lot of time could be saved. Glancing at the flying dragon soul, still spewing flames, Jiang Chen immediately summoned all the soul bodies. In the next moment, the sickle in his hand lightly waved, and suddenly, a transparent sickle shadow appeared above the head of the flying dragon soul. In that instant, the flying dragon soul, who was breathing fire, froze in place as if struck by lightning. The next moment, uncontrollably, it turned around, its huge dragon eyes looking not far ahead where a human was staring at it as if it were prey. Flying Dragon Soul was a bit confused. When it descended near the summoning formation of the believers, it sensed the presence of a human being not far away. However, as a follower of the evil god, its only destiny was to kill the living beings interfering with the sacrificial formation. Therefore, a living being with significantly lower attributes than itself wouldn't normally attract much attention at this time. But why, in just half a minute or so, did a strange thought arise in its mind to kneel down and offer itself to that human? It didn't even have limbs. How could it kneel? Roar! Under the modification of its will, Flying Dragon's soul let out a puzzled dragon roar. Then, in an exaggerated manner, its entire body suddenly knelt down on the ground. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, its two short dragon claws couldn't successfully come together. At that moment, Flying Dragon's soul felt like its body and soul were about to burst completely. Its roar grew fainter, and its consciousness became increasingly blurred. After a breath or two, Flying Dragon's soul seemed to collapse near the formation as if completely drained of strength. At the same time, a black number floated above its head. -999,999. You have slain Flying Dragon's soul, Wang Xian. You have gained Red Moon Coins *41100. You have gained Crimson Dragon Shadow Sword, Wang Xian, Soul's Chest Scale, Wang Xian, Dragon Breath Longbow, Gold. You have gained Flying Dragon Heart. You have gained 493,080 experience points. Experience bonus triggered. You have gained 493,080 experience points. You have gained lifespan *345 days. Your level has increased to level 40. Your level has increased to level 41, 4-dimensional attributes plus 14, free attributes plus 14. You have gained human race bonus, Black Iron 3rd order free attributes plus 20. All your attributes have been forcibly allocated to Constitution, and the rest of the attributes have been synchronously enhanced. Soul subjugation has taken effect. You have gained control over Flying Dragon Soul's soul. Ignoring the sound of the prompt in his ears, just as the spoils were being transferred to the spatial backpack, Jiang Chen picked up the heart burst out by Flying Dragon's soul and flew directly into the sacrificial formation. Seeing the sudden entry of a human into the formation and the inexplicable death of the esteemed Flying Dragon, the evil god believers undergoing soul transformation in the formation couldn't help but wear puzzled expressions. Before they could understand what had happened, they were astonished to see the human blocking the huge heart in the center of the formation's hub. Instantly, the sacrificial formation emitting eerie red light dissipated all its radiance. The evil god believers, who were about to attack the human who had offended the god, were instantly killed by a wolf's tooth club sprouting from the ground beneath them. Take action! With Jiang Chen's command, the 100 Beast, Wind Demon Dragon, Shadow King, Skyhunter Thunder Dragon, and the still warm Flying Dragon Soul. In an instant, they relentlessly attacked the sacrificial formation. The sword slave and Meyer followed closely, unleashing their most powerful attack skills madly. As the attacks rained down incessantly, the bewildered followers of the evil god standing in the formation were instantly wiped out. 2 to 3 minutes later, as the final wave of attacks descended, the sacrificial formation filled with eerie runes vanished in an instant. Below the heart of the Flying Dragon, a crimson eye slowly closed. You have destroyed the source of the sacrificial formation, and the evil god's virtual eye is closed. You have triggered and completed the legendary reputation task fishing for sentient beings. You have gained reputation *65,000. At the moment the notification sound fell, a loud voice resounded throughout the sky of the entire human race. The reputation value of all human kings has reached 200,000, and the human race reputation instance trial of the human emperor will open in 24 hours. The human king Shifang has contributed 100% to the opening of the reputation instance. As the player driving the arrival of the human emperor, the human king Shifang will receive unique bonuses upon entering the instance. Success! Upon hearing the prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk. The opening of the reputation instance meant that the human emperor would be born early for the human race. And if he could be crowned as the human emperor, he would almost control the fate of all human players. Meyer's spatial ability triggered. You have gained Flying Dragon Heart, Evil God's Virtual Eye. Just as Meyer teleported the Flying Dragon Heart and the crimson single eye on the ground into Jiang Chen's personal space, a crimson light burst out from Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Within that light containing mysterious laws, Jiang Chen's perception instantly connected to a distant unknown space. In his line of sight, an indescribable entity covered in blood aura floated above a bizarre giant altar. In front of it, there were rows of crimson star maps. Within those star maps, countless creatures of various races were destroying their bodies in various ways, offering all their flesh and blood to the altars. Just as Jiang Chen was examining the altars and the star map, a cryptic sound of collapsing space drifted down. Oh, The souls of flesh and blood creatures can actually resonate with the remnants of the eye?